Chapter 1 The Third Hanging Force Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Water breathing. The water breathing method from Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, one of the 5 basic breathing schools, carries the 10 types of water swordsmanship. It allows the blood to absorb a large amount of oxygen in a short period of time, strengthens the heart and lung function, and can instantly double the body's ability. This was opened last night when I opened the novice gift pack. It complements the soft fist method. What Ninkai couldn't understand the most was the energy value. After a night of exploration, Ninkai roughly understood it based on the reward analysis of the task completion. Energy value is obtained by completing tasks. The biggest role of energy value is to exchange skill points for use. Speaking of this, we have to mention skill points. Skill points are similar to the ninjutsu released by Scientific Ninja Tools. No seals or chakra are required. You only need to exchange them with skill points to use them. Moreover, the power of the Naruto world does not belong to skill points. Skill points come from the power of other anime worlds. Looking at himself in the mirror again, Ninkai nodded with satisfaction. The house where Ninkai lives is not small. Since his cheap father replaced his brother Hinata Hayashi and died, his cheap mother also died of depression. He lives alone in the whole house. After reflecting on himself, Ninkai came to the yard and started a day of practice. As a man who is determined to be a big villain, Ninkai needs strong power. As for strong subordinates, Ninkai is most satisfied with Akatsuki. It seems that we still need to find an opportunity to kill Nagato and recruit Akatsuki under his command. Only with a bunch of powerful subordinates can we meet the setting of a big villain. I am writing a new book, please collect and recommend it. Recommend this new book, I and the Nine-Tailed Pirates, which has been successfully invested and can be invested. It tells the story of the king and the nine-tailed pirates together, the hero who saves slaves, the natural enemy of the celestial dragons, and the life mentor of the new generation. Chapter 2 The Meeting of the Two Big Guys Starting from Konoha to be a villain. In the courtyard, Ninkai condensed the chakra on his feet and walked steadily on the trunk of the big tree in the yard. Tree climbing practice is the simplest way to practice genin. As long as you keep a stable mentality and control the chakra well, you can easily practice it. I heard that it took some days for someone to successfully climb a tree, and then he could fight with a jonin, and they fought back and forth. Feeling the chakra refined in his body, Niji frowned slightly. His chakra was not much stronger than that of ordinary people. It seems that he will have to rely more on the system in the future, Niji thought. Should I put a tailed beast in my body and collect rent every day? In this case, Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, is a good choice. Is a ninja without chakra still a ninja? You have to think of ways to save a little bit of chakra, and you need to seize the opportunity when you use the big move. He doesn't want to be like Kakashi, who was defeated after performing 2 water-style ninjutsu, and tried his best to fight Zabuza on equal terms. He wants to be a serious ninja. Clap your hands, and whatever you shout will come. Whoosh! At this moment, a child suddenly appeared on the roof of the house. The child was wearing a red t-shirt with the Konoha logo painted on the chest, shorts, and dark green goggles. He held a paint bucket in one hand and a brush in the other. He was looking up and observing the surroundings, as if he was avoiding someone. Seeing Naruto appear on the roof of his house, Niji showed a meaningful smile on his face. Uzumaki Naruto actually appeared on the roof of my house. It's true that Naruto is here when you mention Naruto. Do you want to do something? Uzumaki Naruto. The most cheating man in Naruto, the future 7th Hokage, a man who was born with cheats. In the Chunin incident, Orochimaru and the 3rd Hokage scraped each other, while Naruto and Gaara, 2 genin, were destroying the world on the side. He is also the first person in mouth-to-mouth. He brainwashed Nagato, who has the Samsara Eye, with just his mouth and performed the Samsara natural technique. To restrain mouth-to-mouth, you must use pretend to hide. Recalling various pretend to hide scenes in his mind, Niji held his head high, his face was cold, his eyes were cold, and he used pretend to hide. Only then did he dare to shout loudly, "Uzumaki Naruto, what are you doing on the roof of my house? Are you doing something bad again?" Looking down, he saw Niji standing in the yard. Naruto waved a brush and said proudly like an idiot, "I covered the Hokage rock with graffiti. I am the only one in the whole village who can do it. I am the best." Hearing this, Niji smiled mysteriously, "Naruto, do you know what it means that there is reincarnation in the world and no one can be spared by heaven?" "What do you mean?" Naruto scratched his forehead, not understanding. At this moment, Niji jumped to Naruto's side. Naruto was frightened by Niji's speed and stepped back subconsciously. He thought Niji heard what he did and came to catch him. But Niji was faster than him. He approached closely and stretched out his hand to grab Naruto, but Naruto dodged it like a loach. Niji made a surprised sound. You know, his physical skills are much stronger than Naruto. Although he didn't open the Byakugan state, he shouldn't be dodged so easily by Naruto. Naruto has done too many naughty things and has been caught by many ninjas. Not only Genin but also Chunin, he can't do anything else, but his dodging ability is still very strong. Suddenly attacking Naruto, in addition to wanting to try whether his pretend escape really works, more reasons are because of a side quest. Catch Uzumaki Naruto 0/1, the reward is unknown. Ninkai suddenly accelerated, his palm was as fast as lightning, and his 5 fingers were bent, like an eagle's claws, grabbing Naruto's shoulders. At the moment of grabbing Naruto's shoulders, Ninkai rushed forward to get close to Naruto, threw Naruto to the ground with his backhand, sat on Naruto, and pressed Naruto under him. Naruto struggled desperately, and angrily cursed, "Asshole, you white-eyed idiot, get up quickly." Ninkai didn't think so, thinking that if he couldn't become a big villain in the future, he could at least be like Kakuzu, saying, "I once sat on the 7th generation of Hokage to conquer the world." A Chunin suddenly appeared. He was wearing a Konoha ninja uniform, and there was a long scar under his eyes. It was Iruka, the teacher of the ninja school. Although he was only a Chunin, Iruka was definitely a legendary figure. Among the many students he taught, 3 saved the world, and a large number became the mainstay of Konoha in the future. Of course, he was also one of the few teachers who died of old age among the Hokage. After all, being a teacher in Hokage is still very risky. Who says that all the students in this world like to kill their teachers? "Teacher Iruka?" Niji greeted. "Yeah," Iruka replied with a smile. Although he had never taught Niji, he had heard a lot about this famous genius of the Hyuga family branch, and said, "Thank you for helping me catch Naruto." "It's just a piece of cake," Niji smiled slightly. "Then I'll take him away first, and I'll treat you to ramen when I have a chance." As he said that, Iruka picked up Naruto who had fallen to the ground, and disappeared in the yard in Naruto's indignant eyes. As soon as Iruka and the others left, the voice of the system sounded in Lin Tian's mind. Side quest, catch Uzumaki Naruto to complete, reward skill point Wind Wound, energy value 500 points. As soon as the voice fell, Niji immediately felt that there was something more in his mind, and countless experiences on how to use the information of Wind Scar flooded into his mind, as if he had practiced it thousands of times. Skill point, Wind Scar. A powerful skill from the world of Inuyasha, with the power to kill hundreds of monsters in one blow, consuming 200 energy points. It turned out to be Wind Scar, with such a powerful skill point right from the start, and 500 energy points. The protagonist is worthy of being the protagonist, and the rewards for tasks related to the protagonist are really rich. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 2: The Meeting of the Two Big Guys Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Stupid, I almost forgot. Ninkai raised his hand and patted his forehead. He had just met Naruto. Naruto should be graduating from the ninja school, which means that Naruto will start stealing the sealed book soon. That's the best chance to get the sealed book, Ninkai muttered, raising his chin to think about what role he should play in the whole thing. The sealed forbidden book kept by the successive Hokage, the scroll records the forbidden techniques sealed by the first-generation Hokage himself. These forbidden books are ninjutsu that cause great harm or even death to the user. But these forbidden books are also very powerful. The lowest level ninjutsu in the sealed book has A level, and there are many S level ninjutsu, and even super S level ninjutsu. For example, the 8 gates of Dunjia and the impure world reincarnation are all sealed in the sealed book and kept by the Hokage himself, which is enough to show the importance of the sealed book. If the ninjutsu in it is spread out casually, it is enough to cause bloody storms, such as the impure world reincarnation, which runs through the entire Hokage, and its power is really abnormal. Naruto is not even a genin, but he was able to steal the sealing technique kept by the third Hokage himself. Even a fool can see that the third Hokage deliberately let Naruto steal it, with the purpose of letting Naruto learn the ninjutsu above. As for Mizuki, that idiot, he was just used. So this is the best way to obtain the ninjutsu in the sealed book. Apart from this opportunity, it is difficult to have another chance. It seems that I have to get in touch with Naruto. After a night's rest, Ninkai left the courtyard early the next morning. The first thing he had to do now was to make money. After his father, Hyaga Hisashi, died, his mother also died of depression. The whole house has always been lived by Ninkai alone. Closing the door with his backhand, Ninkai walked towards the training ground. This is the place of the Hyaga clan. All the members of the Hyaga clan live in this area, so it is very quiet. Turning a corner, Ninkai looked sideways and suddenly found a familiar figure in the corner. Ninkai frowned slightly, thought about it and walked over. He saw a girl with long lavender hair in the corner. Tianzheng squatted on the ground, hugged his knees and cried softly. Noticing someone coming, Hinata quickly raised her hand to wipe away her tears, but when she looked up and saw that it was Niji, Hinata was instantly very nervous. She thought that brother Niji would scold her again as usual. But this time, Niji took out the tissue he carried with him and handed it to Hinata, saying softly, "Wipe your tears." This Hinata was stunned. She couldn't believe the tissue handed by brother Niji in front of her. She was so shocked that she couldn't even speak. It was just like a dream. Seeing Hinata standing there stupidly, Niji had to tilt his head to help Hinata wipe the tears from her face and comforted her, "Don't pay attention to your father, that stubborn old man. Only those who think that life is too comfortable will care about the words of that stubborn old man. There is no need to guess." According to the memory of Ningji, when Niji saw Hinata hiding here, he knew what happened. She must have been wronged by her father, Hyaga Hayashi. Pfft! Hinata was amused by Nisi's words, but she thought it was not good, so she quickly covered her mouth, shyly snatched the tissue from Nisi's hand to wipe the tears on her face, turned her head away and dared not look at Nisi. Her fair and smooth cheeks were red with shyness. Seeing Hinata so shy, Nisi laughed and stood up and said, "Just live your own way, don't be trapped in the curse of the caged bird like me." Nisi's words came from the heart. The caged bird curse is too unfair for the Branch family. Trapped for life, you can only live like a caged bird forever, and you can only get out of this cage if you die. He is really not suitable for comforting people, especially a shy and cute girl like Hinata. Nisi said a few words and fled. This kind of thing is too difficult. Forget it, I am still suitable for being a villain, and positive characters are not suitable for me. Hinata looked at Nisi's fleeing back, and suddenly a faint smile appeared on her face, muttering to herself. "Brother Ninkai, you seem to have changed. Please collect and recommend." Chapter 3 Stealing the Sealed Book _ Starting from Konoha to be a villain. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse. It has to be said that in a world without industrial pollution, even the night is so beautiful. The moon like a jade plate hangs high in the sky, and the bright moonlight falls on the ground, as if a layer of silver carpet is laid. At night, the busy Konoha village gradually quieted down, but in this quietness, many people found it difficult to fall asleep. The third Hokage who planned everything, Mizuki, who was used as a chess piece and was still complacent, and Naruto who was an idiot but enjoyed himself, and finally Neji. At the door of Naruto's house, Neji was hiding in a corner where no one would notice but could easily see Naruto's house. It is hard to understand why Mizuki, a mere Chunin, dared to steal the Book of Seals, not to mention that he found Naruto and knew the place where the Book of Seals was placed in such detail. It should be a place with strict defense, but Naruto, who is not even a genin, broke in and successfully stole the Book of Seals. If these were coincidences, Ninkai would be dead standing on his head. Byun. Seeing that the moon above his head had reached the middle position, Ninkai estimated that it was time for Naruto to take action and open his Byakugan. The Byakugan not only has strong insight, but also can see at night, as if there is nothing in the dark. Ninkai opened his Byakugan not to observe Naruto, but to find the Umbu ninjas hiding in the dark. If these were all set up by the third Hokage, then there must be Umbu ninjas around Naruto. Looking around, as Ninkai expected, there were 2 Umbu ninjas in the building next to Naruto's house. Their chakras were very strong, and they were definitely strong Umbu ninjas at the Jonin level. 2 Umbu Jonins, Neji sighed, the treatment of Jinchuriki is different. You should know that Jonins are used to perform A-level and S-level tasks, and 2 Umbu Jonins can perform S-type tasks. It is conceivable how much the Sandaime values Naruto, and everything is actually under the surveillance of the Sandaime. After discovering the 2 Umbu Jonins, Neji hid more secretly, lowered his breathing, and tried to lower his heartbeat. The Jonins have strong induction, and even the slightest breathing sound may be detected. It seems that I have to create an encounter, Neji thought to himself, and he didn't dare to speak at this time. The 2 Umbu Jonins were watching at all times. If Neji got involved, he would be discovered immediately. The best way was to lead the 2 Umbu Jonins away, but he couldn't do it alone. He was too miserable as a big villain, and he didn't even have a little brother at the critical moment. In this way, there was only this last way. Neji slowly retreated and rushed to the vicinity of the Hokage rock 1 step ahead. Not long after Neji left, Naruto also slipped out of the window and headed straight for the Hokage's office. As soon as Naruto left, 2 Umbu Jonin followed him. They followed Naruto in the dark, protecting and monitoring him, watching him sneak into the heavily guarded Hokage's office and steal the sealed book inside. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. No one knew that Neji was using his Byakugan to know Naruto's escape route in advance, and then deliberately pretended to be a person who was upset and strolling late at night on the road, and saw Naruto passing by. Neji's face lit up, but he quickly disappeared, flew after Naruto, and deliberately shouted from behind, "Uzumaki Naruto, what bad things are you doing in the middle of the night without sleeping? It's you." Naruto heard a familiar voice behind him made him panic. He turned around and saw that it was Ninkai who had knocked him to the ground. He was furious and wanted to go back for revenge. But thinking of the seal book in his hand, Naruto thought that it would not be too late to learn the ninjutsu on it first, and then seek revenge on the guy behind him. So Naruto ignored Ninkai and ran wildly to the forest in the southwest corner of the village. Who is that kid who suddenly appeared? What's going on? The 2 Umbu ninjas who were secretly following Naruto frowned slightly, and the good plan suddenly changed. It seems to be the genius of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Ninkai. How could he be here? Another Umbu ninja recognized Ninkai and was very confused. You go back and tell the 3rd generation first, I will keep an eye on the 2 of them, said the first Umbu ninja. Okay. Another Umbu ninja nodded, and his figure flashed and disappeared. At the same time, the Sandaime also began to summon ninjas to explain Naruto's theft of the Book of Seals, but strangely, the Sandaime also called Irika, who was only a Chunin. One is gone. Ninkai kept his Byakugan on. Although his Byakugan was not completely 360-degree all-round insight because of the caged bird, and had a 1-degree blind spot, it was enough to secretly observe the Umbu Jonin following behind. Seeing an Umbu Jonin leave, Ninkai was a little strange, but it was good news for him. Following Naruto, Ninkai entered the western forest all the way, but when entering the forest, Ninkai deliberately slowed down slightly to let Naruto distance himself, but did not let Naruto disappear from the Byakugan's sight. Still following, Ninkai followed Naruto while not relaxing his vigilance against the Jonin behind him. When Naruto entered the depths of the forest, Ninkai's speed increased sharply and quickly caught up with Naruto. When he caught up with Naruto, Naruto was holding a huge book of seals and reading it. Ninkai stood on the tree trunk, looking down at Naruto, and asked knowingly, "Naruto, what are you doing sneaking around in the middle of the night? Have you done something bad again? You guys finally caught up with me. It's just right. I have learned the first ninjutsu. I will definitely defeat you this time." Naruto stood up from the ground and put the seal book on his back with his backhand, full of confidence. Chapter 3 Stealing the Sealed Book Starting from Konoha as a villain. Ninkai frowned slightly. He couldn't be so unlucky. Naruto had learned the multiple shadow clone technique. As Naruto's signature ninjutsu, according to the amount of chakra in Naruto's body, he could easily split dozens of them. Facing dozens of Naruto, even if each Naruto was only a genin. The most important thing is that someone else has come. Judging from the chakra fluctuations, he is only a Chunin. It should be Iruka. Naruto put his index and middle fingers together, crossed his hands in a cross, and made a Ren seal. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto shouted confidently. With a puff, white smoke appeared next to him, and the shadow clone Naruto had performed collapsed on the ground, like an airless doll. Why is it still like this? Naruto grabbed his hair with both hands and shouted loudly. He clearly did what the sealed book said, why didn't it work? Looking at the limp shadow clone on the ground, Neji almost laughed out loud, thinking that he was too vigilant. The Ninetales had been secretly interfering with Naruto's chakra circulation, so Naruto couldn't even learn the most basic clone technique. At that moment, Neji used the instant body technique to move behind Naruto. Before Naruto could react, he used the soft fist technique to hit several acupuncture points on Naruto's body like lightning. Naruto was unable to move immediately, and only his eyes could move. His eyes were like fire, and he stared angrily at Neji, who took the seal book from him. The ninja who saw this scene secretly was anxious and couldn't help cursing in his heart, why did the unlucky child of the Hyuga family appear here? What should we do now? The seal book was taken by Hyuga Neji. If he reads the forbidden technique on the seal book, it will be troublesome. Damn, why haven't Mizuki and Iruka arrived yet? If we go out to stop it now, everything will be in vain, and the plan of the third generation will fail. Ninkai didn't know that the hidden Jonin was having difficulty making a decision. As soon as he got the sealed book, he immediately started reading it. His Byakugan quickly scanned the ninjutsu on the sealed book, wrote them down as quickly as possible, and then copied them on the prepared white paper. This was the ninjutsu Ninkai had learned specifically for tonight, an E-level ninjutsu that could quickly copy what he saw on paper. Although it had no combat power, it was very useful at this moment. Unfortunately, there were many ninjutsu recorded in the sealed book, and Ninkai couldn't copy all the forbidden books immediately even at the fastest speed. At this moment, Iruka finally arrived and saw Ninkai flipping through the sealed book, but Naruto stood there motionless. Iruka was stunned. The situation was a little different from what he imagined. Why was Hyuga Ninkai here? Seeing that Ninkai was still flipping through the sealed book, Iruka didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly stopped him and said, "Ninkai, that is the sealed book of the sealed forbidden techniques, you can't read it." Hearing what Iruka said, Neji pretended to be very upset and closed the seal book in panic, but in his heart. Looking at Iruka pretending to be puzzled, he asked, "Iruka teacher Luka, how come Naruto has the book of seals on him?" "I don't know about this either, you unlock Naruto's acupoints and let him speak," Iruka pointed at Naruto and said with a headache. Ninkai was also very troubled. He only remembered a small part. Iruka came too fast. He could have remembered more forbidden techniques. Looking at the book of seals in his hand, Ninkai really wanted to read it, but thinking of the Umbu Jonin who was secretly watching him, he could only suppress the impulse in his heart. He couldn't do anything under the Jonin yet. Second update, please collect and recommend. Chapter 4 is your last name at Satsuki starting from Konoha to be a villain. Ninkai quickly tapped Naruto's back several times to unlock the acupoints that blocked Naruto. The moment the acupuncture points were unlocked, the angry Naruto immediately turned around and kicked at Neji, but Neji dodged it easily. Naruto failed to hit Neji with one blow, and was about to attack Neji again, but Iruka stopped him and said, "Naruto, stop." "Teacher Iruka, this guy is the one who stole my book of seals," Naruto turned around and said indignantly. Suddenly, Naruto thought of something and said excitedly, that, Teacher Iruka, I will show you a very powerful ninjutsu. When I learn it, you must let me graduate. As long as I learn the ninjutsu of this scroll, I will definitely graduate. Iruka's face changed wildly, his eyes widened. "Who told you that?" Of course it was Teacher Mizuki. The scroll and this place were all told by Teacher Mizuki. Naruto waved his hands, not realizing the strangeness of this matter yet. Iruka was extremely shocked, thinking of Mizuki in his mind. Even if he reacted slowly, he guessed that this matter was not simple. "Get out of the way!" At this moment, Neji suddenly shouted, and Iruka also noticed the kunao flying behind him. Originally, Neji was going to block the kunao, but thinking that the sandaime had finally performed such a big show, if he messed up, it would be too disrespectful to the sandaime. Throwing the scroll to the ground, Neji's figure flashed, and he performed the instant body technique and came to the big tree next to him. Iruka noticed the kunao flying behind him, subconsciously pushed Naruto away, and blocked the kunao with his body. The kunao pierced Iruka's arm and pinned Iruka to the big tree. Naruto had never seen this scene before. Naruto, who fell to the ground, was scared and looked at Mizuki teacher who appeared on the tree. "I didn't expect you to find this place. It seems that everything is controlled by you in secret." Iruka gritted his teeth and endured the pain, looking at Mizuki on the tree angrily. Ninkai quietly watched everything that happened below. Iruka and Mizuki had a fierce verbal confrontation. Mizuki exposed Naruto's identity, and then Mizuki attacked Naruto. Iruka saved Naruto at the risk of his life. It was a touching teacher-student friendship. "Die, Iruka, and you, the demon fox, the seal book is mine!" Mizuki shouted excitedly, waving a kunao and stabbing Iruka on the ground. Iruka was first hit in the arm by the kunao, and then because of protecting Naruto, he was stabbed in the back by Mizuki, and was seriously injured. Iruka had no chance of winning against Mizuki in his prime, let alone now. Seeing Mizuki coming, Iruka hurriedly urged Naruto next to him. "Naruto, go quickly, escape from the forest. As long as you leave the forest, Mizuki can't do anything to you. There are many ninjas outside looking for Naruto. As long as Naruto leaves the forest, a ninja will immediately find Naruto." Mizuki's eyes darkened, his expression was cold, and he smiled cruelly. "I will kill you first, and then deal with that little fox demon." Swish! At this moment, a kunao fell, forcing Mizuki to retreat. Neji used the instant body technique to appear behind Mizuki and raised his palm to slap Mizuki's back. If he used all his strength, Neji's palm would definitely hit Mizuki's back. Although Mizuki is a Chunin, Neji can crush Mizuki, but in order to act more realistically, Neji deliberately slowed down and was dodged by Mizuki. "Teacher Iruka, go find Naruto, I'll take care of this," Neji said lightly. "Be careful." As a ninja, Iruka knew that this was not the time to hesitate. He stood up with difficulty, endured the pain and chased in the direction of Naruto's escape. Swish, swish, swish. Several kunao were fired, and Nisi dodged them easily. He moved in front of Mizuki in an instant, and kicked Mizuki away with his right foot. The flying Mizuki was like a fired bullet. At the moment when Mizuki was about to hit the tree trunk, Mizuki in the air turned into a piece of wood. It turned out that Mizuki had used the substitution technique to replace the position with the wooden board next to him when he was repelled by Nishi just now. The real Mizuki had already chased Naruto, and the one left here to distract Nishi was just a substitute. Substitution technique, damn it! Ninkai pretended to be unwilling and cursed. But Mizuki didn't know, but this little action, how could it escape Ninkai's insightful eyes? Ninkai just did it on purpose. If he didn't do this, how could he hide it from the hidden Umbu Jonin? After a short pause, Ninkai chased in the direction of Naruto. When Ninkai caught up with Naruto, Mizuki had been solved and was lying unconscious on the ground. Naruto was hugging Iruka tightly. "It seems I'm late," Ninkai said regretfully. Naruto heard Ninkai's voice, quickly let go of Iruka, pointed at Ninkai, and confidently challenged Ninkai, "Come on, you bastard, I must win this time. Let me show you my new ninjutsu, the multiple shadow clone technique." As he said that, Naruto crossed his hands and made a Ren seal, instantly creating 10 physical shadow clones, and was about to attack Niji. But Iruka stopped him and said, "Even if you know the multiple shadow clone technique, you are not his opponent. He is the first genius of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Niji, known as the strongest genin in Konoha. The strongest genin, but he still didn't catch Mizuki, and I caught him in the end," Naruto said with a look of disdain. After saying that, he proudly raised his head towards Niji, who laughed and didn't care about Naruto's words. Jumping down from the tree, Niji gave Iruka the hemostatic medicine he carried with him to stop the bleeding temporarily. The sun shone in the forest, and a night passed. Then the three of them returned the seal book together. If it were someone else, this would definitely be a serious crime, but Naruto was fine. The third Hokage just gave them a few verbal lectures and let them leave. Chapter 4 is your last name at Satsuki starting from Konoha to be a villain. The three of them made a fuss all night and came out of the Hokage's office. All of them were hungry. Iruka suggested going to Ichiraku Ramen, one to fulfill the promise of inviting Niji to dinner last time, the second to celebrate Naruto's graduation from the ninja school, and the third because the three were hungry. When the three came to the Ichiraku Ramen noodle stall, the noodle stall had just opened, and the three were the first customers today. The owner of Ichiraku Ramen is a middle-aged uncle with a smile on his face. He greeted Iruka and the other three warmly. Since Iruka and Naruto often come here to eat ramen, they have long been familiar with the owner of Ichiraku. As regular customers, Uncle Ichiraku already knows the ramen they like to eat. Although it was the first time for Niji, he had long been yearning for this place, which is one of the most mysterious places of Hokage. Starting from the 3rd generation Hokage, all the way to the 7th generation Hokage Naruto, the 5 Hokage were regular customers here, and there were many powerful ninjas of Konoha, such as the 3 ninjas Jiraiya and others. It is said that the most terrifying place in Konoha village is Ichiraku Ramen. No matter how many crises the village faces, Ichiraku Ramen is still standing. Here is the strongest guardian of Konoha. Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Uncle Ichiraku was not only hospitable, but also very talkative. He talked about all sorts of things, of course, most of which he heard from the guests who were eating noodles. "I heard that someone stole the Hokage's things last night and made a big fuss. You came here so early in the morning, it must be related to this matter. However, Naruto didn't expect that you also graduated from ninja and became a ninja. In order to celebrate Naruto becoming a ninja, today's ramen is free." Uncle Ichiraku was very generous. With a wave of his hand, he exempted the meal for 3 people, which made Naruto very excited. He immediately ordered another bowl. Ninkai and Iruka couldn't help laughing when they saw this. It must be said that the ramen made by Uncle Ichiraku is really delicious. I don't know if it's because he was hungry all night. Ninkai actually ate a big bowl of ramen and didn't feel full. Looking at Uncle Ichiraku who was talking and laughing there, Ninkai suddenly asked. "Uncle Ichiraku, is your last name Otsutsuki? Please recommend." Chapter 5 Getting Lonely starting from Konoha to be a villain. After leaving the Ichiraku Ramen stall, Naruto and Iruka looked at Niji with strange eyes. Until the three of them separated, Niji almost fled under the gaze of Naruto and Iruka and ran back home. As soon as he returned home, Niji immediately locked the door and ran back to his room impatiently. Release. Ninkai put two fingers together at the corner of his mouth and whispered softly. With a puff, white smoke appeared in front of Ninkai, and a stack of white paper appeared on the table. This was the biggest gain this time. Unfortunately, there were many ninjutsu on the sealed book, but Ninkai could only copy a small part of it. Ninkai quickly sorted the papers in front of him according to the classification of ninjutsu. There were 5 neatly placed on the table. In other words, Ninkai obtained 5 ninjutsu from the sealed book this time. They are the A-level ninjutsu multiple shadow clone jutsu, the S-level ninjutsu flying thunder god jutsu, the forbidden jutsu 5-layer Rashomon which is also an S-level ninjutsu, the forbidden jutsu, multiplication detonating talisman, and the forbidden jutsu that Ninkai cares about the most, impure world reincarnation. An S-level forbidden technique for summoning spirits from another world developed by the second generation of Hokage. This technique can summon the souls of long-dead ninjas back to the human world and revive them in physical form. Extract a certain amount of the dead's flesh, use the body of a living person as a container for the dead's soul, and then summon the dead's soul from the netherworld to the living world, let the dead's soul attach to the container, and cover the living person's body with dust, so that it can be transformed into the dead's appearance before death. Burying a kunai with a talisman engraved on it into the back of the dead's head can erase the dead's consciousness. Whether to retain the emotional will is entirely up to the caster. This is the power of the impure world reincarnation. This ninjutsu can be called a bug. Kabuto Yakushi used it. This ninjutsu, one person can stop all the elite ninja coalition forces. Due to the time constraints, Niji could only record some ninjutsu, so Niji chose the familiar and very powerful ninjutsu in Naruto. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding dong, side quest, browse the book of seals completed, reward energy value 500 points. Hearing the reward sound echoing in his mind, Niji was a little surprised. He didn't expect that browsing the book of seals by himself was also a task. There are too many side quests in the system. He only remembers a small part, and most of them have no impression. The voice of the system did not stop, and it still sounded in his mind. Side quest completed, obtain the forbidden technique impure world reincarnation, reward 300 energy points. Side quest completed, obtain A-level ninjutsu multiple shadow clone technique, reward 200 energy points. Side quest completed, obtain the forbidden technique flying thunder god technique, reward 300 energy points. Side quest completed, obtain the forbidden technique multiplication detonating talisman, reward 300 energy points. Side quest completed, obtain the forbidden technique 5-layer Rashomon, reward 200 energy points. Side quest completed, obtain the forbidden technique 5/5, reward skill point thunder shock. A series of system voices rang in his mind one after another, and Niji felt that his head was about to explode. Niji finally knew what it meant to be happy and painful. He took advantage of the situation and not only obtained a large number of forbidden techniques, but also completed so many rewards in one go. This time he made a fortune. He didn't expect the system to be so powerful this time. It was really a song of a liberated serf. Niji quickly called up the personal information interface. Host, Ninkai. Gender, male. Identity, Konoha Genin. Chakra, 1579/1845, Chunin Chakra, 500-2000. Energy, 2200 points. The only main task, become the biggest villain in the Naruto world. Skills, white eyes, water breathing, gentle fist. Obtain skill points. Thunder shock, instantly bursts out tens of millions of volts of lightning, breaking the air to form a supersonic shock wave, blocking all physical attacks, can attack or defend. Consumes 500 energy points. Seeing that it takes 500 energy points to perform once, Ninkai couldn't help but be shocked. The energy he had accumulated with great difficulty was only enough for 4 times. But the power of this skill is worth the price. It can release tens of millions of volts of lightning in close combat, and it can break the air to form a supersonic shock wave for defense, which is an absolute defense against all physical attacks. Seeing the changes in the personal information interface, Ninkai was happy for a long time, and then his excited heart calmed down, and he began to seriously consider which of the 5 ninjutsu he should practice first. Compared with the system rewards, the most important thing is the forbidden books obtained from the sealed book. Each of them is very powerful. These are all selected by Ninkai, so naturally he has to learn all of them. However, people have limited energy. Although Ninkai is a genius, it is impossible for him to master these 5 forbidden books. The 4th generation Hokage is also a genius, but he can only practice the Flying Thunder God technique, but he has become famous in the ninja world as the Yellow Flash. After careful consideration, Ninkai decided to practice the A-level ninjutsu multiple shadow clone technique and the S-level ninjutsu Flying Thunder God technique first. These 2 ninjutsu are the most useful for him at this stage. After obtaining the ninjutsu on the sealed book, the intense training began, and Ninkai's life began to return to a straight line between 2 points. Every day is the training ground and home. Practice soft fist and breathing method at the training ground, strive to master the water breathing method as soon as possible, and then combine the water breathing method with soft fist method. After returning home, Lin Tian began to practice the multiple shadow clone technique and the Flying Thunder God technique. The multiple shadow clone technique is easy to practice. This ninjutsu is actually not difficult. Multiple shadow clone technique. Ninsi quickly formed seals with both hands, and 4 light sounds were heard around him. 4 identical Ninsi stood on both sides of the real Ninkai. The 5 Ninkai looked at themselves beside them, and smiled at the same time. The next second, the 4 Ninkai turned into white smoke and disappeared, leaving only the real Ninkai standing in the courtyard. Chapter 5, I'm lonely starting from Konoha to be a villain. Who? Ninsi's face was slightly pale, and he felt tired and weak, and he had no energy at all. Niji knew very well that this was a situation where chakra was consumed too much. After a long while, until his breathing stabilized, Niji finally recovered. No, this multiple shadow clone technique consumes too much chakra. No wonder the 2nd generation listed this A-level ninjutsu as a forbidden book and sealed it in the Book of Sealing, Niji muttered to himself, frowning. The chakra consumed by the multiple shadow clone technique far exceeded his expectations. He could not bear it just by splitting 4 shadow clones for a while. Splitting 1 or 2 shadow clones is not very useful and consumes chakra, so this ninjutsu is completely useless to him. No wonder neither the Hokage nor the elite Jonin have learned the multiple shadow clone technique over the years. One reason is that they do not have Naruto's huge chakra and cannot support the chakra consumption. Moreover, even if they have enough chakra to support the multiple shadow clone technique, they will not consume a lot of chakra to create a shadow clone. With this, the consumed chakra can be used to perform A-level ninjutsu several times. Isn't it great? Multiple shadow clones that do not form a number advantage are not as practical as shadow clones in battle. Only Naruto, who has so much chakra that he can't use it all, is suitable for the multiple shadow clone technique. Not only the multiple shadow clone technique, but also when practicing the Flying Thunder God technique, Niji also encountered difficulties. To perform the Flying Thunder God technique, he needs to leave the Flying Thunder God technique on the target in advance. The Flying Thunder God technique must be drawn in an instant, which Niji cannot do with his current control of chakra, and Flying Thunder God consumes a lot of chakra. Niji now finally understands why the successive Hokage set these obviously powerful ninjutsu as forbidden techniques. Except for a few ninjutsu that are too harmful, most ninjutsu are not suitable for ordinary people to practice, and only a few people can practice the above ninjutsu specifically. Like Flying Thunder God and multiple shadow clone technique, it is impossible for ordinary ninjas to use it. Not to mention how many ninjas can use these two ninjutsu. Just talking about the consumption of chakra, there are not many ninjas who can bear it. Performing Flying Thunder God requires extremely strong and precise control of chakra. Niji has not mastered the form and nature changes of chakra at this stage. It is not that he is not talented enough. He is known as the first genius of the Hyuga family. Among the younger generation of Konoha, except for Naruto and Sasuke, he is definitely the strongest. The main reason is that the teacher is too pit. Teacher Kai is definitely the first in the ninja world in physical skills, but he is not good at ninjutsu and illusion. Therefore, Niji has never been able to master the nature and form changes of chakra. Moreover, the Hyuga family has a powerful Byakugan and a corresponding physical skill Soft Fist. These two are enough for Niji to practice, and the Hyuga family will not focus on ninjutsu. In the eyes of the Hyuga family, it is better to develop Byakugan and practice Soft Fist instead of studying ninjutsu. The powerful blood limit white eyes make the Hyuga family members superior to many ninjas at birth. With the unique powerful Soft Fist technique in the world, the Hyuga family has become the top family in Konoha and even the world. After all the trouble, it ended up in vain. Ninkai looked at the ninjutsu scroll on the table, and his depression can be imagined. If you like to start from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, Start from Konoha to be a villain Shuhage. Chapter 6 Level Mission _ Start from Konoha to be a villain. Hokage Office. The third generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the table, and the leader of the root of Konoha village in the Land of Fire, Shimura Danzo, sat on the sofa next to him. Danzo, the information you got is very timely, but the next thing does not need the root to take action. I will send someone to go, the third generation said lightly. Danzo did not speak, nodded, and left the Hokage's office. The Sandaime looked at Danzo's back as he left, thinking, and then asked the Hokage guard to summon Kai. Kai, who came to the Hokage's office, was full of passion and said, "Sister Sandaime, is there any mission that made you ask me to come here?" "You are right, Kai," the Sandaime looked up and said in a deep voice, "according to the information obtained by the Umbu, a hidden base of the rebel ninja Orochimaru was found in the north of the Land of Fire. You need to lead your subordinates to investigate. Because it is related to Orochimaru, this mission is S level." When he heard the three words Orochimaru, even the thick-skinned Kai couldn't help but frown. As a Konoha ninja, there is no one who doesn't know this name, and he also knows what this name means. One of the most outstanding disciples of the Sandaime Hokage, one of the three ninjas who were famous back then, with extremely powerful strength, an S-level rebel ninja. Konoha has been trying to catch Orochimaru, but Orochimaru is hiding so well that Konoha has not found his hiding place yet. The Sandaime knows how strong his disciple is. There are not many ninjas in Konoha village who can deal with Orochimaru. Now the only one who has time in the village is Kai. Kai hesitated and said, "Sir Sandaime, I can deal with Orochimaru alone this time, but if I take Nisi and the others with me, it may be dangerous." Facing Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, Kai can't guarantee himself, let alone Nisi and the other three ninjas. The third generation said, "According to the intelligence of the Umbu, it is just a simple base, not Orochimaru's lair. The probability of Orochimaru appearing there is extremely low, and your mission this time is an investigation mission, and Niji's Byakugan is just right for use. One reason for bringing Niji and the others is because they can help you, and the second reason is to let Niji and the others gain more knowledge and experience." After a pause, the third generation said, "In recent years, among the ninjas who graduated from the ninja school, the most promising one is your disciple Hyuga Niji, who is already the strongest among the younger generation. Young people cannot always live in a gentle environment. I participated in the Ninja World War when one was less than 10 years old. Give young people more opportunities to train. The future of Konoha belongs to them. Although they are ninjas, they all have the strength and experience of Chunin. I am old and my physical strength is not as good as before. Konoha needs some strong young blood injection. Seeing that the third generation has said this, Kai no longer hesitated and nodded in agreement. When do we set off? Kai asked. The sooner the better, the third generation said. Eyes slightly condensed. Okay. I'll go back and prepare, and leave as soon as possible. After Kai finished speaking, he quickly left the room, leaving the Sandaime alone, as if thinking about something. In the courtyard, Niji sat on a stone bench. Looking at the kunao on the stone table that failed after a lot of effort, he frowned slightly. It seems that he must find a way to enhance the precise control of chakra. The best way is to learn the change of form and nature. It is obviously hopeless to rely on teacher Kai. It seems that he has to find someone else to learn the change of chakra form and nature. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Niji was stunned. It was a little strange that someone would knock on his door. Although he was puzzled, Niji immediately got up and went to open the door. When he opened the door, he saw Xiaoli standing anxiously outside the door. Seeing Xiaoli's anxious face, Niji asked, "What happened?" "Teacher Kai asked me to notify you to carry out the mission," Xiaoli said. "Mission?" Ningkai was stunned and asked in surprise, "What kind of mission is so urgent? We set off suddenly without giving us time to prepare." "I don't know either," Xiaoli shook his head and said, "Anyway, I see that teacher Kai is very anxious. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'll go find Tian Tian." Hearing that Xiaoli was going to find Tian Tian, Ningkai hurriedly called Xiaoli. "Wait, Xiaoli, I'm going to find Tian Tian. I asked Tian Tian to make a ninja sword for me 2 days ago, and I'm just going to get it." Watching Xiaoli leave, Ningkai quickly returned to the room, put the ninja tools such as the ration pills, kunao and explosive talismans into the bag, put on the backpack and rushed to Tianation's house immediately. Tianation's house is to the west of the ninja village, not far from the Hyaga family's residence. Ningkai soon arrived at Tianation's house, a huge mansion. Tianation's family is the richest in Konoha ninja village. The family almost monopolizes the ninja tool market in Konoha ninja village and is extremely rich. Knocking on the door of Tianation's house, an old servant opened the door. Entering Tianation's house, it can be said that there are pavilions, towers, carved beams and painted buildings, which are extraordinary. What's more exaggerated is that there is a large pond in the yard of Tianation's house, with rockery standing, poetic and picturesque, and small bridges and flowing water. Ningkai feels like Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Although the Hyaga family is a wealthy family in Konoha, it is still a little less wealthy than Tianation's family. "Ningkai, why are you here?" At this time, Tianation's surprised voice sounded behind him. Ningkai turned around and saw that Tianation's upper body clothes were a 3/4-sleeved white Chinese martial arts uniform and a pair of red trousers. She was young and beautiful, and there were still a few drops of sweat on her smooth forehead. It was obvious that Tian Tian was exercising just now. Tian Tian walked up to Ningkai and said, "Are you here to get your ninja sword? It was just cast yesterday. I wanted to bring it to you tomorrow." This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 6 Level Mission Starting from Konoha to become a villain. Ninja sword is just a side job, I came here to ask you to go to Teacher Kai's house, Ningkai said softly. What happened to Teacher Kai? Tianation's first reaction was that something happened to Teacher Kai. Ningkai smiled bitterly and said, Teacher Kai is fine, but Teacher Kai has received a mission. It's very urgent, we have to leave immediately. Okay, I'll go pack up now. Seeing Ningkai's seriousness, Tian Tian also knew the importance of the matter, and hurried back to the room to organize things. Ninjas are not procrastinators, and the same is true for female ninjas. Tenten didn't let Niji wait for long. She came out with a backpack on her back and the sword she had forged for Niji in her hand. Niji took the sword and wanted to take a good look at it, but thinking of the urgent mission, he had to carry the sword on his back and took Tenten to Teacher Guy's house. When Niji and Tenten arrived at Teacher Guy's house, Xiaoli had been waiting for a long time with his backpack on his back, and Teacher Guy was also waiting for them. Seeing Niji and Tenten had also arrived, Guy said, "Before the mission begins, there is something I must tell you. This mission is unusual and is the highest level S-level mission." "What?" Niji and the other two exclaimed at the same time. "Teacher Guy, we are just genin, how can we perform S-level missions?" Tenten asked, puzzled. Tenten's question also asked the doubts in Niji's heart. S-level missions are the highest and most confidential missions. Generally speaking, only Jonin can perform S-level missions. It is impossible for Genin to perform S-level missions. Even with Teacher Guy, the highest mission they have ever performed is only A-level missions. But this time, they actually sent 3 Genin. Even if Konoha is short of people, it is impossible for a Jonin to take 3 Genin to perform S-level missions. What is the content of the S-level mission? Ninkai asked. Compared to figuring out why the Sandaime asked them to perform S-level missions, the content of the mission is more important. Once the mission is issued, it will not change unless there are special circumstances. Investigation mission, Guy is very serious at this moment. Even he has to take the S-level mission seriously, not to mention that he is facing Orochimaru. This makes Ninkai and the other two even more puzzled. Exploration missions are rarely S-level. For this type of mission, A-level is the highest. You must know that only missions related to national confidential matters are S-level missions, and the minimum reward for S-level missions is more than 1 million ryo. Seeing that Ninkai and the other 3 were puzzled, Guy explained, "This investigation mission is different from normally. What we need to investigate is most likely the base of the S-class rebel ninja Orochimaru, and we cannot rule out the possibility of Orochimaru appearing." Lee and Tenten may not know Orochimaru, but when Niji heard the name Orochimaru, his pupils shrank instantly. His first mission was actually related to Orochimaru. Niji didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. Kai clapped his hands to attract the attention of the 3 people, and said seriously, "Okay, anyway, you all know the dangers of the S-class. This mission is the highest level and most dangerous mission we have ever carried out, so before the mission begins, I hope you will be prepared and never let your guard down at any time." "No problem, Teacher Kai." Tian shouted confidently with his fist clenched. Ninkai smiled and kicked Xiaoli, who was in a daze beside him. Xiaoli quickly raised his hand. If you like to collect Starting from Konoha to be a Villain, m.shuhaige.net, Starting from Konoha to be a Villain Shuhage. Chapter 7 Mastering Core Technology Starting from Konoha to be a Villain. Swoosh! In the dense forest, the 4 people rushed on the road at a fast speed, like flexible monkeys jumping between branches. Because the mission time was very tight, the 4 people had to rush on the road at the fastest speed, and they didn't care about the chakra consumption. S-level mission, I didn't expect that I can perform S-level missions while I am still a genin. I will definitely become a legendary ninja in the future. Tian was very excited. Her dream is to become a legendary female ninja. What is legend? At least you have to be out of the ordinary category, and you can perform S-level missions as a genin. Tian thinks this experience is legendary enough, and she will have something to brag about in the future. Ninkai is not as heartless as Tian. The 3 words Orochimaru represent too many things. As the first villain in Naruto, there are traces of him from the beginning to the end. He was killed so many times, but he survived every time. The most important thing is that Orochimaru is the top inventor in Naruto. He turned himself into a real immortal body. Genetic modification technology, cloning technology, cell transplantation technology and other technologies were all developed by Orochimaru. Including the use and development of Hashirama cells, no one can match it. Even in the end, Orochimaru was able to use Hashirama cells to create a body and strengthen the control of the impure world reincarnation. The only man who masters core technology. Orochimaru is an ambitious man and an inventor. Of course, he is also very cruel and killed his teacher with his own hands. Nisi was very panicked when he had to face a big villain like Orochimaru in his first mission, although Teacher Kai said that the appearance of Orochimaru was very low. But even if Orochimaru doesn't show up, there must be Orochimaru's powerful subordinates in the base. The Sandaime actually identified this mission as an S-level mission, which is enough to show the danger of this mission. The four of them traveled all night and finally arrived at the location recorded in the intelligence the next morning. This is a mountain range with overlapping peaks, rugged and steep, and cliffs everywhere. Ordinary people would never come to such a dangerous place. Only ninjas can walk on flat ground in such a place. Ordinary people would fall off the cliff and be smashed into meat patties if they made a slight mistake. From the intelligence, it's this mountain range, Kai nodded and confirmed again and again. So what should we do now? Find a place, and then break in directly, Tian Tian asked. Lin Tian had no choice but to hold down the excited Tian Tian and warned, don't be so impulsive, we are facing Orochimaru, we need to be careful at all times. Ninkai is right, our opponent is very tricky. Orochimaru was the hero of the village back then. Although he betrayed the village, his strength is very terrifying. I am afraid that he is not much inferior to the third generation for so many years. The base he established must be not simple, Kai warned Tian Tian and Xiaoli again. These two people are not as calm and rational as Ninkai, and they are both impulsive. Ninkai looked at Tian Tian who couldn't wait, and then looked at the calm teacher Kai. There is something wrong with this world. Did they get the wrong script? Shaking his head, he drove out the extra thoughts in his mind. Before taking action, he had to try his best to understand the other party's intelligence. Although he was a wall hanger, he still lacked one thing compared to Sasuke and Naruto, the two hangers-on, the protagonist's halo. It's still a bit weak in the early stage, so you have to stay steady and don't waste it. White eyes, open! He shouted softly, and chakra surged into his eyes. Veins suddenly bulged around Niji's white eyes, and his eyes turned blue-white, with black marks in his pupils. The world changed in his eyes. Niji looked at the mountain hundreds of meters away. Chakra increased, and it flowed into his Byakugan, releasing stronger pupil power, passing through the mountain and seeing the inside of the mountain. The seemingly solid mountain had been completely hollowed out inside, with crisscrossing passages and a huge area. It was a large stronghold. But after watching for a while, Niji felt a little sore in his eyes, and quickly closed his Byakugan. This was the first time he had this feeling. Such a large-scale observation consumed a lot of pupil power. Ningji, is there a stronghold inside? Kai asked impatiently. Yes, Niji nodded, and said in a deep voice, and it's a very large stronghold. The entire mountain is almost hollowed out. My Byakugan is not strong enough to see how many people are inside. Humph! Kai snorted coldly and said angrily, Orochimaru is so arrogant. He has been hunted by the village for many years. I didn't expect him to build such a large base in the land of fire. I don't know how many innocent people died tragically at his hands. There is a saying that the darkest place is the darkest. The more dangerous it is, the safer the place. No one would have thought that Orochimaru would dare to establish a base under the village's nose, Niji continued. Orochimaru knows people's hearts very well. In other words, he is a troublemaker. Tian Tian blinked his big eyes, looked at Teacher Kai curiously, and asked, Teacher Kai, how do you know so much? Have you ever caught Orochimaru? I was just a chunin at that time, and it was not my turn to catch Orochimaru. Kai shook his head and fell into memories. Although I didn't catch Orochimaru, I searched Orochimaru's laboratory at that time and saw many scenes that still make my spine cold when I recall them. I will tell you when I have the chance. As he said that, Kai raised his hand to pull away the leaves that blocked his view in front of him, looked at it carefully for a while, and suddenly said, the focus now is to destroy the base in front of us. I will go to investigate first, and you stay here first. No one is allowed to act before I come back. Before the voice fell, Kai had already performed the instant body technique and left, leaving Niji and the other two looking at each other. Trouble. Ningji slapped his leg and raised his head, his face full of regret. What do you mean? Xiaoli asked, puzzled. Ningji sighed helplessly. Do you think Mr. Kai is the kind of person who conducts secret investigations? The reconnaissance that Mr. Kai mentioned must be rushing in directly from the gate. Chapter 7 Mastering Core Technology Starting from Konoha to be a villain. As soon as the voice fell, the three of them heard a loud explosion from the distant mountain, and the earth shook. The three of them looked in the direction of the sound at the same time. On the hillside of the mountain, billowing smoke rose and countless rubble rolled down. It seems that this time I got the right script. The scene turned to the entrance of the base. Orochimaru, Konoha's blue beast is here. Kai, who was scolding Tian and Xiaoli for not being impulsive in the last second, shouted and destroyed the barrier set up at the entrance of the stronghold with 1 foot in the next second. The huge force of the barrier caused the mountain to explode, and countless rubble rolled down the inclined mountainside. Looking up and seeing the rocks rolling down, Kai was so scared that he ran into the stronghold and avoided the rolling stones, but more and more rolling stones fell and soon closed the cave entrance. That idiot! In the dark, the Konoha Jonin who saw this scene raised his hand and slapped his forehead, feeling helpless and tired. What on earth is the Sandaime thinking? He actually sent Kai to carry out this mission. Could it be that the Sandaime's purpose was to destroy the base from the beginning? The Konoha Jonin muttered, and his figure flashed, and he used the instant body technique to disappear on the spot, and followed Kai into the base. At the same time, Ningkai and the other two who saw this scene were like petrified. After a long while, the three people who reacted looked at each other helplessly. Tian raised his hand and pointed at the entrance of the mountainside where dust and smoke rolled, and asked speechlessly, "What should we do now? What else can we do? We can only act on our own," Ningkai said in a deep voice. Teacher Kai rushed over directly, regardless of the three of them. The three of them couldn't just stay here. He was going to be a big villain. He won the first mission by doing nothing. How could he survive in the ninja world in the future? But what can we do? The entrance is also blocked, and Teacher Kai won't let us act alone, said Xiaoli, looking worriedly at the entrance where dust and smoke were rolling. Teacher Kai would be fine if he rushed in like this. Ningkai turned his back to the entrance of the stronghold where dust and smoke were rolling behind him, glanced at Xiaoli and Tian, and said, "Do you think we should listen to the orders of someone who is more impulsive than us?" Xiaoli thought about it and wisely chose to shut his mouth and stop talking. Seeing that Xiaoli and Tian had decided to listen to him, Ningkai looked up and grinned. How could such a large stronghold have only one entrance? And a stronghold like this must have an escape route. While Mr. Kai is messing around inside, we can find the escape route they left, and then set traps with kunao and detonating tags around them. When they come out, hee. That's a good idea. I brought 1,000 detonating tags, which will come in handy, Tian said with a smile, and immediately agreed to Lin Tian's plan. 1,000. Hearing that Tian brought 1,000 detonating tags, Niji and Xiaoli were both shocked. Why did you bring so many detonating tags? Do you think you are going to fight? When I went out, I thought the mission was so urgent, it must be very important, so I thought of bringing more. Tian touched the back of his head and smiled embarrassedly. Ah! Ningkai sighed. On Tian, he felt his poverty again and suffered tons of damage. He quietly stuffed the half-empty 10 detonating talismans back into his pocket, and this was all his wealth. Please recommend and vote. Chapter 8 Kaimimaro Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Inside the stronghold. As soon as Kai entered the stronghold, there were already ninjas waiting for Kai's arrival. These were the ninjas guarding the entrance. Seeing that the entrance was breached, and immediately came out to stop him. But these ninjas were all low-level genin, and they had no power to resist Kai, the elite jonin. Kai used a Konoha whirlwind to knock down all the ninjas who blocked him like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Kai rushed along the passage, as if he was in an empty space. Wherever he passed, ninjas fell at Kai's feet. Soon, Kai killed nearly 10 ninjas, but they were all genin. At the same time, deep in the stronghold, Kimimaro, who was recovering from his injuries, heard the noise and immediately sat up from the bed, pulled out the infusion tube on his body, and came out of the room. There was chaos outside. Kimimaro grabbed a panicked ninja and pressed him against the wall of the passage, saying calmly, "If you can't tell me what happened in the shortest language, I will kill you immediately." Gurgle. The captured ninja swallowed his saliva in fear. He knew how terrible Kimimaro was, and hurriedly said, "Might." Kai, the elite jonin from Konoha, attacked the stronghold, and many people have fallen at his feet. The ninja finished the whole sentence in one breath without even taking a breath. Kimimaro frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "Elite jonin might. Kai, this guy's name is among the Konoha ninjas that Orochimaru-sama told us to pay special attention to. I heard from Orochimaru that he is an idiot. But how could he get here? This base is extremely secretive, and they helped to conceal it. It has not been discovered for all these years. It seems that something must have happened here that I don't know about." After speaking, Kimimaro let go of the ninja in his hand and ordered, "Notify everyone to destroy all instruments and data and escape from the escape passage." "Yes." The ninja was so scared that his voice was trembling. He quickly responded and hurriedly conveyed Kimimaro's order. After instructing the ninja to evacuate, Kimimaro did not leave immediately. Before leaving, he needed to take away something important. Located in the deepest and most core confidential laboratory of the base, Kimimaro roughly pushed open the door. In the puzzled eyes of the experimenters, Kimimaro put the Hashirama cells in the culture medium into a special container, took the container and turned to leave. Outside the door, 2 elite genin under Kimimaro had been waiting for a long time. After getting the important Hashirama cells, Kimimaro led the 2 elite genin to escape from the escape passage. As for this base, leave it to Konoha Jonin. Anyway, the most important things have been taken away by him, and the remaining things will not cause much loss even if they are destroyed. Kai, who was wreaking havoc in the base, didn't know that Kimimaro had left with Hashirama cells, and the Konoha Jonin who followed Kai in had already sneaked into the depths of the base, just in time to see Kimimaro and the other 2 leaving, and followed secretly. At the same time, on the other side, Niji found the hidden escape passage of the base through the Byakugan, and set up a trap with Tenten and Xiaoli. Tian learned from Ninkai that there were a large number of ninja researchers in the base. In addition to leaving 200 detonating tags in case of use in battle, Tian buried all 800 detonating tags around. Such a fierce behavior almost stunned Ninkai, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Tian the Rich is Tian the Rich, and he had the urge to hug his thighs. Not only detonating tags, the 2 also jointly set up many trap pits, and Xiaoli set up a large number of kunao in these trap pits. Everything was ready, and the 3 of them quickly retreated 100 meters away to hide. Ninkai opened his Byakugan and paid attention to the movement of the escape passage. Because the noise made by Kai in the base was too loud, Ninkai and the other 2 did not wait long, and soon more than a dozen ninjas ran out of the passage, including genin and chinin, and there were a large number of researchers behind them. When Tian saw someone running out, her little face was overjoyed and she was about to detonate the detonating talisman immediately, but a man held her down. Ninkai stopped Tian from moving and said, wait until all the ninjas in front enter the center of the trap. 3, 2, 1. Ninkai began to count down, and when the last one exit came, Tian decisively detonated the detonating talisman, and the detonating talisman buried in the center of the trap exploded with a bang after a 2-second delay. This was like a signal, and the detonation of the first detonating talisman instantly caused a chain reaction, and all the detonating talismans were ignited. The genin walking in the front was killed on the spot by the explosion of the first detonating talisman, his body was blown to pieces, and blood and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. Seeing this scene, the rest of the ninjas felt cold in their hearts, and immediately realized that a Konoha ninja had set a trap at the exit, and they quickly ran in different directions. Facing a trap, the best way is to escape from different directions, and at this time you can only try your luck. But it was too late for them to escape. Ninkai and his two companions used 800 detonating talismans and kunao to block all the surroundings. When the first detonating talisman exploded, the rest of the detonating talismans had already been detonated. When the rest of the ninjas began to escape, all the detonating talismans were detonated at the same time. Boom! With a loud earth-shaking sound, the sky collapsed and the earth shook. The whole mountain was shaking, as if there was an earthquake of more than 10 magnitudes. The visible shock wave spread in all directions, and the green grass was broken wherever it passed. A huge fireball rose from the ground, and the thick smoke was like a big mushroom. With the explosion of 799 detonating talismans, countless kunao flew in the flames. The ninjas who were lucky enough to use ninjutsu to avoid the explosion could not avoid being shot into sieves by kunao. When setting the trap, Ninkai linked the detonating talismans and kunao one by one, trying not to let any ninja escape the trap. Shohage Novel Network Update: the fastest speed in the whole network. Chapter 8 Kimimaro starting from Konoha as a villain. The shock wave came with a scorching heat wave, and Ninkai and the other two were almost knocked to the ground. Even if they were 100 meters away, they could still feel the heat wave generated by the explosion, which was enough to show the power of 799 detonating tags exploding at the same time. Looking at the slowly rising fireball in the distance, Ninkai's mind at this moment was Konan using 600 billion detonating tags to blow up Obito. What a scene that was! When all the dust raised by the explosion dissipated with the wind, the original green grass disappeared, replaced by a huge deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters. All ninjas, including researchers, died in the explosion. Blood loss. Seeing that the system interface was motionless, Ninkai slapped his forehead with regret. After all this time, this big explosion had nothing to do with him. Because he used Tia Nation's detonating talisman, the system determined that the ninjas killed in the explosion were not killed by him. He should have been shameless if he had known this earlier. 10 detonating talismans are still detonating talismans. It's embarrassing to take them out. What's the use of face? You can't eat it. Energy value is king. What should I do next? Tian asked excitedly. Thinking of the explosion just now, she was very excited and wanted to do it again. Wait. Wait for what? Tian and Xiaoli looked at Ninkai in confusion. Wait for the real boss to come out. It's impossible for Orochimaru to let only some Chunin control such a large base. The real boss of the base is still inside, Ninkai said lightly, confident. Although Orochi established the Sound Ninja Village, he only had a few subordinates who could be used. They were either the Sound 5 or Yakushi Kabuto. As soon as the voice fell, 3 figures slowly walked out of the dark passage. Please collect and recommend. Chapter 9 White Eyes, nothing more starting from Konoha to be a villain. The half-collapsed cave entrance, 3 people slowly walked out of the dark passage. Here we come. Ninkai whispered. He took a step forward, stood on the edge of the pit, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. The smoke slowly dissipated under the breeze, revealing the figures of Kimimaro and the other 2, the 6 people facing each other from a distance across the pit blown by the detonation talisman. The atmosphere gradually became serious, and the air seemed to solidify. Looking at Kimimaro among the 3 people opposite, Ninkai frowned slightly. Among Orochimaru's subordinates, the one he didn't want to meet was Kimimaro. In the early stage, this guy's blood limit restrained him too much. This handsome, elegant man is a great enemy. He is Orochimaru's most proud subordinate and the holder of the Kagaya clan's bloodline limit Shikatsu. His Shikatsu is a very unique bloodline limit, which can freely manipulate bone bud cells and osteoclasts, and even control the concentration of calcium to form bones. Moreover, his bones have a hardness beyond steel, which is very difficult to deal with. Orochimaru actually sent him to take charge in person. It is conceivable how important this stronghold is to Orochimaru. His eyes swept to the metal kin on Kimimoro's back, which was covered with talismans. Niji's eyes condensed slightly. It seems that the most important thing in this stronghold is in this kin. Li, Tian, the two chinins on the left and right are left to you, and the guy in the middle is left to me. Talking to Kimimaro about surrender is like talking to a cow, a waste of words. This guy is very loyal to Orochimaru and will do his best to eliminate those who are useless to Orochimaru or hinder Orochimaru. He can sacrifice his life for Orochimaru. While Niji was giving the order, Kimimaro also ordered, the one with the Byakugan in the middle will be given to me, and the other two will be given to you. I will only give you 3 minutes. If you don't solve the opponent in 3 minutes, I will kill you with my own hands and leave. Go. Go. Niji and Kimimaro said almost in unison. The 6 people ran down from the edge of the deep pit at the same time. Niji and Kimimaro were the fastest, gradually leaving the others behind. The two of them collided heavily at the bottom of the deep pit like 2 streams of light. Bang! With a muffled sound, the air exploded, and the strong force was released, which was unbearable even for the air. There was a sharp explosion, and dust flew. Niji and Kimimaro were repelled by the opponent's power at the same time. So strong! Ningji shook his sore wrist secretly. Just now, he punched the opponent's arm like hitting a piece of hard steel. The soft fist of the Konoha Hyuga clan is really unique. He waved his hand to disperse the chakra that was punched into the acupoints on his arm, and Kimimaro exclaimed, I have always heard from Lord Orochimaru that the soft fist of the Hyuga clan, combined with the Byakugan, is the world's top physical school. It's a pity that I have never seen it. Today I finally saw it. You and I don't need to do the test. It will be beneficial to us if we delay it, Niji said lightly. Kimimaro looked calm and confident in his words, you are right, so I will give myself 3 minutes. I think it should be enough to deal with you. I am really underestimated, Niji shook his head and laughed at himself. At the moment when the voice fell, another Niji appeared behind Kimimaro. Niji waved the soft fist to bombard Kimimaro. In an instant, Niji hit no less than 10 palms, and the shadow of the fist was flying. The soft fist is different from Xiao Li's hard fist. It directly causes physical damage. The soft fist hits the enemy's body. From the outside, it seems that there is no damage, but the chakra has already penetrated the acupuncture points to destroy the meridians and even cause damage to the internal organs. It is a bit similar to the kung fu of hitting the bull from behind the mountain, penetrating the hard surface and attacking the soft internal organs. But the powerful soft fist bombarded Kimimaro, and Kimimaro's body only shook slightly, but there was no damage at all. It's useless. Kimimaro tilted his head to avoid the soft fist of Ninkai, waved his hand and stabbed out. White bones emerged from his palm and turned into a sharp bone sword, easily piercing the shadow clone of Ninkai. With a puff, Ninkai turned into white smoke and disappeared. The soft fist of the Hyuga clan uses white fists to attack human meridians, acupuncture points, and internal organs, but my blood limit corpse bone veins can allow bones to grow freely, and the periosteum harder than steel covers the skin. Kimimaro said lightly, his expression was calm. This made Niji frown. Kimimaro was right. Soft fists were useless in this situation. Chakra could not penetrate the periosteum and hurt the inside. The power of soft fists was not even as good as ordinary hard fists. This guy was really the nemesis of physical skills. Whether it was steel fists or soft fists of the same level, it was useless against this guy's corpse bone vein, unless the strength was far superior to him. The best way to deal with Kimimaro was ninjutsu and illusion, attacking from medium and long distances, and not letting the opponent get close. Fuck! Niji cursed in his heart. It happened that he was best at close combat in the early stage, and the system was also used for close combat. As a result, he met this guy. It was really unlucky. Corpse bone veins 10 finger-piercing bullets. 10 white finger bones shot out suddenly, like 10 kunai shooting at Niji. Under the powerful insight of the white eyes, the seemingly fast finger bones slowed down incomparably, and Niji easily dodged. Corpse veins, Karamatsu dance. Seeing that the finger bone attack was useless, Kimimaro controlled the growth of bones, and bones as sharp as swords grew from all joints. He rushed towards Niji, and the bones growing from the palms of his hands were like two sharp swords slashing at Niji. Niji's figure flashed, dodging Kimimaro's slashing. Kimimaro continued to attack, sticking closely to Niji and launching attacks continuously. With the insight of the Byakugan, Niji flexibly dodged Kimimaro's attack and wanted to distance himself from Kimimaro, but was seen through by Kimimaro, who did not give Niji the opportunity to distance himself. Facing Kimimaro's tricky bloodline limit corpse veins, Niji was extremely frustrated. Not only could the soft fist method not penetrate the harder bones under Kimimaro's skin, but once he got close, Kimimaro would control the direction of bone growth. He could only dodge but not fight. Niji had never fought so frustrated before. Puff! The sharp bone sword brushed past Niji's cheek. Although it only touched a little, it still cut a long cut on Niji's face, and blood slowly flowed down his cheek. Although the Byakugan could see all of Kimimaro's movements were gentle and strange, without any unnecessary movements. In addition, the bones extending all over his body, once they were close to him, it was equivalent to facing dozens of bone swords attacking from different angles. Niji's body reaction could not keep up with this level of attack speed, and it was only a matter of time before he was hit. Now, seeing Niji dodge backwards and reveal a flaw, Kimimaro's eyes condensed, seized the flaw, jumped up, and his body rotated at high speed in the air. The distance between the two sides was so close that Niji had no time to dodge, and he could only watch the sharp bone sword pierce. Puff puff! With a few light sounds, the sharp bone sword cut 4 or 5 cuts on Niji's body, blood oozing from the wounds, and at the same time knocked Niji out and fell heavily to the ground. Kimimaro looked at Ninkai, who was lying on the ground vomiting blood, and said lightly, "It seems that Lord Orochimaru was wrong. The Byakugan and soft fist of the Hyuga family are just so-so." Chapter 10 Dance with the Water Starting from Konoha to be a villain. In the dark, seeing Ninkai being knocked away by Kimimaro, the Konoha Jonin showed surprise. Hyuga Ninkai, the first genius of the Hyuga family, although only a genin, definitely has the strength to defeat the Chunin. What he lacks is nothing more than the Chunin exam, but he was still defeated so easily by the opponent. But this guy's bloodline limit is really strange. I really don't know where Orochimaru found this strange bloodline limit. It is simply the nemesis of physical skills. The powerful soft fist of the Hyuga family is useless in front of him. Even Kai's hard fist is very tricky to deal with. Using ninjutsu is the best means of attack. Konoha's senior ninja muttered softly. Seeing Ninkai being defeated and falling to the ground, he knew that he couldn't watch the show anymore. If the first genius of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hyuji, died in front of him, it would cause an uproar. Hi! Just as Konoha's senior ninja stood up, he made a surprised sound and subconsciously stopped his action. He saw Ninkai crawling up from the ground. I was almost killed. It was really dangerous. He raised his hand and wiped his neck. The wet blood oozed out. Ninkai was palpitating. If he hadn't avoided this fatal blow in time, he would have been beheaded now. Kimimaro said lightly, "If I were you, I would choose to still lie down, because this can save my life. I've really been underestimated. Looks like I have to show some real skills," Nyaji said with a grin. Kimimaro's eyes narrowed when he heard this. The other party hadn't used his full strength just now. How is it possible? Could it be that the other party was just playing a trick on him just now? Water breathing technique. Ninkai whispered in his heart, breathing steadily, breathing consciously for a long time, allowing oxygen to spread to every cell in the body. The cells in the body are more active than ever before, the heartbeat speeds up, the blood speeds up, and the body emits a slight heat. How could it be? Kimimaro was unable to suffocate, and the breath emanating from Ninkai's body instantly increased several times. This guy really didn't use his full strength to fight him just now. Even the extremely calm Kimimaro couldn't help but feel angry at this moment. This strong sense of humiliation brought by being looked down upon made him very angry. Feeling the power gushing in his body, Ninkai raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and pulled out the long sword that Ninkai had specially made for him with chakram metal. Today is my first time fighting with a sword, please give me more advice. Ninkai looked up at Kimimaro and smiled faintly. Stop looking down on me here. Kimimaro's face turned cold. He was rarely angry, but now he was angry. He rushed towards Niji quickly, and stabbed his heart with the bone sword, as if he had killed thousands of people before. Clang! The extremely sharp bone sword was blocked by the long sword in mid-air, making a crisp metal collision sound and sparks. So fast! Kimimaro was extremely shocked, and at the same time he quickly stepped back to distance himself. Ninkai's speed is more than twice as fast as before. What did he do just now? He used some kind of ninjutsu to increase his strength or something. In the state of water breathing, Nishi's speed and strength increased like a rocket, and chakram metal can perfectly conduct chakra, so he can swing faster and stronger. Chakram metal is the best material for making ninja tools, but this metal is very rare and expensive. Only the Tenten family can take out the chakram metal to cast a sword. Nishi is a poor guy, of course he has no money to buy chakram metal. It cost a total of 30 million taels to cast the long sword in his hand. He owes Tenten all the money, and now Tenten is his creditor. The lowest level S-level mission for a Jonin is only 1 million ryo, and 30 million ryo is equivalent to Niji having to perform 30 S-level missions. If it is an A-level mission, it would probably be 100 times. So when thinking of the debt of 30 million ryo, Niji has thought more than once that he might as well sell himself to pay off the debt. Seeing through Kimimaro's movements with his Byakugan, Niji performed the instant body technique and came behind Kimimaro in an instant, holding the sword with both hands and slashing at Kimimaro's neck. Even though he didn't see through Niji's movements, it didn't prevent Kimimaro from quickly controlling the growth of his bones. One by one, white bones grew out of his body to block the thunderbolt from behind. Realizing that the attack came from behind, Kimimaro didn't think about it, and swung his sword behind him under the instinct developed from years of fighting. Clang! Niji swung his sword to block the bone sword, and at the same time used the force to retreat, pulling the distance between the two. Rubbish swordsmanship! Kimimaro looked at Niji with contempt, and sneered, saying that the sword just now had countless flaws. Niji blushed and retorted, who cares if it's rubbish or not? No matter how exquisite the swordsmanship is, it's useless if it can't hit people. Only good swordsmanship can hit people. But you didn't hit anyone either. Niji was particularly unhappy. This guy didn't know how to chat at all. He wanted to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Faster! Niji's figure flashed, and he came in front of Kimimaro in an instant. His speed was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he stabbed 4 swords and landed on Kimimaro's chest. If it were an ordinary ninja who was stabbed by Niji, he would definitely die on the spot, but Kimimaro blocked it with bones harder than steel, and at the same time launched a counter-attack, swinging the bone sword to slash at Niji. The two of them immediately got into a melee. After using the water-breathing technique, Niji's physical fitness improved several times, and his body reaction was able to keep up with the insight of the Byakugan, making it easier for him to dodge Kimimaro's movements. Moreover, he was no longer barehanded, but was using a sharp sword made of chakram metal, which was no less sharp and hard than Kimimaro's bone sword. Unfortunately, Kimimaro's bones were too hard, harder than steel. Niji tried his best but couldn't break the bone defense with his current strength, but overall, Niji still had the upper hand and suppressed Kimimaro. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, it will be more exciting later. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please bookmark m.shuhaige.net, has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 10 Let's Dance with the Water starting from Konoha as a villain. Did this guy Kai give the 8 gates to Niji? The Konoha Jonin muttered to himself, but he had seen the 8 gates in the open state on Kai, and Niji's current state was a little different from the 8 gates. Could it be the secret technique unique to the Hyuga family to improve physical ability, but I have never heard of it. What secrets does the Hyuga family have? It seems that this Niji has a secret hidden in him. Ahem. Kimimaro suddenly coughed up blood, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the continuous movements suddenly paused. Such a great opportunity, how could Niji let it go? Swung the sword to cut Kimimaro's neck, and Kimimaro instinctively fell back. The sword swung in the air, but this was just a feint by Niji, and the real killer move was behind. Dance with the water, water breathing, water wheel too. Ningji shouted, leaped up suddenly, rolled in the air for a circle, and slashed straight down. At this time, the water vapor in the air condensed into a stream of water that wrapped around the long sword, and with the long sword swinging, the water flow turned into a sharp slash, slashing towards Kimimaro like a windmill. Kimimaro had just fallen back to avoid Niji's horizontal slash, and he could not dodge in this posture, so he could only watch the water flow slashing down. Puff! The water flow bloomed, and the seemingly invisible water turned into a high-speed water flow that slashed Kimimaro's body, like countless small water blades cutting. Under the high-speed rotating water flow, Niji saw through his Byakugan that the white bones on Kimimaro's body were shattered by the water flow. Water is soft and hard. The seemingly soft water flow can cut even steel at high speed. Just when the high-speed rotating water flow was about to cut off Kimimaro's outer bones, several sharp bones pierced the water flow and came towards Niji. Niji quickly retreated to avoid the stabbing bones. Swinging the sword to disperse the water flow on the blade, Niji saw Kimimaro's eyes suddenly tightened, and saw that Kimimaro's body was covered with straight runes at this moment. Earth Curse Seal. Kimimaro was surprised to hear Niji call out the name of the seal, and frowned slightly and said, I didn't expect you to know this. This is the power given to me by Lord Orochimaru. It is your honor to see it. I have to admit that I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to perform physical skills like just now, and swordsmanship combined with ninjutsu. Combined with swordsmanship? Niji knew that Kimimaro had misunderstood, but there was no need to explain. This was just right. Niji hoped that everyone would think that the 10th form of water breathing he performed was a swordsmanship combined with ninjutsu. However, you still can't change the ending of death. Kimimaro slowly stood up, his tone calm and ruthless. Hey, Niji listened impatiently and said, you talk too much nonsense, we are all ninjas, the matter is very simple, either you kill me instead of you. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you want to fight, then fight. As soon as the voice fell, Kimimaro's figure flashed and approached in front of Niji. His body was covered with sharp bones, and he rushed towards Niji like a hedgehog. Niji quickly used the instant body technique to avoid Kimimaro's collision, but Kimimaro was faster and appeared behind Niji immediately, stabbing Niji's back with 2 sharp bone swords. Water breathing 3 forms flowing. Sensing the attack behind him, Niji burst into the 3rd form of water breathing, and his body moved at high speed like a stream of water, leaving after images wherever he passed. Kimimaro's speed increased again, and he swung the bone sword to chop all the after images in front of him into pieces. The sharp bone sword pierced the last after image, and Kimimaro suddenly turned around and saw Niji appearing behind him. Just as he was about to continue the attack, his body trembled and vomited blood. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shohage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 11 Orochimaru starting as a villain from Konoha. Ahem. Kimimaro coughed up blood. He was seriously ill and had long been at the end of his strength. At this moment, after a fierce battle with Niji, the originally suppressed injuries were brought out. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Niji is not the kind of idiot who sympathizes with the pitiful enemy. That is not only irresponsible to himself but also to his teammates. Rushing towards Kimimaro, Niji swung his sword and slashed. Kimimaro quickly retreated to avoid Niji's slash. Water-breathing first form water surface slash. Seeing Kimimaro jumping high in the air, Niji shouted secretly, and the water flowed on the ninja sword, and he slashed a water flow wave with his backhand. Kimimaro was in mid-air, with nowhere to dodge, so he quickly raised his hands full of bone spurs and crossed them in front of him, and the water-slashing wave slashed Kimimaro's hands. The air made a thunderous sound, and the azure water burst and fell on the charred ground like raindrops, and there were a lot of white bone fragments mixed in the water. The iron-hard bones in Kimimaro's hands were all broken, but Kimimaro's hands were intact. The hard bones are not only sharp weapons, but also solid shields that can withstand most physical attacks. The blood limit of attack and defense, the nemesis of physical skills, this is the charm of the corpse bone vein. If Kimimaro had not been seriously ill, even Orochimaru would not have been able to treat him, and Kimimaro would have been Orochimaru's vessel long ago. Fuck! Niji cursed, but he still couldn't break Kimimaro's defense. At this stage, this is the strongest attack that Niji can use, except for the wind wound, but it still cannot break Kimimaro's annoying bones. Kimimaro looked at the broken bones in his hands, his face full of shock. Since he followed Lord Orochimaru, no one has been able to break his bones. I didn't expect you to force me to use the second state of the Earth Curse Seal. If I don't kill you today, you will become Lord Orochimaru's biggest threat in the future. The shock on his face gradually dissipated, replaced by murderous intent, and Kimimaro's eyes were cold. Having followed Orochimaru for many years, Kimimaro knew a lot of Orochimaru's plans. Kimimaro also knew that Konoha was Lord Orochimaru's enemy. Orochimaru wanted to destroy Konoha village, and Konoha also wanted to kill Lord Orochimaru. Niji is a Konoha village ninja, that is, Orochimaru's enemy. While his body can still move, he wants to help Lord Orochimaru get rid of this future thorny enemy. If Niji knew what Kimimaro was thinking at this moment, he would definitely shout unjust 3 times. He is not the savior of Konoha, he is also a villain. Hearing that Kimimaro was going to use State 2, Niji frowned. Kimimaro's power in State 2 will increase exponentially, and it will be more difficult to deal with. Don't hold if you are determined to die, you can't survive. The last move will decide the outcome. Ninkai's eyes were tightly fixed. He could only use the system skills. He wanted to hide his hand and not reveal his trump card too early. He was going to use Wind Wound and Thunder Shock to deal with Orochimaru. Now that Teacher Kai didn't show up, if he continued to hide his skills, all 3 of them would die. Slowly exhaling the turbid air in his body, Ninkai held the ninja sword with both hands, raised it high above his head, and shouted, "Wind Wound!" The moment the voice fell, Ninkai held the sword with both hands and chopped it down suddenly, using the skill of Wind Wound. In the process of the ninja sword slashing down, a series of gusts of wind were rolled up out of thin air. The whistling gusts were visible to the naked eye and entangled with the ninja sword. Not good. Kimimaro's face changed drastically. He felt a powerful force from Niji's sword, a powerful force that threatened his life. Whoosh! The gusts of wind were released from the tip of the sword. 3 sharp gusts of wind were like sword waves, tearing the earth apart. The dust flew wherever they passed, and they came straight towards Kimimaro, as fast as thunder. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Kimimaro. Seeing the man, Kimimaro smiled and his eyes were full of admiration. Orochimaru is truly the leader of a pyramid scheme. The man quickly formed seals with both hands, raised his hand and slapped the ground, and shouted in a low voice. Summoning technique. Double Rashomon. The ground shook and cracked, and 2 big doors rushed out of the ground in front and behind, blocking him and Kimimaro. This is the gate from hell, covered with evil spirit patterns, exuding an evil breath that makes people sick to the soul. In the middle of the door is a huge evil spirit with a mocking face. Looking at the standing Rashomon, both Niji and the Konoha Jonin hiding in the dark changed their faces at the same time. Orochimaru. The mouth that opened without any scruples was the defensive wall that was summoned to absorb all attacks, Rashomon, which was the ultimate ninjutsu used by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Just summoning one layer requires a huge amount of chakra. Since the death of the first Hokage, only Orochimaru has mastered this ultimate defensive ninjutsu. But with Orochimaru's strength and talent alone, he can only summon 3 layers of Rashomon. Bang! With a loud sound like thunder, the air exploded, and the wind wound hit the Rashomon hard, and the powerful force that was enough to kill hundreds of monsters tore the first Rashomon apart. The wind wound, which was much weaker in power, continued to bombard the second layer of Rashomon, and the thunder-like loud noises sounded one after another. Although it was full of cracks, the defense of Rashomon was obviously better and blocked the wind wound. The strong wind raged, blowing away the dust. When Niji saw the man standing in front of Kimimaro, his face suddenly became very ugly. Long black hair, golden vertical pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to the nose, pale skin, and blue jade earrings. The first impression of this man is sinister, and the faint smile on his face is like being stared at by an evil spirit. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. Chapter 11 Orochimaru starting from Konoha to be a villain. Noticing the change in Niji's face, Orochimaru smiled slightly and said, "Interesting, it seems that you know me. I thought that the old man of the 3rd generation had erased all my affairs over the years. Except for a few people, the name Orochimaru is no longer heard in the village." Niji looked directly at Orochimaru, neither humble nor arrogant. It was useless to think too much in this situation. Seeing that Niji knew his identity and dared to look at him directly, Orochimaru showed surprise on his face and said with interest, "I didn't expect that there would be a genius like you among the younger generation of Konoha. It seems that Konoha under the guidance of the indecisive old man of the 3rd generation is not always going downhill. A genius from the Hyuga family, a wealthy family in Konoha. This is the first time I have seen someone from the Hyuga family use swords and ninjutsu." What? Those old stubborn people in the Hyuga family figured it out. Niji shrugged, spread his hands and complained, if they could figure it out, Konoha could rule the 5 major countries, and there would be no so-called main family and branch family. After replying, Niji was anxious. Why hasn't Teacher Kai appeared yet? Kimimaro has escaped, and Orochimaru has appeared here. Why is Teacher Kai still in the base? Little guy who hates fate, aren't you afraid of me? Since you know my identity, then you know what I did before. Orochimaru looked at Niji curiously, his eyes meaningful. To be honest, I'm not afraid. Niji tilted his head and looked at Orochimaru, thought for a while and said, "I've heard about what you did back then. In fact, you are doing what many people do, killing people. Everyone is killing people, and I am killing people too, but the way of killing is different. Since everyone is doing this, what is there to be afraid of?" He Orochimaru laughed. It was the first time he heard such words from someone else's mouth, a description of him that he had never heard before, and it was from a 13-year-old kid. Suddenly, looking at Niji in front of him, Orochimaru felt a sense of friendship. The murderous intent in his heart gradually dissipated, and suddenly, Orochimaru showed a playful smile on his face and looked at the empty ground on the right. "Kakashi, since you are here, don't hide." Niji was shocked. Kakashi actually came, and hurriedly looked in the direction where Orochimaru was looking. Because of the detonating talisman, only wisps of wind raised dust on the charred ground. It seemed that there was no one there. Since Orochimaru said so and mentioned Kakashi's name, it meant that Kakashi must be hiding nearby. Seeing that Kakashi still didn't come out, Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and licked his lips, saying, "You are really disobedient. It seems that I have to force you to come out." Just as Orochimaru was about to take action, the ground bulged high, the soil rolled to both sides, and Kakashi slowly rose from the ground. A rare head of silver-white hair, a black mask worn all year round, and a forehead protector covering the left eye. These 3 points are Kakashi's signs. Chapter 12 Konoha Genin starting as a villain from Konoha. Hey, take Kakashi. An elite jonin of Konoha, he is called Copy Ninja because he used the Sharingan to copy thousands of ninjutsu. Sharingan Kakashi is well known in various countries and is well known in the ninja world, not much inferior to the 5 Kage. Not only is he famous, but his experience is also legendary enough. He lost his father at a young age and became a genius ninja at the age of 12. He is a member of both the Umbu and the Root. He participated in the 3rd and 4th Ninja World Wars. Later, he became the 6th Hokage. This made Neji think of Danzo. Compared with Kakashi, Danzo is a hapless guy. He took great pains to even unite with Uchiha Obito, ordered Uchiha Itachi, and many high-level officials to destroy the Uchiha clan, and then he took great pains to get the Sharingan. Kakashi got Obito's Sharingan for free, and Obito also helped Kakashi evolve his Sharingan to Mangekyo. Danzo spent a lot of effort, calculated all his tricks, and even sacrificed the interests of the village, and finally sat on the half Hokage, but he was killed by Sasuke before he could secure the position of Hokage. On the other hand, Kakashi became the 6th Hokage after the 4th Ninja World War, and the most important thing was that this guy was still reluctant, thinking that becoming a Hokage was a very difficult thing. Just because he wasted his time watching the Intimate Paradise. Kakashi, long time no see. Orochimaru saw a smile on Kakashi's face and greeted Kakashi with a smile. Orochimaru. Kakashi was not happy to meet an old friend who had not seen him for many years. It was because he knew the man in front of him that Kakashi could never forget the horror of this man. Even after more than 10 years, when he faced this man again, Kakashi could still feel the horror of this man, like a mountain standing in front of him. You are so lucky, you have already got it. Orochimaru's eyes finally stopped at Kakashi's covered left eye. Kakashi was stunned, and didn't quite understand what Orochimaru said, but Neji understood it immediately. Orochimaru was talking about Kakashi's Sharingan. Many years ago, Orochimaru was very yearning for the Uchiha family's Sharingan, after failing to attack Uchiha Itachi to get the Sharingan. Not only did Orochimaru not give up the idea of getting the Sharingan, but after seeing the powerful power of Uchiha Itachi using the Sharingan, his desire for the Sharingan became stronger, which was why he later approached Sasuke. Didn't you have that before? The Sharingan in the left eye, I really want it. Orochimaru did not hide the strong envy and desire in his eyes. Kakashi's pupils suddenly shrank, and a trace of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. At this moment, he felt a strong chakra fluctuation from Orochimaru. His body was almost tense under the trend of instinct, ready to guard against Orochimaru's attack at any time. Seeing Kakashi was very nervous, Orochimaru smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, I don't have the idea of obtaining your Sharingan. The purpose of my coming here today is just to take away important people and things." After speaking, Orochimaru raised his hand and the container with Hashirama's cells flew into Orochimaru's hand. Orochimaru opened a space scroll and used the space-time ninjutsu to seal the container into the scroll. When Orochimaru finished everything, he suddenly looked at Neji. Neji was instantly nervous. He thought Orochimaru was going to attack him. Although Kakashi was next to him, Neji knew very well that if Orochimaru really wanted to kill him, Kakashi could not stop him at all. The two of them were not Orochimaru's opponents together. Who knew that Orochimaru smiled softly, "Hinata Neji, I remember your name, I think we will see each other again in the future." As soon as the voice fell, Orochimaru grabbed Kimimaro next to him and performed the instant body technique to disappear in the eyes of Neji and Kakashi. Before leaving, Kimimaro also looked deeply at Neji, the genius white-eyed boy of Konoha, the only boy younger than him who could still make him helpless. Hi! Seeing Orochimaru leave, Neji sat down on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi also breathed a sigh of relief. Although Orochimaru only summoned a Rashomon to block his wind wound throughout the whole process, and did not take any other action, the invisible pressure was like a mountain pressing on Neji and Kakashi's hearts. This is an S-level mission, it's really not something a human can do. Niji shook his head and smiled bitterly, his life almost lost today. At the same time, Niji deeply realized that ninjas are not children playing house when watching anime. Ninjas are a life-threatening profession. If you are not careful, you will be lying on the ground. Kakashi looked at Niji, who was sitting next to him, and suddenly asked, "Are those words you said before true?" Hearing this, Niji immediately looked up and rolled his eyes at Kakashi. Kakashi's face fell. What does this guy's eyes mean? It feels like he is looking at me like an idiot. Niji stood up, patted the dust on his butt, and said, "If I didn't say those words just now, I'm afraid you and I would have died at the hands of Orochimaru now." As he said that, Niji suddenly remembered Tenten and Xiaoli, and said anxiously, "I almost forgot that Tenten and Xiaoli are still fighting against Chunin." Ignoring Kakashi next to him, Niji quickly rushed to the place where Tenten and Xiaoli were fighting. The one closest to him was Xiaoli. Niji was not worried about Xiaoli at all. Xiaoli has mastered the first 5 gates of the 8 gates of Dunjia. Once the 5 gates are opened, let alone a mere Chunin, even a Jonin has to temporarily avoid the limelight in front of Xiaoli. Sure enough, when Niji rushed to Xiaoli's battlefield, Xiaoli had already finished the battle. The Chunin under Orochimaru fell to the ground, and Xiaoli, who was covered in injuries, sat next to him. Ninkai said hello to Xiaoli and quickly rushed to the battlefield where Tian Tian was. Compared with Xiaoli, who had already won, Tian Tian was still in a difficult battle and was in a very dangerous situation. Damn it! Tian Tian was hiding behind a big tree. The opponent she faced was a Chunin who was good at using wind escape, which just restrained Tian Tian, who was good at using ninja tools. Tian Tian's ninja tools could not pierce the opponent's wind escape, but instead faced the opponent's wind escape and kept dodging. Wind escape. Vacuum Jade. Chunin Kang Ling opened his mouth and spit out a wind escape light wave, which shot through the big tree where Tian Tian was hiding like a cannonball. Fortunately, Tian Tian squatted down in time and was not hit, otherwise her fate would be the same as the broken tree. Seeing Tian Tian hiding behind the tree, Chunin Kang Ling's eyes were cold and he smiled cruelly. "I haven't killed Konoha's genin yet, today is a good time for me to eat meat. I think you will never have a chance." Kang Ling's face changed slightly. There was actually someone behind him. He turned back suddenly and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a little ghost in white clothes. After all, how can a dead person kill someone? Chapter 13 You Die Yourself Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Ninkai. Tian Tian heard a familiar voice and immediately stuck his head out. Seeing that it was Ninkai, he shouted excitedly. Seeing that it was the Konoha genin who was fighting against Kimimaro-sama, Kang Ling couldn't believe it and shouted, "How is it possible? How did you appear here? Kimimaro-sama didn't kill you." Kang Ling knew very well how strong Kimimaro-sama was. He had seen with his own eyes that Kimimaro-sama used the powerful blood limit corpse vein to pierce a mist-hidden ninja. Niji ignored Kang Ling, tilted his head to look at Tenten behind him, and shouted, "Tenten, I'll take care of this guy. Xiaoli is injured, you go to him." "Okay." Tenten nodded in response, turned around and left, not worrying whether Niji could deal with this Chunin. Although the opponent was a Chunin, after fighting for so long, Tenten had roughly figured out the opponent's strength, and he was no match for Niji at all. Being looked down upon by the 2 Konoha genin brats in front of him, Kang Ling was angry, and his hands quickly formed seals and shouted. "Wind style! Vacuum ball!" Taking a deep breath, Kang Ling opened his mouth and sprayed out the air mixed with chakra like a light wave, which was so powerful that it could easily shoot through a tree that several people could hug. Baigan! Niji quickly opened his Byakugan, and his insight increased greatly. The wind-style light wave that was as fast as a breeze instantly became extremely slow. Niji used the instant body technique to flexibly avoid these light waves and came behind Kang Ling. The kunao in his hand spun several times in the air, and then suddenly stabbed down, hitting the back of Kang Ling's head. Puff! Kang Ling turned into white smoke, and the kunao stabbed a piece of wood. It turned out that while launching the ninjutsu, Kang Ling had already used the substitute technique to escape. Want to escape? Ninkai snorted disdainfully, looked around, and saw through all obstacles with his white eyes, and immediately found Kang Ling, who was running away. He used physical skills to perform the instant body technique, and in a blink of an eye, he caught up with the fleeing Kang Ling Chinin. Seeing through Kang Ling's escape action, Ninkai seized the opportunity and shot several kunao in an instant, with ignited detonating tags tied to the kunao. Bang! A huge explosion sounded, and the shock wave mixed with flames hit Kang Ling, knocking Kang Ling out and falling heavily to the ground. The Chinin got up from the ground in a panic, and looked up at Niji above him with a fierce look on his face. He knew that he couldn't escape today. The other party was from the Hyuga family and had a powerful blood limit, the Byakugan. No matter how he tried to escape, he would be seen through and caught up by the other party. Wind style, great breakthrough. Kang Ling quickly formed seals with both hands. The moment the seal was formed, Kang Ling opened his mouth and sprayed out a large amount of storm mixed with chakra. The wind was raging. He used this move to blow away all the ninja tools of the Konoha genin who had just released ninja tools to fight. A visible storm came, and Niji subconsciously raised his hands to resist the oncoming wind. At this moment, the branch next to Niji turned into Kang Ling. Die, kid! Kang Ling shouted, waving the kunao and stabbing Niji's neck, with a proud look on his face, as if he had seen the scene of Niji being pierced. A brat is a brat. Even if he has a powerful bloodline limit, he has no rich combat experience. It is really a waste of such a powerful bloodline limit as the Byakugan. Speaking of which, the bloodline limit Byakugan is the highest level in the black market. A single Byakugan can be sold for hundreds of millions of taels, and 2 Byakugan can be sold for at least 300 million. Bang! With a slight sound, Kang Ling's hand stopped in the air. Ninkai was faster than him and grabbed Kang Ling's hand. How is it possible? Kang Ling shouted in disbelief and tried to struggle desperately, but Ninkai had already injected chakra into his body and cut off the meridians connected to his arm the moment he grabbed his wrist. You are the one who underestimates me. The Byakugan has a 360-degree view. Any sneak attack is useless in front of the Byakugan. Ninkai turned his head, raised his mouth slightly, and smiled softly. If the opponent still had ninjutsu, Ninkai would still be difficult, but the opponent actually used physical skills in front of him, which was completely seeking death. Damn it! Kang Ling cursed angrily, kicking his feet continuously to attack Ninkai's head. The moment Kang Ling kicked, Ninkai was faster, holding Kang Ling's arm with his backhand and came behind him. The meridians on Kang Ling's arm were injured by Ninkai, and he could not use the substitute technique. Then, Ninkai suddenly exerted force, and with a click, he twisted Kang Ling's arm and broke it. Repeating the previous action, Ninkai also twisted Kang Ling's other arm. Kang Ling screamed like a pig in pain. Ninkai heard it harshly, raised his leg and kicked Kang Ling to the ground. In order to prevent Kang Ling from escaping, Ninkai raised his hand and shot 2 kunao through Kang Ling's feet. Ninkai nodded with satisfaction. In this way, not only can he not perform ninjutsu, but he can also not escape. Seeing Ninkai coming, Kang Ling said in disbelief, "Impossible, even if you have the Byakugan, you are just a mere genin, how can you be as strong as a jonin?" Ninkai stood in front of Kang Ling, raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and said, "It seems that you don't know yet, cherish your life and stay away from Konoha genin." Kang Ling was full of question marks. "Little brat, you are so cruel, one day you will die more miserably than me." Kang Ling's eyes were spitting fire. If eyes could kill, Ninkai would have been killed countless times by now. Okay, Ninkai picked his earwax and said impatiently, "Can these stereotyped dying words be changed in style? You didn't say you were tired, but I was tired of hearing them." As he said that, Ninkai pulled out the 2 kunao that pierced Kang Ling's knees, blood splattered, and the black kunao was stained red with blood. Kang Ling felt pain and looked at Ningkai with resentment. Ningkai ignored Kang Ling and wiped the blood off the kunao, stood up and said lightly, "I'll give you a chance, die by yourself, so as not to suffer. I haven't killed anyone yet, and I don't want to get blood on my hands so soon." My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the rest is more exciting. Chapter 13 You die yourself starting from Konoha to become a villain. You have never killed anyone. Kang Ling was so angry that he trembled all over, "So now you want me to kill myself," and said angrily, "You are going to be struck by lightning and die a bad death." It was too infuriating. After saying this, Kang Ling was so angry that he vomited blood. Ningkai raised his foot and kicked Kang Ling to the side of the stone, saying, "Seeing that your limbs are all useless, I will help you. You hit yourself to death on this stone. If you don't do it and force me to do it, then don't think about dying so happily." Kang Ling was so angry that his whole body trembled and he couldn't speak. He felt so aggrieved. He had never felt so aggrieved in his life. Since the other party was too disdainful to take action, he let him solve himself. He had never heard of this method in his life, but it happened to him today. Kang Ling felt that his breath was stuck in his chest and couldn't spit it out. Ningkai stepped back slightly and frowned, saying, "Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. If you don't do it, I will cut off your limbs first, and then let you bleed to death." Thinking of that scene, Kang Ling felt as if his whole body fell into an ice cellar, extremely cold. He looked at Ningkai angrily, grief-stricken, and couldn't speak for a long time. Kang Ling was so angry that he couldn't say anything. He pointed at Ningkai and cursed, "Little devil, I curse you to die miserably like me in the future. I hate it if you meet Konoha genin." After that, Kang Ling hit his head on a stone and died on the spot. Chinin Kang Ling died miserably on the spot. At this moment, Ningkai was listening carefully to the system voice echoing in his mind. At the moment when Kang Ling died tragically on the spot, the system voice also sounded at the same time. Side quest completed, kill a Chinin, reward 300 energy points. Chapter 14 The real use of the white eyes starting from Konoha to be a villain. I didn't kill anyone, you committed suicide. Ningkai looked at Kang with a face full of resentment and said softly. After that, he excitedly began to search for spoils. Who knew that this guy was a poor guy? This was the first time Ningkai saw a guy who was poorer than him, and he was still a Chinin. I don't believe a Chinin can be so poor. Ningji was a little annoyed, and tried his best to strip him of his underwear, but in the end he only found 10,000 taels of silver. However, this guy had quite a few kunao on him, 20 kunao, and 10 detonating tags. A Chinin only has this much. Ningkai once again felt how rich Tenten was. When he went out on a mission, he carried thousands of detonating tags and hundreds of ninja tools. After a few minutes of cleaning up the corpses and the battlefield, Ningkai quickly rushed to Li. When Ningkai came back, Teacher Kai finally came out of the base. Tenten was simply dealing with Li, and the four of them were waiting for him. Did you solve the Chinin? Kai asked impatiently when he saw Ningkai coming back. Yeah, Ningkai nodded and said, I killed him and dealt with the corpse, so I came back a little late. Ha ha ha, this is my disciple. Kai laughed excitedly, raised his hand and patted Ningkai on the shoulder, praising him. After that, Kai turned his head and looked at Kakashi, and said proudly, See, Kakashi, my disciple's ability is better than yours, and a genin can still defeat a Chinin. I just beat you the day before yesterday. Kakashi said lightly, and instantly killed Kai, and Kai's voice stopped abruptly. Ignoring Kai's challenging eyes, Kakashi squinted at Niji, who was grinning after being slapped by Kai, and was extremely shocked. He solved an elite Chinin in such a short time, even a Jonin could only do this. Kakashi has not forgotten the previous battle between Niji and Orochimaru's men. The powerful wind escape ninjutsu definitely has the strength of a Jonin. Kakashi was not surprised that he was a 13-year-old Jonin, because he became a Jonin at the age of 12. What made Kakashi concerned was that Niji was not using the Hyuga family's soft fist method, but ninjutsu. You must know that the Hyuga family is the strongest family in Konoha, and has a powerful blood limit Bun. The Hyuga family is not only arrogant but also very old-fashioned. They disdain to use ninjutsu. And Niji, as the first genius of the Hyuga family, actually used ninjutsu. Does it mean that the Hyuga family is going to change? Ninkai found that Kakashi had been looking at him, and he felt a little strange. Could this guy Kakashi have any special hobbies? The anime didn't say it, but it was said that Kakashi's only hobby was to watch Jiraiya's intimate paradise. Destroying the base, their mission was already overfulfilled. As for the follow-up work, there would be special people to handle it, but before leaving, they had to wait for the follow-up team to come to prevent Orochimaru from making a comeback. Dark night. The wind was howling, the weather changed suddenly, and heavy rain poured down continuously. Everyone could only enter the base to take shelter from the rain. It was raining outside the base, but it was very warm inside the base. The burning bonfire illuminated the passage. Ninkai and others did not enter the base, but just stayed at the entrance. In Kakashi's words, the scene inside was really disgusting, and he was so sick that he didn't even want to watch Intimate Paradise, let alone eat. Tenten and Lee had consumed too much energy and were injured after fighting during the day. They fell asleep without eating. Seeing them fall asleep, Teacher Kai fell asleep quickly. Only he and Kakashi were left sitting next to the fire, facing each other. Ninkai put a few pieces of wood in the fire to make the flames burn bigger. After doing this, Ninkai looked up at Kakashi, who was reading Intimate Violence seriously. The colorful cover showed several bikini girls sitting by the hot spring, talking and laughing. Seeing Kakashi reading with great interest, Ninkai couldn't help but say, "Is it really okay to read this kind of book in front of a minor like me? You want to read it too?" Kakashi looked up at Niji, and suddenly took out a colorful book from his pocket, saying, "I have another book called Intimate Paradise. If you want to understand intimate violence in my hand, you have to read this book first." Puff! Niji almost spit out a mouthful of blood, slapped the Intimate Paradise handed over by Kakashi, and said angrily, "That's not what I meant. I mean that even if you want to read it, change places. I am a minor. You are leading minors astray. I will go to the third generation to complain. You don't need me to lead you astray on this point." Kakashi glanced at Niji and continued to focus on the book. Niji was full of black lines. "What do you mean by this? Do I look very lustful?" Just when Niji was confused, suddenly, Kakashi held up Intimate Violence in his hand and said enviously, "Your eyes are the dream of countless men, and you can see through everything." Hearing this, Niji's mouth twitched. After all this time, Kakashi's first thought about the Byakugan was perspective. Speaking of which, when I knew the effect of the Byakugan, the first thought in my mind was to use it for perspective. It is definitely a magical tool. Next time I have a chance. Pa pa pa! Niji even spit on the ground. What is this? Why do I think about such things in my mind? It's all Kakashi's fault. He led me, a healthy and well-rounded young man, astray. Thinking of this, Niji looked at Kakashi with a bad face. I don't know if he doesn't want to read Seeking Hot Paradise for the time being, or if Niji brought up the topic. Kakashi put away the book, looked at Niji who was fiddling with the fire, and asked, "This is the first time I have seen a Hyuga clan member using ninjutsu. Where did you learn these ninjutsu?" Kai knows nothing about ninjutsu. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 14 The Real Use of the White Eyes Starting from Konoha to become a villain. Hey, Kakashi, Jonin, can you please stop asking me this question like you're interrogating a prisoner? Ninkai rolled his eyes and said, "Besides, what rule in the village says that Hyuga people can't learn ninjutsu? Geniuses must be different from others." Kakashi touched his head and said embarrassedly, "I've been in the Umbu for a long time, so I have some professional habits. I don't envy the Byakugan at all. Ninkai pointed at his eyes and deliberately made his tone sad. People of the branch family have been confined for a lifetime since the beginning of their memories. Everyone envies us for having Byakugan, but they don't know that we also envy them for being free. Why should he be sad? He must be sad. You know, he is only 13 years old now, and ninjas are all smart. If he doesn't pretend to be immature, what if he is discovered by someone with ulterior motives? Ninkai thinks his performance is also at the level of an actor. When facing Orochimaru, he specifically starts from the point of identifying and understanding this point, and successfully fools Orochimaru. Kakashi didn't say anything. It's hard to say bird in a cage. There are good and bad things, but it's really unfair to the people of the branch family. Since you have the strength of a Jonin, why do you still stay as a Jonin? Kakashi asked again. I'm being low-key. As a member of a branch family, the more dazzling I perform, the more nervous some people will be. Ninkai said carelessly, but in fact he was very nervous. Can I tell you that this is not my strength, but the power of the system, which can't scare you to death? After that, Ninkai looked at Kakashi curiously and asked, Kakashi Jonin, I see that you are very familiar with Orochimaru. Have you two had contact before? Well, because of the mission, I actually knew him when I was very young. At that time, my father often carried out missions with him. At this point, Kakashi stopped and didn't say anything. Ninkai knew that Kakashi didn't want to mention the topic of his father, so Ninkai didn't continue to ask. Suddenly thinking of something, Ninkai looked up and asked, Kakashi Jonin, I hope you can teach me in detail the nature and form changes of chakra. I still have a lot of deficiencies in this regard. Kakashi was startled by Niji's sudden request. Seeing Niji's serious face, Kakashi thought about it, nodded and agreed, but I can only teach you after I finish the task at hand and have time. Thank you Kakashi. Niji thanked happily. At the same time, the system reminder sounded in his mind. Side quest, learn from Kakashi successfully, reward the host with 300 energy points. Niji was overjoyed, it really worked, suddenly learning chakra nature change and form change from Kakashi, in addition to the lightning ninjutsu rewarded by this straight line task is very tempting. The most important thing is that after this battle, Niji deeply realized the limitations of only being good at one of physical skills, ninjutsu and illusion, and it is easy to be targeted, just like the battle against Kimimaro during the day. If he can learn some powerful ninjutsu, fighting with Kimimaro will not be so frustrating. This is just now. In the later period of the Ninja World War, all kinds of perverted and cheating guys appeared, such as Nine-Tailed Naruto, Eternal Mangekyo Sasuke, Senjo Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, etc. Facing these cheating guys, it is even more difficult for him to play a role in physical skills, unless he can be like Teacher Kai. With the sound of Yakai, he was directly crowned as the Emperor. Second update, please collect and recommend. Chapter 15 The Wily Old Fox starting from Konoha to be a villain. The second day. The special Jonin Baizulietong led a team of Chunin to the base. Kai and Kakashi handed over to Baizulietong, and Niji and the other two were thrown aside. Ninkai didn't have a deep impression of this special Jonin. He only remembered that he seemed to appear when rescuing Asuma, just a passerby. After Kai and Kakashi finished the handover, everyone left the base. There were 4 people when they came, but there were 5 when they left. With Kakashi and Kai, the 2 good friends, there was no peace on the way back. The 2 kept competing on the road, which made Ninkai and the other 3 miserable. How could they catch up with Kai and Kakashi, the 2 Jonin? The 3 of them almost fell down on the road from exhaustion. It took them a whole night to go to the base, but it only took them a little more than half a day to come back. When they returned to the village, the sun was still hanging high in the sky. After registering the information with the guards at the entrance of the village, this is a necessary procedure for entering the village. Whether ordinary people or ninjas, they must register their information as long as they enter the village. Since they are carrying out an S-level mission and it is related to the S-level rebel ninja Orochimaru, they must report the mission to the third Hokage after returning to the village. Following Guy and Kakashi to the Hokage's office, Niji looked around with a strong curiosity in his eyes. After being in the Naruto world for so long, this was his first time to come to the Hokage's office. The Hokage's office is also an important place in the village. Generally speaking, only ninjas who are on missions will enter and leave here. In addition, only ninjas from the Hokage guard will guard the surroundings. Normally, the Sandaime is very busy. As the Hokage, the Sandaime has to command everything in the village, whether it is ninjas or ordinary people. Seeing that Naruto has been so busy since he became the Hokage, he doesn't even go home every day. He almost sleeps in the office and eats instant noodles every day. It is enough to show that being a Hokage is not a good job. So you need to make an appointment to see the Sandaime, not if you want to see him, you can see him anytime. Of course, elite jonins like Kakashi and Guy can see the Sandaime anytime. Kakashi and Guy took Niji and the other two to see the Sandaime without an appointment. In the office, Niji and the other two stood behind Kakashi and Guy, listening to Guy and Kakashi's explanation of the mission. Niji was standing behind Kakashi, slightly tilting his head, observing the Sandaime quietly. He was wearing a white Hokage robe with a red ninja uniform, with wrinkles all over his face, which was the mark of time. He had a white goatee and a pipe in his mouth, and was listening carefully to Kakashi and Guy's report on the mission. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is the most special one among the 5 national Hokages, and the only one who became a Hokage again after abdication. So the third Hokage is the Hokage who actually holds the highest power in the Land of Fire for the longest time in the history of the ninja world, and is also the longest-lived Hokage, who ushered in the heyday of Konoha. After the First Ninja World War, the second Hokage was killed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was appointed to stabilize Konoha in the midst of the storm, and cultivated the 3 ninjas who were famous in the ninja world and each had the combat power of the Kage level. During the middle-aged period when the third Hokage was in charge of Konoha, Konoha was the most powerful among the 5 major countries. Under the leadership of the third Hokage, a large number of talented strongmen emerged in Konoha. At that time, Konoha alone had more than 1 Kage-level combat power. However, it was also in the hands of the third Hokage that Konoha slipped from the top little by little, just like the leaves that were lush to the extreme and inevitably withered in autumn. After the death of the fourth Hokage, the third Hokage regained power in Konoha and made a lot, for example, the stupid decision to reuse Danzo. But overall, it is undeniable that the third Hokage made great contributions to Konoha, and it is even more undeniable that the third Hokage was powerful, able to use 7 chakra attributes freely, proficient in all Konoha's ninjutsu, and enjoyed the title of Ninjutsu Professor. Unfortunately, it won't be long before the Sandaime leaves. Sir, in short, Orochimaru is conducting a lot of cruel human experiments in the base. Kai thought of the scenes he saw in the base and the dead children, and he hated Orochimaru. In comparison, Kakashi was much calmer and said in a deep voice, "Such a huge base was built in the Land of Fire, but we didn't find it at all. The story behind this is not as simple as we see." "Okay, I roughly understand it all." After listening to Kakashi and Kai's report, the Sandaime nodded and said, "You completed this mission perfectly. As for the follow-up matters, I will let the Umbu handle it." Hearing that the Sandaime asked the Umbu to handle it, Niji pursed his lips. If the Umbu handled it, it would be the same as not handling it. After all, the Umbu of Konoha was used for internal fighting and never came in handy at critical moments. The Sandaime saw this bland look from Niji, and his eyes flickered as he said, "This time, in the S-rank mission, Kai, your disciples performed very well. When you destroyed the base, they blocked the retreat and prevented the evil ninjas under Orochimaru from escaping." Kai smiled smugly upon hearing this, and glanced at Kakashi smugly, but Kakashi ignored Kai, which instantly reduced Kai's happiness. Tenten and Xiaoli were very happy to hear the Sandaime's praise, and their faces were full of smiles. Only Niji felt something was wrong. Why did the Sandaime suddenly bring the topic to the three of them? Hinaten Niji, the Sandaime suddenly called Niji's name. Niji was stunned for a moment, and hurried forward. Kakashi and Kai cooperated very well and moved aside to make room for Niji. Sir Sandaime. Niji stood between Kakashi and Kai, bowed and shouted. The third generation smiled at Ninkai, nodded and praised, "It is true that heroes emerge from youth." The Hyuga family was the earliest family when Konoha was established, and it is still a wealthy family in Konoha. Every year, they will cultivate powerful Byakugan ninjas for Konoha. As the third generation Hokage, I am very pleased that a genius like you can appear in the Hyuga family. Chapter 15 The wily old fox starting to be a villain from Konoha. Listening to this long speech full of official language, Ninkai pretended to be very useful on the surface, but he didn't agree in his heart. Who wants these long speeches? It's better to do something practical. The third generation talked about the Hyuga family from Niji, from the beginning of Konoha to the present, and from him to the third team. He spoke a lot, but Niji didn't understand a word of what the third generation meant. Do people of high status like to say things that others can't understand? Ninkai was bored and suddenly thought of this S-level mission. The third generation was really shrewd. On the surface, he asked them to carry out the mission, but secretly sent Kakashi to observe. The third generation knew the style of teacher Kai very well, so from the beginning, the third generation's purpose was not to investigate. No, it should be said that it was Kakashi who really carried out the investigation mission. They were actually the sticks to alert the snake. The third generation knew that teacher Kai would make a big fuss when he found the base. If he didn't lead out Orochimaru, he would destroy the base. If Orochimaru was led out, Kakashi would be the hidden link, which could both investigate and serve as a backup. After all, Kakashi and Kai joined forces. Even Orochimaru couldn't defeat them both. One ring after another, including Naruto stealing the seal book. Niji couldn't help but sigh in his heart, the third generation is indeed a shrewd old fox. At this time, the third generation Hokage finally finished speaking, and then gave Niji, Tenten and Xiaoli verbal encouragement, and asked Kai to take Niji and them away. The moment he left the Hokage's office, Niji's mind rang with the voice of the system. Ding dong, side quest, complete 1S level mission, reward 500 energy points, skill point, super electromagnetic cannon. Seeing these two rewards, Niji was very surprised. 500 energy points were enough for him to use Wind Wound twice again. Super battery cannon, based on the principle of electromagnetic induction, the kunao is fired at an initial velocity of 2 times the speed of sound, speed 1030 m/s. Using different types of ninja tools. The larger the mass of the ninja tool, the slower the initial velocity. It has an almost 100% hit rate and powerful destructive power. Consume 300 energy points. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the Hokage's office, Niji would have wanted to try it right away to see how powerful the kunao thrown by the railgun was. As soon as Kai and the others left, the smile on the third Hokage's face disappeared immediately. He looked up at Kakashi and said calmly, "Kakashi, tell me everything that happened exactly." "Yes." So, Kakashi told the third Hokage everything that happened in detail. Among them, Kakashi told the most detailed about the battle between Niji and Kimimaro, and then Orochimaru appeared, especially the conversation between Niji and Orochimaru, which Kakashi told to the third Hokage word for word. The third update is here. I wish all readers a happy National Day. If you like starting to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Starting to be a villain from Konoha is the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 16 Orochimaru sneaks into Konoha starting from Konoha as a villain. Inside the Hokage's office. After listening to Kakashi's story, the third generation held his chin with both hands and fell into deep thought. Now it seems that the most important gain of this S-level mission is not Orochimaru's movements, but Hyuga Niji. Kakashi, can you conclude that Hyuga Niji has the strength of a Jonin? The third generation looked up at Kakashi and asked for confirmation. Confirmed. Kakashi said very seriously and with certainty, the unknown wind escape ninjutsu performed by Hyuga Niji destroyed the double Rashomon summoned by Orochimaru in one blow, and its power is close to that of an S-level ninjutsu. Hearing that it could destroy the double Rashomon summoned by Orochimaru, the third generation believed what Kakashi said in his heart. As a direct disciple of the first and second generations, no one in the world can understand the defense of Rashomon more clearly than him. He has personally seen Master Hashirama summon the 5-layer Rashomon and block the tailed beast ball of the tailed beast. Hyuga Niji can perform wind escape ninjutsu that destroys 2 layers of Rashomon, which is something that ordinary Jonin cannot do. Hyuga Niji's strength as a Jonin is not what the third generation cares about most. Kakashi in front of him was already a Jonin at the age of 12. The third generation cares about the same thing as Kakashi. Hyuga Niji is the first genius of the Hyuga family. He does not use soft fists but uses ninjutsu. According to Kakashi, he is also very good at combining ninjutsu with swordsmanship. In his impression, he has never seen the Hyuga family use ninjutsu to fight, let alone a Hyuga family genius like Niji using ninjutsu. At this moment, Kakashi suddenly proposed, "Sandame-sama, I think Niji should not be judged as a genin anymore. Even if he cannot become a jonin immediately, he can be promoted to chinin temporarily. To be promoted from genin to chinin, you need to go through the chinin exam. This is the general situation, but there are special circumstances for everything. It is naturally impossible for all genin to be promoted through the chinin exam. For example, during the war, genin was promoted to chinin, and chinin was promoted to jonin. There was no exam, only based on the record and strength. Niji is in this special situation now. His strength is comparable to that of jonin. It is just a waste of time to take the chinin exam again." But the third generation did not agree with Kakashi's suggestion. In Kakashi's puzzled eyes, the third generation explained, "I just received a message from the Kaze Cage of Sand Village yesterday. The Sand Shadow Village wants to jointly hold the chinin exam with Konoha Village." What? Kakashi was shocked. In recent years, Sand Village and Konoha seem to be very peaceful, but in fact, there are constant conflicts in secret. Kakashi has been in the Umbu in the past few years, so he knows these things very well. Hearing that the Sand Village was going to jointly hold the chinin exam with Konoha, Kakashi immediately felt something was wrong. The third generation saw Kakashi's concerns, and before Kakashi could speak, the third generation said, "Kakashi, I know your concerns very well. But after high-level research, it is believed that this is a great opportunity to improve the situation between Sand Village and Konoha. Since the Sand Village Kaze Cage is so sincere, we should not refuse with a peaceful attitude, and we cannot give up the opportunity for the 2 major countries to live in peace because of speculation without evidence. Moreover, we proposed to hold the chinin exam in Konoha, and Sand Village agreed." Kakashi's first reaction was to not believe it. How could the Sand Village, which had been secretly in conflict, suddenly change its policy? But the other party actually agreed to hold the chinin exam in Konoha, which left Kakashi speechless. The third generation paused, and then said, "Ningji must participate in this chinin tournament. According to the information from the Umbu, the 4th Kaze Cage has a son who is very powerful and will also participate in this chinin tournament. After the chinin tournament, the daimyo will propose to the Kingdom of Wind to form an alliance. So, you should understand the importance of this chinin competition, Kakashi." Kakashi nodded and said seriously, "I know, this chinin exam is not only an exam, but also a stage for Sand Village and Konoha to show the younger generation. The final result of the competition will affect which side will take the initiative in signing an alliance between the 2 major countries of Fire Country and Wind Country. So we need Niji to participate in this chinin exam and win the final championship," the third generation said seriously, holding a pipe in his mouth. Ninkai, who is determined to be a big villain, doesn't know that the third generation regards him as a savior. "What do you need me to do?" Kakashi asked directly. The third generation said this to him, and it was definitely not a chat with him. As Kakashi expected, the third generation took out a task report and gave it to Kakashi, saying, "Before the Chunin exam begins, I hope you can train some young ninjas, so I plan to let you lead the genin. These are the graduates of the ninja school you need to lead." Kakashi took the report and frowned slightly when he saw the 3 graduates he was going to lead. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Third generation, you have given me a tough job. You have thrown the 2 most complicated and troublesome thorns of the younger generation to me. I would rather complete the S-level mission. No one in Konoha can complete this task except you. You are the only one among the Jonin who is proficient in Sharingan. Moreover, Naruto is the son of the 4th generation, and you are the only one among the Jonin who is the disciple of the 4th generation. I think you are the only one in the whole Konoha who can teach these 2 people," the 3rd generation said with a slight smile while holding the cigarette butt. Seeing that the 3rd generation said this, Kakashi knew that he could not postpone it. He turned to the last page, pointed at the girl on it, and asked in confusion, "Who is this Haruno Sakura?" "A child from an ordinary family, no one in the family is a ninja. Naruto and Sasuke have experienced twists and turns in their childhood, plus their complicated identities and backgrounds, so I put this very ordinary girl between the 2 as a mediator," the 3rd generation introduced. In fact, there is something that the 3rd generation did not explain, not only because of Haruno Sakura's ordinary identity, but also because Haruno Sakura is the only bond that can connect Naruto and Sasuke, even if it is just the relationship between children. "Get ready tonight, tomorrow you will be Kakashi teacher." The Sanda smiled at Kakashi who had a headache. In fact, he had always wanted Kakashi to lead the genin, but Kakashi always refused. In addition, the Sanda didn't want Kakashi to lead some ordinary ninjas, so he kept dragging it on. This year, Sasuke and Naruto graduated at the same time, and Kakashi was the most suitable candidate. When Kakashi left the Hokage's office, it was already dark. Kakashi looked up at the sky covered by dark clouds, shook his head and sighed as he left the Hokage's office. It was a dark and windy night. A small snake passed through the outer defense forces of Konoha and sneaked into the interior of Konoha village. After entering Konoha, the small snake revealed itself, and it was Orochimaru. Tonight, Orochimaru sneaked into Konoha not to cause trouble, he just came to settle accounts. "No one can calculate me." Orochi said something sinister, and disappeared in a flash, heading towards the Forest of Death. A dense forest near the Forest of Death, this is the secret base of the route, and also the destination of Orochimaru. 4th update, please collect and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 17 Orochimaru vs Danzo starting from Konoha to be a villain. Ichiraku Ramen Stand. At this time, there was only one customer at the ramen stand, Niji, who was waiting for Uncle Ichiraku's delicious ramen to be made. After leaving the Hokage's office, Niji went home and had a good sleep. When he woke up, it was dark and he was facing a house where even the mice had run away. Niji decisively went out to look for food. Just when Niji was struggling with what to eat, he suddenly smelled a fragrance in the air, so he followed the fragrance to the Ichiraku ramen stand. "Look at my sharp swordsmanship!" Uncle Ichiraku shouted, and the sharp knife flashed, and the barbecued pork on the chopping board was cut in half. What a sharp knife technique! Niji's face was full of embarrassment. At this moment, Uncle Ichiraku suddenly looked up to the northwest, his eyes narrowed slightly. Niji was stunned, and subconsciously looked in the direction Uncle Ichiraku was looking. The clouds were very thick tonight, even covering the moon, and it was pitch black in the distance. Moreover, the northwest direction was the place with the least people in the village, and there was only the death forest in that direction. Why did Uncle Ichiraku look at that place? Uncle Ichiraku just glanced at it, and a smile reappeared on his face, showing Niji his sharp knife technique. Based on the point, Orochimaru did not hide his figure, and walked into the range of the route base. As the darkest organization in Konoha and the sword that destroys everything, the route has always been extremely low-key, and most people in the village don't know that Konoha has such an organization. Within 500 meters of the entrance to the base, the roots set up a huge sensor barrier. As long as someone enters, it will alarm the root members stationed in the base. When Orochimaru entered the sensor barrier, 2 masked root members rushed out of the base and quickly rushed in the direction of Orochimaru. Orochimaru walked slowly in the dark forest. The black clouds covered the moon. The forest was even darker, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. The golden pupil flickered in the dark night. Under Orochimaru's transformation, his eyes could already see at night, and no matter how dark the environment was, it would not affect his vision. Whoosh whoosh! In the darkness, several kunai that merged with the darkness were shot out, and only the sound of the wind was whistling. Orochimaru raised his hand and clamped the 3 kunai shot from behind between his fingers. Explode! The hidden root ninja leopard shouted coldly, and the detonating tag tied to the kunai was briefly ignited, and it exploded with a bang, and the flames were everywhere, illuminating the dark dense forest. Did he kill it? Leopard muttered to himself. The 3 detonating tags exploded head-on, and even the opponent could not resist even if he was a ninja. This is the way the root does things. Under Danzo's order, anyone who breaks into the range of the root base will be killed immediately if he makes any wrong moves, regardless of whether the opponent is a ninja or an ordinary person. At this moment, the face of the leopard hiding behind the tree changed wildly, and drops of sweat oozed from his forehead and flowed down his cheeks. Under the cover of darkness, a kunai flashed with a cold light and pressed against the leopard's throat. As long as Orochimaru holding the kunai exerted a little more force, he could easily pierce the leopard's throat. Too strong! The leopard was terrified. The other party appeared behind him, and he didn't even notice that the other party was definitely not just a jonin, but must be a shadow-level combat power. What is such a terrifying strong man doing here? The leopard's first reaction was to notify Danzo, but the kunai in Orochimaru's hand was tightly against the leopard's neck. Let alone action, even if the leopard swallowed his saliva, the kunai would easily pierce his throat. You guys are really naughty. Orochimaru's feminine voice sounded in the leopard's ears. But Orochimaru did not choose to kill the leopard. He held the kunai in his backhand and stabbed it into the leopard's chest fiercely, and the leopard screamed in pain. At this moment, Shigaraki Tanuki, who was hiding next to him, quickly formed seals with both hands and released ninjutsu. Lightning escape. Thunder. A thunderbolt burst out from the mouth of Shigaraki Tanuki, tearing through the darkness and shattering the night sky, like a lightning spear piercing Orochimaru. Orochimaru's figure flashed, and he used the instant body technique to avoid the thunderbolt. Although Leopard was slower due to his injury, he also used the substitute technique to avoid the thunderbolt in time. Orochimaru, who disappeared in the tree, appeared again and returned to the ground. With his eyes in night vision, he smiled slightly when he saw Leopard and Shigaraki Tanuki hiding in the darkness. Orochimaru continued to walk towards the entrance of the stronghold. At this time, Danzo finally appeared. Looking at Orochimaru in the dark, Danzo's face was gloomy. However, Danzo did not have the ability of night vision. He could only sense Orochimaru's existence with chakra. Such a strong and weird chakra, Danzo frowned. The opponent was really powerful. One of his 2 senior ninjas was subdued in an instant. Where did this strong man come from? Who is coming? Orochimaru. The scene was quiet in an instant, the breeze blew gently, and the dancing branches and leaves were like a demon with bared fangs and claws, devouring people's souls. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Leopard and Shigaraki's faces changed drastically at the same time, dumbfounded. Orochimaru, one of the former 3 ninjas and now an S-level rebel, actually sneaked into Konoha. Danzo's face was calm, without any fluctuations. When he felt the strange chakra in Orochimaru's body, Danzo had a rough guess in his mind. There are many people with such strength in the ninja world, but he only knows one person with such strange and gloomy chakra. Disperse! Danzo ordered lightly, and Leopard and Shigariki's figures flashed and disappeared from the spot without a trace. Seeing Danzo's men leave, Orochimaru smiled and said, "You are still the same as always, Danzo-sama, hiding in the base of the root and not seeing the sun. You, the S-rank rebel ninja of Konoha, have been hiding all the time, afraid of being discovered by Jiraiya. Since you three evils left, the village has been much more peaceful." Chapter 17 Orochimaru vs Danzo starting from Konoha to be a villain. Neither of them continued to talk about this topic. If the eldest brother doesn't talk about the second brother, why do they have to hurt each other? Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue and asked, "You exposed my base, didn't you?" Yes, Danzo did not deny it, nor was there any need to deny it. Since Orochimaru appeared here, it meant that Orochimaru already knew the answer, and said, "This is just a small punishment for you not keeping your promise. I provided you with research materials to help you cover up, but you did not tell me that you had researched Hashirama's cells. Danzo, you are still as anxious as ever. The move just now was just a small reminder to you. If there is a next time, I will pull out the roots hidden in the darkness." Orochimaru looked at Danzo with contempt, a naked threat. After that, Orochimaru took out a scroll from his chest, made seals with both hands, and took out the container containing Hashirama's cells sealed on it. Orochimaru patted the container beside him and smiled, "Hashirama's cells are here." Danzo's eyes were instantly hot. As an old man who came from the era of the first generation of Hokage, he had seen the powerful power of the first generation of Hokage. He had always supported Orochimaru with all his strength, and his goal was Hashirama's cells. After saying that, Orochimaru continued, "But the Hashirama cells here are not perfect Hashirama cells. A little flaw will cause a certain degree of rejection reaction, and the intensity of the reaction varies from person to person." The heat in Danzo's eyes disappeared instantly, and his eyes darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "Orochimaru, the transaction between us is the perfect Hashirama cells, and now you are using this defective product to fool me." Facing Danzo's anger, Orochimaru said disapprovingly, "Compared to the original Hashirama cells, this batch is already the best. If you want perfect cells, you need to wait more." "I don't have time to wait for you." Danzo suppressed his anger. Without Hashirama's cells, his plan to plant the Sharingan would not succeed. At this moment, Orochimaru smiled slightly and said, "There are many ways to realize your ambitions. Sometimes one way doesn't work, you can try another way." "What do you mean, Orochimaru?" Danzo's right eye condensed slightly. "I have a plan to cooperate with you. If it succeeds, the position of Konoha Hokage will be yours." Orochimaru's voice was very tempting. After a brief exchange that no one knew about, Orochimaru and Danzo were very satisfied, and both got what they wanted. The purpose of coming to Konoha was achieved. Orochimaru turned and left, and suddenly thought of something. Orochimaru stopped, turned his head and looked at Danzo, grinning. "By the way, help me investigate a genin, Hyaga Niji." Danzo kept watching Orochimaru's back disappear in front of him, then he retracted his gaze, recalling the name that Orochimaru had just mentioned. Danzo looked thoughtful. Hinaden Niji. Niji, who was feasting at the Ichiraku ramen stall, didn't know that he had been targeted by Shimura Danzo, the most ruthless and dark man in Konoha. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect m.shuhaige.net, From Konoha to be a Villain. Chapter 18 Kakashi, who led the children astray from Konoha to be a villain. "Uncle Ichiraku, give me a bowl of miso ramen." Ninkai was eating heartily when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Ninkai turned his head and saw Naruto sitting next to him with an unhappy face. When Ninkai found Naruto, Naruto also found Ninkai. Naruto blinked his eyes, and his unhappy face became even more unhappy. How could he meet Ninkai, a stupid guy with white eyes, when eating ramen? "Naruto, what do you think my eyes mean?" Ninkai frowned. For some reason, he had the urge to slap Naruto to death. "Nothing." Naruto turned his head away and muttered, "It's so unlucky. I just left the stupid Sasuke and met the stupid Ninkai again." This time Ninkai heard it clearly, and his head was full of black lines. Is Naruto, this bastard, itchy? He is a fool when he opens his mouth and a fool when he closes his mouth. I haven't seen him for a few days. Since this guy learned the multiple shadow clone technique and became a genin, he has been a little bit arrogant. Just when Ninkai was thinking about pulling Naruto, Naruto suddenly looked up and asked, "Stupid Ninkai, how do you say you want girls to like you? Haruno Sakura." Niji's face was full of teasing smiles. That's right, Naruto nodded quickly, like a chick pecking at rice. The sound was long, and in Naruto's increasingly expectant eyes, Niji shook his head and said, "I don't know." Naruto suddenly rolled his eyes and glared at Niji with gritted teeth. Niji glanced at Naruto and thought to himself, "I have never been in love in my 2 lives. If I knew how to chase girls, would I still be single now? The flavored ramen is ready." Uncle Ichiraku shouted with a smile on his face, and brought the big bowl of ramen specially prepared for Naruto. Naruto turned his grief and anger into appetite and ate it with big mouthfuls. Seeing Naruto talking about Haruno Sakura, Ninkai suddenly remembered the task of improving Haruno Sakura's favorability towards Naruto in the side quest. When Ninkai saw this task, he threw it to the corner. "System, you let me travel back to 13 years old, not 3 years old. I can still change Sakura's view of Naruto. At this age, Sasuke has done a series of things, but Sakura has not changed. Ninkai is not arrogant enough to think that he can do it." While Ninkai was thinking about it, the whole bowl of ramen had been finished by Naruto. Patting his somewhat round belly, Naruto burped comfortably. "I'm full, I'm going to find Sakura," Naruto smiled happily. After a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, Naruto immediately regained his vitality. Seeing that Naruto was about to be turned away, Niji stopped him and said, "Naruto, you are looking for Haruno Sakura so late, she will definitely not see you," and pointed to the clock above his head, which was already past 10 o'clock. "Ah!" Seeing that it was already past 10 o'clock, Naruto covered his head with his hands and shouted in regret, "It's over, it's over, it's already 10 o'clock, Sakura must be asleep." Seeing Naruto like this, Niji asked curiously, "What on earth are you looking for Sakura so late at night?" Naruto shrugged his head and said weakly, "Tomorrow is the day for the class division, and I want Sakura to be in the same class with me." "So you looked for Sasuke earlier just to talk about this matter," Niji understood. Naruto ignored Niji and lay on the table. Niji suddenly thought of something and smiled, "I'll give you an idea to make Sakura like you." "What idea?" Naruto's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked up at Niji, like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw. Niji approached Naruto and said, "Give Sakura more gifts. Girls like gifts, especially girls like Sakura who love beauty. They will definitely be very happy to receive gifts." Hearing Niji's idea, Naruto's eyes lit up even more, but then Naruto his eyes darkened, and he whispered, "I have no money. The money that the 3rd generation grandfather gave me is only enough for food." Well, he is also a poor guy. When a poor guy meets a poor guy, Niji feels that they are in the same boat. He cursed the old man of the 3rd generation in his heart. He was really unkind. He only gave Naruto such a small amount of money every month. Although the 4th generation and Kushina only looked at Naruto and died when Naruto was born, Namikaze Minato was the 4th generation Hokage, and Kushina was an elite Jonin. The 2 of them alone performed dozens of S-level missions. The minimum reward for an S-level mission is 1 million taels. The difficulty of the S-level missions performed by the 4th generation is probably not low. Even if the 4th generation and Kushina performed the lowest level missions, there were tens of millions of taels. After Namikaze Minato became Hokage, the expenses of his family were all borne by the village. In addition, Namikaze Minato also had a lot of salary every year. Logically speaking, Naruto should have been a rich 2nd generation when he was born. But Naruto often faces the situation of being hungry. Even the cheap Ichiraku ramen is a luxury for Naruto. Often, Irika needs to treat him. The fourth Hokage is the hero who saved the village. His money is in the village. Without the third Hokage's nod, who dares to embezzle it? After rolling his eyes, Niji has another idea and said, if you don't have money, you can send flowers. No girl doesn't like flowers. You can send flowers to Sakura every morning. Sakura will definitely not accept my flowers, Naruto said disappointedly when he thought of Sakura's usual behavior towards him. You send yours, you don't care whether she accepts it or not, Niji said angrily, you have to be thick-skinned to chase a girl. You haven't sent it, how do you know that she won't accept it? Even if she doesn't accept it, it doesn't matter. You can send it when you have time. Anyway, it doesn't cost money. In addition to sending flowers, there is the most important point, sweet talk, which is very important. Naruto nodded vigorously. In Naruto's opinion, every word of Niji's words was insightful and thunderous. Naruto felt that a smooth road suddenly appeared in front of the fog. After a long conversation, Ninkai's mouth was dry, so he picked up the tea next to him and drank it. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to be a villain is updated the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 18 Kakashi, who led the children astray starting from Konoha to be a villain. Suddenly, Naruto thought of something, touched his head and said in annoyance, but I am not good at preaching. Puff. Ninkai was so scared that he sprayed out the tea in his mouth, and he coughed. It took a long time for him to calm down, wiped the tea from the corner of his mouth, and looked up at Naruto. You are modest, you are modest. Everyone knows that you are the first person to talk about it. Of course, Ninkai only said the second half of the sentence in his heart, and did not say it out loud. Thinking of Nagato, Obito, and Gaara, Niji deeply knows the power of mouth-to-mouth. The strongest ultimate ninjutsu, mouth-to-mouth, can only be blocked by pretending to be ninjutsu. By the way, in addition to sending flowers and sweet words, I have. As Niji was talking, two hands suddenly stretched out from behind and lifted Naruto and Niji at the same time. When Naruto and Niji reacted, they were already half hanging in the air, kicking the air with their feet, and they looked behind them at the same time. I saw Ayame glaring at Niji and Naruto with gritted teeth, and two blushes climbed up her fair cheeks. She had just been listening to Niji and Naruto discussing how to pick up girls. After hearing the end, Ayame finally couldn't bear it anymore, and mentioned Niji and Naruto, educating them, you two little brats, who taught you these things, what are you thinking in your heads at such a young age, you haven't even grown all your hair, and you still want to pick up girls, wait until you grow up. I'm just listening, Naruto cried out in injustice. Kakashi. Ninkai decisively pushed Kakashi out. I knew that Kakashi, that guy, was holding a copy of Intimate Paradise every day, and now he is teaching the kids bad things. I'm going to complain to the Sandaime. Also, Dad, from now on, the price of ramen for Kakashi to eat will double, no, 10 times. After saying that, the angry Ayame didn't wait for Ninkai and Naruto to speak, raised her hand and threw Ninkai and Naruto out of the ramen stall, and slammed them heavily to the ground. At the same time, at Kakashi's house, Kakashi, who was reading Intimate Violence by lamplight at night, suddenly sneezed violently and rubbed his nose. Kakashi thought, could it be that some beautiful woman was thinking about him? After muttering, Kakashi continued to read Intimate Violence in his hand. This was a new volume released recently. He waited for 3 days and 3 nights to buy it. Soon, Kakashi was attracted by the content. Jiraiya-sama's writing is getting better and better, this description, this illustration. Chapter 19, Performing the Mission Alone starting from Konoha to be a villain. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for taking the first step to become a villain. After separating from Naruto, Niji was walking on the way home and was stunned by the voice that suddenly sounded in his mind. Niji was very puzzled. He didn't do anything. He just had a bowl of noodles with Naruto. How could he become a villain, Suddenly Lin Tian thought of how he taught Naruto how to chase Sakura. Could it be related to this? Apart from this, he has not done anything else. Host, Ninkai. Gender, male. Identity, Konoha Genin. Chakra, 1887/1906, Chunin Chakra, 500-2000. Energy, 2800 points. The only main task, become the biggest villain in the Naruto world, 0.01%. Skills, white eyes, water breathing, gentle fist. Seeing that the main task has changed from 0 to 0.01% completion, Ninkai secretly said, "Sure enough, I didn't expect that just giving Naruto ideas to chase Sakura, he actually became a big villain. I didn't expect that teaching people to pick up girls is also something that big villains would do." Hokage's office. Ninkai looked at the sandaime in front of him in confusion. He was awakened by the Hokage guards in his sleep early this morning, saying that the sandaime Hokage had a special task for him. But he is only a genin now. According to the standard of Konoha's mission execution, genin cannot execute missions alone, even the lowest D-level missions. But the sandaime called him over now, it is impossible to issue him a D-level mission. No matter how idle the sandaime is, he will not be so idle. Besides, if the D-level missions have to be issued by the Hokage himself, Konoha would have been finished long ago. Just when Niji was puzzled, the sandaime suddenly took out a scroll and opened it, saying, "Here is a reconnaissance-type B-level mission. Originally, Kai was going to lead you to complete it, but Kai temporarily went to perform an A-level mission. Xiaoli and Tian Tian are recovering from injuries. Now you are the only one left in the third team. From the perspective of the mission system, you are only a genin and cannot perform B-level missions, but Kakashi said that although you are only a genin, you have the strength of a jonin, enough to undertake B-level missions alone." He immediately greeted Kakashi's family in his heart, and cursed Kakashi that he would never be able to buy intimate violence again. Ninkai was helpless. Kakashi really told the sandaime everything that happened that day. He originally wanted to play the pig and eat the tiger. Now that the sandaime knew, it meant that the top leaders knew about it, which meant that he, Ninkai, had already entered the eyes of the Konoha top leaders. Thinking of the chaos in the Konoha top leaders, Ninkai could already imagine the trouble that would follow. "Kakashi, you are too kind, I just took advantage of it," Ninkai said modestly. The sandaime smiled slightly and said, "It is a good thing for young people not to be impatient and humble, but don't be too modest. I believe you can complete this task well." "Yes." Ninkai nodded and took the task scroll. The sandaime put the task scroll in Ninkai's hand and explained, "According to the news from the Umbu, there are rebel ninjas from Kirigakure who have fled to the Land of Fire, and the Kirigakure's pursuit ninja troops have followed them into the Land of Fire. Your task is to find out whether this news is true, the identity of the rebel ninjas, and the number and identity of the Kirigakure assassination troops, and pass the news back to the village." "I understand, Lord Sandaime." Ninkai held the scroll and bowed, then respectfully left the Hokage's office. It was not until he left the Hokage's office that Ninkai muttered in his heart, what on earth did the sandaime want to do, assigning him a B-level task as a genin, and this was not an ordinary B-level task, it was just him alone to investigate the Kirigakure hunting ninja troops and the rebel ninjas, and it was not too much to classify this task as A-level. Forget it, when the enemy comes, the general will stop it, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. He drove away the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and there was no clue at all. It was useless to think more now. Before leaving the village, he had to go home and take the things he had prepared. Although it was just a reconnaissance mission, it was very likely that he would face the Kirigakure hunting troops, and this kind of hunting troops must be led by Jonin. In addition to the hunting troops, the rebel ninja also needed to be paid attention to, and the other party was also likely to be a Jonin. It doesn't mean that only Jonin can become a rebel ninja. As long as the ninjas who betrayed the village are rebels, but only Jonin are qualified to be a rebel ninja that the village pays attention to. It is also said that there must be at least 2 jonins. Facing 2 jonins, it is only a B-level mission. What on earth are you thinking, Sandame? Niji muttered and hurried home quickly. On the way home, Niji was suddenly stopped by a huge long team. The whole street was crowded with people. Niji roughly estimated that there were at least thousands of people. Just as Niji was wondering what kind of event was held that could attract thousands of people and cause a situation where thousands of people were empty. A ninja with a forehead protector rushed out of the crowd, holding a book in his hand, and shouted excitedly to the sky. I got it, I finally got it, the latest volume of Intimate Violence. This guy. Niji looked at the guy in front of him who was so excited that his body was shaking with excitement, and his mouth twitched, speechless. Is it that serious? Isn't it just a pornographic book? After all, isn't the content just those things? As for even a ninja being so excited, no, it can be said to be crazy. Is there really something profound in this book? Ninkai asked in his heart. For the first time, Ninkai had the idea of watching Intimate Violence, although it was just a little bit. As soon as the ninja finished speaking, several ninjas rushed out and snatched it. Sorry, kid, hand it over. Don't even think about snatching it, it's mine. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please bookmark it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shuhage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 19 Execution Alone Mission _ Starting from Konoha as a villain. I'll give you money, I'll buy it, I'm willing to pay 10 times. Buy you a big head ghost, this is not something that can be measured by money. Suddenly, more than a dozen people fought in a group. On the streets of Konoha, more than a dozen ninjas fought for this intimate violence, with dust and smoke rolling, sand and stones flying. Seeing that the battle was about to involve himself, Ninkai hurriedly retreated, looked at the crazy people below, sighed helplessly, shook his head and turned away. Jiraiya's book is unexpectedly popular. After returning home, Ninkai simply packed up and took everything he should bring. Because this mission was carried out by one person, Ninkai brought more ninja tools and other things used for fighting than usual, especially kunao. Ninkai brought twice as much as usual. By the time Ninkai packed up everything and was ready to go, it was already noon. The sun was hanging high above his head, the scorching sun was scorching the earth, and the rolling heat waves were blowing in his face. What bad luck! Feeling the scorching heat outside, Ninkai was dejected and listless. In this weather, everyone was eating watermelon at home, but he had to go on a mission. When Ninkai walked to the village gate, Shinayu Izumo and Gangzatai were sitting under a huge parasol with cold drinks in front of them. Seeing Ninkai coming, both of them were stunned. Shinayu Izumo picked up the cold drink on the table and handed it to Ninkai, smiling, "Have a cup, it's so hot, it's really hot." Ninkai was not polite, took the cold drink and drank it in 3 or 2 gulps, complaining, "The third generation really doesn't care about the people's feelings. It's so hot and you still let me go out to perform tasks." As he said that, Niji took out the mission certificate for leaving the village. When Izumo Kamatsuki and Gang Zaitetsu saw that the mission level was B level, they were immediately surprised. The highest mission they had ever performed was only B level. "Are you alone?" Gang Zaitetsu asked curiously. "Yes. Just me," Niji nodded. The two were even more shocked. It was impossible for an ordinary Chunin to perform a B-level mission alone. How could Niji, who was just a genin, be sent to perform such a mission? Izumo Kamatsuki and Gang Zaitetsu's first reaction was that the mission was wrong, but they carefully read the mission pass several times, and the signatures of the third Hokage on it were all real. What's going on? The higher UPS actually let a genin perform a B-level mission. Izumo Kamatsuki couldn't believe it. Could it be that the teenagers now were stronger than the two of them? Izumo Kamatsuki subconsciously looked at Gang Zaitetsu, who happened to look over as well. Their eyes met in the air, and they saw the same voice in each other's eyes. "We won't really become the gatekeeping duo, will we?" From the pass in their hands, Shinayu Izumo and Gangzatai felt a strong malice, and their eyes looking at Ninkai became resentful. Chapter 20 Beautiful Rebel Ninja comes to the door starting from Konoha to be a villain. After leaving the village, Ninkai went directly to the town where the mission was located, swaying, neither fast nor slow. He was the only one to carry out the mission, so why was he so anxious? Besides, this mission gave Ninkai a bad feeling, so it was better to go slowly. If there was really something wrong behind it, it would be better to go slowly. Besides, this was his first time out of the village after he came to Naruto, and he just took the opportunity of the mission to visit the Naruto world. With this idea in mind, Ninkai took a whole day to walk what was supposed to be a half-day journey. Sitting under the shadow of a big tree to avoid the scorching sun, Ninkai stretched out his hand and tapped on the map, muttering to himself, "This is where I am now. I will reach the town where the rebels are hiding after I go down the mountain." After saying that, Ninkai looked up at the increasingly hot sun. He didn't dare to walk in such a big sun, so he should have a good rest. Thinking of this, Ninkai leaned against the big tree with his hands on the back of his head and slowly fell asleep, with intermittent breathing sounds from his mouth until it slowly stabilized. Ninkai suddenly had a dream while sleeping. In his dream, he dreamed of an extremely beautiful woman walking towards him slowly, graceful and light-footed. 3,000 black hair fell on her shoulders, her skin was white and smooth like snow, her face was handsome, and she had a posture that could make fish sink and geese fall. Especially when she smiled, her beautiful face was like the most beautiful lily in full bloom, like a clear spring refreshing the heart. There was no language to describe it. Ninkai was stunned. Hi! Ninkai suddenly felt the sound of the wind in a daze, the real touch of the wind blowing on his face, not a false feeling. Blinking his eyes, Ninkai was stunned for a few seconds, and immediately reacted. "I'm not dreaming!" Ninkai shouted in his heart. Startled, he quickly got up, rubbed his eyes with both hands, and looked carefully. He was really not dreaming, there was really a beautiful woman walking towards him. The smile on her face was as fresh and refined as a blooming lily, 3,000 black hair fluttered in the wind, wearing a kimono embroidered with pink cherry blossoms. So beautiful! Ninkai's face showed an intoxicated look, but it was only a moment. Ninkai's face returned to calmness. A beautiful woman appeared on this deserted mountain. "Do you really think I'm a sex-hungry ghost like Jiraiya?" Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Niji sneered, holding a kunai tightly in his hands behind his back. At this moment, whoosh, with a sound, a black kunai shot from behind. Niji's face changed instantly, and he jumped up with both feet to avoid the flying kunai. The kunai landed where Niji had just stood, and the detonating tag tied to the kunai detonated at the same time. Bang! Under the huge explosion, fire and flames were everywhere, and dust and smoke rolled among the flying sand and rocks. Niji used the instant body technique to escape from the detonation range of the detonating tag, landed on his feet, and slid several meters away before stopping. Join hands? Attract attention in public and attack in secret, Niji frowned slightly. Without hesitation, Niji quickly opened his Byakugan, chakra poured into his eyes, pupil power radiated, Byakugan saw through everything, and everything that blocked him was useless in front of Byakugan. Not just one, there are 4. After opening the Byakugan, Niji realized that it was not one person who attacked him, but 4 people. Niji was surprised, more chakra flowed into his eyes, and his pupil power increased sharply. He saw clearly that 2 of the 4 people had huge chakra in their bodies, suspected to be Jonin, and the other 2 had weaker chakra, suspected to be Chunin. Fuck! Niji almost cursed. This is too unlucky. He ran into the Kirigakure ninja hunting team before he even entered the town. 2 Chunin plus 2 Jonin, just a small team configuration, and there are 2 Jonin level ninjas in it. This level of team is rarely used even in Konoha, and the team must be performing S-level tasks. Such a powerful team, except for the Kirigakure ninja hunting team, Niji does not believe that there will be a second one here. The question is, you kill your rebel ninjas, why attack me? It seems that I am helping this beautiful woman to be shot." Niji glanced at the beautiful woman next to him who was also alert, and his eyes rolled. "It's a pity that such a beautiful woman is a traitor." "No, it's a pity. I'm not a Kirigakure ninja, I'm a Konoha ninja. It's good news for me as a Konoha ninja that the other party is a traitor." While Niji was thinking about it, the Jonin Hiruzenmyud standing on the tree trunk let out a surprised cry. The Konoha genin kid below actually dodged the kunao of a jonin. It seems that he is not an ordinary genin. Suddenly, Hiruzenmyud's eyes lit up. "What, those eyes, the Byakugan of the Konoha Hyuga family, yes, the same as Lord Qing. It's really a godsend. If I can get this Byakugan, it will definitely be a huge contribution to the village. I must capture this kid from the Hyuga family alive." The Jonin Hiruzenmyud was extremely excited. "I didn't expect that I would encounter the kid from the Hyuga family when chasing this traitor. It's a great harvest. God is blessing me. There is no other way. If I can go back alive this time, I must find the sand aim to change the mission level." Facing the pursuit team composed of 4 mist hidden ninjas, it would be unreasonable for the sand aim not to give me an S-level mission. Ninkai clenched the kunao in his hand slightly, and locked his Byakugan on the left elite Chunin with the weakest chakra. While they still don't know their own strength, he suddenly attacked the elite Chunin next to him. Ninkai is 90% sure to kill him in seconds. If he can kill an elite Chunin, there will be only 3 on the other side, and 2 on their side, and the gap between the enemy and us will not be so big. Just when Ninkai was about to take action, a fragrant breeze wafted into his nose, and the beautiful woman next to him moved behind Ninkai in an instant. In Ninkai's surprised eyes, she grabbed Ninkai's hand who was still in a daze and fled into the forest behind. Hiruzenmyud saw the rebel ninja pulling Konoha genin away and ordered, "Chase!" The 4 figures flashed and quickly chased after Ninkai and the others. In the dense forest, the beautiful rebel ninja pulled Ninkai forward to escape, and Ninkai didn't know where the beautiful rebel ninja was going to pull him to run. It doesn't matter. In any case, it's better than dealing with the 4 mist hidden ninjas behind. Besides, being dragged by a beautiful woman is better than running alone. Speaking of which, this hand is really smooth. It feels like white jade in my hand, and it's slender and long, but it's a little cold, as if it has no temperature. It's just right to use my hand to warm her up. No, why do I reveal a bit of vulgarity? No, very vulgar. Ninkai felt like he had become the same as Jiraiya. Could it be an illusion? No, it's impossible for me not to discover an illusion. It seems that I can't contact Kakashi in the future, and my thoughts have become bad. The beautiful rebel ninja tapped her toes lightly, and her delicate body drew a graceful arc in the air, like an elf in the forest, if Ninkai hadn't been pulled behind. Chapter 21, a kunao kills a Chunin in seconds starting from Konoha as a villain. Deep in the jungle, Ningji was dragged along by the beautiful rebel ninja. The 2 ran very fast and ran for several miles in a blink of an eye, but the Kirigakure ninja chasing troops were still following closely behind them, like a leech. Since Ningji was being dragged, their speed was slower and the distance was being shortened by the rear. After running for several miles, they came to a stream. The distance between the 2 sides was very close. Ningji could even hear the sound of the others' footsteps landing. Swish, swish, swish. A burst of air-breaking sound came from behind, and dozens of black kunao cut through the sky, like more than a dozen black snakes shooting at Ningji and the beautiful rebel ninja. Ninkai had kept his Byakugan open, so he could see the movements of the mist ninja behind him from the beginning. When they fired kunao, Ninkai immediately pulled his hands away from the beautiful rebel ninja and retreated, and pushed the other party away with a palm. Bang! The kunao hit the tree trunk with a huge explosion, and the detonating tag on it exploded instantly, blowing the tree that several people could hug into pieces, and the leaves and branches flew all over the sky. Hiruzenmyud's figure flashed, and he performed the water instant body technique, appeared in front of Niji, and stabbed the kunao in his hand like lightning. He wanted to save Niji's life and bring the Byakugan back, but it didn't mean that he wanted to bring Niji back unscathed. The kunai pierced Niji's knee, but no blood flowed out. With a puff, Niji who was stabbed turned into a wooden board. Substitution technique. Hiranmyu's face was ugly. A little kid used the substitution technique in front of him, a senior ninja, and he didn't notice it. At this moment, the elite ninja Kanglongmo, who fell behind, changed his face drastically, and his body quickly lowered his head under the instinct developed from years of fighting. Behind Kanglongmo, Ninkai who had disappeared appeared and swept straight to Kanglongmo's head, but Kanglongmo dodged it. Almost. Ninkai felt a little pity. If his speed could be faster, Kanglongmo would not be able to dodge his attack just now. He failed not because of his hiding, but because of his speed. Kanglongmo only discovered him when he attacked, but Kanglongmo was faster than him. Kanglongmo reacted extremely quickly. While dodging, he threw several kunai with detonating tags at Ninkai. Facing the kunai, Ninkai could see it clearly with his white eyes, but Ninkai did not dodge. Ninkai saw a kunai in his hand. At this moment, it was the best time to experiment with that move. Super electromagnetic cannon. He whispered softly, and the next second, Ninkai raised his hand and threw the kunai in his hand. At the moment when the kunai was shot, the speed instantly increased to twice the speed of sound. The kunai, which was faster than the speed of sound, shot out like a black light. Wherever it passed, a deep gully was plowed out on the ground, and the strong wind it stirred up was enough to rival the breakthrough of the level wind escape. Less than 20 meters away, for a kunai with an initial speed of twice the speed of sound, it only takes 0.03 seconds, that is, 2 moments. This is an attack that cannot be avoided. The kunai that turned into black light carried the impact force that could destroy a boulder and hit Kanglongmo's body. With a bang, Kanglongmo's body exploded, and broken stones flew all over the sky, and blood rained down from the sky. Bang bang! There were 3 more loud explosions, and the detonating tag on the kunai shot by Kanglongmo exploded. Terrible! This huge power made Niji dumbfounded. Speed is power. A small kunai, when the speed is faster than twice the speed of sound, the energy it explodes is more terrifying than the detonating tag. The most terrifying thing is not its power, but its speed. With a speed twice the speed of sound, how many people in the ninja world can dodge it in a short distance? Side quest, complete by killing an elite genin, and get 300 energy points as reward. The system voice immediately sounded in his mind, but Niji didn't have time to pay attention to it now. After dealing with an elite genin, there were 2 jonins and an elite genin in front of him. How could it be? That was definitely not a kunai just now. What kind of ninjutsu was that? Being swept by Niji's eyes, the jonin Jozo was so scared that his body retreated uncontrollably. He is a jonin who survived the Blood Mist village, but today he was scared away by the eyes of a little devil. A deep sense of humiliation surged from his body. Jozo shouted in his heart, suppressed his fear, stared at Niji with bloodshot eyes, and showed murderous intent. A kid who is only in his teens, but has the power to kill elite genin in seconds. This kid also has a powerful blood limit, the Byakugan. He can't be allowed to live no matter what. In a few years, Konoha will have a ninja that is more terrifying than the 3 ninjas. B-level ninjutsu or A-level ninjutsu. Killing Kanglongmo in one move should be an A-level ninjutsu. Throwing kunai should be the carrier of ninjutsu. Since it is a ninjutsu, why didn't he make a seal? Ribanmyud's face became extremely ugly. Stupid, A-level ninjutsu without seals, how can that be possible? You must be lying. Ribanmyud shook his head like a rattle. He couldn't believe it, even though what happened just now happened in front of him. Jozo swallowed his saliva and asked, "Who are you?" Hinaden Niji, Konoha Ninja Village, a genin. Niji grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Asshole! Jozo was stunned for a short time, and suddenly cursed. A genin from Konoha, raised his hand and killed the elite genin of Kirigakure, a genin, and forced the three ninjas to retreat. The next second, Jozo formed seals with both hands at an extremely fast speed, showing the powerful strength of a jonin. Water escape. Kirigakure technique. Jozo opened his mouth and sprayed a large amount of white mist. At first, the white mist only surrounded Jozo, and in a blink of an eye, thick white mist rose all around. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 21, a Kunao defeated a Chunin in seconds starting from Konoha as a villain. The thick white fog was mixed with a lot of chakra, even the pupil power of the Byakugan was greatly affected. It could easily see through a range of 100 meters, but now it can only see a range of less than 20 meters. Even the Byakugan has such a strong suppression power, Jozo alone can't do it. This is the mist hidden technique performed by the three people of Hibiki, Wuyud, and others. Really, you won't cry until you see the coffin. Ninkai shook his head disdainfully, thinking that I didn't develop the Byakugan enough and couldn't see through these white mists mixed with a lot of chakra. Today, I will let you see the power of the Byakugan. With both hands quickly forming seals, Ninkai put his fingers together and stood in front of his eyes, and shouted open. More chakra poured into his eyes, and the veins around his eyes became more bulging. The insight range of the Byakugan instantly expanded from 20 meters to 50 meters. Not only that, Ninkai then used the water-breathing method to double his physical fitness. It should be invisible now. The fog-hiding technique performed by the three of us can suppress the opponent even if he has the Byakugan, and Hiranmyud breathed a sigh of relief. After being a ninja for so long, he only felt this kind of extreme tension when facing the 4th-generation Mizukage, but now he is facing a genin. This Byakugan kid is very weird, and the three of us have to be careful when we join hands, Jozo said in a deep voice. Another elite genin, Shimatsuki Momonosuke, said timidly, I think we should run. That kid is too weird. He can kill Kanglongmo with just one kunao. He is also just an elite genin. The white-eyed kid can kill Kanglongmo with one kunao, and he can also kill him with one kunao. You coward, you don't deserve to be a Kirigakure ninja, Jozo cursed in a low voice. Shimatsuki Momonosuke retorted in a deep voice, I'm not afraid of death, I just don't want to die. Knowing that you are not an opponent, you still go to the door. This is not bravery, this is stupidity. Jozo's eyes turned cold. An elite genin actually preached to him, a jonin. Hey, have you discussed it? At this moment, Niji's questioning voice sounded, and the three people changed their faces and looked up quickly. They saw Niji sitting on a branch, looking down at the three of them with a smile, holding a kunao in each hand. I can't wait. Chapter 22 Who is a serious person? Who makes a seal starting from Konoha to become a villain? Swish swish. Two kunao shot out, like two black lightnings, and the three people of Ribenwyud were frightened and changed their faces, and dodged to the side as quickly as possible. Bang! The kunao fell into the air and hit the ground. The detonating talisman on it exploded, and the shock wave accompanied by flames bombarded the three people. Ninkai performed the instant body technique and came in front of the elite ninja Shimatsuki Momonosuke. Swish! The long sword was unsheathed, and the sharp sword light tore through the sky. Ninkai swung the sword at Momonosuke. The sword light fell on Momonosuke, cutting him in half. A flash of white smoke appeared, and all Niji cut was a piece of wood. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Niji was about to take the next step, when suddenly the ground emitted a suction force, firmly pulling his feet. Earth escape. Swamp technique. Jozo formed seals with both hands and slapped the ground suddenly. Chakra surged towards the ground, changing the terrain under Niji's feet and turning the hard ground into a swamp. When Niji reacted, his legs had sunk into the swamp and he could not move. Now, Hibenwyud, who was hiding in the dark, was overjoyed to see Nisi trapped, and he got rid of this guy with one move. This move can only be used when the opponent's actions are controlled. He is going to use the ninjutsu with the most seals in the ninja world. Joshen Mao Zi Hiyu. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Nisi tilted his head and looked at the mist-hidden ninja who was still making seals. What on earth is this guy doing? It took so long, what big move is he preparing? Hiban Yud once again greeted the second-generation Hokage who studied this ninjutsu in his heart. It actually took 44 seals. Can't they find a way to simplify it? Every time he used this ninjutsu, he felt tired. If it weren't for the great power of this ninjutsu, he would have stopped using it long ago. Think about him, a ninjutsu who can make 3 seals in 1 second, and it takes more than 11 seconds to use this ninjutsu. Such a powerful ninjutsu can only be mastered by ninjutsu. Hey! Ninkai shouted impatiently, are you going to fight or not? If you don't come, it's my turn. Who can cast a seal? A crow flew over their heads, and the 3 of them were full of questions. Soon, it will be done soon. Hiranwyud was so anxious that sweat was coming out of his forehead. This seal was a bit complicated, and he wanted Nisi to wait a little longer. Ninkai was frowning. It was the first time he saw a ninja fighting and asked others to wait for him to cast a seal. Forget it, just wait, it doesn't matter if it takes a few seconds. I will never go on a mission with Hiranwyud again. This water dragon bullet technique is always so troublesome, Jozo complained in his heart. After the last seal was cast, Hiranwyud was overjoyed and finally shouted out the words that he had been thinking about for a long time. Water style. Water dragon bullet technique. I saw the water in the gentle stream behind me rolling, and a huge water dragon rushed out of the stream, flying in the air for several circles and rushing towards Niji. Seeing the water dragon coming, Niji clapped his hands and shouted, lightning release. Thunder shock. Blue arcs flashed on Niji's body, and Niji was wrapped in lightning. Then he released hundreds of lightning as thick as his arms, and thousands of thunders were fired at the same time. The lightning split the air, forming a supersonic shock wave visible to the naked eye, 360-degree all-round invincible defense. The water dragon hitting the supersonic shock wave was like an egg hitting a stone, exploding with a bang, and water splashed like raindrops, soaking everyone. How is it possible? It's impossible. Seal ninjutsu. Hiranwyud was extremely shocked. It was another sealless ninjutsu. This kid could perform ninjutsu with just a clap of his hands. It's your turn. Ningji turned and looked at Jozo who was trapping him. The kunao slipped from his sleeves. Niji held the kunao and raised his hand to shoot. A certain scientific railgun. The kunao at twice the speed of sound was like a black lightning, stirring up an endless gust of wind, and the ground was broken wherever it passed, as if it had been plowed by a plow. Jozo was only 15 meters away from Niji. At such a close distance, even if Jozo dodged to the side the moment he saw Niji holding the kunao, it was still too late. The kunao shot through Jozo's chest, and the gust of wind it carried blew Jozo away. Puff! Jozo turned into white smoke. From the beginning, Jozo had been using the water clone to fight, and his original body had already escaped. The white mist that fused chakra had a very strong effect on suppressing the Byakugan, so much so that Niji didn't even notice it. A Jonin is a Jonin, and there is a huge gap between an elite Jonin and a Jonin. Not only Jozo, but even Hiranwyud took the opportunity to escape. But using the shadow clone, plus maintaining the swamp to trap me just now, his chakra must have been consumed very little. Jonin is indeed experienced in combat, skilled in tactics, and can cooperate with each other to achieve an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. But you are facing me as a hack. Ningji raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and his figure flashed and disappeared in the thick fog. Without the support of the 3 people of Hiranwyud, these white fogs lost chakra and became ordinary, and could no longer suppress Ninkai's Byakugan. Rushing out of the white fog quickly, Ninkai used his Byakugan to see the remaining 3 mist ninjas fleeing to the west. In the dense forest, the 3 people of Hiranwyud ran fast and breathed rapidly. Except for Momonosuke, the other two consumed a lot of chakra. We can't escape. The other party has Byakugan that can see through everything. No matter how we run, they can find us, Hiranwyud said desperately. Although he hasn't seen the Byakugan kid yet, he can be sure that the other party is behind him now. Someone must stay to stop him. Jozo's voice was low, his eyes were cold. After the words fell, Jozo and Hiranwyud looked at Momonosuke at the same time. Momonosuke's heart was dark. He understood the other's eyes. This was asking him to use his life to stop the Konoha kid behind him. Chapter 22 Who is the serious person to make a seal starting from Konoha to be a villain? The weak stayed behind to cover the rear and save the strong. This is the consistent style of the Kirigakure ninja. Momonosuke knew that he could not refuse. If he refused, he would be a traitor. At that time, he would still die, and his family would be punished by the village. Take good care of my family. Momonosuke pleaded, stopped, looked at Jozo and Hiranwyud leaving. Momonosuke turned and looked at the dense forest behind him, with a fierce look on his face. Even if I die, I will drag you with me. Not long after, Niji caught up, and his feet just landed. Bang! The 10 detonating tags buried around exploded at the same time, with flames flying everywhere, and the shock wave of the explosion covered Niji, and black smoke billowed. At the moment of the explosion, the mechanism buried in the tree canopy was activated at the same time, and dozens of kunai fell like raindrops. The rain-like kunai pierced the smoke and covered the entire area. Momonosuke knew that precise attacks were useless against the Byakugan, so he buried all the kunai on his body in the tree canopy. In the thick black smoke, Niji's eyes condensed slightly, raised his hands, and his body spun at high speed like a gyroscope. Bagwazang! Huishin! The moment the kunai fell, Niji, who was spinning at high speed, released a large amount of chakra from all parts of his body. These chakras rotated with Niji and formed a spherical barrier around Niji. All the kunai that fell were bounced away and fell to the ground as soon as they approached the spherical barrier. Kaiden is an absolute defense that can rebound all physical attacks. But at the same time, Kaiden is also a move that consumes a lot of chakra. With Niji's chakra, he can only release Kaiden 3 times at most, and his chakra will be exhausted. At the moment Niji put away Kaiden, Momonosuke jumped out from the ground and swung the kunai across Niji's neck quickly. He had been lying in ambush underground, including using traps, just to make Niji reveal this momentary flaw. Puff! Niji, whose neck was cut off, turned into a puff of white smoke. Momonosuke's face changed instantly. He killed only the shadow clone and immediately prepared to escape underground again. But Ninkai, who was hiding in the dark, was faster. He fired 2 kunai at the same time, accurately piercing the opponent's legs and nailing Momonosuke to the ground like a nail. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain is updated the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 23 Cross-dressing Big Brother starting from Konoha to be a villain. Now you should tell me who the beautiful woman you are chasing is. Ninkai jumped down from the tree and looked down at Momonosuke lying on the ground. Such a beautiful lady, and a rebel ninja, Ninkai really wants to meet her. He is going to be a big villain. How can he be a big villain in Naruto without rebel ninjas? It would be even better if she is a beautiful woman. Common talk men and women, it's not tiring to work with them, and it's also good to put them aside to be pleasing to the eye. Beauty! Momonosuke called out, looking at Niji with a strange expression. What do you mean? Momonosuke's eyes made Niji's heart sink, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. His name is Bai, the former mist hidden ninja, and he's a man. Boom! It was as if a thunderbolt fell invisibly, splitting Niji's outside and tender inside. The beautiful rebel ninja he had been thinking about day and night turned out to be Bai, the cross-dressing boss, and Niji almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Thinking that the slender hand he had just touched was the hand of the big man Bai, Niji suddenly felt nauseous and looked at Momonosuke with cold eyes. You know too much. Before the voice fell, a black light flew out, and the kunao pierced Momonosuke's head. Bye! The voice echoed in the dense forest for a long time. On a cliff at the edge of the dense forest, Hiranmyud and Jozo leaned against a tree and panted. They had run for dozens of miles to get here. Finally got rid of that white-eyed brat. Hiranmyud leaned his head against the tree, and the whole person was relieved. Jozo's throat was dry, and he swallowed his saliva and said, Haku and Mamakai Zabuza are no longer important. That white-eyed brat is the confidant enemy of Kirigakure. We must go back and tell the 4th Mizukage as soon as possible that we must find a way to kill that white-eyed brat. Wind wound. At this moment, a low shout came from the forest behind him. 3 blade lights flew out of the forest, cutting the ground like a knife and rushing forward, raising endless winds. The ground was broken and shattered wherever it passed, as if it had been plowed. The blade light was so sharp that it tore the air, and it was as fast as thunder, slashing at Hiranmyud. Ah! A shrill scream sounded on the cliff, smoke and dust rolled, and Hiranmyud was torn into pieces by the sword on the spot, and his limbs and broken bodies fluttered in the wind and scattered all over the ground. Seeing his companions die tragically, Jozo, who was also powerless, somehow felt a trace of strength in his body. His figure flashed, dodged the kunao shot in front of him, and retreated to the edge of the cliff. Step step. The light footsteps sounded in the dense forest in front of him, like a hammer hitting his heart again and again. Jozo was terrified and felt like sitting on pins and needles. Niji slowly walked out of the dense forest, holding a ninja sword, and chakra flowed on the sword. Niji stopped 10 meters away from Jozo and asked, How do you want to die? Jozo looked at Niji angrily. His companions were killed one after another by this white-eyed kid. He glanced at the cliff behind him and gritted his teeth. You can't decide my life or death. After saying that, Jozo turned around and jumped off the cliff hundreds of meters high without any hesitation. Ninkai's figure flashed and appeared on the edge of the cliff. He looked down and saw white clouds lingering. Jozo had disappeared in the white clouds. At this moment, Ninkai's face showed a faint smile, because the voice of the system kept ringing in his mind. Side quest, complete killing of the Jonin, reward energy value 500. Advanced quest, complete killing of 3 Chonins, reward energy value 1200 points. Side quest, defeat the Mist Ninja Jonin team, reward skill flying technique, energy value 1000. Obtained skills. Flying technique, a secret technique of Crane Senryu that can fly in the air, move freely in the air, not restricted by gravity. Consume 5 points of chakra per second. Ninkai's eyes lit up. The flying technique in the Dragon Ball world, this skill is the most powerful skill Ninkai has obtained so far. With this skill, he can fly in the air like a bird. In addition, flying technique is a skill. Unlike skill points such as the A-gun, which consume energy, flying technique consumes chakra in the body. This is in Niji's favor. The sky dance technique is a flying skill, which means that Niji will often use it in addition to fighting. It would be too extravagant to consume it with energy value. Energy value can only be obtained by completing tasks, but chakra is different. Even if it is consumed, it can be refined again. However, the consumption of chakra is really powerful. 5 points of chakra per second. According to his current chakra amount, even at his peak, he can only fly for 6 minutes. Flying ninjutsu is very rare in Naruto, and its rarity is more precious than forbidden jutsu. Now among the 5 shadows, only the 3rd generation Tsuchikage, the 2-day scale Onoki, can fly. It is conceivable how rare flying ninjas are in the ninja world. The sky dance technique is definitely a bug skill for Niji now. Host, Ninkai. Gender, male. Identity, Konoha Genin. Chakra, 287/1950, Chunin Chakra, 500-2000. Energy, 4,400 points. The only main task, become the biggest villain in the Naruto world, 0.01%. Skills, White Eyes, water breathing, gentle fist, air dance. First of all, the chakra amount. After this period of training and fighting with strong people, his chakra amount has increased a lot. Now it is close to 2000. After practicing for a while, his chakra amount can touch the Jonin. But this is far from enough for Ninkai. He wants to become a big villain, and his chakra in his body must at least reach the level of Cage. If you like starting to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting to be a villain from Konoha is updated the fastest on Shuhage Novel Network. Chapter 23 Cross-dressing man starting as a villain from Konoha Tianjing Bukage Novel Network, m.shuhaige.net. Next is the energy value. Just now, when dealing with the Mist Ninja chasing ninja team, he used the super electromagnetic gun twice, the thunder shock once, and the wind wound once, consuming 1400 energy points. Completing 3 side quests and 1 advanced quest, the reward is 3000 points. Minus the 1400 consumed, there are still 1600 points left, plus the original energy value, a total of 4400 points. Finally, there is the sky dance technique. Overall, the harvest is huge. The Mist Ninja chasing ninja team is simply his fortune-giving boy. Ninkai is eager to come more times. The only shortcoming is that he has not encountered the Mist Ninja Sword F4. In addition, there is no information about the Mist Ninja jumping off the cliff in his mind. It seems that the 3 laws have appeared. Jumping off the cliff will not die. Ah! Ninkai sighed deeply. It was a pity that the walking energy value was gone. After destroying the Mist Ninja chasing ninja team, Ninkai did not return to Konoha immediately. He still went to the town. But this time he didn't run, but flew. Using the air dance technique to fly freely in the air, Niji stood high in the sky, and the strong wind rustled his clothes. He looked far away, and the mountains and rivers surrendered to his feet. Everything became small in his eyes, as if he was stepping on the world, and a feeling of controlling everything surged into his heart. This was an unprecedented experience, relying on his own power to soar into the sky, freely wandering between heaven and earth, unrestrained. Seeing a town the size of a black dot in the distance, Niji immediately flew towards the town. Bai actually came to the land of fire and appeared in this town. There must be a reason. After using him to get rid of the Mist Ninja's ninja hunting team, Niji estimated that Bai would definitely return to the town. He wanted to settle accounts with Bai, the bastard who liked to wear women's clothes. It's okay if you like to wear women's clothes, and it's okay if you pretend to be a woman. But what about seducing me? Niji was very angry. If he didn't beat Bai up, he couldn't vent the anger in his heart. Finding someone in a busy town is very difficult for others, but it is very simple for Niji. He only needs to open the Byakugan to determine who has strong chakra in the town. Haku is a Jonin, and has the blood limit ice shield. The chakra in his body is huge, which is not comparable to ordinary ninjas. The number of Jonin is very rare. Most of them are either on missions or in the village, and rarely appear in the town outside. Niji doesn't believe that there will be other Jonins in this town besides the Mist Ninja hunting team he killed. Chapter 24 Encountering a fat sheep starting from Konoha to be a villain. Walking around the town, Niji finally found a suitable person. Tianhe Casino. Ninkai stood under the plaque and raised his eyebrows. He actually hid in the casino. This idea was quite novel. 2 strong men guarding the casino came over, and one of them shouted at Ninkai, "Hey, kid, what are you looking at?" Another strong man on guard waved his hand and cursed, "Where are you from, kid? Get out of here. This is not a place for you to come." Ninkai was already furious, and now he was scolded by the 2 guards in front of him, and Ninkai was even more angry. Seeing that Ninkai did not leave, the big man who spoke first rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Ninkai, looking like he was going to beat Ninkai up. Whoosh! Ninkai moved behind the 2 big men in an instant and knocked them out. The two men fell to the ground with white eyes like noodles. Ah, murder! A woman covered her mouth and screamed, and the terrifying scream echoed throughout the street. In an instant, the street was in chaos. Frightened people rushed to flee here, and some brave people stayed to watch the excitement. The corners of Ninkai's mouth twitched. Did he have eyes? Who kills without bloodshed? At this moment, the casino didn't know that Ninkai had killed the two big men guarding the gate. All the gamblers were crowded together. They surrounded the gambling table in the middle and held their breath waiting for the final result. Seeing the pile of money on the gambling table, no one's eyes were not greedy. Do you really think I can't find it if you hide it here? Ninkai whispered, opened his white eyes, searched for the traces of white, and found powerful chakra on the second floor. When Ninkai jumped to the second floor, it was just when the final result was revealed. On both sides of the gambling table, a man and a woman confronted each other, their eyes collided in the void, burning invisible sparks. The man was a wretched man with greedy eyes. He was greedy not only for the pile of money like a mountain, but also for the pair of majestic peaks. Swallowing his saliva, Jiajuan smiled wretchedly. This is the last round, should we add more bets? As he said that, Jiajuan threw the box full of money behind him onto the gambling table. All the money was won from the mature and plump woman in front of him. She is indeed the legendary big fat sheep. Tsunade raised her eyebrows and looked at the sieve. All three sieves were 5 points. Her chance of winning was very high. She could just win all the previous losses. She nodded and said, "No problem, what bet do you want to add?" "Tsunade-sama, we have no money." "We have lost all the money," said Shizun standing aside helplessly. Tsunade frowned instantly. "How can we add bets without money?" Hearing this, Jiaduan's smile on his face became even bigger, and his eyes swept across Tsunade's chest, and he smiled, "It doesn't matter if you don't have money, I just need you to accompany me for one night." There was a brief silence, and the crowd of onlookers all showed meaningful eyes. Many people saw Tsunade's chest, licked their tongues, and swallowed their saliva. It was so tempting. Facing the eyes of these people, Tsunade flashed a sneer at the corner of her mouth, and deliberately paused on her chest, shaking continuously, and everyone's eyes followed the shaking. "Okay, use this bet," Tsunade shouted confidently, covering the sieve with one hand. After hearing Jiajuan's obscene words, Shizun stopped persuading him, and looked at Jiajuan with contempt, another fool who was looking for death. "Open!" Tsunade and Jiajuan looked at each other, and the two shouted in unison, and opened the sieve at the same time. 555, 15 points. 36s, Leopard, Mr. Jiajuan wins. The dealer next to him raised his hands and shouted. "Ah," Tsunade sighed, her body softened as if powerless, and she said calmly, "I lost again." Tsunade. Looking at this extremely plump woman in the crowd with the word gamble on her back, Niji was stunned. After a long time of making a mistake, it was not Bai who was hiding in the casino, but Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas. She is recognized as a top-notch medical ninja. Some people say that she is the medical ninja with the most superb medical technology in the ninja world, a ninja that the enemy village ninjas respect, and a ninja that no one will hurt on the battlefield. As one of the 3 ninjas, Tsunade is a legend in the ninja world. A prominent family background, extremely high talent, beautiful appearance, the well-deserved Tsunade princess in the ninja world. The only shortcoming is gambling. Even the clothes she wears have the word gamble on them. Tsunade's creed is to be addicted to gambling. However, she has bad luck and is nicknamed the legendary Big Fat Sheep by everyone. Therefore, she is burdened with huge debts and never stays in one place for long. Seeing this gambling game today, Niji had to admit that Tsunade's luck was really bad. The legendary Big Fat Sheep was worthy of its reputation. He could see clearly with his Byakugan that the other party did not cheat at all, but was just lucky. No, it should be said that Tsunade's luck was too bad, so bad that it would make the people who gambled with her luck better. Ha ha ha! Jiajuan laughed excitedly. All the money was his, and it was not as good as the woman in front of him. What a trouble! Tsunade yawned. She was a little tired after gambling for a whole day. She should find a place to drink some wine and then go to bed. Tsunade thought about it and gently slapped the table with her palm. Click! With a sound so subtle that it was almost imperceptible, the place where Tsunade slapped was instantly full of cracks, and the cracks spread all the way. In a blink of an eye, it covered the entire table and even the ground under her feet. So strong! Niji's pupils suddenly dilated. What an amazing power! Boom! The entire floor collapsed with a rumble, smoke and dust rolled, and the ruins buried everyone. Tsunade clapped her hands and walked out of the smoke, and Shizune followed behind with the pig in her arms. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shuhage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 24 Encountering a Fat Sheep Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Suddenly, Tsunade stopped and pointed at the place where Ninkai was hiding, saying, "Hey, isn't your target me? Why don't you come out? I've been discovered." What a strong perception! Ninkai jumped from the second floor. Since he was discovered, there was no need to hide. Besides, he is still a Konoha ninja now, and the future 5th generation Hokage can't kill him, a Konoha genin. Seeing that the person hiding in the dark was actually a kid, and that pair of eyes were the white eyes of the Hyuga family. "Hi?" Tsunade asked in surprise. "It's actually a kid from the Hyuga family. What is a genin doing here? What's your name?" "Hyuga Niji." "Tsunade-sama," Niji said with a smile, introducing himself. "Hyuga Niji? Some familiar names, by the way, isn't that the son of Hyuga Hisashi? He's so big now," Tsunade thought to herself, frowning slightly and said, "Hyuga's kid, why are you here? Did the 3rd generation old man send you to ask me to go back?" "No," Niji shook his head and waved his hands, explaining, "It was just a chance encounter. I received a mission to come to this town to investigate the rebel ninjas who sneaked into the Land of Fire and the ninja troops who were chasing them. Let the genin perform the mission alone, or such a high-level mission, what is the 3rd generation old man thinking?" Tsunade frowned even deeper. Generally speaking, Konoha prohibits ninjas from performing tasks alone. Even if they perform tasks alone, they must be experienced jonins. Genin absolutely cannot perform tasks alone. Although she didn't know what the old man of the 3rd generation was thinking, Tsunade could be sure that the kid in front of her was not simple. Suddenly seeing that there were still many undone parts on Lin Tian's body, Tsunade's eyes narrowed slightly and said, "It seems that you have met them. There is still a faint smell of blood on your body. Did you kill someone?" Ninkai touched his head and smiled embarrassedly, "Let the other party escape." "What?" Not only Shizune was shocked, but even Tsunade was shocked. Although she hadn't fought for more than 10 years, she had fought with the Mist Ninja Hunting Team. To join the Mist Ninja Hunting Team, she was at least an elite genin. Tsunade's first reaction was to think that Ninkai was lying and that the ninja who killed an entire Mist Ninja Hunting Team was a lie. Troops, this strength is first-rate in the entire ninja world. Hyuga Niji is only 13 years old now. She didn't have this strength at this age. Maybe her grandfather has it, but who is his grandfather? The god of ninja. "Humph," Tsunade snorted coldly, crossed her arms, and warned Niji, "Kid, you will be punished if you report your achievements." Tsunade's voice stopped abruptly, and she looked at the 3 forehead protectors that Niji took out in disbelief, all of which were marked by the Kirigakure ninja. Did this kid really kill the Kirigakure ninja chasing troops alone? Tsunade couldn't believe her eyes, but the Kirigakure ninja forehead protector in Niji's hand was real. The forehead protector is a ninja's symbol and a proof of a ninja. Even a traitor will not take off his forehead protector. Only by killing a ninja can he get the other party's forehead protector. Suddenly, Tsunade's figure flashed in front of Niji, and her right fist blasted out. Niji instinctively dodged. He had seen Tsunade's strange power with his own eyes. If he was hit, it would be fatal. Chapter 25 Another big fat sheep starting from Konoha to become a villain. So fast. The disappeared Tsunade came in front of Niji in an instant, and punched with her right hand. There were no complicated moves, no fancy movements, only an extremely ordinary punch. Facing this punch, Niji was like facing a great enemy. Tsunade has a huge strange power, even a simple punch has a destructive power no less than A-level ninjutsu. Using a popular conversion concept, the power caused by Tsunade's punch is comparable to that of an ordinary raise-non. Instant body technique. Without time to think, Niji used the instant body technique to dodge, but Tsunade was faster. She saw through Niji's movements, increased her speed sharply, and punched Niji in the chest. Niji's body reaction could not keep up with his eyes, and he could only watch the fist attack and land on him. Bang! There was a loud explosion. Tsunade's power was too strong, and even the air could not withstand it and burst. Niji felt like he was hit by a 10,000-ton boulder. The power surged like a tide, constantly bombarding his body, and his whole body skeleton was rubbing and making noises. Crack! A sound so subtle that it was inaudible sounded. This was the sound of the ribs breaking in the chest. Not just one sound, but one after another, several ribs cracked. Pain, the whole body was in pain, as if thousands of arrows pierced his heart, and countless ants were tearing his muscles. Then Niji felt that his body was out of control, and the whole person floated up and flew outside. The fierce wind hung on his face and hurt. Watching Nisi draw a beautiful arc in the air, Tsunade snorted coldly, clapped her hands, raised her head and said proudly, "Stinky brat, you actually pretended in front of me, even your dead father wouldn't dare." Seeing Nisi being beaten away by Tsunade, Shizun's face turned pale, looking at the direction Nisi flew, and said worriedly, "He won't die. Don't worry, he won't die. He is not the first guy I beat 100 meters away." Tsunade clapped her hands, put on the shoes at the door, and walked straight outside. "Go and have a look, don't let anyone pick up the body." Nisi opened his eyes in a daze, and suddenly felt dizzy and sore all over. Blinking, Nisi took a long time to gradually adapt to the light, looking at the ceiling above his head, hanging a chandelier with exquisite patterns painted on it. Turning his head and looking around, Nisi realized that he was in an izakaya. At this moment, the door slowly opened, and Shizun, wearing a black long dress with white edges, walked in. Seeing that Niji had woken up, Shizun showed joy on her face and walked over quickly. "You woke up so soon, and your physical fitness is good. I thought you would be unconscious for another day." Shizun knelt beside the bed and laughed softly. Shizun has a pure and beautiful appearance, especially when she smiles. Her smile is as warm as the sun. Of course, just like Tsunade, Shizun's appearance is seriously inconsistent with her actual age. "What happened?" Niji asked, pressing his swollen head. "You don't remember anything?" Ninkai tried his best to recall. "I only remember that Lady Tsunade suddenly attacked, and then I was beaten away, and I don't know the rest." Shizun covered her mouth and chuckled, explaining, "Later, Lady Tsunade and I found you and brought you back here. Speaking of which, you are really brave. You dared to say those things when Lady Tsunade was in the worst mood. But it's okay. You just broke 2 ribs and your muscles are necrotic. It's okay." Ninkai's eyes widened. He had never been injured so badly. When he fought with Kimimaro, he only suffered superficial injuries. "I'm tired." Ninkai was really tired. He was just proud in front of Tsunade, but he was beaten so badly and flew 100 meters away. It was really a double whammy. First, he was deceived by the cross-dressing big man Bai, and then he was tortured by the old woman Tsunade. The double blow to his mind and body made Ninkai lose hope. He wanted to be quiet. Seeing that Niji was frightened and looked depressed, Shizun smiled and comforted him, "I'm not kidding you. Although you are seriously injured, Tsunade-sama is the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world. She has already cured your injuries. In fact, there is nothing wrong with your body. It's just that you have been lying down for too long and haven't eaten well, so you feel dizzy and sore all over. Just get up and move around." As she said that, Shizune poured out 2 black pills from the medicine bottle, handed them to Niji, and said, "Take these 2 painkillers. These are painkillers prepared by Lady Tsunade herself. They will make you feel better." Niji took the medicine handed over by Shizune and took it with water. Tsunade's products must be top-notch. Not long after taking the medicine, Niji clearly felt that the pain in his body was reduced and his head was not so painful. Next, Niji ate some food and did some simple exercises according to Shizune's instructions, and he was almost recovered. Thinking of his serious injuries, he fainted, but after Tsunade's treatment, he was alive and kicking in just over 2 days. Niji once again admired Tsunade's super medical ninjutsu. "Should I try to make Tsunade evil, so that I can pull Tsunade into my villain team?" But Niji thought about it and decided to forget it. Tsunade did not turn evil when facing the death of her lover and brother. This is the next 5th generation Hokage, how could she turn evil so easily? After Shizune took Niji to dinner, she took Niji to find Tsunade, and then Niji came to a casino again. The legendary big fat sheep is here. It is indeed a big fat sheep, and it has lost 4 million tails. It is really a big hand. Not only is it a big hand. Today's casino is particularly lively, with crowds of people, surrounded by 3 layers and 3 layers. Most of the gamblers came here because of the reputation, wanting to see the true face of the legendary big fat sheep. Chapter 25 Another big fat sheep starting from Konoha as a villain. Standing outside the casino, Ninkai couldn't help but want to laugh when he heard the voice coming from inside. When he stepped into the casino, Ninkai was stunned. In the casino, a plump and hot blonde beauty was domineeringly stepping on the gambling table with 1 foot, shouting with a fist in her heart. "Open! Open!" Many men around were also excited, but I don't know whether they were excited about the opening of the sieve or Tsunade's plump. Seeing Ninkai open his mouth in shock, Shizune smiled embarrassedly. "Sir, Tsunade is like this, addicted to gambling, you will get used to it." "But Sir, Tsunade has lost all the 5 million she just borrowed yesterday." At the end, even Shizune couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. At first, she would blame Tsunade-sama, but now she is immune. It seems that they have to leave this town again tonight. Hearing this, Ninkai couldn't help but twitch his mouth. 5 million was lost. Tsunade is indeed the legendary fat sheep. 5 million is not a small number. It is enough to issue 5 lowest level S-level missions, and can buy more than 1,000 detonating tags in Konoha. The price of a detonating tag in Konoha is only 3,000 taels. Of course, this is the price in Konoha. For some countries caught in war, the price of detonating tags is more expensive. In some places, the price can even reach tens of thousands. On the black market, the price of detonating tags is very high. Little. At the gambling table, Tsunade, like all the gamblers who lost, threw the last 100,000 taels on the small table. She wanted to make up for her losses with this one. The boss's face was full of smiles, his eyes narrowed into a slit, and his mouth was almost stretched to his ears. Unexpectedly, the legendary fat sheep today actually came from his casino. "Buy it and leave it, get ready. Wait a minute." At this moment, a childish but irresistible voice came from Lad, and the crowd was instantly quiet. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a little kid with bandages standing at the door, next to him stood a beautiful woman, and a pink ugly pig. The boss's face turned cold instantly, and he looked at Niji with a cold look, and said in a cold voice, "Hey, kid, what are you shouting? Believe it or not, I will slap you with my big mouth." The kid is fine, and he has recovered well. Tsunade saw that it was Niji, and her frown relaxed, wondering, but what is this kid going to do? "I'm coming too." Ninkai took out 100,000 ryo from his pocket and shook it in front of everyone. The boss's face suddenly turned cold and he smiled flatteringly, saying cheerfully, "So you're a guest, I'm sorry I didn't recognize you, come, please." Amid the boss's welcome, Ninkai walked to Tsunade's side. Tsunade looked at Ninkai with contempt, crossed her arms and said sarcastically, "Hey, kid, you haven't even grown all your hair yet, do you know how to gamble? Don't lose all your money and pee your pants. No matter what, it's better than you, the legendary big fat sheep." Ninkai pursed his lips and counterattacked. Tsunade was furious, veins on her forehead bulged, her fists clenched and cracked, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Little kid, wait for me, and see how I'll beat you up later." Seeing that Ninkai and Tsunade knew each other, the boss laughed even more happily. "Another big fat sheep is coming, 2 big fat sheep." Chapter 26 Little Man starting from Konoha to become a villain. Byun, open. Seeing the boss so happy, Niji's mouth corners slightly raised, and he whispered in his heart, opening his Byakugan. "You treat me as a big fat sheep, today I will let you know what it means to lose even your pants." When Tsunade saw Niji opening his Byakugan, instead of piercing Niji's cheating, she was overjoyed and hugged Niji. Then she hugged Niji into her arms with a little force, and Niji suddenly felt that he hit a soft place. The fragrance was fragrant, and it was as elastic as a sponge, shaking his head a little dizzy. "Is it an illusion?" Before Niji could react, Tsunade rubbed her face against Niji's face intimately, raised her head and smiled at the envious people. "This is my brother, we are together, okay, let's bet together." As she said that, Tsunade happily threw Niji's money into her own money, then let go of Niji, with a gentle smile on her face, and said softly, "Dear brother, you hurry up and choose." Hearing these extremely gentle words, Niji not only did not feel comfortable, but goosebumps appeared all over his body, and he woke up instantly. Looking up and seeing the smiling Tsunade, Niji gritted his teeth in hatred. This woman is so shameless. She is 50 years old, not only taking advantage of him, but also using him to gamble. Sure enough, the 3 ninjas have no moral integrity and specialize in bullying children. Jiraiya is not only lustful, but also likes to peek into the female bathhouse. When he takes Naruto to practice, he often throws Naruto alone to the side. There is also Orochimaru, a pyramid scheme leader who specializes in fooling poor children and brainwashing them. Now this Tsunade asked this little friend to help him gamble, which is even more hateful, and she also used illusion on him. 2 hours later, Tsunade walked out of the casino with a smile on her face, holding Niji with her left hand and carrying a suitcase in her right hand, which was full of money. Shizune, who followed behind, was also in a good mood. She also carried a large suitcase in her hand and held the pink pig in her arms. The only one who was unhappy was Niji. Tsunade not only forced him to do hard labor, but also wanted to take all of his share. When pedestrians on the street saw these strange 3 people, they avoided them as if they were avoiding the plague. Parents with children immediately covered their children's eyes with their hands, fearing that they would lead the children astray. "Gee, you actually won more than 5 million today," Tsunade kissed the reluctant Niji happily, and couldn't stop laughing happily. "You also won back all the losses last night." Seeing that Tsunade wanted to take all, Niji hurriedly shouted, "There is also a share of mine in it." "What do you mean yours and mine, brother? I am your sister, and I will keep this money in the future," Tsunade said without blushing, and swallowed Niji's money in a few words. Shizune behind her couldn't bear to watch it anymore, and subconsciously moved away from Tsunade, as if she didn't know her. "You!" Niji pointed at Tsunade indignantly and wanted to scold her. But Tsunade just glared at him with a sidelong look, and he couldn't help but recall that he was punched 100 meters away by Tsunade the day before yesterday. Niji wisely shut his mouth and succumbed to Tsunade's intimidation. A good man never suffers a loss in front of him. When I become a big villain in the future, I will definitely get back what happened today. Besides, isn't it just 5 million taels? It's not a lot of money, it's only worth 1/7 of a suma, look at how proud this old woman is." Tsunade nodded with satisfaction at Niji's performance of being a hero who knows the times. "Little kid, what's the point of being under the old man of the Sandame? You might as well just follow me in the future. The two of us can definitely sweep all the casinos together. Let's see who dares to say I'm a big fat sheep in the future," Tsunade said indignantly. "I don't know which bastard named her the big fat sheep, making casinos all over the world call her the big fat sheep." "No." Niji shook his head and refused decisively. He is a man who wants to be a big villain. How can he hang out with Tsunade in a casino? Not to mention that Tsunade just swallowed his money, which is even more impossible. Pointing at the Konoha forehead protector on his head, Niji raised his mouth and said, "I want to be the strongest man in the ninja world." Tsunade looked at Niji deeply, and laughed out loud the next second, mocking, "You, a little kid, want to be the strongest man in the ninja world? It's really funny." After that, Tsunade laughed even louder. Niji gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. If he was not really a match for this old woman, he would not bear this bad breath. Suddenly, Tsunade stopped laughing and looked serious. Niji was a little confused about what Tsunade meant by this expression. The next second, Tsunade clenched her right fist and punched again. Niji was frightened and quickly retreated, but Tsunade was still so fast and approached Niji's forehead in an instant. Ninkai closed his eyes in fear, thinking it was over. This old woman was going crazy again, and he had to fly out again. The imagined scene of being knocked away did not happen. Ninkai opened his eyes strangely, only to see Tsunade's fist stopped in front of his forehead. Tsunade's face was filled with a gentle smile, and she stretched out her middle finger and flicked Ninkai's forehead lightly. "Come on, little man." Ninkai's old face turned red, and he stood there motionless as if petrified, staring at the front with his eyes wide open. He was illusory again. When Ninkai reacted, Tsunade had already staggered to the end of the road and disappeared in the sun with Shizune. "I was tricked by this old woman again." Thinking that the 100,000 yuan principal he had taken out earlier was also taken away by Tsunade, Ninkai just woke up from his dream. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in his mind. "Side quest completed, help Tsunade win money, increase your own chakra by 100. My dear, there is more after this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading more exciting later. Chapter 26 Little Man starting from Konoha to become a villain. Hi! Ninkai couldn't help but make a surprised sound. The system rewarded not energy value nor skill points, let alone skills, but chakra. This is the first time that the system rewards chakra. Before this, he didn't know that the system could reward chakra. Because although the system issued a large number of tasks, it did not explain the rewards of these items, so Ninkai didn't know what rewards he would get for completing each one. The next second, Ninkai could clearly feel the increase in the amount of chakra in his body, which increased out of thin air, and in an instant, his whole body was full of strength. Ninkai quickly called up the personal information interface and looked carefully. Host, Ninkai. Gender, male. Identity, Konoha Genin. Chakra, 287/2050, Special Jonin Chakra, 2000 to 4000. Energy, 4400 points. The only main mission, become the biggest villain in the Naruto world, 0.01%. Skills, white eyes, water breathing, gentle fist, air dance. Sure enough, it has increased. The chakra has increased by 100 points. He has now touched the threshold of Special Jonin, which is the lowest level of Special Jonin. Ninkai smiled. The legendary big fat sheep is really a big fat sheep. Tsunade herself is unlucky, but she can bring good luck to others. But once Tsunade gets lucky, it will be others who are unlucky. After Tsunade and Shizune left, Ninkai also left the town. In general, this mission was a huge gain. The only bad thing was that he didn't find the cross-dressing big brother Bai to avenge his hatred. In fact, Niji was not really seeking revenge. His main purpose in finding Bai was to recruit Bai. There was no one in his villain team yet. It was a pity that he had not met Bai. Maybe he was really not destined to be with her. On the way back, an unusual thing happened. If you like becoming a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Becoming a villain from Konoha is the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 27 The first encounter with Gaara _becoming a villain from Konoha. Explosion. In the darkness, with a low shout, Niji's front foot had just landed, and the detonating tags hidden around him were immediately detonated. Boom! There were several loud explosions, and 5 detonating tags were detonated at the same time. The flames produced by the explosions were like fireballs, and black dust and smoke rolled and covered them. Ninkai flew out of the explosion, looking particularly embarrassed. Many holes were blown out of his clothes, and a long cut was scratched on his face by the flying stones. Hiding behind a big tree, Ninkai's face was very ugly at this moment, with anger burning in his eyes and murderous intent. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough and used thunder to block the explosion, he would be finished now. Who ambushed? He actually ambushed him on the way back to the village. This person must know the mission he was going to perform, so he knew the only way he had to go back to the village. The other party was from Konoha village, the Umbu of the third Hokage. Ninkai's first reaction was to think of the third Hokage, because this mission was issued by the third Hokage himself, and he felt strange at the time. But it is not necessarily the Sandaime. There are a few people in Konoha who can do this, such as Shimura Danzo, and other high-level people in Konoha, especially Shimura Danzo. In order to expand his subordinates for his own interests, it is not the first time that he has used dirty means to coerce and lure Konoha's excellent genius ninja to join the route. Byun, open! Ninkai shouted, and opened his Byakugan. He searched around but did not find a single figure. Ninkai frowned slightly and increased the amount of chakra again. The range reached 500 meters, but he did not find a single figure. Close the Byakugan. The other party obviously knows the Byakugan very well, and has no intention of fighting him. Setting a trap is more of a test. Who is trying to test me? Ninkai muttered to himself. Being secretly stared at by an unknown poisonous snake, this feeling is very uncomfortable. Let's not talk about the other party's identity. Today's attack reminded Ninkai. It seems that he has to prepare to leave Konoha faster. But before that, he must find a way to solve the caged bird on his forehead. If the caged bird is not removed, he will never be free. He returned to the village worriedly. When Ninkai came to the gate to register, he found that the gatekeepers had been replaced by 2 unfamiliar elite genin. After registering for the entry procedures, Ninkai went straight to the Hokage's office and explained the mission in detail to the Sandaime, as well as his encounter with Tsunade and the ambush on his way back to the village. During the narration, Ninkai had been secretly observing the Sandaime's expression, but he could not see anything wrong on his face. Ninkai did not know whether the Sandaime was too good at acting or whether this matter was really not arranged by the Sandaime. The matter came to an end for the time being, and the following days were very peaceful. There was no task, and the secret people did not continue to test. In the end, Naruto, who had never failed, was defeated. Naruto, the ally next to him, was confronting others. He looked back and looked back. It turned out that the Kanjuro and his party from the Sarades participated in the Zonglin examination. Kanjuro was holding Konohamaru in one hand, and Naruto fell to the ground. Sakura apologized with a smile on her face, but in her heart. Kanjuro noticed Niji coming and frowned slightly. Another guy is coming. Be careful, Kanjuro, this guy is the Byakugan of the Hyuga family, and the guy who is highlighted in the intelligence. Temari saw Niji's eyes, her face was serious, and she reminded Kanjuro in a low voice. Really? Kanjuro's mouth corners raised, eager to try. Naruto, who was sitting on the ground, looked up and saw a black shadow. He immediately stood up and found that it was Niji. His face turned red and he waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "Then that Niji, you go to the ramen stall and wait for me first. I will find it after I finish dealing with things here." Before he finished speaking, Kanjuro interrupted and shouted, "Hey, are you also a genin participating in the Chunin exam this time?" Naruto was immediately angry, with veins on his forehead exposed and clenched fists. This guy actually only cared about Niji and didn't take him seriously at all. Suddenly, Niji disappeared from the spot and came between Kanjuro and Temari in an instant. "What?" Kanjuro saw Niji behind him from the corner of his eye, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Puff! With a light sound, Niji's right hand had hit Kanjuro's elbow joint. Kanjuro felt pain and let go of Konohamaru in his hand. Naruto quickly jumped to catch Konohamaru. Temari was shocked by Niji's speed, and quickly took out the huge fan behind her and waved it at Niji like a sword. Niji jumped up and dodged Temari's fan. At the same time, he kicked Kanjuro away with a kick. His figure flashed, and he performed the instant body technique to come behind Temari, and the kunai in his hand was pressed against Temari's slender neck like a swan. Niji made a series of movements smoothly, and in less than 3 seconds, Niji subdued Kanjuro and Temari. Naruto and the others were stunned, and Konohamaru and the other brats were even more adoring. "Damn it!" Kanjuro was kicked in the head and fell to the ground. He cursed, stood up, took off the crow wrapped in white cloth behind him and wanted to fight with Niji again. Chapter 27 The first meeting with Gaara starting from Konoha to be a villain. But seeing Temari with a kunai at her throat, Kanjuro did not dare to step forward for a while. "If I cut such a white and smooth neck, it would be a waste of talent." Niji approached Temari's ear and laughed softly. "Asshole!" Temari was so ashamed and angry when she heard this blatant teasing. If she couldn't move, she would have punched this guy in the cataract eye. Hearing Temari's scolding, Niji smiled and let go of the kunai in his hand. Feeling the kunai in her hand loosen, Temari angrily swung the fan behind her, but her attack missed, and Niji had already performed the instant body technique to come in front of Naruto. "Hey, guys from Sand Village, don't be so arrogant. This is not your Sand Village. I'll let you go this time. When the Chunin exam comes, I'll let you know what it means to be so red." Niji smiled slightly and shook his fist at the same time. Temari and Kankuro were very angry. They still had the nerve to say that we were arrogant. "You guys are more arrogant than us." Even Naruto and Sakura next to them thought Niji was so arrogant. Not only was his attitude arrogant, but his behavior was also very provocative. Kanjuro's face was full of anger. He was so angry that he could not bear it anymore. He tore off the white cloth wrapped around the crow, and the cloth fluttered around Kanjuro. "Stop, Kanjuro! You are bringing shame to the village." At this moment, a cold shout sounded, and everyone looked at the direction of the sound. They saw a strange boy with short red hair hanging upside down on the tree next to him. He was said to be strange because he was carrying a huge yellow gourd behind him. "I love Luo." Kanjuro looked up and saw Gaara, and was immediately frightened and sweating, and his voice was stuttering. Gaara looked at Niji with cold eyes and said coldly, "You are very strong, and Konoha is not all trash. I look forward to fighting with you. My name is Sandstorm Gaara. What's your name?" Niji raised the corner of his mouth, reported his name, and looked at the early ceiling in front of him. Hinaden Niji. First update, please bookmark and recommend. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please bookmark m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to become a villain. Chapter 28 Suzuki, you are really a badass starting from Konoha to become a villain. The Chunin exam was held as scheduled, and the Konoha genin were all gearing up to show their prowess in the Chunin exam. Ninkai brought Tian and Xiaoli to the registration office of the ninja school to hand in the Chunin exam application form. Xiaoli was extremely excited, holding the 3-person application form and rushing to the front impatiently. Ninkai and Tian followed behind and chatted. When Ninkai and Tian arrived at the door, Xiaoli blocked Suzuki, who was about to fight with the examiner, just like in the plot. This was the first time Ninkai saw Suzuki. He had a beautiful face, a melancholy and deep eyes, his hands in his trouser pockets, and a cold temperament in his every move. No wonder he can attract such an innocent little girl, who is fascinated by him, just like the one next to him. He is really handsome. Tenten held her face with both hands, lowered her head slightly and looked shy. In Niji's opinion, he can be described in 7 words, wild and cool. In layman's terms, he is arrogant, self-righteous. In short, he is the kind of guy that makes people want to beat him up. The second most powerful guy in Naruto. He has a powerful Sharingan and became the second Uchiha clan member besides Uchiha Madara to open the Mangekyo Sharingan and Samsara Eye. Suzuki walked away slowly, crossed paths with Niji, and glanced at each other lightly. "Hey, Niji, you're here too," Naruto said with a smile on his face. Being able to participate in the Chunin exam made Naruto feel very good. He said proudly, "I'm telling you, I'm going to become a Chunin soon, and I'm one step closer to becoming a Hokage." Ningji was a little stunned. Why did Naruto make a Chunin exam feel like a Hokage exam? "Hey!" At this moment, Suzuki stopped at some point, turned around and shouted at Niji, "You are the Niji that Naruto mentioned, the guy who is known as the strongest genin in Konoha." Ningji raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Suzuki. It was interesting. He hadn't attacked Suzuki yet, but Suzuki had provoked him first. The guy who asks for other people's names should always report his own name first, Niji said lightly with a disdainful look at Niji. Seeing that Niji didn't take him seriously at all, Suzuki was slightly angry and said with a fist, "I want to challenge you. As long as I beat you, I should have no opponent in the Chunin exam." With the corners of his mouth raised, Niji sneered. He didn't want to fight with Suzuki. Suzuki was too weak now. He had no interest in him and he would not feel any sense of accomplishment if he defeated him. Suddenly thinking of something, Niji smiled slowly and said, "Then I'll have some fun with you." He who claimed to be the third most powerful person was going to fight with Suzuki, who was the second most powerful person. He was really looking forward to it. The playground outside the ninja school. The place in the school was too small just now, and it was not convenient for the two of them to perform. In fact, it was only inconvenient for Suzuki to perform. "Come on, Suzuki!" Sakura shouted beside him with her hands as a trumpet. Seeing Sakura cheering for Suzuki, Naruto pursed his lips, and almost wrote unhappy on his face, saying, "Suzuki is going to lose. Just wait for Niji to beat him up." Sakura was furious and shouted at Naruto, "Stupid Naruto, what are you talking about? Suzuki will not lose. He will definitely lose." Xiaoli walked to Sakura's side without knowing it, and said seriously, "Ninkai's strength is no longer a genin, he once killed a jonin with his own hands." "What?" Sakura couldn't believe what Xiaoli said. "Killed a jonin? How could this guy still be a genin, how is it possible? This monster actually has to take the Chunin exam." "It's true," Tenten walked up slowly and explained lightly, "Half a month ago, Ninkai performed an A-level mission alone and killed 1 mist ninja jonin and 2 Chunins. After Ninkai reported the mission to the Sandaime, the Sandaime changed the mission level from B to A." "Suzuki." Sakura's confidence collapsed instantly, and she folded her hands in front of her chest, worryingly muttering Suzuki's name. In the field, Ninkai folded his hands on his chest, looked at Suzuki with contempt, and said lightly, "Let you make the first move, if you don't even have the chance to make a move, it would be really boring. This guy is really arrogant." At this moment, Suzuki felt that he was arrogant enough, but he didn't expect that there was someone more arrogant than him. "I hope you can laugh later," Suzuki said coldly and quickly attacked. He didn't attack Niji at the first time. He circled around Niji first, trying to find Niji's flaws. But Suzuki circled around Niji for several times and couldn't find any flaws in Niji. It seemed that he would be seen through by the opponent from anywhere. Whoosh! He raised his hand and shot a kunao to test Niji. Niji raised his hand and clapped it. Chakra condensed on his palm and knocked the kunao away. Not only is it slow, but it is also very weak, Niji commented calmly, turned his head to look at the angry Suzuki, and sneered, the descendants of the Uchiha family, is this all the power? This is the Uchiha clan, which is known as the genius ninja of Konoha. It's really disappointing. Before the voice fell, Niji disappeared on the spot. So fast. The disappeared Niji appeared behind Suzuki in an instant, and a Konoha whirlwind swept out, knocking Suzuki out and falling heavily to the ground. Suzuki! Sakura shouted worriedly and wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by Tenten. Suzuki gritted his teeth. He stood up from the ground, gnashing his teeth and looking at Niji. Niji's words were like a sharp sword in Suzuki's heart. Today I will show you the power of the genius family Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. As soon as the voice fell, Suzuki looked up suddenly. His eyes had turned blood red, one single Megatama on the left and two Megatama on the left. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. Chapter 28 Suzuki, you are really bad starting from Konoha to be a villain. Sharingan. Niji's eyes were full of interest. This is the Sharingan, one of the three major pupil techniques in Naruto, except that it is weaker than the insight of his Byakugan. It also has powerful abilities such as observation, copying, and hypnosis. It can observe the flow of chakra, and can cast and see through illusions, copy physical techniques, and non-bloodline limit ninjutsu. Although the Byakugan and Sharingan are both known as the three major pupil techniques, the Byakugan is like a low profile and a high profile compared to the Sharingan. Even the ordinary Sharingan has stronger abilities than the Byakugan, not to mention that after evolving into the Mangekyo Sharingan, it has powerful abilities such as Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Suzuki, who opened the Sharingan, began to quickly form seals with both hands. Seeing that Suzuki opened his hands with the SI seal, Niji immediately guessed that Suzuki was going to perform the Uchiha signature ninjutsu. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Suzuki opened his mouth and spit out a fireball, and the blazing fireball attacked Niji. Ninkai's figure flashed, and he used the instant body technique to avoid the fireball attack. At the moment when Ninkai's feet landed on the ground, Suzuki appeared from the side, holding a kunao in his hand and stabbed Ninkai. As Ninkai expected, the real killer move was not the great fireball technique. After all, this ninjutsu is the kindest ninjutsu in the ninja world, and it never hits people. Ninkai turned his head to avoid the stabbing kunao, and his right hand stretched out like lightning to grab Suzuki's arm. Then, he turned his body and exerted force at the waist to throw Suzuki out. Without stopping the attack, Ninkai kicked hard with his feet and caught up with Suzuki, who flew out. He opened his Byakugan and saw through the chakra flow and acupuncture points in Suzuki's body. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. With a low shout, Ninkai blasted out with both palms, as fast as lightning, and the sky was full of palm shadows flying, and each palm hit Suzuki's chakra acupuncture points. After these days of training, Niji has gone from hitting 12 palms per second to hitting 16 palms per second, and it only takes 4 seconds to hit all 64 palms. Finished, call it a day. Niji landed steadily, and Suzuki hit the ground like a cannonball, stirring up a cloud of dust, sliding for more than 10 meters before stopping. All 64 palms cut off all 64 acupuncture points on Suzuki's chest. Suzuki, who lost control of his chakra, was weak all over, and couldn't even struggle to stand up. Suzuki! Sakura shouted with worry on her face, and ran towards Suzuki, but all she got was a cold shout from Suzuki. Go away! Seeing that Suzuki stood up quickly, Niji frowned slightly. You are worthy of being the second most powerful person. It takes an hour for ordinary people to break through the blocked acupuncture points and restore the flow of chakra, but Suzuki can stand up in less than a minute. After scolding Sakura, Suzuki looked up at Niji, his blood-red eyes filled with anger, and a full sense of humiliation surged from his heart. He is a descendant of the Uchiha clan, a clan known as a genius ninja, but he was defeated so easily, defeated by this guy's men, and had no power to fight back. Recommend this new book, I and the Nine-Tailed Pirates, which has been successfully voted in the internal investment and can be invested. Please recommend votes and collections. It tells the story of the King of Pirates and the Nine-Tailed Pirates together, the hero who saves slaves, the natural enemy of the celestial dragons, and the life mentor of the new generation. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net, Becoming a Villain from Konoha. Chapter 29 The Strongest Genin starting from Konoha as a villain. Asshole! Suzuki cursed angrily, took a staggering step, and waved the kunai to kill Niji again. At this moment, Suzuki's Sharingan changed. Originally, his left eye had only a single Megatama, but now it became a double Megatama, and both eyes became double Megatama Sharingan. This works. Niji was helpless. If he lost, he could still evolve the blood-blooded Sharingan. Feeling that the power of his eyes was stronger, Suzuki was overjoyed, his speed increased suddenly, and he jumped up and stabbed Niji with a kunai in his hand. With a slight movement of his feet, Niji dodged Suzuki's attack by turning sideways, and his right hand turned into a hand blade and chopped Suzuki's back hard. With a slight muffled sound, Suzuki fell heavily to the ground, splashing dust all over the ground. Without any hesitation, when Suzuki turned over, Niji stretched out his hand and grabbed Suzuki's neck, snatched the kunai thrown by Suzuki's hand, pressed it against Suzuki's throat, and said coldly, "Don't challenge my patience, Suzuki, I can easily kill you." As soon as the word kill came out, Niji released his murderous aura and killed those mist ninja jonins. He now also has a strong murderous aura. Although it cannot deter the strong, it is enough to deter the little ghosts present. However, the angry Suzuki was not affected by Niji's murderous aura at all, and the blood-red Sharingan was still angry. Looking at Niji, gritting his teeth, he had a murderous intention towards Niji. Feeling the murderous intention on Suzuki, Niji's eyes gradually narrowed. Kill Suzuki? Niji really had this idea. He was a big villain, and killing the protagonist was what a big villain should do. After the heart moved, Niji also knew that now was not a good time. If he really killed Suzuki here, he would probably be killed too. Hey, hey! At this moment, Kakashi's lazy voice with a hint of helplessness sounded behind him, saying, "Niji, put away your murderous aura, it's just a simple sparring, the one in front of you is not a mist ninja." "Okay, Kakashi Jonin." With Kakashi speaking, Niji took advantage of the situation and threw away the kunai in his hand, and at the same time released Suzuki's neck. Although Suzuki wanted to kill Niji, he knew that he was not Niji's opponent, and it would only be humiliating to attack again. Niji left with Xiaoli and Tian Tian. Suzuki got up from the ground and looked at the back of Ninkai leaving. He clenched his fists tightly, his fingertips deeply embedded in his palms, blood flowed down his fingers, but Suzuki did not react at all. He secretly swore in his heart that he must trample Ninkai under his feet and take back all the insults today. Kakashi saw Suzuki's man-eating eyes and sighed helplessly in his heart. What is this? So many things happened just after leaving for a while. I hope Suzuki will not be stupid. Ninkai is not a guy who talks about rules with you. When Ninkai picked up the kunai, Kakashi felt the real killing intention from Ninkai. Ninkai, who left the school, did not know what Kakashi and Suzuki were thinking at the moment. He was now listening to the system prompt. Side quest completed, defeat Suzuki once, reward 500 energy points. The only main quest is completed 1.01%. As expected of the second pillar, defeating once is the same as the reward for killing a senior ninja. Ninkai couldn't help but want to run back and defeat Suzuki a few more times to get the wool of the system. Not only the energy value reward, but also the progress of the only main quest was increased from 0.01 to 1.01. Niji felt that he was on the road to becoming a villain and there was no turning back. On the second day, the Chunin exam began. Ninja School Auditorium. All genin who participated in the Chunin exam will take the first written test here. When Niji and the other two stepped into the auditorium, everyone's eyes instantly gathered, and hundreds of eyes fell on Niji in the middle. Is that the Byakugan? The extremely powerful bloodline limit of the Hyuga family, a powerful clan in Konoha, is really enviable. I heard that this guy is the trump card of Konoha this time, the strongest genin. Really? The strongest genin? Maybe he is just a guy with a false reputation. Don't underestimate him. This guy is just a genin and he completed the A-level mission alone and killed the Kirigakure ninja team. Tisk, only you believe this kind of information. I don't believe such a stupid lie that a genin can kill a jonin. The crowd was talking about it. In addition to Sand Village and Konoha, the surrounding small countries were also invited to participate in the Chunin exam. The ninjas who can participate in the Chunin are all the genin elites carefully selected by each ninja village. Before participating in the Chunin exam, everyone tried their best to find out the information of other villages. The information about Niji was spread by people with intentions and was already on the tables of various ninja villages, but Niji did not know this. When Niji first entered the auditorium, he was still a little surprised. Why did everyone look at him, and why were all the eyes unfriendly? Hearing the voices in the crowd, Ninkai's face darkened. The missions of Konoha ninjas were all confidential information of the village, and now it was spread all over the world. There was no need to think about it. There must be someone pushing it secretly. Ninkai couldn't help but think of the trap on the way back to the village. It was very likely the work of the same person. There is also the so-called strongest genin title. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is to push him to the forefront, attract everyone's attention, and become a thorn in the eyes of the other 4 hidden villages. Thinking of this, Ninkai secretly gritted his teeth. He actually dared to plot against me. That guy wanted to die. A bunch of self-righteous idiots, Tamari snorted coldly, and whispered, according to the information we verified in the Kirigakure spy, Hyuga Ninkai really wiped out the Kirigakure ninja chasing ninja troops alone. This kind of monster is still participating in the Chunin competition as a genin. Konoha's Hokage is really shameless, Kankuro complained. Gaara didn't say anything, staring at Niji with sharp eyes, his eyes narrowed slightly, he felt the blood boiling in his body, and there was a voice in his ear constantly shouting to kill him, kill him. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to be a villain is updated the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 29 The Strongest Genin starting from Konoha to be a villain. With Tiantian and Xiaoli, Niji came to the side where all the Konoha ninjas sat down. As time passed, the genin who participated in the Chunin exam arrived, including Naruto and his group who entered last. After Naruto and his group entered, Kabuto Yakushi also appeared, deliberately approaching Naruto and the other 9 newcomers, explaining the information there, but actually observing Sasuke. But Naruto is a troublemaker indeed, he challenged all the ninjas present with the words "I won't lose to you," causing the 3 belligerent Odanin to attack Naruto. Swish! Niji suddenly attacked, disappeared from the spot, and moved to Naruto's side in an instant. So fast! Seeing Niji's speed, everyone had the same voice in their minds. When everyone was shocked by Niji's speed, Niji raised his hand and fired 2 kunai to force back Chin Chui and Zack Stirrup, but TOS Anvil took the opportunity to rush to Niji. Let me see if you, the legendary strongest genin, really have the power to kill Jonin. Bang! With a muffled sound, a thigh fell from the sky and stepped on TOS Anvil before he finished speaking. The huge force forced TOS Anvil into the ground, shattering the solid wood floor under his feet. This muffled sound was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of everyone present, and everyone changed their faces, especially those who did not believe that Niji had the strength of Jonin, and the invisible slaps slapped them in the face. In addition to shock, there was more fear. Taking part in the Chunin exam with such a monster was like facing an uncrossable mountain. The auditorium was instantly quiet. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Idiot! Tamari pursed her lips and looked at the Otonin on the ground with disdain. She really thought that Niji's title of the strongest genin was just a boast. Seeing this scene, the other two Otonin were so scared that they were sweating and their faces turned pale. Tas Anvil was killed instantly. They couldn't believe their eyes. Tas Anvil was the strongest among the three of them, but he was still killed instantly by this kid. How could this kid be so strong? A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the nearby Kabuto. He gently pushed his glasses and raised his head with a shocked face. Thanks to the book friends for the reward, please collect and recommend. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect m.shuhaige.net, Becoming a Villain from Konoha. Chapter 30, Kabuto Yakushi in the Wind starting from Konoha as a villain. Inside the auditorium. There was silence, the ground fell silently, and the air seemed to solidify. Ninkai stepped on the genin of Sound Village with the force of thunder. This arrogant behavior was the first time since the Chunin exam. But everyone had no sympathy for the Sound Ninja who was stepped on by Ninkai. They wanted to attack the newcomer but were defeated. They failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice. If they wanted to blame, they should blame themselves for being too green. Slowly lifting his feet, Ninkai's eyes slowly swept over the genin from the major ninja villages in front of him. The ninjas who were swept by Ninkai's eyes felt like they were being stared at by a wild beast. The next second, Ninkai's face eased, and he slowly smiled and said, I hope everyone will not break the rules of the Chunin exam. If there is still someone who is shameless enough to attack the newcomer in our village, then I can only step on him. What an arrogant guy! Hearing what Niji said, the faces of the genin from various countries were wonderful. Even if you can easily kill the Otonin genin, do you really think that you can fight against the hundreds of genin present here by yourself? Even Gaara felt that Niji was extremely arrogant. Even he did not dare to threaten to kill all the genin present unless the things in his body were released. The reason why Niji suddenly took a strong action and killed the Otonin who attacked Naruto in seconds was because Niji suddenly thought clearly that since someone wanted to push him to the forefront, he would stand at the forefront. Anyway, he would rebel against Konoha and become a villain sooner or later. Standing at the forefront was not a bad thing for him, but a good thing. For a long time, because of the relationship of a bird in a cage, it was like a sharp sword floating on his forehead at any time, so that Niji could not do what he wanted. He was timid if he could be timid, and he could hide if he could be thieves. He developed in a wretched way in the early stage. He was afraid that people would find out that he was different, that his real purpose was discovered, and that Hyuga Hayashi would use the caged bird against him. But after being ambushed on the way back to the village and someone plotting against him secretly, Niji understood a truth. He had a system, but no matter how he tried to cover it up, he couldn't suppress his brilliance. Someone would definitely notice his difference, it was only a matter of time. For example, now a pair of invisible hands were pushing him from behind, as if to send him to a place of no return. At this moment, Niji realized that it was not just the caged bird that could take his life, and it might not be Hyuga Hayashi who wanted to kill him. Blindly hiding and giving in, and admitting one's weakness would only make some people push their luck. From today on, he would be himself and do whatever he wanted, starting with this Chunin exam. Kabuto came over and kindly reminded him, "You are Hyuga Niji, the strongest genin taking the exam this time, so you'd better keep a low profile. If you are targeted by everyone in the next exam, you will face constant trouble." "I'm not afraid of trouble." Ninkai didn't take it seriously and turned to look at Kabuto. He had handsome eyebrows and eyes, rare grey-white hair, a gentle smile like the sun, and a pair of glasses. He was very gentle. It was hard for anyone who saw Kabuto for the first time not to have a good impression of him and let down their guard against him. But Ninkai was not one of those people. He tilted his head and looked at Kabuto meaningfully. Ning said with a joking smile, should I call you Kabuto Senior or Kabuto Yakushi? Kabuto Yakushi's body shook slightly, and a touch of shock flashed across his eyes, but it quickly disappeared, as if nothing had happened. Ninkai Jr., what are you talking about? I don't understand it. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Ninkai smiled slightly, moved his feet quietly, and stood between Kabuto Yakushi and Naruto and others behind him. The name Orochimaru should be very familiar to Kabuto Sr. Ninkai stared with big eyes and asked jokingly. At this moment, Kabuto Yakushi was in a mess in the wind. The smile on his face finally couldn't be maintained, his face was slightly gloomy, and he thought, I hid very well, there is no flaw anywhere, even the third generation can't find me, how could this kid know this? There was no time to think too much. Kabuto Yakushi knew that his identity was likely to be exposed, and he couldn't stay here anymore. However, Kabuto Yakushi just wanted to leave, and a figure flashed by his side. Kakashi appeared next to Kabuto Yakushi, his eyes were like torches, and his sharp eyes were fixed on Kabuto Yakushi. At the same time as Kakashi appeared, Kai moved to the left of Kabuto Yakushi, and the two cooperated tacitly, attacking Kabuto Yakushi from both sides. At the same time, Asuma and Hong also appeared immediately, blocking Kabuto Yakushi's retreat. In a blink of an eye, the four senior ninjas of Konoha appeared one after another, blocking Kabuto Yakushi's retreat. Kabuto Yakushi felt the wind blowing more violently. Kakashi and the other three came to send their disciples to the Chunin exam. They did not leave immediately, but stayed behind the door to chat and observe the movements inside. When they heard Ninkai say that Kabuto Yakushi was very familiar with Orochimaru, the four people's faces changed, and they simultaneously performed the instant body technique to come to the hall to block Kabuto Yakushi's retreat. At first, Kakashi did not believe it, but when he appeared in the hall and saw that Kabuto was ready to run, with his years of experience in the Umbu, Kakashi believed it 7 points in his heart. Seeing Kabuto Yakushi dumbfounded, Ninkai laughed secretly. He wanted to be the biggest villain of Naruto, and Kabuto, the intermediate villain of the fourth ninja world, was his competitor. Now was the best time to deal with this competitor. Nisi would naturally not miss it, so he deliberately exposed the relationship between Kabuto and Orochimaru, just to get rid of Kabuto with the help of the village. The villain is not only powerful, but also needs to be black-bellied. Damage Master Kabuto, come with us. I want to ask you some questions about the conversation just now, Kakashi said calmly, but secretly touched the kunai behind him. As long as Kabuto makes the slightest move, Kakashi will strike with lightning speed. It is not only Kakashi who is also locking Kabuto. The three senior ninjas, Kai, are all ready to strike. Chapter 30 Damage Master Kabuto in the wind starting from Konoha to be a villain. Being locked by the breath of four senior ninjas, it is like facing four mountains, and drops of cold sweat seep out of Kabuto's forehead. Turning his eyes to observe the surrounding situation, Kabuto quickly thinks about how to get out. Dozens of methods flashed through his mind in an instant, but the final result of each method is to be arrested. If he makes any move, he will face the thunder attack of the four Konoha Jonins. Without any preparation, facing the lock of the four Konoha Jonins, the probability of him being able to escape is not even 1 in a billion. Kabuto made a wise choice and raised his hands in surrender. Kakashi gave Kai a vigilant look, pulled out a scroll from behind, came to Kabuto, opened the scroll, and suddenly black runes flew out of the scroll, like a chain locking Kabuto's whole body. This is a high-level sealing technique sealed in the scroll, which can seal all the ninja chakra and power. At this time, the power of the ninja is not even comparable to that of ordinary people. Kabuto did not say anything throughout the whole process. As a powerful spy, Kabuto knows better than anyone what to do if he is caught. Saying anything at this moment may put himself in danger in the next interrogation. He just looked at Niji quietly. Kabuto didn't understand how Niji in front of him found out that he had a relationship with Lord Orochimaru. He had been hiding well all along, and no one had noticed his flaws and discovered him. Even Lord Orochimaru commented that he had extraordinary talents in espionage and lurking. How did the other party know that he was a spy, and even knew that he followed Lord Orochimaru? Lord Orochimaru, you may be wrong. Hyaga Niji is a terrifying guy. Everything happened too suddenly and too quickly. When Shi Yanghong and Asuma pressed Kabuto to leave, many genin had not yet reacted, let alone understood what happened. But everyone knew that something extraordinary must have happened. The 4 famous jonins of Konoha appeared at the same time to arrest people. The Konoha genin who had just been captured must be extraordinary. Looking at the back of Kabuto being escorted away, Niji felt that he had finally done the right thing. Please recommend. Chapter 31 Threats from the Examiner starting from Konoha as a villain. After escorting Kabuto away, Kakashi and Kai briefly questioned Niji, who was well prepared, so he answered fluently. Although Kabuto concealed himself well, as a spy, even the best spy, there will be flaws in Kabuto. As long as Kabuto is caught, everything can be known. Niji is not afraid that Konoha will not be able to confirm Kabuto's identity as a spy. He said that Kabuto's powerful chakra is like a jonin, but he has failed the genin exam 9 times. This is the biggest problem. The ninja exam was about to begin, and with Niji's age and status, even Kakashi did not doubt it. Then, the examiner of the first exam of this Chunin exam, Marino Ibiki, appeared and started the first competition. After a show of strength, Ibiki began to distribute number plates, and everyone took their seats according to the number plates. Ibiki took a deep look at Niji next to him. The little brat of the Hyaga family was not only weird but also very arrogant. He dared to beat people in the Chunin exam. He was the first since the Chunin exam was held. If it weren't for the Sandame's special order, he really wanted to expel this brat from the examination room. As for Tos Anvil of the Sound Village, he also took the exam after a simple treatment. Niji did not kill him. He didn't want to lose the qualification for the Chunin exam because of this. After briefly explaining the rules of the exam, Ibiki ordered the other Chunins to start distributing the exam papers. This is an exam that requires cheating. Niji's mouth corners slightly raised. It was the first time that Niji encountered an exam that required cheating. If only the exams in the previous life were like this, he was an old hand after all. If he could take the exams like this, Tsinghua and Peking University would not be a problem. Thinking of this, Niji put down his pen and turned his head to look at the blue sky and white clouds outside in a daze. If an hour was not too short, he would have wanted to take a nap. Familiar feeling. But Lee is a headache, and Naruto is a fool. He looked at the questions above and thought that few people in the entire exam room could get full marks. It's okay if they can't do it, but the problem is that these 2 guys can't even cheat. Soon, most people realized that this exam was not a written exam, but an exam to use disguise and concealment to conduct intelligence gathering. Cheating like an excellent ninja. Various cheating methods began to appear, such as the copying action of the Sharingan, Akamaru's nose, Ino's heart-turning technique, and Tian controlling the mirror on the ceiling and passing the answer to Lee. As for Niji, Tian is not unwilling to help, but in this situation, the most comfortable and least worried person is Niji with the Byakugan. If Tenten knew that Niji didn't answer the questions at all, and even his eyes were useless, waiting to hand in a blank paper, he would definitely be furious. At the same time, Niji saw that Naruto not only did not copy the answers Hinata delivered to him, but also said righteously that he was a ninja who would not cheat. Niji raised his head helplessly, patted his forehead, shook his head, and cursed speechlessly, "This idiot! He is really a pure fighting school." Ibiki paid attention to the actions of all the candidates present. He saw through the cheating actions of many candidates, but he did not expose them. As the captain of the interrogation and torture team, he could not use his requirements to require some ninjas who were still genin. However, there were 2 candidates who still had blank papers that attracted Ibiki's attention. One was Naruto. This guy was there, covering his head and helpless, but he didn't cheat at all. What puzzled Ibiki even more was Niji, the new generation of Konoha's rising genius, the strongest genin. Some people said that he would be better than Kakashi and a genius comparable to the fourth generation Hokage. Niji, who possesses the Byakugan blood limit, should be the easiest to cheat among all the people present, but for some reason he has not started writing yet. There are only 5 minutes left in the exam. Did he see through the last question? After the last 5 minutes, Ibiki raised his hand to let everyone stop writing. Let me announce the rules of despair to you. First, you have to choose whether you want to answer this 10th question. If you don't choose, the candidate will be judged to be 0 points on the spot, which means you are unqualified, and of course your companions will be eliminated together. If you choose to answer, if you don't answer correctly, you will be deprived of the qualification to participate in the Chunin exam forever in the future. The whole audience was silent, and most people showed a struggle on their faces. On one side was themselves and on the other side was their companions. How should they choose? Why do Konoha's ninjas like to do things that bully children? The 3 ninjas are like this, Kakashi is like this, and Ibiki is like this. Niji dragged his chin with one hand and thought boredly. Finally, one person raised his hand, followed by the second and third. Soon most of the people in the entire examination room walked away. Watching others leave, more and more people began to waver in their hearts. Bang! At this moment, Naruto slapped the table, stood up from the chair, clenched his fists, and shouted to Ibiki, "Don't underestimate me, I won't escape at the last minute, I want to participate, even if I can only be a genin for life, I will become a Hokage with one breath, and I must implement what I said, this is my ninja way." Niji nodded, thinking, yes, you really implemented it, and became a genin for life. However, Naruto's passionate declaration made many wavering people calm down and dispel their uneasiness, so that the number of people who passed was as high as 78, far exceeding Ibiki's expectations. The biggest reversal came. Ibiki announced that everyone present had passed the exam, and it didn't matter whether the previous questions were answered correctly or not. The happiest and most excited person was Naruto. He was originally thought to be eliminated, but he actually passed the first exam with a blank paper. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 31 Threats from the Examiner Starting from Konoha to become a villain. Glancing at Ninkai who was yawning and wanted to sleep, Ibiki raised his voice and said, "I hope that after becoming a Chunin, you will face difficulties bravely like today. Those who dare not even gamble their lives are not qualified to be captains." Niji put down his hand and said disapprovingly, "Then just kill all those who block you." The 2 genin sitting next to Niji heard this and their faces turned pale and moved away from Niji. The second examiner, Mitarashi Anko, took him to the 44th training ground Death Forest. Mitarashi Anko smiled at Niji in the crowd. Niji, who was crowned with the title of the strongest genin, stood out like a crane among chickens wherever he went, attracting the attention of the examiners. Mitarashi Anko clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. "Okay, everyone, I am the examiner of the next second round, and behind me is the venue of this exam, Death Forest." Death Forest? Just scare the kids, Niji pouted, not caring about Mitarashi Anko at all. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, a kunao flew over. Niji's eyes were cold, and he quickly turned his head to avoid the flying kunao, looking at the kunao stuck upright on the ground. Niji turned his head sharply to look at Mitarashi Anko, thinking, this woman is sick. She actually dodged it. Mitarashi Anko was secretly surprised, and her figure flashed, and she came behind Niji with the instant body technique. I don't know when another kunao appeared in her hand and stabbed Ning. Clang! There was a sharp metal collision sound, and the flames were everywhere. The 2 kunao collided in the air. You are good, but a child as arrogant as you will die the first. Niji turned his head to look at Mitarashi Anko, his face calm, without any fluctuations. Thanks for the reminder, but I don't think there's anyone here who can kill me. With a light snort, Mitarashi Anko put away her kunao. The arrogant expression of this kid was really annoying. If she wasn't an examiner, she would definitely teach this kid a lesson. This idiot! Seeing this disciple who hadn't seen him for many years still acting recklessly as usual, Orochimaru, who was hiding in the crowd, shook his head helplessly. He wanted to show off his power to Hyuga, but he didn't think that Hyuga almost wiped out the Mist Ninja chasing team. She was no match for Hyuga. Please recommend and collect. If you like becoming a villain from Konoha, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Becoming a villain from Konoha is the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 32, Orochimaru's attack _ becoming a villain from Konoha. The second Chunin exam. The so-called Extreme Wilderness Survival Challenge is actually a bloody life and death elimination match. In the battle for the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth, there are 26 teams, half of which get the Book of Heaven and the other half get the Book of Earth. Grab the scrolls from the other teams, and get the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth at the same time to reach the middle tower to pass the second test. The rules look simple, but it is actually the cruelest test. Not only do you need to face the harsh wilderness environment, but you also need to be on guard against secret attack traps at all times. In addition, as time goes by and the distance increases, the probability of getting the other half of the scroll will decrease, and there may even be a situation where a team has several scrolls. In front of the gate number 41. Niji put away the scroll of the Book of Earth in his hand and said to Tenten and Xiaoli next to him, after entering, "We will go directly to the middle tower." "Why do you do this?" Tenten and Xiaoli looked at Niji in confusion. It was useless to go directly to the tower without getting the scroll. It's too troublesome to search aimlessly. We can just wait there. If we have the chance to rob all the teams, we don't have to take the next exam and can directly become Chunin. In short, the more scrolls we get, the greater the probability of passing the next Chunin exam, Ninkai said with a slight smile. This kid. The Chunin examiner who was about to open the door in front heard this and was almost scared to the ground by Ninkai's amazing idea. He actually wanted to stay at the high tower and rob the team that got the scroll directly, or all the teams. Arrogant. This was the first thought in the Chunin's mind. Even as an examiner who had participated in more than a dozen Chunin exams, the Chunin had never seen such an arrogant team. This is indeed a good idea. There is no need to look for other teams, and there is no need to worry about the same as himself who robbed the scroll. Everyone knows that this method is simple and convenient, but so far few teams have succeeded, because this method has a basic requirement. Absolute power. Only absolute strength can do this. Which team that can stand out in the second round of the exam is a weak one, and which team dares to say that it can defeat any team? Even if the team really has this kind of strength, it dare not do this, because it will face not only one team, but the siege of all powerful teams. Opening the gate to let Niji and the other two enter, the Chunin examiner watched Niji disappear into the forest and muttered to himself. This year's Chunin exam will probably be the most interesting one in history. Hyuga Niji, what kind of amazing move will you make? In the dense forest, Niji led Tenten and Xiaoli straight to the tower. Since some people want to use me to stir up a storm, then I will make this storm more violent. At the same time, all the genin teams entered the death forest from different gates. The battle broke out in less than 5 minutes. This forest became, as its name suggests, it became a real forest of death, with killing and fighting constantly taking place. Hi! Ninkai and his two companions were on their way to the tower, when suddenly a strong wind came from the side, and the three of them quickly dodged the sneak attack from the dark. The strong wind was so strong that a layer of the ground was blown off, revealing a half-person deep gully. Ninkai landed on his feet and slid several meters along the ground before he stabilized his body. I didn't expect someone to attack me first. As he said that, Ninkai raised his head and looked in the direction of the wind escape, only to see 3 ninjas standing on the grass with grass ninja forehead protectors on their foreheads. The grass ninja standing in the middle ordered the 2 people next to him, "I'll deal with this kid, you play with the other two? Yes. The two grass ninjas responded and immediately killed Tian Tian and Xiaoli. The grass ninja smiled at Ninkai, licked his lips with a tongue that was different from that of an ordinary person, and his eyes revealed a strong interest. Next, let's have some fun. As soon as the words fell, the Kusanagi disappeared from the spot. So fast. Niji was surprised that he couldn't even see through the opponent's speed. From the opponent's speed, Niji knew that the Kusanagi he was facing was a terrifying strong man. Although he didn't find the opponent's figure, it didn't prevent him from using his offensive and defensive skills. The Kusanagi who disappeared came behind Niji in an instant. The opponent held a kunao in his hand and swung it like a sword, slashing at Niji's neck fiercely. His movements were like killing tens of millions of people, and he was very skilled. Thunder! Niji shouted, and his body suddenly emitted a dazzling blue light, and the electric current gushed out like a tide, and hundreds of lightning struck all around. The lightning flashed, and each lightning was as thick as an arm, and the power could easily break the stubborn stone. Hundreds of lightning struck at the same time, forcing the Kusanagi who appeared behind Niji to dodge quickly, and at the same time used the substitute technique to block the lightning attack that struck him. The Kusanagi quickly escaped from the lightning attack range, but before he could take a breath, the supersonic shock wave formed by the lightning breaking through the air hit him head-on. Wind style. Big breakthrough. Seeing the shock wave coming, the Kusanagi quickly formed seals with both hands, opened his mouth and sprayed a hurricane mixed with chakra to block the shock wave. Water breathing, 8th form Taketsubo. Using the shock wave to block the Kusanaga's vision, Niji took the opportunity to come to the top of the Kusanaga's head, descended from the sky, and used the 8th form of water breathing to chop down the Kusanaga's head. The brief fight just now made Lin Tian realize that the opponent was extremely powerful, even far beyond ordinary Jonin, so Niji immediately opened his Byakugan and used the water breathing method at the same time, doubling his physical fitness. The ninja sword was as fast as thunder, carrying a rapid stream of water to bombard the Kusanagi, and the water burst like a bomb, completely tearing the Kusanaga's body apart. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. Chapter 32 Orochimaru's attack starting from Konoha to become a villain. The scene of blood splashing did not appear, and the broken body turned into black mud under the impact of the water flow. Ninkai's face changed slightly, and he quickly drew his sword and retreated. Almost instantly, the disappeared Kusanagi rushed out from the ground, holding a kunao and cutting towards Ninkai's neck with thunder. File clang. A sharp metal collision sound. I saw Ninkai swinging his sword in time to block the kunao, standing in front like a shield, and the kunao could not move forward. The attack was blocked, but the Kusanagi was not disappointed, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if to say that you have fallen into a trap. Ninkai stepped on the ground and quickly stepped back, trying to distance himself from the Kusanagi, but it was too late. Hiding shadow snake hand. Dozens of colorful snakes flew out from the Kusanaga's sleeves. These snakes opened their bloody mouths and attacked from multiple directions and angles under the control of the Kusanagi. Some bit Ninkai, some attracted his attention, and some bound Ninkai like ropes. At this critical moment, Ninkai threw away the ninja sword in his hand in a flash and quickly performed the revival of heaven. Bagua Palm. Resurrection of heaven. His body spun at high speed like a gyroscope, and at the same time, a large amount of chakra was released from the acupuncture points all over his body. The almost materialized chakra formed a 360-degree chakra shield visible to the naked eye to rebound all attacks, while forcing the Kusanagi back. After escaping from the range of the Kaiden rebound attack, the Kusanagi grinned and said, "The Hyuga family's Bagua Palm. Kaiden is still as powerful as ever. I just didn't expect that you, a branch family, could use the advanced physical skills that only the main family can master. You are the only one I have ever seen who can comprehend Kaiden with your own talent." Ninkai put away the Kaiden, looked up at the Kusanagi in front of him, sneered, and said, I have never seen the famous 3 ninjas pretending to be genin to participate in the Chunin exam and specifically bully children. The hidden shadow snake hand is Orochimaru's own creation and is also his signature ninjutsu. The 3 ninjas really have no moral integrity. If you like becoming a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Becoming a villain from Konoha's Shuhage novel network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 33 Invitation to Kill Shadow Starting as a villain from Konoha. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly and tore off the mask on his face. Seeing Niji with a calm expression, he couldn't help asking, "You're not surprised? Did you guess my identity from the beginning?" "Probably," Niji replied ambiguously. Then he asked back, "The legendary S-class rebel, Orochimaru wouldn't come here just to bully a kid like me, right? Anyone who treats you as a kid is really stupid." Orochimaru smiled slightly, licking his lips with his long tongue. Niji didn't hide the disgust on his face at all. Orochimaru was really disgusting. After a pause, Orochimaru put away the smile on his face and said, "Ninkai, you have caused me heavy losses. Kabuto is my best subordinate. He helps me do many things, but now he has been sent to the Umbu of Konoha by you. I don't know whether he is alive or dead. Many of my plans have been affected, and some things can't even be carried out. What do you think I should do?" Ninkai pursed his lips and said disapprovingly, "With your strength, Orochimaru, it is a simple matter to break into the Umbu. If you don't want to save people, don't save people. Don't push everything on me." Orochimaru looked at Nisi deeply with his snake-like eyes and said nothing. Indeed, with his strength, it is difficult to force his way into the Umbu and rescue Kabuto, but it is not impossible. But based on his understanding of the old man of the 3rd generation, since he knows the relationship between Kabuto and him, the place where Kabuto is imprisoned must have set up many traps. If he breaks in by force, it is unlikely that he can successfully rescue Kabuto, and he may even fall into it. And even if he succeeded in rescuing Kabuto, what would be the point? If he rescued Kabuto, it would alarm Konoha, and his long-planned plan would fail. Orochimaru is a very rational person. He has long abandoned the emotions that bind humans. In his eyes, there are only 2 kinds of people, useful people and useless people. Kabuto, who was captured by Konoha, can still be considered a useful person, but the rescued Kabuto is just a useless person. Orochimaru smiled faintly and said sarcastically, "It seems that Niji is not only talented, but also has a better tongue than ordinary people." Niji's face was calm, and his eyes were clear and bright. "Orochimaru, I think we can be more transparent. You deliberately came to me, not just to chat with me." The smile faded from his face, and Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue and said, "Because you revealed Kabuto's identity, Kabuto was captured. Now there are many problems in my plan. Although I have alternative plans for most of the links, there is a very important link that needs Kabuto. You won't ask me to help you rescue Kabuto, will you?" Niji asked back with a frown. If that's the case, he would never do it. He's not stupid. Any normal person would understand that Kabuto is now a big bait. Whoever goes there will be finished. Niji did not deny that he was interested in Kabuto. Kabuto was talented, intelligent, loyal, and good at medical ninjutsu. After Orochimaru's death, he even realized the Ryukadong Sage mode. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke could not do anything to Kabuto even if they joined forces. Such an all-round and potential talent is very much needed by Niji, especially when he is about to rebel against Konoha. But it does not mean that Niji has to rescue Kabuto at this time when the guards are the most strict. That is not bravery but stupidity. Of course not, Orochimaru smiled meaningfully and explained, "I need you to help me kill the 4th Kazekage halfway." Hearing this, Niji could not hide the shock on his face. This matter is even crazier than rescuing Kabuto. To rescue Kabuto is just to force his way into the Umbu, and he may have to fight the Sandaime, but to kill the Kazekage, he must fight the Kazekage, not only the Kazekage, but also the Kazekage guard, which is the real elite jonin of Sand Village. You know better than me how strong the 4th Kaze cage is. With my current strength, I have no chance of winning against the 4th Kaze cage. Why should I help you? Nyaji neither refused nor agreed. He looked at Orochimaru. He wanted to know what conditions Orochimaru would use to impress him. Orochimaru is a rational person, and also a person who likes to think about every step and keep a backhand. Since Orochimaru appeared here and invited him, Orochimaru must be absolutely sure. He held in his hand the conditions that he thought he would definitely agree to. Nyaji wanted to see what the chips in Orochimaru's hand were. What made Orochimaru so confident? Orochimaru had long guessed that Niji would say this, raised his hand and touched his forehead, and said jokingly, as a member of the branch family, Niji-kun, it must be uncomfortable to be imprisoned by a caged bird. The caged bird will not only weaken the powerful power of the Byakugan, but also the lives of the branch family will be controlled by the main family at any time. The people of the Hyuga branch family will never escape the shackles of the caged bird in this life. Niji did not speak. Although he tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart, it was still difficult to hide. Solving the caged bird is too important for Niji. I always thought that the caged bird is a sword hanging over Niji's head, and I don't know when it will be cut down. So from the time he came to the Naruto world to now, Niji has been walking on thin ice, not daring to act rashly, and restraining his hands and feet. If Orochimaru can solve the caged bird, it will be like meeting an oasis in the desert and a drowning man meeting a ship for Niji. The excitement and joy in his heart cannot be suppressed by his will. Seeing that Niji was trying his best to suppress his excitement, Orochimaru's mouth flashed with a hint of pride. As long as this bargaining chip was presented, Niji would definitely give in. Having stayed in Konoha Ninja Village for many years, Orochimaru knew how tempting it was for the branch family to solve the caged bird. Suppressing his excitement, Niji looked up at Orochimaru, and asked in doubt, "Why should I believe that you can really solve it, and not deceive me? I want to know how you are going to solve the caged bird on my forehead." If you like starting from Konoha to become a villain, please bookmark it, m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to become a villain. Chapter 33 Invitation to Kill Shadow Starting from Konoha as a villain. Hashirama Cells. Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth and said proudly, "For many years, I have been studying Hashirama Cells, and there have been breakthroughs. Not only Hashirama Cells, but also Sharingan and Byakugan. I have studied both Sharingan and Byakugan in depth." Byakugan. Ninkai shouted and interrupted, "For many years, except for the mist ninja Jonin Ao who killed the Hyuga main family to obtain a Byakugan, any missing or dead Hyuga branch family members will have their Byakugan destroyed by the main family using a caged bird. How did you get the Byakugan?" Orochimaru is like a scientist who has been obsessed with research for many years. Today, it is rare to share his research results with others. Not only is he in a good mood, but he also patiently explains to Ninkai. Indeed, the caged bird of the Hyuga family is very strange. Even after years of research, I still cannot remove the caged bird, but I can cut off the connection between the main family and the caged bird, so that the main family cannot control the caged bird. I can do this thanks to Hashirama's cells. Hashirama's cells are highly active and corrosive. I used 60 babies for experiments, and only one was able to use the blood limit would escape. As long as you plant Hashirama's cells near your eyes and use special sealing techniques, you can cut off the power of the caged bird with 2 approaches. Niji's eyes showed deep doubt. What Orochimaru said sounded very logical, using the power of Hashirama's cells, but Niji always felt that Orochimaru was not telling the truth. It's not that he has any evidence, but he has this feeling. Judging from what Orochimaru did in the anime, Orochimaru is a madman who will do anything to achieve his goals. The most important thing is that this guy likes to plant curse marks on others, leaving chakra with soul marks. Even if what Orochimaru said was true, Niji still didn't dare to let Orochimaru operate it for him. Who knows if he would also put chakra into his body. But Orochimaru's ability to solve the caged bird really moved Niji, and Niji frowned and fell into entanglement. Orochimaru is not trustworthy. If Orochimaru had a little credibility, he wouldn't be so entangled. Orochimaru looked at Niji silently, neither speaking nor moving at all, just quietly waiting for Niji to choose. Use 4 words to describe Orochimaru at this moment: confident. After a long while, Niji looked up at Orochimaru, the hesitation in his eyes disappeared, and he said seriously, "Okay, I agree to cooperate and kill the 4th generation Wind Shadow together." Although cooperating with Orochimaru is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger, it is better than being controlled by a caged bird. If the caged bird is not solved, he will never fly out of the huge cage of Konoha. A smile suddenly appeared on Orochimaru's face. You made the right choice. Chapter 34 Red-haired girl starting from Konoha to be a villain. Death Forest. Ninkai looked at the scroll of the Book of Heaven in his hand with a strange look. Before leaving, Orochimaru gave him the scroll of the Book of Heaven in his hand, which matched the scroll of the Book of Earth in his hand. This made Ninkai very upset. He was going to rob all the teams. Now that the scrolls of the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth were in his hands, he had no reason to be a master. Looking at the scroll of the Book of Heaven in his hand meaningfully, Ninkai squeezed it hard, and the chakra in his palm gushed out, tearing the scroll of the Book of Heaven in his hand into pieces. What a pity, I accidentally broke it. It seems I still need to find a new one. Orochimaru left, taking his 2 men with him. Before Orochimaru attacked, he specifically told his men not to hurt Tenten and Li, so Tenten and Li were not even slightly injured except for being a little embarrassed. Seeing that Niji was injured, Tenten asked with concern, "Ninkai, you are injured, are you okay?" Niji looked down at his left hand, and there was really a cut on his sleeve, and blood was oozing out. It was caused by Orochimaru during the fight just now. It's okay, just a minor injury, Niji shook his head and smiled. Li frowned and said, "Who are those guys? Are they really genin? It seems that they are all very strong." "You will know later," Niji said casually, and suddenly changed the subject. "We have wasted 30 minutes. We have to reach the central tower within an hour. Speed up." After speaking, Niji rushed out first, followed by Li and Tenten. After separating from Orochimaru, the 3 of them had a smooth journey, without encountering any blind ninjas or any ferocious beasts. 15 minutes later, Ninkai and the other 2 arrived at the foot of the ancient tower in the forest, 15 minutes earlier than expected. Next, the 3 of them divided the work and began to set up traps and sensing mechanisms around them to serve as early warnings. In fact, it was mainly Tian who did it. Xiaoli cooperated, and Ninkai sat next to him. With Tian, the master of ninja tools, simple traps and warning mechanisms were quickly set up, and the 3 of them began sitting at the gate, waiting for the first team to arrive. "Is it really okay for us to do this?" Xiaoli was a little worried. "What's wrong with that? We didn't break the rules. As long as we don't fight in the ancient tower, it's fine," Tian said indifferently. Not only that, she felt a little excited. Sitting at the gate of the ancient tower to rob, this kind of Chunin exam is interesting. Seeing Tian eager to try, Ninkai reminded, "Xiaoli is right. We should be more cautious and not too arrogant. This is not good." Xiaoli and Tian were speechless. "You are the most arrogant." "Ah!" Screams rang out in the forest, startling a large number of flying birds. Ninkai and the other 2 who were chatting looked in the direction of the sound. "So fast, someone is coming." Tian stood up suddenly. Judging from the size of the sound, it was very close to the ancient tower, at most a few hundred meters. "You continue to guard, I'll go and see." Before the voice fell, Ninkai disappeared from the spot. "This guy is acting alone again." The forest is lush and green, with thick trunks that require more than a dozen people to hug, and waist-thick vines hanging between branches. Under the big tree, a colorful white-browed tiger with hanging eyes slowly approached the girl in front of it. The tiger was as tall and strong as an ox, with a big shaped white spot on its forehead, black and yellow patterns all over its body, and its thick tail swung slowly like a steel whip, raising waves of cheers. The tiger bared its teeth, exhaled white air from its nose, and its fist-sized eyes revealed a cold light, as if it would rush up and tear the girl in front of it to pieces in the next second. The girl was only 11 or 12 years old, wearing black-framed glasses, and the most eye-catching thing was her long red hair. Facing the tiger, the girl retreated in panic, and her heel didn't pay attention to tripping over the protruding tree roots under her feet, and she fell to the ground with a plop. The tiger approached step by step, opened its bloody mouth, and revealed its sharp teeth. The girl was so scared that she retreated quickly until she retreated to the bottom of the tree, with no room to retreat. Roar! The tiger roared in the forest. The tiger had already determined that the prey in front of it was weak. It no longer hesitated, and suddenly kicked its strong limbs and pounced on the girl. The girl closed her eyes in fear, hugged the scroll of the Book of the Earth with both hands, curled up into a ball, and shouted in fear. "Hey, where is everyone?" Bang! The ground shook, as if something heavy fell. The girl subconsciously opened her eyes and saw that the fierce tiger had died in front of her, and a figure stood on the tiger's forehead. The girl blinked her bright eyes, raised her hand to straighten her crooked eyes, and looked carefully. She saw a refined young man standing on the tiger's forehead. The eyes were strangely white. Ninkai had arrived a long time ago. He was originally preparing to leave, but he didn't expect that the red-haired girl under his feet couldn't even solve the tiger. Seeing that the girl was about to be eaten, Ninkai had to appear and kick the tiger to death. Ninkai frowned slightly and asked, "You are a genin from Kusagakur village? How come you can't even deal with a tiger? Why did Kusagakur village send you to participate in the genin competition?" This genin competition was jointly organized by Sand village and Konoha village. In order to show strength in front of the big country, the genin sent by other small countries are the elite of the ninja village. The red-haired girl in front of him was so timid that she shouldn't appear in the team participating in the competition. Seeing that the girl didn't speak, Ninkai asked again, "What's your name? Where are your teammates?" The red-haired girl reacted and replied in a panic, "My name is Uzumaki Karen, and my teammates are gone." Uzumaki Karen. Ninkai showed surprise on his face. The red-haired girl in front of him turned out to be Uzumaki Karen. No wonder he felt familiar when he saw red hair. Among the Hokage, only the Uzumaki clan has red hair. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 34 Red-haired girl starting from Konoha to become a villain. With a flash of his figure, Niji came in front of Uzumaki Karen. Karen was frightened by Niji's speed and subconsciously stepped back. Seeing that Karen was so scared, Niji stepped forward and stretched out his hand and smiled brightly, "Uzumaki Karen, let me introduce myself. My name is Hyaga Niji. Be my teammate." Karen looked at the hand in front of her, blinked her eyes, and looked up at Niji with a gentle smile on his face. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Why did the other party say this, and what does it mean to be his teammate? Pointing at the Konoha forehead protector on Niji's forehead, Karen whispered, "You are a Konoha ninja, I am a grass country ninja, we don't belong to the same village, we can't be teammates." "It's okay," Niji tilted his head and smiled, "I will not be a Konoha ninja in a while, and what about you? You must be unhappy in the grass country, and there are many people bullying you." Karen bit her finger and asked curiously, "How do you know?" "Look at the situation, facing danger, but no teammates appear, forced to participate in the Chunin exam. If you become my teammate, from now on no one can bully you, I will protect you." Niji's face was full of smiles, his tone was gentle, just like a big bad wolf tempting Little Red Riding Hood. Karen thought for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up and said, "Then can we bully others?" Niji didn't know what to say for a moment, but doesn't the villain bully others? "Sure, and I'll just bully others." "Okay." Seeing Karen agree, Niji was overjoyed. the villain, is finally not alone. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. He has now taken the most difficult step. Moreover, Karen is the only remaining member of the Uzumaki clan. She has powerful chakra and excellent perception ability. Although she is not a medical ninja, she has means that medical ninjas cannot match. Just bite her skin to restore chakra and injuries, which is more effective than medical ninjas. Although Karen is still young, as long as she is properly trained, she will definitely be a great help. Chapter 35 Robbery of Gaara Starting to be a villain from Konoha. Ancient tower in the center of the forest. When Niji returned to the ancient tower, Tian and Xiaoli were standing anxiously at the entrance of the ancient tower. They had not seen Niji appear, and they were very worried. Seeing Niji coming back, the two of them were relieved and hurriedly asked Niji why he had been gone for so long. Niji found a random excuse to deal with the two. The three of them sat down again and waited for the first team to come here. Not long after, the first team came. Gaara and the other two walked through the dense forest. Kanjuro held the scrolls of the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth in his hands. They were lucky that the scrolls in the hands of the first team they met were a pair with them. The only unpleasant thing was that Gaara killed again. Although the Death Forest stipulates that killing is allowed, Gaara is now killing more and more frequently. Kanjuro is very afraid that Gaara can't suppress it and release another one. Gaara, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Kanjuro, who was thinking about something, didn't notice it and bumped into the gourd behind Gaara. Kanjuro rubbed his forehead and said to himself, "Why did you stop suddenly? Have you arrived?" As he said, Kanjuro looked up and saw three people standing in the ancient tower in front. The one in the middle was the Hyuga family ninja who clashed that day. Someone is actually faster than us. Temari couldn't believe it. They went straight to the ancient tower in the middle after entering the Death Forest. Except for Gaara killing the rain ninja they met on the way, they didn't even stop for a moment. Logically, they should be the fastest. Seeing Niji, Kankuro's eyes narrowed and snorted coldly, "It seems that they are targeting us." They know that the team that gets a pair of scrolls will rush to the ancient tower immediately, so they waited at the entrance of the ancient tower from the beginning, so they don't have to worry about snatching the same scrolls from the other side. Tisk, so arrogant, do you really think you are invincible? Let these arrogant guys in Konoha take a good look at our strength. Temari took off the giant fan on her back. She still remembered that day when Niji pressed a kunai against her throat. "You all retreat, I will deal with them alone," Gaara suddenly said. His tone was icy and unresistible. Kanjuro and Temari frowned slightly, but did not refute. There was no problem for Gaara to take action. They just had to watch the show from the side. After all, the White-Eye Genin was a very powerful opponent. However, it was still necessary to remind Gaara. Kanjuro thought and said, "Gaara, don't kill people. There may be Konoha Jonin around in the dark." "Shut up!" Gaara shouted coldly, and his cold eyes swept Kanjuro behind him, and said coldly, "Don't think you can teach me a lesson just because you are my brother. I don't regard you as my brother at all. I will kill all three guys." "That Gaara, Kanjuro didn't mean that." Temari waved her hands repeatedly and said, "He meant not to expose too much strength. We still have plans to realize." Glancing at Temari, Gaara ignored it and walked towards Niji and the other two standing at the entrance of the ancient tower. Seeing Gaara coming, Ninkai turned his back to Tenten and Xiaoli behind him and said, "You just keep an eye on the other two people. I will deal with them myself, Gaara." After saying that, regardless of the solemn expressions of Tenten and Xiaoli, Ninkai walked forward and the two stopped about 20 meters away from each other. Ninkai slowly pulled out the kunai from his leg, raised the corners of his mouth, and smiled slightly, "I'm really sorry. We are robbing, and the toll is 1 scroll. Hand over 1 scroll in your hand." Kanjuro and Temari were immediately angry. This guy was really arrogant. He stood at the entrance of the final destination and robbed them blatantly. He really didn't take them seriously. "I will kill you. Your blood makes me thirsty." Gaara licked his lips and smiled cruelly. As soon as the voice fell, Gaara had already made seals with both hands and stood in front of his chest. The next second, the sand on the ground surged and grabbed Ninkai like a big hand under Gaara's control. Ninkai quickly performed the instant body technique, and his figure flashed to avoid the attack from the ground. At the same time, Niji disappeared from the spot, and in an instant he came behind Gaara, turning around and kicking with his legs. Konoha Great Cyclone. The strong kick was blocked by Gaara's sand in the air. The seemingly soft sand was as hard as steel under the high chakra condensation, and Niji felt pain when he kicked it. This absolute defense sand is really difficult to deal with. Even ordinary ninjas will be helpless in the face of the absolute defense formed by Gaara's sand, unless there is an extremely high speed faster than the speed of the sand, or an extremely strong force to break the sand defense. Kankuro saw this scene from the back, snorted coldly, and said disdainfully, "It's useless, the absolute defense formed by sand, controlling the sand in the gourd, using a powerful the chakra fixes it, thus forming a strong barrier to protect the surroundings. This is Gaara's unique move. Moreover, this has nothing to do with Gaara's unique consciousness, it is automatically activated, which means that all attacks in front of Gaara are useless, you are not Gaara's opponent at all." Continuous sand shiger. Gaara's eyes turned cold, and he saw Niji next to him. He raised his hand and waved it, and countless sand shot out. The thumb-sized sand was like bullets, and countless sand bullets shot out like a storm. Byan! With a low voice, Ninkai opened his Byakugan in an instant, veins around his eyes bulged, and black marks flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he started water breathing to improve his physical fitness, and quickly improved his speed, strength, and reaction. Under the powerful insight of the Byakugan, everything will slow down. The seemingly fast sand bullets become slow in Ninkai's eyes. His footsteps move slightly, and Ninkai keeps dodging bullets with subtle movements, and his figure is like a ghost. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, From Konoha to be a villain Shuhage. Chapter 35 Robbery of Gaara _from Konoha to be a villain. How is it possible? Kankuro, who was still smug a second ago, now looked unbelievable. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. The Byakugan bastard actually used such a slight and swift movement. Even if his Byakugan could see through it, how could his physical fitness be so strong to make such a subtle movement? This is all thanks to the water breathing technique. Water breathing can improve physical fitness, just to make up for Niji's physical fitness that can't keep up with the Byakugan's insight. System products must be top-notch. It's my turn. Dodging the oncoming rain of sand bullets, Niji smiled lightly, his figure flashed, and moved in front of Gaara, with a kunai in his hand. A certain scientific railgun. He raised his hand and shot out a kunai. An invisible electric field surrounded the kunai. Light flashed around the kunai. In an instant, the kunai was shot out at twice the speed of sound. At this moment, Niji was less than 5 meters away from Gaara. 5 meters was enough for a kunai with an initial speed of 2 times the speed of sound. It would reach Gaara in an instant, and his sand defense had not yet reacted. Bang! The kunai, like black lightning, fell on Gaara, and a huge explosion suddenly broke out. Fire flashed, and yellow sand flew all over the sky. Gaara did not expect that a kunai would have such great power and speed. When he realized it, he could only hastily rely on the sand armor on his body to resist. Gaara! Temari shouted in worry. Even though she was afraid of Gaara's brutality and the other existence in his body, they were still connected by blood. Gaara flew out of the thick smoke, his sand armor completely shattered, and a deep scar was cut on his left shoulder. Although the sand armor bought a moment to avoid the fatal part at the last moment, he was still inevitably injured. Kankuro frowned, took off the crow behind him, and whispered, "The information is correct, this guy can no longer be regarded as a genin. The powerful ninjutsu just now can only be performed by a jonin. Konoha is really shameless. This monster actually let him participate in the Chunin exam as a genin. And Gaara is not in a good condition. The blood stimulates the guy hidden in his body. It's troublesome. It won't appear at this time. The plan will be completely messed up. Kanjuro looked ugly. The thing he least wanted to see happened now. Yellow sand flew up from the ground and caught Gaara. Like a pair of big hands, it gently put Gaara on the ground. The pain on his shoulder constantly stimulated Gaara's senses. Gaara's face gradually twisted, full of cruelty and tyranny, with veins on his forehead exposed. He raised his head suddenly, and his eyes shot out cold light. Chapter 36 I Want to be a Rebel Ninja. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. The breeze whistled, sweeping across the open space, rolling up gusts of dust. Seeing Gaara's ferocious face, Tian and Xiaoli were shocked. The strong murderous aura made them feel like they were facing a beast. This is a big deal. Seeing that Gaara's eyes had changed and his eyeballs were no longer human-like, Niji suddenly felt overwhelmed. He originally just wanted to play with Gaara. Who would have thought that Gaara was so irresistible? The stimulation of blood and failure instantly stimulated the shikaku in Gaara's body, and the killing intent erupted. Gaara was now on the edge of possession. If it could be suppressed, it would be fine. If not, Gaara would enter the possession state. Niji was not afraid of Gaara in this state. What he was worried about was that Gaara would completely lose his mind in this state, be blinded by the killing intent, and would not stop until he killed him. In the end, he would even release the one tail in his body, which would be a big trouble. Gaara quickly formed seals with both hands, and the sand, under his control, turned into big hands and grabbed Niji. The sand hands were extremely fast and numerous. In an instant, they surrounded Niji, and all the sand hands turned into a yellow sand circle. The ball trapped Niji inside. Sandfall's funeral. Gaara opened his hands and released chakra to control the yellow sand ball in front of him. The yellow sand collapsed with a bang. All the sand crushed Niji in the ball under Gaara's control, releasing strong pressure. Bang! A muffled sound came from the yellow sand. The previous scene of blood and sand splashing did not appear. Gaara's face changed slightly. He immediately realized that he was not holding Niji's body. He turned around and saw Niji standing behind him. Locked in, soft fist technique, bagua empty palm. Niji stepped on his feet and shouted. A light green bagua rune suddenly appeared under his feet. He clapped his hands, and chakra surged in his palms. As Niji waved his palms, a visible chakra shock wave broke through the sky and fell on Gaara. Just like being hit by a boulder, the sand that automatically defended Gaara was shattered, and the remaining chakra shock wave fell on Gaara, but it could not penetrate the sand armor on Gaara. Wind style. Scythe attack. At this moment, Temari finally couldn't hold back and took action. She opened the giant fan in her hand, raised her hand and waved it, raising an endless gust of wind, which mixed with chakra and turned into sharp wind blades. The wind blades flew all over the sky and slashed towards Niji. Niji used the instant body technique to avoid Temari's wind blades and distanced himself from Gaara. Now he couldn't continue to stimulate Gaara. If he continued to stimulate him, Gaara would really enter the state of possession. But now it was not whether he would let Gaara go, but whether Gaara was willing to let him go. Niji flexibly dodged the sand that emerged from the ground. He was familiar with Gaara's fighting style. His white eyes were always paying attention to his feet. The 360-degree view made Gaara's idea of using sand to sneak attack useless. Damn it! Seeing that Niji kept dodging his attacks, Gaara became more and more anxious, more and more irritable, and more murderous. Boom! Suddenly, Gaara's body erupted with strong chakra fluctuations, and his body changed at the same time, and sand flew up from the ground and covered Gaara's arms. That horrible thing is coming out. Temari was frightened and turned pale, and subconsciously stepped back. Xiao Li's thick eyebrows jumped, and his face was extremely solemn. Such a strong chakra, is this guy really a human? At this moment, Niji had only one thought in his mind, and he was out of control. Gaara completely entered the state of possession. Now he couldn't fight, and he couldn't retreat. Niji had the urge to curse. Whoosh whoosh! Suddenly, a burst of air braking sounded, and 6 kunao shot out from the dense forest in the distance. The kunao were engraved with black runes, and the kunao accurately fell around Gaara's body, forming a hexagram shape. I can't let you ruin my plan. It's not the time for you to come out yet. When the kunao landed, Orochimaru appeared in front of Gaara, whispering softly while quickly forming seals with both hands. After testing Sasuke and planting the Heaven's Curse seal on Sasuke, Orochimaru noticed the strong chakra fluctuations around the ancient tower and lurked over secretly, wanting to get more information from Niji secretly. Who would have thought that the one-tailed Shikaku Jinchuriki would be in trouble in the plan, and Orochimaru appeared to stop it. After the seal was completed, Orochimaru slapped his hands on the ground, and the chakra flowed to the kunao inserted in the ground. Under the urging of the chakra, the black runes on the kunao flowed like life, climbed up Gaara's body, gathered in the abdomen, and temporarily cut off the chakra connection between Gaara and Shikaku. After losing Shikaku's chakra, Gaara immediately exited the state of possession, and Gaara, whose mind was on the verge of confusion, fell asleep immediately. After dealing with Gaara, who was about to go berserk, Orochimaru turned his head and looked deeply at Niji, then his body disappeared into the ground. Looking at the place where Orochimaru disappeared, Niji looked strange. It was Orochimaru who came to save the situation. He thought to himself, do I owe Orochimaru a favor? Gaara! Temari shouted worriedly, quickly put away her fan and ran towards Gaara, kneeling on the ground to check Gaara's injuries. Tearing off the white cloth wrapped around the crow, Kankuro stood in front of Gaara and Temari, controlling the puppet crow to face Niji. I won't let you attack Gaara again. Kankuro has long been full of awareness, the awareness of not hesitating life and death to protect his brother. Humph! Nisi snorted disdainfully, moved behind Kankuro in an instant, unsheathed the ninja sword, and chopped Kankuro's neck with the ninja sword in his hand. Clang! A sharp metal collision. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 36 I Want to be a Rebel Ninja. Starting from Konoha to become a villain. I saw Kanjuro controlling the crow to block the slash of Ninkai's ninja sword. The crow's tightly closed mouth opened at the same time and shot out 3 consecutive small-scale high-density green poison needles. Ninkai quickly bent down and leaned back to avoid the poison needles, and the ninja sword slashed out horizontally. The slash with water entanglement easily cut off the chakra line that Kanjuro used to control the crow. At the same time, Ninkai suddenly raised his right foot, kicked the crow into the air, and threw the kunao in his hand, accurately shooting through Kanjuro's head. A series of attacks flowed smoothly without any unnecessary movements. Puff! Kankuro turned into a puff of white smoke. The Kankuro in front of him was just a substitute. The real Kankuro hid in the crows and controlled the crows to shoot several daggers dipped in poison at the place where Niji was in the direction of. Niji ignored the crows above his head, and his figure flashed, coming to Temari's side, and kicked Temari's giant fan away with a thunderous kick, and swung the ninja sword, slashing at Gaara on the ground. Seeing this, Temari rushed to Gaara and opened her hands to block Niji's ninja sword with her body. The ninja sword stopped in mid-air, only a little distance away from Temari's smooth forehead. If Niji was even a little slower to put away the sword, the ninja sword would split Temari's forehead. Putting away the ninja sword, Niji shouted helplessly, "Hey, hey, don't be like this, it's like I'm such an unforgivable trash." Although Temari was glad that she had escaped death, she didn't understand why Niji, who was obviously sure of victory, suddenly stopped. "Why don't you kill us?" Temari asked, puzzled. Inserting the ninja sword into the scabbard with his backhand, Niji flashed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth, lowered his head and bent down to Temari's ear, and the breath he exhaled blew on Temari's crystal earlobe. Tamari had an unprecedented different feeling, and a faint blush climbed up her swan-like slender and white neck. Just when Tamari couldn't bear this feeling and wanted to distance herself from Niji, Niji whispered, "Because I want to be a rebel ninja." "What?" Tamari screamed, she couldn't believe her ears. She raised her head suddenly and looked at Niji in disbelief. The first genius of the Hyuga family and the monster among the Konoha genin actually wanted to be a rebel ninja. Tamari felt that if she was not dreaming, then Niji was lying. But she stared into Niji's eyes, which were clear and bright, serious and solemn, without any evasion, and she didn't look like she was lying at all. Seeing that Tamari was like a frightened child, Niji revealed shocking information again. "I also know your plan to cooperate with Orochimaru to destroy Konoha in Sand Village. Updated, please bookmark and recommend." Chapter 37 The whole team is wiped out starting from Konoha to be a villain shock Shuhage Novel Network, m.shuhaige.net. Boom. As soon as these words came out, it was no less than a thunderbolt. Tamari's mind was blank. The other party actually knew the plan that only the highest level of Sand Village knew. How is it possible? Tamari's first reaction was to not believe it. The plan to destroy Konoha by using the Chunin exam was known by no more than 10 people in the entire Sand Village. As for the detailed plan, except for the 3 most important implementers, only 3 or 4 people knew it. But Niji was able to accurately tell the cooperation between Sand Village and Orochimaru, which made Tamari have to believe that Niji really knew about this. If he didn't know, how could Niji know such confidential information? Thinking of this, Tamari couldn't help but whispered, "Why do you know this?" Orochimaru. Ninkai smiled slightly, and without hesitation, he tricked Orochimaru again. After saying that, Ninkai didn't give Tamari the opportunity to ask again. Some words can't be said clearly, and if they are said clearly, they will not achieve the effect. It is necessary to be ambiguous, seemingly clear, and let the other party imagine. Taking one of the 2 scrolls from Gaara, Ninkai retreated to the entrance of the ancient tower. Even without Gaara, Tamari and Kankuro's strength alone are at the forefront of all teams. When Gaara wakes up, getting the scroll is as easy as eating and drinking water for them. Tamari, who was worried, called the confused Kankuro to take the unconscious Gaara out of the ancient tower and retreated into the dense forest again. One day later, Ninkai sat on a stone in the sun, bored, with Tian drinking water beside him, and Xiaoli was exercising hard next to him. Under the stone, 12 genin who participated in the Chunin exam were crestfallen and gathered together. They were Kusagakur from Kusagakur village, Amegakur from Amegakur village, and ninjas from Konohagakur. The 12 ninjas were tied up by Tenten with steel-hard thin wires, and Ninkai blocked the acupuncture points with acupressure to stop the flow of their chakra. Tenten covered the kettle and said worriedly, "Ninkai, it's not good for us to do this. It's okay to capture ninjas from other ninja villages, but it's not appropriate to capture genin from the same village, right?" "It's okay," Ninkai waved his hand and said disapprovingly, "Don't interfere with capturing Konoha genin, I'll do everything. Anyway, he will leave Konoha after this Chunin exam and become a rebel ninja who is hostile to the entire Konoha, so it doesn't matter to him whether capturing ninjas from his own village in the second exam will have a very bad impact, but Tenten and Xiaoli will still stay in the village." Tenten heard it and shouted unwillingly, "We are a... Is that so?" "I am the captain, you have to listen to me," Niji interrupted Tenten. Looking at the serious Niji, Tenten was startled. Although Niji was usually indifferent, he had never scolded him as seriously as today. A woman's sixth sense made Tenten feel that something was wrong with Niji. "Someone is coming." Niji stood up. He sensed that the chakra was hidden in the dense forest. He opened his Byakugan and looked into the dense forest. Sure enough, there were 3 figures hiding behind the bushes. Looking in the direction of the bushes, Niji smiled slightly and said, "Since we are here, come out." Hinata. Not long after the voice fell, Shino took the lead to walk out of the bushes and said calmly, "I said, you can't hide in front of the Byakugan. Gnashing his teeth, he said unhappily, it's just the Byakugan, what's so great about it? My Akamaru is not at all no worse than the Byakugan. Brother Niji. Hinata followed at the end and shouted softly, looked at Niji and turned her head away quickly. Hey, Hyaga Niji, what do you mean? Block the entrance of the ancient tower and capture the participating teams, Ya pointed at the captured ninjas under Niji's feet and asked. Just as you saw. Niji jumped off the stone and said lightly, I will capture all the teams that participated in the second round and made it to the end, and snatch all the scrolls. Shino frowned slightly and asked, what do you want so many scrolls for? According to the rules, the participating teams only need to get the scrolls of Book of Heaven and Book of Earth to pass the second round. Ninkai and his men have already captured 4 participating teams. Logically, they must have the complete Book of Heaven and Book of Earth in their hands. In this case, why does Ninkai still need the Book of Heaven and Book of Earth? What is he thinking? Swish! Ninkai suddenly raised his hand and shot a kunao, hitting the trunk of the big tree next to him. A black bug on the tip of the kunao was accurately pierced. Shino, you are on the same team with Hinata. I think you should understand that in front of the Byakugan, any small moves are useless. Don't do these useless things. Just call out the scrolls obediently. Tisk. Kiba said unconvinced, Ninkai, don't think that you can beat us just because you are 1 year older than us. We have Byakugan in our team. If you want to snatch our scrolls, beat us first. At this moment, Kiba's voice just sounded, and a rain ninja jumped out of the ground with a giant shuriken in his hand. This is the rain village genin caught by Niji. He broke free from the thin line of Tenten long ago and restored the flow of chakra, but he has been waiting for an opportunity in secret. I found the flaw. Die, you white-eyed bastard! I saw Niji's figure flash and disappeared from the spot. The mist village attacked the air and the shuriken was stuck in the ground. Bang! Niji moved behind him and swung his palm. In an instant, he hit 5 palms. The rain village genin immediately vomited blood, let out a pig-like howl, and fell to the ground like a dead body. The body trembled uncontrollably, and soon there was no movement. He's going to die. Hinata opened her eyes at some point, with a hint of fear in her voice. Chapter 37 The whole team is wiped out starting from Konoha to be a villain. What? Ya shouted in disbelief, how could it be? Wasn't he just hit by 5 palms? How come he's going to die? Hinata explained in a low voice, Brother Ninkai uses his Byakugan to break the acupuncture points in the opponent's body with chakra. Each palm releases a large amount of chakra to attack the opponent's internal organs. 5 palms attack the opponent's 5 internal organs respectively. The opponent doesn't seem to be injured at all, but in fact, all 5 internal organs are destroyed. Hearing Hinata's explanation, Ya's face turned pale, and the provocative words on his lips were suppressed. After speaking, Hinata looked at Brother Ninkai. She didn't know why Brother Ninkai would become like this and take someone's life easily without saying a word. Seeing this scene, Shino took out the scrolls of Book of Heaven and Book of Earth in his hand and handed them to Ninkai. He knew that the 3 of them were not Ninkai's opponents. Although he didn't know why Ninkai did this, Shino believed that the examiner would never let Ninkai do this and would definitely come out to stop him. In this case, it would be better to give the scrolls to Ninkai. Shino and his team were only the first team. On the 3rd day, Shikamaru and his team also had their scrolls snatched away by Niji. Compared to Hinata and the other 2 who still wanted to not hand over the scrolls, Shikaku saw this secretly. Before Niji could make it clear, Shikamaru came out and handed the scroll to Niji. Not only that, Shikamaru also ate and drank here with Niji, but after Koji joined, Niji was disgusted and drove away several people. If Koji continued to eat like this, they would not have enough food. Niji divided the captured genin into teams, and selected one of the 3 to get food, and the other 2 stayed under the stone as hostages. Seeing Hinata and Tenten commanding the genin to collect food, and Niji being fanned by a beautiful woman, Shikamaru looked up at the sun above his head. What on earth is wrong with this world? Why is the Chunin exam he knows different from what he has experienced? And why is this guy next to him like he is on vacation? Thinking about it, Shikamaru couldn't help but look back at Niji, who was lying on the stone, with a beautiful genin on each side kneeling on the ground and fanning him. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shohage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 38 Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Top of the Ancient Tower. Mitarashi Red Bean, including several Umbu Jonins, was standing in front of the TV, which was playing the video of the surveillance video at the entrance of the Ancient Tower today. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and Kai was full of smiles. The voice had arrived before the person came in. Why did Mitarashi Red Bean ask me to come? Have my students passed the competition? See if there is Kakashi. My students are much better than your students. Hongdu stood up and turned around to see the person coming in. Kai and Kakashi said meaningfully, not only through the competition, your student Hyaga Niji robbed all the teams with a set of scrolls and the teams preparing to ambush around the ancient tower, and also caught all the genin participating in the competition. Ahem. Kai, who was about to mock Kakashi, choked. After reacting from the shock, Kai hurried to the TV behind Hongdu. When he saw what was playing on the screen, Kai was stunned and couldn't speak for a long time. I saw that the screen was showing Niji lying on the stone, with two female genin fanning him, and a female genin holding a parasol behind him. Next to him, Tian Tian was directing the other genin to find food and water, making a fire and cooking, while Xiaoli was training hard on the side. Did you teach this too? Kakashi, who walked behind him at some point, looked weird. The most dangerous round in the Chunin exam is the second round. The first round is a competition, the third round is a battle, and the second round is a life and death struggle without protection, which is also the most cruel. People die in the second round every year. Of course, this year is no exception, and some people have died. But seeing what was played on the screen, to be honest, Kakashi felt a sense of disorder. He had never seen such a Chunin exam in his life. It's really a long time to see. The most messy one was Kai. Kai was not worried at all that Niji and the other two could pass the Chunin exam. He was absolutely confident. But he didn't expect Niji and the other two to do this. They blocked the entrance of the ancient tower and captured all the teams, especially Niji lying leisurely on the stone, and there was a female genin kneeling beside him fanning. What is this kid doing in the Chunin exam? Vacation? I'll go down and stop it right away. Kai said after reacting, and was about to rush down the ancient tower, but was stopped by Kakashi. Wait, Kai. In Kai's puzzled eyes, Kakashi explained, if you continue like this, it will violate the rules of this exam. So far, Niji and the others have not violated the rules of the exam. The exam does not stipulate that contestants cannot snatch too many scrolls. If we could stop it, we would have stopped it long ago. Red Bean spread her hands and said helplessly, once we intervene, the entire exam will be invalidated. The Umbu next to her took over and said, but we can't let the situation go on like this. This Chunin exam is different from the past. The Wind Country and we want to use the name of this Chunin exam to have more bargaining chips in the next peace negotiations. If we let them do this, only Niji and the other three will pass the second round, and the biggest meaning of holding this Chunin exam will be gone. There is no other way. I will go down and persuade that kid secretly later, Kakashi said helplessly. Hearing Kakashi say this, Kai was unhappy and said, Niji is my student. Even if I have to persuade him, it should be me who persuades him. Do you know ninjutsu? Do you know illusion? Can you sneak up to Niji without alerting anyone? Kakashi asked 3 questions in a row, leaving Guy speechless. Seeing Kakashi and Guy bickering, Hongdu couldn't help laughing. Suddenly thinking of something, Hongdu asked in a deep voice, you just came back from the Hokage, how are you going to deal with the matter of Orochimaru? Guy and Kakashi's faces suddenly became serious. Kakashi shook his head and said, the Sandaime didn't tell us, but just asked us to enter a state of combat readiness during this period, but according to the Sandaime's usual habits, the Sandaime must have already taken action. Today I met Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. I didn't expect Orochimaru to pretend to be a student to participate in the Chunin exam and leave that thing on Sasuke's neck. This is my dereliction of duty, Hongdu blamed herself in frustration. If she had discovered it earlier, the following things would not have happened. Kakashi said calmly, there is nothing we can do about this. Although Orochimaru has been away from the village for many years, there are some things that Orochimaru knows better than anyone present. He has lived in Konoha for decades. It is like looking for a needle in a haystack for us to find him. Now we can only tighten the inside and loosen the outside, waiting for Orochimaru to expose himself. After that, Kakashi said again, let's not talk about the issue of Orochimaru for the time being. Wait for the third Hokage's plan. I will go down and deal with the following things first. On the boulder at the entrance of the ancient tower, Niji lay on the stone leisurely, and behind him was the Odanin Genin Shinpsuke holding a large parasol in his hand. At this moment, Shinpsuke looked at Niji, who closed his eyes and rested at his feet, gritting his teeth. Not only did he snatch the scroll in their hands, but he also wanted her to be his slave and maid. This bastard! Shinpsuke wanted to raise the parasol in her hand to stab the white-eyed bastard at her feet, but thinking of the strength of the white-eyed bastard, Shinpsuke could only suppress the impulse in her heart. If Chinshui's hatred for Niji was just to stab him to death, then the left Temari wanted to cut Niji into pieces. After leaving the ancient tower, she and Kankuro were lucky. Not long after, they met a team of Konoha genin and obtained the Scroll of Heaven's book in the hands of the other party, which just matched them. But they did not go to the ancient tower immediately, fearing that the scroll they had finally obtained would be snatched away by Niji again, and Gaara was still in a coma and had not woken up. Time passed day by day, and on the fourth day, Gaara still did not wake up. They finally couldn't wait any longer and came to the ancient tower. Who would have thought that Niji was not only still there, but also captured a lot of genin who participated in the competition. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, Becoming a Villain from Konoha Shuhage. Chapter 38 Made _ starting from Konoha as a villain. This time, Ninkai did not let Temari go. Noticing that Temari was nearby, Ninkai immediately grabbed Temari and happened to be a fanning maid. If his eyes could kill people, Ninkai would have been killed countless times by Temari. Ninkai raised his eyelids and glanced at Temari, and said slowly, "This wind is too weak, haven't you eaten? Forget it, you might as well come and massage my legs." Asshole! Temari finally couldn't stand it anymore, raised the iron fan and slashed at Ninkai. "Okay, that's it. Hack this bastard to death!" Chinshui and Ino shouted in their hearts at the same time. "Do you want to kill Gaara?" Ninkai opened his eyes, looked at the falling giant fan, and said calmly without panic. The giant fan suddenly stopped, only a few centimeters away from Niji's nose. Temari gritted her teeth and looked at Niji, veins on her forehead exposed, her hands holding the giant fan trembled, and she continued to chop down. In the end, Temari suppressed the urge to chop Niji to death with a fan, put away the iron fan, knelt on the ground and pounded Niji's legs. Kankuro, who was taking care of Gaara, saw this scene and was furious. His veins were exposed, and he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and cursed, "That white-eyed bastard!" Kankuro saw that Temari was bullied like this, and he wanted to fight with Niji, but when he thought of Gaara, Kankuro gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. "Gaara, if you wake up and dare to bully Temari again, I will never forgive you. Your life is earned by Temari's hard work." Seeing Temari so obedient and comfortable with her little hand, Niji nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "If you keep it like this, I can consider giving you a set of scrolls for free." Tamari turned her head away and ignored Niji. It was not because she was shy. She was afraid that she would not be able to help but kill this bastard again when she saw Niji's hateful face. He obviously robbed them, but he actually put on a merciful attitude and said he would give it to them. Tamari has never seen such a shameless person. Seeing that Tamari ignored him, Niji suddenly felt bored. He looked up slightly at Chinpsuki and asked, "Would you like to agree to be my maid? I can save your life. Consider it." Chinpsuki also turned her head away and ignored Niji. Niji sighed lightly. Women are troublesome. They don't even want to give them a way out of kindness. Thinking about it, Ninkai looked at Ino, but Ino had already turned her head away. Well, the three women ignored him, and Ninkai suddenly felt bored. Chapter 39 Scroll Auction Starting from Konoha to be a villain. At night. The full moon is as bright as a jade plate, and the bright stars are like the Milky Way flowing slowly, as if covering the earth with a layer of gauze. Illusion. Dreamlike awakening. Kakashi made seals with both hands, and the last seal was completed. White flowers suddenly floated in the air, and the flowers floated into the nostrils of every genin like a living spirit. In an instant, everyone fell asleep, except Ninkai. Noticing the chakra fluctuations in the air, Ninkai opened his eyes quickly. Ninkai opened his Byakugan and looked at the place where the chakra was strongest. Before Ninkai could speak, the person who was hiding in the dark and performing illusions walked out of the shadow of the tree. With the help of the starlight, Ninkai saw the person clearly. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, and he smiled slightly and said, "Kakashi, according to the rules of Chunin, no ninja can interfere in the Chunin exam. You are violating the rules." "I don't want to do this either," Kakashi shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "I can't help it." "Who told you to make too much trouble? Not only did you defeat the most powerful team participating in the Chunin exam this time, snatch all the scrolls, and imprison them, what exactly do you want to do?" Ninkai's eyes condensed slightly, and he asked back, "I should actually ask this question? What do some people want to do?" Kakashi's eyes flashed with solemnity, but quickly disappeared, returning to his helpless and lazy look just now. "I'm just a hard worker who works hard, just like tonight. Don't make a fuss, Niji. This Chunin exam is very important. It concerns the peace between the Wind Country and the Fire Country, as well as the safety of several small countries around. If you do this, the consequences will not be borne by you and me." Kakashi persuaded Niji and explained the importance of this matter. "I'm not that stupid. I won't let only 3 people pass the Chunin exam. I will arrange the scrolls in my hand," Niji said calmly. From the beginning, he knew that the top leaders would not let him mess around like this, so Niji was not surprised that Kakashi appeared to persuade him. What Niji was surprised about was that it was not Teacher Kai who came, but Kakashi. Seeing Niji say this, the stone hanging in Kakashi's heart fell. "If that's the case, then I can explain it. I was pulled here to do hard labor in the middle of the night. I am really a hard worker." Kakashi complained while mocking himself, turned around and waved goodbye to Niji, and disappeared into the darkness. On the 5th day, at noon, there were only 2 hours left until the end of the competition. Looking at the crowd of people under his feet, the corners of Niji's mouth slightly raised. He caught 2/3 of the people in this Chunin exam. Because of Naruto's persuasion, there were 78 people participating in the second exam. So far, except for Naruto and his group who have not been seen, he has caught 42 people, including him there are 45 people including Xiaoli and Tian Tian. Among them are Gaara and his group from Sand Village, the new pig Shikacha, Hinata's perception team, and the 3 sound ninjas. Speaking of this, since Kabuto was captured, Orokai has people reorganize the sound ninjas. Niji was originally going to kill them, but he thought about it and let the others go. Putting all the scrolls in groups in front of him, facing the dozens of eyes below, Niji's face was calm, grinning and smiling. Overall, everyone got along well in the past 5 days, thanks to everyone's cooperation. Of course, it cannot be denied that I am a wise leader. Everyone gnashed their teeth and looked at the complacent Niji. It's so fucking infuriating. This bastard got the advantage and still acted cute. After the exam, I will definitely kill this bastard. Count me in. And me. For a moment, everyone around responded. Although this white-eyed bastard is strong, he can't be stronger than dozens of people on the scene. Hearing their discussion, Ninkai's mouth curled up. You want to settle accounts with me? You can find me after the Chunin exam. To thank you all, I will hold an auction to auction the scroll in my hand. It was quiet all around, and everyone was confused by Ninkai's operation. Auction scroll? Can it be done this way? In the puzzled eyes of everyone, Ninkai smiled and said, the rules are very simple. I will auction the scroll in my hand as a set of scrolls. The highest bidder wins. The price is not limited to money. It can also be replaced by ninja tools and detonating tags. In addition to leaving a scroll in his hand, Ninkai still has 9 sets of scrolls, which means that 9 auctions can be held. As for who gets the scroll and passes the second round, it will be the highest bidder. After listening to what Ninkai said, some people were happy and some were angry. Those who were happy were those who originally had no chance to pass the second exam. Now they have switched to the auction method. Everyone is on the same starting line, and the result is unpredictable. And those teams that had obtained the scrolls before, like Demary and the others, were furious. Not only did they snatch their scrolls, but they also auctioned them in public, which was even more shameless than forced buying and selling. As for not auctioning, this is impossible. This Chunin exam is not only important for individuals, but also for their respective villages. There is no chance to take advantage of this opportunity to pass the second exam. How can those with strength watch others buy the scrolls that originally belonged to them through auction? On the ancient tower, Kakashi and others who saw this scene through the camera were immediately full of black lines. Hongdu was immediately annoyed, with veins on his forehead exposed, and said gloomily, after all this time, this guy returned the scroll in this way? Is this also what you taught? Facing Hongdu's questioning, Kai could only smile. He couldn't explain this matter clearly, so he had to accept his fate. I didn't expect that the people who made the rules could not change the rules, but let the people who faced the rules change the rules instead. Kakashi shook his head and said to himself. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 39 Scroll Auction Starting from Konoha to become a villain. Originally, the second exam was to test the team's strength, cooperation and survival in the wild, and the way to deal with dangerous situations. Now it has become who has more money, and the taste of the second exam has changed. But as Kakashi said just now, they can only watch and cannot change. On the boulder, Ninkai clapped his hands to signal everyone to be quiet, took out a set of scrolls, and shouted loudly. Okay, the first auction begins, the highest bidder wins. An hour later, all 9 sets of scrolls in Ninkai's hand were auctioned off. Not only did they not fail to sell, but the competition was fierce. It has to be said that there are many rich second-generation tycoons participating in the Chunin exam this time, such as Shikaku, whose family almost controls the Konoha medicinal materials market, and Koji and Ino, all 3 of whom are outstanding disciples of Konoha's first-class families. Like Demary and the other 2, as Wind Shadow girls, they are not bad. Counting the banknotes in his hand, Ninkai smiled and felt refreshed. Just the cash, all of them added up to almost 1 million taels. There are also 100 detonating tags, which are worth 400,000 taels according to the price of Konoha detonating tags, as well as hundreds of kunao, many shurikens, and some strange ninja tools. There is a small pile, almost as high as Ninkai, and Tenten is counting them. Ninkai is going to sell them all to Tenten for purchase. Only Tenten's family can take so many ninja tools. Roughly estimated, the minimum harvest of this auction is 2.5 million taels, and on average, each team can loot 200,000 taels. 2.5 million taels is not much, not even 1/10 of a suma. But you have to know that these people are all genin, most of them are teenagers. The fact that they have so much money in their hands is enough to show that these people are rich. Ninkai even thought of catching these people again and robbing them. He is very short of money. After this Chunin exam, he is going to defect. Once he becomes a defector, he will need more money, so he must find a way to accumulate the original capital. Unfortunately, this is just a thought. If he really does this, these guys will really fight him to death, which will damage his good image, and Kakashi, who is hiding in the dark, will definitely not let him do this. Seeing Ninkai there smug, Temari gritted her teeth and felt very sad. I want to wait until the plan starts, and I must seek revenge on this guy. But this guy wants to be a rebel? Speaking of which, he is on the same front as me, and this guy is very powerful and very difficult to deal with. By the way, if he can be pulled to Tsunagakuer, it will definitely be a great help. But even Konoha can't keep him, let alone Tsunagakuer. How about using a beauty trap? Pfft! Temari, what the hell are you thinking about? That guy is your mortal enemy. Niji didn't know that Temari was thinking nonsense next to him. He put away everything and asked Tian to temporarily store all the ninja tools in the scroll. Then he opened the entrance and let the team with the scroll go in. Those teams that didn't auction the scroll saw the others go in, sighed in despair, and regretted not bringing more money with them. Just after Niji and others entered the ancient tower, Naruto and the other two who had not appeared before finally appeared at the entrance of the ancient tower. Chapter 40 Killing Itaki starting from Konoha to become a villain. Ding dong! Advanced task completed, defeat 10 genin 10/10, reward 1000 energy points. Advanced task completed, defeat 10 genin 50/50, reward 2000 energy points, increase 200 points of chakra. Advanced task completed, obtain detonating tag 100/100, reward 200 points of chakra. Just after stepping into the ancient tower, the voice of the system sounded in Niji's mind. After a short pause, Niji was overjoyed and a smile subconsciously appeared on his face. The rain ninja walking next to him saw the smile on Niji's face, and his face changed in fear. He quickly took 2 steps back. This smile was no less than the devil's smile to him. The experience during this period has left him with a psychological shadow. From the corner of his eye, he noticed the reaction of the rain ninja next to him, and Niji cursed in his heart, "Am I so scary? Boy, I will remember you, don't let me bump into you later." Thinking about it, Ninkai sank his mind into his head and called out the system interface. Host, Ninkai. Gender, male. Identity, Konoha genin. Chakra, 2789/2820, Special Jonin Chakra, 2000 to 4000. Energy, 6600 points. The only main task, become the biggest villain in the Naruto world, 1.31%. Skills, white eyes, water breathing, gentle fist, air dance. The biggest increase is the energy value, which has increased by 3000 points and has been raised to 6600 points. At this rate, it may not take long to break through 10,000 points. There are also changes in the chakra amount. During this period of training and fighting, the chakra amount has increased to a great extent. With the reward given for completing the system task just now, his chakra is now enough to perform 4 times of Kaiden. In addition, the main task has also improved slightly. Although there is no increase in skills and skill points, the increased chakra and energy value are like a timely help to Niji. He agreed to cooperate with Orochimaru to fight against the 4th Kaze Cage. This will be the first time that Niji fights against a cage-level strongman. At this stage, the only time Niji fights against a cage-level strongman was when he fought Orochimaru 4 days ago. Although there is only one level between a cage-level strongman and a jonin, there is a huge difference between the two. Orochimaru's simple test is enough for him to deal with it with all his strength. If he wants to deal with a cage level, he needs a lot of energy. The inner hall of the ancient tower. In addition to the 33 contestants who passed the competition, there are also representatives from major ninja villages, as well as Konoha examiners. The third Hokage stood in the middle with a pipe in his mouth. Seeing so many people, the Sandaime sighed slightly in his heart. He had heard about what happened in the Chunin exam. Nothing like this has ever happened since the Chunin exam. The Sandaime frowned slightly as he glanced at Niji. What do you want to do? At this time, Niji looked at the sound-hidden ninja behind the third Hokage calmly. If his guess was correct, this guy should be Orochimaru. Sure enough, when the sound-hidden ninja noticed Niji's gaze, a smile flashed across his mouth. Niji remained calm, thinking that Orochimaru was really arrogant, standing behind the third Hokage. Hongdu originally planned to eliminate the contestants to only a single digit through the second exam, but she didn't expect that there were 33 people now, and it was Niji who caused all this. Looking at Niji, Hongdu sighed in her heart, a 13-year-old jonin, what a monster. She couldn't help but glance at Kakashi next to her, a 12-year-old jonin, the youngest jonin in Konoha. Cough. After a light cough, the Sandaime stepped forward and said seriously, before the third game begins, I must first explain one thing to you clearly, which is the real purpose of this exam. Why do we have to take the exam together with the allied countries? The Wind Country and the Fire Country have not held the Chunin exam at the same time for many years. It is not wrong to say that this exam is for the so-called peace, but you think that this is the real meaning. Listening to the Sandaime talking there, Niji yawned and felt bored. After a long talk, the sickly Moonlight Gale appeared in front of the Sandaime. Sorry, I'm late. Next, let me, Moonlight Gale, introduce the rules to everyone. As he said that, Moonlight Gale slowly turned his head, but when he saw the many participating genin behind him, he was a little confused. Why are there so many people? Why are there more than 30 people? According to previous years, shouldn't there be only a single digit? Even if the number and quality of participants this year are higher than in previous years, there shouldn't be so many people. Moonlight Gale looked at Hongdu in confusion, as if asking what was going on. Hongdu shrugged, her eyes expressed helplessness, and she cursed in her heart. It's all the fault of the white-eyed kid from the Hyuga family. The preliminaries started soon, and the first match was between Uchiha Sasuke and Akadokai. Standing on the second floor, Ninkai saw the contestants and immediately lost interest. Sasuke would definitely win. This was a match that could be seen at a glance. Ninkai-kun, the behavior in the Forest of Death is really crazy. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside his ear. Ninkai was startled, and then his frowning brows relaxed. It's far worse than you. You blatantly appeared in front of the Sandaime and many jonin. Aren't you afraid that the Sandaime will find you? Ninkai asked back. He was only 10 steps away from Orochimaru, so he dared not speak. There were senior ninjas like Guy and Kakashi beside him, and even the smallest sound could be heard by them, so he and Orochimaru used chakra instead of sound to transmit waves to communicate. If I don't even have this little trick, I won't dare to invade Konoha. Chapter 40 Killing Itaki starting from Konoha to be a villain. As he said, when he saw Sasuke using the Sharingan in the field, Sasuke, who was originally at a disadvantage, instantly gained the upper hand, and Orochimaru smiled faintly. What an intoxicating power, the charm of the Sharingan is fascinating, just like Niji-kun's Byakugan. It is indeed an intoxicating power. Although his Byakugan is known as one of the 3 major eye techniques along with the Sharingan, it must be admitted that the Byakugan is indeed inferior to the Sharingan. As he said that, Niji changed the subject and said, but Orochimaru, you are still brooding over the defeat to Itaki. Orochimaru's face suddenly changed, and he finally couldn't keep calm, looking at Niji in surprise. How could he know this? The fact that he attacked Itaki but was defeated by Itaki, I'm afraid only Akatsuki knew it, except for himself. Could it be that he has a relationship with Akatsuki? This guess came out of his mind, and Orochimaru suddenly felt that many doubts could be explained clearly. Only the Akatsuki organization would have so many perverts. Seeing that Orochimaru didn't say anything, Niji continued to stimulate Orochimaru, but if you are plotting against Sasuke here, aren't you afraid that Itachi will cause you trouble? Itachi values this brother much more than you expected. After a brief surprise, Orochimaru regained his composure and said, Itachi? When he reacts, I have become Sasuke. Niji smiled meaningfully and said nothing more. When Orochimaru's hands are sealed by the sand aim, he will understand what it means that ideals are full, but reality is very skinny. Glancing at Niji from the corner of his eye, Orochimaru suddenly thought of something and suddenly proposed, after listening to what you said just now, I have a plan here. Do you want to participate, Niji? What plan? Kill Uchiha Itachi. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Becoming a villain from Konoha's Shuhage novel network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 41 Jiraiya joins the party starting from Konoha as a villain. Idiot. Ninkai looked at Orochimaru with an idiotic look, and cursed in his heart. Kill Uchiha Itachi? Do you think I'm an idiot? Before the 6 Paths of Pain attacked Konoha village, the Fourth Ninja World War had not yet begun, and Uchiha Itachi was definitely one of the top few. There are not many people in the entire ninja world who can beat Uchiha Itachi. Super strong basic strength, top combat wisdom. The representative of wisdom and strength. Possessing the Mangekyo Sharinan, able to use Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, open the complete form of Susanoo, and have 2 great artifacts, the 10-fisted sword and the 8-foot mirror. You, Orochimaru, have fought with Itachi twice, and both times were defeated by Itachi like a dead tree and a rotten, and you still want to kill him? Such a pervert, Ninkai has no chance of winning, at least now. Niji didn't say anything, and Orochimaru didn't say anything either. The two of them watched the battle quietly. Due to Niji's series of actions of robbing the auction, there were a total of 33 genin participating in the preliminaries, and the battle combinations were also very different from the original. Most of the teams that were defeated by Niji after the scrolls were qualified to participate in the 3rd exam, while those teams that obtained the scrolls through the auction and wanted to participate in the 3rd exam were almost all wiped out. For a while, all the losers cursed Niji in their hearts. Not only did they rob their scrolls, but they also robbed their money through the auction. Thinking of being able to pass the 2nd exam, everyone can comfort their young hearts. It's okay to spend money to participate in the 3rd exam, but now they can't even enter the 3rd exam. Suddenly, dozens of pairs of resentful eyes looked at Niji, and their eyes were telling 3 words. Huge pit. Face Niji was calm in the face of these resentful looks. He only takes care of the auction and is not responsible for after-sales service. Can you blame me if you can't win? During this period, Niji also went down to fight. His opponent was Orochimaru's subordinate who pretended to be a Konoha ninja, the Otonin. When the opponent saw him, he decisively gave up without any hesitation, fearing that he would be slow. Seeing Niji staggering up the stairs without even taking his hands out of his trouser pockets, Naruto enviously said, "This is how a ninja should be." Bang! Naruto was greeted by a violent slap from teacher Irika, who taught him, "Don't learn from him. He has the capital to do so. Can you defeat almost all the genin by yourself? Or can the genin kill the jonin? If you can't do it, don't think about it, Naruto." Naruto covered his head and looked at Irika indignantly, shouting that he wanted to become Hokage, so he was not afraid of Niji. Seeing this scene, Niji shook his head and smiled. If Naruto wanted to become Hokage, at least Konoha would exist. When he returned to the 2nd floor, Niji found that Orochimaru, who was standing in the corner, was gone. Niji's eyes moved slightly. It seemed that Orochimaru went to find Sasuke. There was not much to watch in the preliminaries. Niji closed his eyes throughout the whole process. He had to think about the next plan. After the preliminaries, there were 13 people who could finally participate in the 3rd exam. Seeing the people around him who passed, Niji raised his eyebrows slightly. A lot of changes had taken place due to his interference. Hinata, who was originally unable to participate in the third exam, was also there, as was Rock Lee. Rock Lee did not meet Gaara, and it was unknown whether the exciting battle between the two would appear in the third exam. In addition, the sound ninja Toss Anvil, who originally entered the third exam, was defeated by Rock Lee. Then, the Sandame announced the rules of the third exam to everyone who passed. The exam will be held in a month. At the same time, he encouraged everyone to intensify their training this month and strive to get good results in the third exam. After the preliminaries, everyone dispersed. It was dusk when Niji returned home. After 5 days in the Death Forest, he was very tired. He didn't rest well during these 5 nights. In order to prevent the captured people from taking the opportunity to escape, he was half asleep and half awake. After returning home, Ninkai fell asleep immediately. As his breathing gradually became steady, he soon fell asleep. This sleep lasted for 10 hours. When Ninkai woke up, it was dark outside the window. It was already late at night. Pushing open the door, Ninkai yawned and stretched his body. The breeze blew on his body and he felt a little cold. Only then did he realize that autumn was coming. The weather had cooled down and the courtyard was full of withered yellow leaves. Swish, swish, swish. Without any warning, several thousand branches shot at Ninkai under the cover of darkness. The speed of the 1,000 branches was extremely fast and very accurate, aiming at Ninkai's fatal parts. Ninkai's face changed instantly. He rolled on the ground to avoid the attack of the 1,000 branches. He quickly formed seals with both hands, put his fingers in front of his eyes, and shouted to open. The white eyes are open. The darkness in his eyes suddenly lit up. The Byakugan can see through everything, including the night, so it gives Niji the ability of night vision. Niji looked in the direction of the 1,000-blade shot, and then he saw a person squatting in the corner. The other party was tall and had a surging chakra in his body, which was more than any strong man Niji had ever seen. His heart sank suddenly. Such a strong man who was stronger than Orochimaru appeared in his home. Niji had the urge to curse. He didn't have any treasures on him, why did these strong men like to attack him? Interesting. The black shadow chuckled, and the figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. So fast. The disappeared black shadow appeared behind Niji in an instant. The other party was extremely fast and punched with his right hand. The so-called expert can tell whether there is any good or not when he makes a move. The other party's punch seemed ordinary, but in fact there was no extra movement. He attacked his flaw directly. This was a master of physical skills, at least not weaker than him. Niji used all his strength to keep up with the other party's speed, and put his hands together in front of him. Chapter 41 Jiraiya joins starting from Konoha to be a villain. Bang! With a muffled sound, the fists collided, and Niji felt like he was hit by a huge rock, and was knocked back and fell into the courtyard, his legs sliding several meters away on the ground. The black shadow saw that Niji actually blocked his attack, and he uttered a surprised exclamation, and then quickly formed seals with both hands. The opponent's seal formation speed was extremely fast, and Niji's Byakugan pupil power was opened to the strongest, and then he could see the seal formed by the opponent. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Niji was helpless, this ninjutsu was going to be rotten on the street. The black shadow opened his mouth and spewed out a large ball of flames. The blazing flames attacked Niji like a fireball. The flames illuminated the courtyard, just like daylight. Niji wanted to see the other person's face clearly, but unfortunately the other person did not reveal his true form after performing the transformation technique. It was also the great fireball technique, but the range and power were very different. Sasuke's great fireball technique was like a football and a tennis ball compared to the one in front of him. Niji hurriedly retreated, activated the water-breathing method, and his speed increased sharply. His figure quickly shot out and escaped from the attack range of the great fireball. His feet landed on the ground and slid on the ground for several meters. The ground was like being plowed wherever he passed. Looking up at the black shadow in front of him, Niji frowned and thought, where did this big guy come from? He didn't sleep in the middle of the night to play with me. After the black shadow used the great fireball technique, he did not hear was still someone who continued to attack, and disappeared out of thin air. There was no sign of coming, and there was no sign of leaving. Ninkai stood in the empty courtyard, looking at the place where the shadow disappeared, thinking silently. The strong man who suddenly appeared tested him. This is not a good sign. After leaving Ninkai's house, the shadow went straight to the Hokage's office. Relieve. White smoke flew up, and the shadow standing under the street light revealed its true face. It was Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas. I didn't expect that such a monster would appear after leaving the village for only a few years. His skills are not inferior to those of the Jonin. If I wasn't afraid of making too much noise, I really want to continue to test him, Jiraiya said to himself as he stepped into the Hokage's office. After learning that Orochimaru had transformed into a genin to participate in the Chunin exam and attacked Sasuke, the Sandaime was calm and composed on the surface. But secretly sent the Umbu to find Jiraiya overnight and informed Jiraiya that Orochimaru would attack the village. After receiving this news, Jiraiya immediately rushed back to the village. However, before going to meet the Sandaime, he decided to meet Hyuga Niji, the genius who had recently risen in Konoha, based on the latest information he had obtained from the Umbu. This is how the scene of attacking Niji happened at night. Jiraiya hesitated slightly, but still pushed open the familiar door. Inside the room, the Sandaime had been kneeling on the ground waiting for a long time. You are finally back, Jiraiya. Recommend this new book, I and the Nine-Tailed Pirates, which has been successfully voted in and can be invested. Please recommend and collect it. It tells the story of the king and the nine-tailed pirates together, the hero who saved the slaves, the natural enemy of the celestial dragons, and the life mentor of the new generation. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, Becoming a Villain from Konoha. Chapter 42, Exposing Jiraiya starting as a villain from Konoha. Konoha Village, Reception. On the empty rooftop, light footsteps sounded, and Niji leaned against the door and looked at Karen, whose hands were clenched tightly in front of him. Many ninjas who came to Konoha to take the genin exam were arranged here, but he didn't forget Karen. He came here early the next morning. Seeing Niji appear, Karen, who was originally worried and afraid, suddenly put down the stone hanging in her heart, thinking that he didn't lie to her. Seeing Karen's fear at a glance, Niji smiled slightly and walked forward, took off the backpack behind him and handed it to Karen. Here are the things I prepared for you. There is some money, some ninja tools, and 10 detonating talismans for your self-defense. Karen didn't take the backpack immediately. She blinked her bright eyes and asked in confusion, "Aren't you leaving with me?" "I want to leave," Niji shook his head and smiled, "but not now. If we leave now, neither of us can leave. Wait for a suitable time." "What suitable time?" Karen asked subconsciously. After thinking about it, Niji didn't know how to explain it to Karen, so he said, "It's a bit long to explain it specifically, but it will be in a month." "1 month?" Karen murmured, and there seemed to be some hesitation in her tone. Seeing that something was wrong with Karen, Niji asked, "What's wrong?" As soon as the voice fell, Niji heard footsteps in the corridor, and Karen subconsciously took a step back when she heard the footsteps. Frowning slightly, Niji glanced at the fresh teeth marks on Karen's arm and roughly understood what happened, and asked back, "Did they bite you again?" The they in Niji's mouth were naturally Karen's Kyuzagakuer teammates. 6 people from Kyuzagakuer village participated in this Chunin exam, 1 of whom died and 2 were seriously injured. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Karen has a huge amount of chakra. Her unique physique can quickly recover from injuries and chakra by just biting her skin. The fastest way for the 2 seriously injured genin in Kyuzagakuer to recover from their injuries is to bite Karen's skin. Yet. Karen nodded gently. Although she was afraid, she did not retreat any further. Her childhood experience made her accept this fate. This is her use. Suddenly thinking of something, and not knowing where the courage came from, Karen asked Niji, "Is this also why you asked me to be your teammate?" Without answering Karen's question, Niji turned and walked into the corridor in Karen's puzzled eyes. Then, there was a collision sound in the corridor, and a faint smell of blood came from the corridor. Curious Karen wanted to go over to see what Niji did inside. But as soon as she moved her feet, Niji came out of the corridor, leaving blood-red shoe prints where she landed. "Don't worry, the two of them won't bite you again," Niji smiled with a sunny smile on his face. "Not only them, no one can bite you from now on, unless I'm gone." Just now in the corridor, Niji broke the jaws of the two grass ninjas and knocked out all their teeth. They can only eat liquid food for the rest of their lives, let alone bite people. For the first time, there was light in Karen's big eyes. She nodded seriously and smiled slightly. "From now on, only you can bite me." Niji was immediately full of black lines on his head. Why did this sound so ambiguous? After arranging Karen properly, Niji left the guest house. Ninkai was walking on the road holding a bunch of flyers in his hands. They were forced to be handed to him by someone when he passed by the hot spring town. I looked at the promotions on them. It only costs 100 taels to enjoy a hot spring, which is quite a good deal. A bowl of noodles is 60 taels. Do you want to take a bath? Thinking to himself, Ninkai thought it was a good idea. Taking a hot spring bath is just right to dispel the fatigue of the 5 days in the Death Forest. Hot Spring Street. Located in the largest hot spring in Konoha, the hot spring here is maintained at 60 degrees all year round. It is said that it is rich in various minerals, which can hydrate the skin and delay aging. Ninkai does not believe in such things, but women do, so many girls come to the hot spring street to take a bath every day. While walking on the road, Ninkai suddenly found that there was a guy peeping at the corner of the girls' bathhouse. Half squatting on the ground, his eyes pressed against the wall, peeping through the gaps between the walls at the girls taking a bath, his body shaking slightly with excitement. Wearing a red coat, tall, long white hair hanging down to the waist, with a red mark under the eyes, and a forehead protector with the word oil written on it. "Jiraiya!" Ninkai murmured, with a hint of surprise in his tone. Jiraiya. The lustful immortal, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. A legendary ninja who is as famous as Orochimaru and Tsunade, with terrifying strength and top-level strength at the level of Kage. His life is more legendary than that of the Sandaime. He trained 2 Hokage and is also a well-known writer. The book Intimate Paradise he created is popular in major countries, and every time it is published, it creates a hot scene of empty streets. Kakashi is a die-hard fan. He has 5 disciples in his life. Except for Yahiko who died early, the remaining 4 are all Kage-level combat power, and the current Nagato is the strongest among the Hokage at this stage. Jiraiya is also good at training disciples, but he is a failure in life. Jiraiya has always regretted not stopping Orochimaru. He loved Tsunade almost all his life, but in the end he could not wait until the day when he returned alive, and finally died at the hands of the disciple he trained himself. And he is really lustful. Ding dong! The system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Lin Tian was stunned, and immediately checked. Mandatory task: follow Jiraiya to peep or expose Jiraiya's peeping behavior. The reward is unknown. This chapter is not over yet, please click the next page to continue reading. Chapter 42, Expose Jiraiya starting from Konoha to be a villain. There is actually a mandatory task. Ninkai was stunned, he didn't expect that the system also has a mandatory task. Speaking of which, this task is indeed quite weird. Go with the flow or uphold justice. Ninkai felt that no matter how much he degenerated into a villain, he would not degenerate into a wretched voyeur. Decisive choice to expose. Swoosh! A kunai was fired immediately, cutting through the air with a whistling sound, but it was not shot at Jiraiya, but at the wooden board above Jiraiya's head. A strong man like Jiraiya, even if it was a sneak attack, it would be difficult for the Kunao to hit him. In this case, why should he deliberately shoot at Jiraiya? Besides, his mission is to expose, not to stop Jiraiya from peeping. The sharp Kunao shot straight through the wooden board, leaving a fist-sized hole on the board. The pool was filled with smoke, and the white and smooth jade bodies were tightly wrapped in hot spring water. Hearing the movement, the girls who were bathing inside turned their heads instantly. Immediately saw a pair of evil eyes. In an instant, the scene was still for a while, and both sides stared at each other. Ah! Then several screams that were strong enough to pierce the eardrums sounded, and the bathhouse was in chaos. Some people covered their bodies, some hid in the water, and some hid. Jiraiya's eyes lit up, and then the next second, countless things hit him, scaring Jiraiya to dodge and run away with his head in his hands. Seeing what happened below, Niji couldn't help laughing. At the same time, the system voice sounded in his mind. Compulsory mission completed, Jiraiya's peeping behavior was exposed, and the skill Kamehameha was obtained. Kamehameha, from Dragon Ball, a peerless move that can gather all the energy of the body into one point and release it together. The power increases with the user's power. The power depends on the amount of chakra consumed. Seeing that the reward skill was Kamehameha, Niji's eyes lit up immediately. This is an extremely powerful skill, gathering the energy of the whole body and concentrating it at one point to release it, and it is truly a full-strength attack, and the power is terrifying to the extreme. The most important thing is that this is a growth skill. As he becomes stronger, the more chakra he has in his body, the more powerful it will be. At this moment, Niji really wants to find an empty corner to try out the power of Kamehameha. The power of this skill is indeed difficult to estimate without trying it. If a skill is used in battle without knowing its power, it is tantamount to digging one's own grave. Just when Niji wanted to leave, Jiraiya moved behind Niji in an instant. "Hey, kid, you ruined my good thing. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain Shuhage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 43, Set Off to Kill the Shadow Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Hoo-hoo. The breeze blew, blowing the wind chimes hanging under the eaves swinging, making a crisp and beautiful sound. Ninkai turned his head to look at Jiraiya behind him, only to see Jiraiya looking at him with an unhappy face. "It's just peeping at girls taking a bath, as if it's a big deal, I'm the one who did a good thing," Ninkai said with contempt, "in short, a pervert, and a pervert without taste." Ah! Jiraiya was immediately furious. "It doesn't matter if you say I'm a pervert, but I can't stand it if you say I'm a pervert without taste. Today I'll show you that I'm a pervert with taste," Jiraiya said, taking out a pornographic book from his pocket, and said proudly, "This is my masterpiece, a masterpiece that sells well in the ninja world. I'm not just a pervert. I'm also a well-known writer, and I just created a good work inspired by peeping." Ninkai continued to despise, "Peeping is peeping, and anything you say is an excuse." Jiraiya was furious. This little brat with white eyes really made him angry. Suddenly he thought of something, and Jiraiya pursed his lips and said to himself with disdain, "Forget it, there is nothing to say to a little brat like you. How can you understand the beauty of it? I'd better go find a beautiful lady for a beautiful encounter." Jiraiya turned and left. Suddenly, Ninkai said from behind, "Want to have an encounter with Tsunade?" Ninkai looked at Jiraiya, who stopped immediately with a meaningful look, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Turning around suddenly, Jiraiya looked at Ninkai deeply and asked, "Little brat, do you know me?" "I know," Ninkai nodded and said, "one of the three evils of Konoha, Jiraiya." Jiraiya, who originally wanted to pose in a handsome pose, almost spit out blood when he heard this. "Where did you hear that?" Jiraiya said, his face full of black lines. "I am one of the famous three ninjas, the Toad Spirit Immortal of Miyaboku Mountain, commonly known as the Toad Immortal. I am here to see you. Toad Immortal? Hearing this title, Niji's face looked strange, which reminded him of the Kamehameha he had just obtained. Isn't it the unique skill created by the Kame Immortal? Both of them call themselves immortals, and they are both very perverted. Shaking his head to drive out the extra thoughts in his mind, Niji counted on his fingers and muttered, "Pervert Jiraiya, gambler Tsunade, poisonous Orochimaru, look, this is just right." You. Seeing Niji's innocent and sincere little face, Jiraiya said you for a long time but couldn't say anything. He was unable to refute. After thinking carefully, he realized that the kid in front of him was right. Jiraiya felt that he couldn't continue talking about this issue, so he changed the subject and asked, "By the way, how do you know us?" Since a series of events happened that year, he, Tsunade and Orochimaru left the village separately, especially Orochimaru became a traitor. Among the three ninjas, only he still maintained a certain connection with the village. Speaking of which, he hasn't been back for many years. If the teacher hadn't come to him and said that Orochimaru was going to attack the village, he wouldn't have come back. Logically speaking, the three of them only exist in the memories of the older generation. Niji is just a kid, how could he know the three of them? Because before I met you, I had seen Tsunade and Orochimaru. Niji tilted his head and looked at Jiraiya, smiling slightly. His face changed slightly, and Jiraiya couldn't hide his shock on his face, and subconsciously asked, "How did you meet them?" The first one was Tsunade. He pulled me to cheat with my Byakugan to win money for her, and also swallowed all my share and principal. At this point, Niji gritted his teeth. After the Chunin exam is over, he must settle accounts with Tsunade. Jiraiya smiled awkwardly. Now he believed that Niji had really met Tsunade. This was really Tsunade's style. The second one is Orochimaru. He was just in the Death Forest a few days ago. That guy is a pervert and wanted to bite my neck. Niji said with disgust. The words were made up, but the disgust was real. Jiraiya frowned and fell into deep thought. Orochimaru was not only targeting Sasuke with Sharingan, but also Niji with Byakugan. What exactly did he want to do? Byakugan plus Sharingan, to complete some kind of experiment, or for other purposes? After getting some information from Niji, Jiraiya did not stay for long and left with a heavy heart. Seeing Jiraiya leave, Niji showed a fox-like smile at the corner of his mouth. It would be good to let Jiraiya find trouble for Orochimaru during this time. Although the two are in a cooperative relationship, it is limited to the matter of assassinating the Kaze Cage. In essence, the two are in a competitive relationship. The more trouble Orochimaru is in, the more suitable it is for him. Half a month later. The forest in the southwest corner of Konoha. Ninkai was standing in front of a cliff, his eyes slightly fixed, his legs slightly bent, his hands slowly put together in a cross shape, and put them on his abdomen. There was a lot of light between Ninkai's hands, like bright starlight, and the energy of his whole body gathered between his hands. The light became more and more dazzling and gradually materialized. The next second, Ninkai shouted in a low voice. "Kamiha!" The moment the voice sounded, Ninkai pushed out his hands, and a dazzling light wave flew out, like a beam of light hitting the cliff in front of him. Bang! There was a loud sound that shook the sky and the earth, and the light wave was gradually released like a ball, destroying the withered and rotten things wherever it passed, and the hard rocks were broken like tofu, and then turned into powder. The terrifying energy shock wave spread in all directions, raising a visible wind, blowing the green grass and bushes, and blowing sand and rocks. The ground was shaking, as if there was a magnitude 10 earthquake. Cracks extended from the energy center to the surroundings. In a blink of an eye, the cliffs within a range of dozens of meters were covered with cracks, crisscrossing like a spider web. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please bookmark it, m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to become a villain. Chapter 43 set out to kill the shadow starting from Konoha to become a villain. When everything was gone and the dust fell, Ninkai was sitting on the ground panting, his forehead was full of sweat, and his face was pale. After a long time, as his breathing gradually stabilized, Ninkai's face regained color. Looking up and seeing the broken cliff, Ninkai's face was filled with a satisfied smile. Although this Kamiha Kigong exhausted all his energy and made him fall into a state of temporary weakness, the strongest killing move that gathered all the energy in his body was really terrible. In the middle of the cliff, which was made of hard rock, a large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared. The pit was as smooth as a mirror. This was a powerful energy that directly turned the cover into powder, and the surrounding rocks were all broken. Ninkai was very satisfied with the power. Not many people could escape unscathed after being hit by this energy wave. More importantly, as his strength grows, the power of Kamehameha will become stronger and stronger. The only drawback is that he still has too little energy in his body. If he can't defeat his opponent after using Kamehameha of this power once, he will be finished. With this trump card, Ninkai doesn't have to worry about facing the fourth Kaze cage. Thinking of this, Ninkai called up the personal information interface. Host, Ninkai. Gender, male. Identity, Konoha Genin. Chakra, 120/2820, Special Jonin Chakra, 2000 to 4000. Energy, 6600 points. The only main task, become the biggest villain in the Naruto world, 1.31%. Skills, Byakugan, water breathing, gentle fist, air dance, Kamehameha. With the addition of Kamehameha, his chakra has also increased compared to before. The hard training for half a month has increased his chakra a lot. Now he is in the period of physical development, and his physical energy is growing rapidly. In addition, he has been fighting constantly these days, and he has not stopped training. He is also feeding moves from strong people, so his mental energy is also growing rapidly. After training, Ninkai picked up the clothes on the ground and walked down the mountain happily. After returning home, Ninkai was ready to have a good sleep and recuperate, because tonight was the time he agreed with Orochimaru. When Ninkai woke up, it was already late at night. The clouds were so thick tonight that even the moonlight couldn't penetrate. Except for a few main roads with street lights on, the whole of Konoha was dark. Taking the ninja tools that had been prepared long ago, Ninkai left the courtyard under the cover of night and headed for the southwest corner. The killing of shadows begins. The boy's voice, with a little excitement, was scattered in the wind in the dark night. Please recommend votes, big guys. If you like starting to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting to be a villain from Konoha is the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 44 The Power of Hashirama's Cells _ Starting to be a villain from Konoha. The dense forest in the southwest of the village. Ninkai's feet had just landed on the ground, and before he had time to look up and look around, Orochimaru walked out of the shadow next to him. Earlier than the scheduled time, it seems that Niji-kun is very interested in the plan to kill the Kaze cage this time, Orochimaru said with a smile, sticking out his long tongue. Looking at Orochimaru, Niji said calmly, "We have time to chat, let's leave the village as soon as possible, otherwise I will be in trouble when the guards come." "Don't worry," Orochimaru stepped forward and said, "I have arranged it all. During the time you are away, I have arranged for someone to disguise as you and practice at home, so no one will find out that you have left." Niji frowned slightly. He didn't expect Orochimaru to think of this step. It really saved him a lot of trouble, but at the same time it was not good news for him. Next, Orochimaru took Niji to a weak barrier point and passed through it easily, but the guards did not notice it at all. This made Niji very disappointed with the Konoha guards. No wonder it was so easy to sneak into Konoha. The guards were all eating dry food. Speaking of which, since the destruction of the Uchiha clan, Konoha's strength has indeed weakened a lot, not only in terms of the upper ninja, but also in the middle-level strength. Looking at Orochimaru, Niji asked, "When can I transplant the Hashirama cells I need?" This was the condition that Niji had agreed with Orochimaru. Before participating in the assassination of the fourth Kaze cage, Orochimaru must first give Niji the promised time limit to transplant Hashirama's cells and solve the problem of the bird in the cage. Orochimaru smiled slightly. It's been ready for a long time. We can start tonight. After passing through the weak point of the barrier, Niji followed Orochimaru out of the village. Then, under the leadership of Orochimaru, they came to his secret research base. Like the base they destroyed last time, this secret research base was also built in the belly of the mountain, but it was not as huge as the one destroyed last time. After walking through a winding and humid passage of more than 10 meters, they came to a wide space. This base was very small, and it was a temporary base at first glance. When Niji followed Orochimaru in, there were already 2 researchers in protective clothing next to him, debugging the operating table in front of them and the instruments next to them. Turning to look at Niji, Orochimaru pointed at the operating table in front of him and said, "Niji-kun, everything is ready. You can be ready anytime. Start the transplantation operation." As he said that, Orochimaru signaled the researchers next to him with his eyes that they could start preparing. Since it was decided that Orochimaru would transplant Hashirama's cells, Niji had nothing to hesitate about. Seeing that Orochimaru was ready, Niji immediately took off his shirt and lay on the operating table. Transplanting Hashirama's cells sounds grand, but it is actually a very simple process. It only requires cutting open the skin around the Byakugan and the caged bird, cutting off the original meat, and replacing it with the perfect Hashirama cells that Orochimaru has adjusted, and the whole process is complete. The rest is to wait for the Hashirama cells to take effect. Because he did not trust Orochimaru, Niji did not choose general anesthesia, but local anesthesia around the eyes. 2 researchers began to prepare for the operation. They gave Niji anesthesia and blood plasma at the same time, and attached various sensors for detecting vital signs around Niji's head. Orochimaru, who had already changed into a sterile protective suit, held a sharp scalpel in one hand and Hashirama's cells soaked in blue liquid in the other. Before the operation began, Orochimaru confirmed, "Niji-kun, am I going to start?" "Come on." Ninkai nodded and closed his eyes. An hour later, the operation was completed. Under the bright white light, Ninkai sat up from the operating table. His entire head was wrapped in white bandages. At this moment, Ninkai's head looked like a white dumpling. But Ninkai's attention was not on this. Now his attention was on feeling the changes in his body. To know whether Hashirama's cells are really useful, the method is very simple. Because of the caged bird, the branch family has a 1-degree visual blind spot that spreads from the spine to the back. Just feel whether the 1-degree visual blind spot of the spine exists. It can determine whether the influence of the caged bird has been suppressed. Thinking of this, Ninkai quickly made seals with both hands and shouted in a low voice. "Bun open." The 1-degree visual blind spot that originally existed in the spine is gone, and now Ninkai can see a 360 degrees view of the whole body. It really works, solved. Ninkai was overjoyed. Seeing Orochimaru in front of him, Ninkai wanted to hug Orochimaru and give him a big kiss. The stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. Ninkai felt unprecedented relief, not only physically, but also mentally. Refreshed. This is the most real feeling of Ninkai at this moment. Not only is it relaxed, but the most important thing is that the thing that has been threatening him is gone. Seeing Ninkai so excited, Orochimaru felt that he didn't need to ask. Ninkai's performance was the best answer. Taking off the rubber gloves and removing the mask, Orochimaru smiled and said, "Hashirama's cells can not only block the power of the caged bird, but also have extremely strong aggressiveness. There are very few people who can adapt to Hashirama cells. When I found 60 children for experiments, only 1 gradually adapted to the cells. But after these years of experiments, I found that there are several families who are naturally very adaptable to Hashirama cells, such as the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Of course, Niji thought to himself, the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, the Uzumaki clan, and the Kagaya clan, All 5 clans have their ancestors from the Otsutsuki clan. It is common sense that the Hyuga clan has a strong adaptability to Hashirama cells. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, from Konoha to be a villain. Chapter 44 The Power of Hashirama Cells _ Becoming a Villain from Konoha. Just like Uchiha Obito, who used the power of Kamui so frequently without any side effects, Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi had great side effects, which were all the power brought by Hashirama's cells. After a pause, Orochimaru said, Hashirama's cells can only block and suppress the power of the caged bird, but cannot eliminate it. If Hinata Hayashi uses the caged bird on you at close range, it will still affect you. As for how much influence it has, I can't be sure. But one thing is certain, the caged bird can no longer kill you, nor will it leave you powerless to resist. It's enough that it can't be killed. Niji couldn't help but raise his lips. This feeling of being unrestrained was really wonderful. With a slight smile, Orochimaru's eyes flickered. No one knew what Orochimaru was thinking. One day later. It must be said that Orochimaru has surpassed everyone in biological research. The wound left by the operation was completely healed in an hour or so. In the forest, Niji sat cross-legged on a grey stone, familiarizing himself with the use of the complete Byakugan. Orochimaru only knew that the operation was successful. Hashirama cells plus the sealing technique he developed suppressed the power of the caged bird, but Orochimaru didn't know that Niji got more than just the suppression of the caged bird from Hashirama cells. When Hashirama cells were implanted in his body, Niji felt that his body was undergoing drastic changes, like a strong chemical reaction. While Hashirama cells eroded his cells, they also merged with his cells. The most obvious thing was physical strength. After transplanting Hashirama cells, Niji clearly felt that his physical strength had increased, and the amount of chakra in his body was getting bigger and bigger. Not only that, but there is also the Byakugan, which greatly improves the pupil power. The original Niji could only see within a kilometer, but now Niji can see within a 2-kilometer range, and the consumption of pupil power is even lower than before. The improvement of pupil power is accompanied by an improvement in insight, just like when Orochimaru used all his strength before instant body technique, his Byakugan could not see through Orochimaru's movement, but now Niji can see through it. Compared with the increase in strength, Niji is more concerned about the sword hanging over his head that could stab him at any time. There is nothing to stop him next. 3 more chapters are here, please recommend. Chapter 45, Killing the Wind Shadow _ Starting from Konoha to be a villain. The next day, the border of the Fire Country. Unlike the Fire Country covered by forests, the sky is full of yellow sand, and the desolate desert next door is the scenery of the Wind Country. Arriving at the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, Niji looked up and saw the yellow sand flying in the wind. At a glance, all he could see was yellow. Following Orochimaru, Niji saw an acquaintance. Kimimaro. He had white hair, a red dot between his eyebrows, and wore a white shirt, just like the day they met. Seeing Niji, Kimimaro frowned slightly. He still remembered this tricky Byakugan ninja. When he heard that Orochimaru had invited Niji to come and kill the Kaze cage, Kimimaro was shocked. Orochimaru could actually invite a genius ninja from the enemy Konoha. He couldn't help but admire and respect Orochimaru even more. Seeing Kimimaro, Niji frowned and said, Orochimaru, are you sure he can do it? Can his body support that level of fighting? Niji was deeply skeptical about Kimimaro's body. This was no joke. If Kimimaro had problems in the middle of the fight, it would not be just Kimimaro who would be injured. Before Orochimaru could speak, Kimimaro stepped forward and said, I will stick to the end and help Lord Orochimaru fulfill his dream. Orochimaru, who was standing next to him, said, Kimimaro is a very strong child. He will do what he says. Seeing that Lord Orochimaru believed in him so much, Kimimaro nodded seriously, with a light flashing in his eyes. Seeing Kimimaro's awareness of dying for his confidant, Niji shook his head helplessly. Orochimaru was indeed the MLM captain in Naruto. As he spoke, Orochimaru took out a map from his pocket and finally told his plan. I have made an appointment with the 4th Kazekage to meet in a canyon 10 kilometers away to discuss the next plan. There are only 3 of us in this operation, and our opponents are the 4th Kazekage and his 2 Jonin guards. The plan is very simple. I will take the opportunity to sneak attack the 4th Kazekage during the meeting, and then I will contain the 4th Kazekage. You deal with the other 2 Jonin guards. After that, cooperate with me to kill the 4th Kazekage. It's really simple. Looking up at Orochimaru, Niji suddenly asked, before that, I have a question. What should we do if the 4th Kazekage escapes when he sees that the situation is not good? After all, we are facing a shadow. If there is no perfect guarantee, even if the 4th Kazekage is not our opponent, with his strength and control of sand flight, it is no problem for him to escape. In response to Niji's question, Orochimaru smiled slightly and explained, I already have a perfect plan. The 4th Kazekage cannot escape from our interception. Niji glanced at Orochimaru, and seeing that he was so confident, Niji was a little skeptical. In the anime, everything Orochimaru did gave people the feeling that he would succeed, but in the end, this guy failed. So seeing Orochimaru so confident, Niji was even more uncertain. Because of his involvement, many things have changed, and the butterfly effect he caused has already messed up the future. But there is no better way at this stage, and he can only take one step at a time for the time being, but he must have a backup plan in case something goes wrong. At the top of the canyon, it was desolate and lonely, without any vitality, and there was not even a green grass. Niji and Kimimaro stood under a yellow stone to hide their bodies, but at the same time, they did not hinder their observation of the movements below. At the bottom of the valley dozens of meters below, Orochimaru stood quietly in the middle of the valley, looking at the entrance at the other end of the valley, waiting for the 4th Kazekage to arrive. Seeing Kimimaro concentrating on observing the situation at the bottom of the valley, Niji said, Orochimaru is much stronger and more sinister than you. Instead of worrying about Orochimaru, you might as well worry about yourself. Hearing this, Kimimaro frowned, squinted at Niji behind him, and warned, don't think that you are on the same front with us now, so you can say bad things about Lord Orochimaru in front of me. If Lord Orochimaru didn't need Niji's power, he would not just warn Niji. Kimimaro would not allow anyone to say bad things about Lord Orochimaru. Hey, Niji sighed and patted his head helplessly. This unlucky child has become morbidly crazy about Orochimaru. Originally, Niji had the idea of saving Kimimaro, but looking at the current situation, it is obviously impossible. Speaking of which, the more he came into contact with Orochimaru, the more interested Niji was in Orochimaru's brainwashing methods. Here it comes. Just when Niji was thinking about it, Kimimaro shouted in a low voice, and Niji quickly got up and came to Kimimaro's side. Looking down, I saw 3 figures at the other end of the canyon, stepping on the yellow sand and appearing at the canyon entrance, slowly walking towards Orochimaru at the bottom of the canyon. The one in the middle, wearing the shadow hat unique to the 5 cages, was the 4th Kazekage, wearing a long white robe and lowering his head slightly. The angle where Ninkai was standing was completely blocked, so he couldn't see his face clearly. What should we do next? Ninkai asked. His tone revealed a little eagerness. Killing a Kazekage was something that few people had done in the history of the ninja world. Watch what Lord Orochimaru does. As long as Lord Orochimaru moves, we will act, Kimimaro said without turning his head. His attention was all below, his body was in a tense state, ready to take action at any time. Ninkai was not as nervous as Kimimaro. It didn't make much difference to him whether the 4th Kazekage could be killed, and the safety of Orochimaru had nothing to do with him. While the two were talking, the 4th Kazekage had already met Orochimaru at the bottom of the valley. They were too far apart, so Ninkai didn't know what Orochimaru and the 4th Kazekage were talking about. Anyway, through the Byakugan, Ninkai saw that Orochimaru had always had a signature smile on his face, but the 4th Kazekage's face gradually darkened. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. Chapter 45, Killing the Wind Shadow starting from Konoha to become a villain. At this moment, Kimimaro next to him suddenly ran down without any warning, leaving Ninkai with a confused face. He went down without notifying him. When Ninkai reacted, Kimimaro had already rushed halfway. At this time, the fourth Kazekage immediately discovered Kimimaro rushing down the slope from the top of the canyon. There is an ambush, Master Kazekage, hurry up! The guard of the Kazekage next to him shouted, moved to the bottom of the slope in an instant, and began to seal with both hands to perform wind escape. Another Kazekage guard also reacted extremely quickly, holding a kunao in his hand and moving in front of the fourth Kazekage. But Orochimaru was faster than him. When Kimimaro was attacked, Orochimaru attacked like thunder. Orochimaru's head flew out, his neck stretched out like rubber, as fast as lightning, and he opened his mouth to reveal sharp snake-like teeth and bit the fourth Kazekage. The fourth Kazekage also reacted very quickly. After all, he was a cage-level strongman. The moment he saw Kimimaro, the fourth Kazekage Raza immediately guarded against Orochimaru. Only he and Orochimaru knew the time and place of their meeting. Now there was an ambush nearby, which must be related to Orochimaru. With a step of his right foot, a golden sand flew up from the ground and turned into a hard shield to block Raza. The fourth Kazekage has the blood limit of magnetic escape gold sand, which can freely control things containing gold, and can also freely control the gold in the sand. The sand controlled is not just ordinary sand, but gold sand mixed with other gold things. It is not only larger in mass, but also harder than steel. Seeing that Orochimaru was still charging at him, Luo Sha sneered. He had never trusted people like Orochimaru to cooperate with him from the beginning. When he met with Orochimaru, he was always on guard. Suddenly, Orochimaru, who was about to hit the gold dust, opened his mouth and spit out a sword. Kusanagi sword. The legendary artifact was so sharp that even the golden hoop of the monkey demon was afraid of it. The cold light flashed, and the Kusanagi sword pierced the gold dust in front of it like a bright white light. The gold dust, which was harder than steel, was like tofu in front of the Kusanagi sword. It was like pulling dry and rotten in front of the Kusanagi sword. The Kusanagi sword pierced the gold dust without slowing down. Everything happened too suddenly. The fourth Kazekage did not expect that Orochimaru would spit out the Kusanagi sword from his mouth, and he had no time to dodge. In a flash, Luo Sha, as the Kazekage, was experienced and quick to react. He clenched his right hand suddenly, controlling the gold dust to become more solid, and the speed of the Kusanagi sword decreased rapidly. Although Luo Sha responded in time, he was inevitably stabbed in the abdomen by Kusanaga's sword, and the sharp sword tip sank into his abdomen for half a finger. Resisting the pain, Luo Sha quickly pulled back and wanted to temporarily distance himself from Orochimaru. The medium and long-range use of the power of the blood limit magnetic escape gold sand is the fighting method that suits him. He is not good at close-range combat. At this moment, Niji fell from the sky and swung the ninja sword at Luo Sha. Water-breathing 8th form Taketsubo. The first update is here, please vote for the recommendation of all the big guys. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, from Konoha to be a villain. Chapter 46 Fighting against the Wind Shadow Guard from Konoha to be a villain. The bottom of the canyon. When Orochimaru launched a sneak attack on the fourth Kazekage, Niji jumped down from the canyon and swung his sword with both hands. Water-breathing 8th form Taketsubo. Water flowed on the sharp ninja sword, and the blue water flowed around when the long sword was swung. The ninja sword slashed down, and the surrounding water flowed with it, turning into a strong water column like a falling meteor. Sensing the attack from above, the fourth Kazekage Raza spread his hands and controlled the gold sand under his feet to fly up, like two big hands crossing over his head. The highly condensed chakra was transformed into magnetic force, which firmly attracted the gold sand together, forming a defense harder than steel. Bang! With a deafening sound, the water flow fell on the gold sand, like a boulder hitting steel. Suddenly water splashed, and the strong water flow could not break the defense that was harder than steel, but the soft water penetrated into the gold sand and weakened the gold sand's defense. Wind style, wind cutting technique. At this moment, the wind shadow guard opened his mouth and blew out a strong wind, which turned into a sharp wind blade and slashed towards Niji. Swoosh! He raised his hand and shot a kunai with a detonating tag. The detonating tag exploded in mid-air, and the shock wave generated by the explosion shattered the wind blade. Niji took the opportunity to retreat and distance himself from the fourth Kaze cage. The fourth Kaze cage saw Niji retreating and controlled the gold sand to fly towards Niji like a long snake, wanting to get rid of Niji first. But Niji was extremely fast, and his figure flashed to avoid the gold sand's attack. Orochimaru also killed the fourth Kaze cage. The fourth Kaze cage had no skills to clone himself, so he could only deal with Orochimaru with all his strength. And Niji was blocked by the Wind Shadow Guard. The Wind Shadow Guard was called Chiyomaru, a powerful jonin who was good at using wind-style ninjutsu. When seeing Niji's Byakugan, Chiyomaru was shocked and shouted, "Bun! You are from the Hyuga clan of Konoha." Orochimaru and Konoha jointly ambush Kaze cage. Orochimaru's target from the beginning was Kaze cage. The so-called Konoha collapse plan was fake from the beginning. Niji was helpless. This guy has a rich imagination, but he didn't plan to explain anything. He inserted the ninja sword behind his back. Niji quickly made a seal, put 2 fingers in front of his eyes to open the Byakugan, raised his head and said slowly, "The dead don't need to know so much." Hearing this, Chiyomaru's face was very exciting. Even if you just showed extraordinary strength, it's too arrogant to say this at this moment. As soon as the voice fell, Niji took the lead, and his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. So fast! Chiyomaru was shocked. He noticed the chakra fluctuations behind him. Without thinking, he swung the kunai and turned around to chop behind him. Clang! With a sharp metal collision sound, the kunai hit the ninja sword, and flames flew everywhere. As expected of the guard of the Kaze cage, the ninja carefully selected by the Sand Village, his strength should not be underestimated. Nisi was amazed. Ordinary special ninjas did not find his trace so quickly, and they could react so quickly and counter-attack him at the same time. After failing to hit him, Nisi did not linger in the fight, and retreated. Seeing that Nisi was about to retreat, Chiyomaru kicked his feet hard, followed Nisi closely, and raised his hand to shoot the kunai in his hand. Tilting his head to avoid the oncoming kunai, Nisi's eyes condensed slightly, and the ninja sword in his hand swung, raising his hand to chop at Chiyomaru. As the sword chopped down, the surrounding winds blew up, and the visible winds condensed on the ninja sword. Wind wound. 3 rays of light emanated from the blade, cutting the ground like a knife and killing forward. After the light, the land from the blade to the front was broken and messy as if it had been plowed. Seeing the terrifying power of the blade, Chiyomaru hurriedly stopped, quickly formed seals with both hands, and raised his hands to slap the ground. Sand shield. Chakras surged out, and the ground trembled slightly. A large amount of yellow sand rose from the ground and condensed into a solid sand shield. Crack! There was a cracking sound, and the sand shield cracked. The 3 blades blocked too, and another ray of light penetrated the sand shield and hit Chiyomaru accurately. Puff! The chopped Chiyomaru turned into a stone and shattered into countless pieces. At this moment, Chiyomaru, who had disappeared with the substitute technique, drilled out from under Niji's feet. The rapidly rotating wind in his hand turned into a sharp wind sword as sharp as a sword under the solidification of chakra, and stabbed Niji from behind. Success! Chiyomaru was overjoyed, as if he saw the scene of Niji's throat being cut off by the wind sword and dying with his eyes open. In front of the Byakugan, he attacked from behind. Niji sneered. He was really courting death. If Chiyomaru had fought against the Byakugan before, he would not have done such a thing. the Byakugan was least afraid of being attacked from behind or taking advantage of cover to launch an attack. Niji pretended to make a few random seals and shouted loudly, "Thunderbolt!" In an instant, blue lightning was released from Niji's body. Hundreds of lightning struck all around at the same time. Tens of lightning as thick as arms shot at Chiyomaru like spears. At such a close distance, Chiyomaru, who was attacking actively, could not dodge at all and could only watch the lightning hit him. After noticing that Chiyomaru attacked from underground, Niji took advantage of the situation and deliberately exposed his flaws. Because he knew that Chiyomaru, who was attacking from underground, would not use the substitute technique, nor would it be a shadow clone, but must be the real body. Chiyomaru was indeed tricked and thought he had seized the opportunity. Even if the opponent was a Byakugan and could see his attack at the first time, he could not react in time. If it was any other Hyuga clan member, he would have done the same, but he was facing Niji who had the cage escape technique. When the opponent approached him, he used Thunder Shock and released countless lightning attacks. Not to mention that he was a Jonin, even if it was Wind Shadow Raza, he would not have had time to dodge. Chapter 46 Fighting against Wind Shadow Guards Starting from Konoha to become a villain. Dozens of lightning bolts simultaneously penetrated Chiyomaru's body, and the tens of millions of volts of high-voltage current instantly destroyed all of Chiyomaru's vitality and all of his cells, and thousands of degrees of high heat burned Raza's body into charcoal. The lightning broke through the air, forming a supersonic shock wave visible to the naked eye, which completely tore Raza, who had turned into charcoal, into pieces. This carefully selected Kaze cage guard died in the blink of an eye at the hands of Ninkai. Nothing is left, and he will die with his eyes wide open. What? Noticing Chiyomaru being killed from the corner of his eye, Luo Sha's face was full of disbelief. Chiyomaru was his specially selected guard. Although his strength was not that of an elite Jonin, he was also a good player among the Jonin. Elite Jonin at the age of 13, where did Orochimaru find this pervert? Whether it was the sword technique combined with water escape used to sneak attack him earlier, or the wind escape and lightning escape released later, this white-eyed kid mastered these three ninjutsu at the same time, and at least he was an elite Jonin. At this moment, Luo Sha felt the crisis of life and death. Facing me, you still focus on other places, which is too disrespectful to me. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and shouted coldly in a low voice, "Evil snake winding!" Raising his hand and biting his finger, Orochimaru quickly formed a seal, raised his hand and slapped the ground, black runes emerged, and summoned a yellow snake to knock Luo Sha into the air. Then the snake's body tensed, bounced up like a spring, and opened its bloody mouth to bite Luo Sha. Magnetic style, gold dust spear. Luo Sha, who was knocked flying in the air, was not in a hurry. He quickly formed a seal, and chakra gushed out. Countless gold dust flew up from the ground and turned into a 10-meter-long gold dust spear, which was as fast as lightning and pierced the yellow snake like a candied hawse. Second update, please collect and recommend. Chapter 47 Sword Killing Wind Shadow Starting from Konoha to be a villain. The bottom of the canyon. The battle between Orochimaru and Wind Shadow Raza has reached a white-hot stage. Although the initial sneak attack did not cause fatal damage to Raza, Raza's actions were still affected by being stabbed in the abdomen. Orochimaru took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, not giving Raza a chance to recover, and soon Orochimaru gained the upper hand. After dealing with the Wind Shadow Guard under his feet, Niji did not immediately join the fight between the two. Both Orochimaru and Kimimaro had the upper hand. On the other side, Kimimaro relied on his powerful blood limit to suppress the Wind Shadow Guard. Judging from the situation, the battle could be over in a short time. Looking at Niji, who had already dealt with the battle, Orochimaru's eyes were slightly condensed. Compared with the last fight, Niji was stronger. He could only deal with the Wind Shadow Guard so quickly. Moving his eyes to Luosha in front of him, Orochimaru quickly formed seals with both hands. It's time to be serious. Summoning technique. 10,000 snake formation. Raising his hand and slapping the ground, black runes appeared in his palm. In an instant, the ground under Orochimaru's feet trembled and a black crack appeared. Immediately afterwards, a long black snake crawled out of the crack, followed by hundreds of long black snakes crawling out of the crack. At a glance, more and more long snakes crawled out, as if there was no end, countless long snakes entangled together like a sea of snakes. Niji's scalp tingled at the sight. He didn't like snakes, let alone so many of them. The endless sea of snakes rushed towards Luo Sha, one layer after another like waves. Luo Sha's face changed drastically. He sensed the danger of death from these black snakes. He quickly formed a seal and slapped his hands on the ground, pouring highly condensed chakra into the depths of the ground, turning the chakra into magnetic force to control the gold sand. Magnetic escape. Gold sand wave. For a moment, the earth shook violently, and the gravel on the ground kept jumping. I saw golden sand rushing out from the depths of the ground. These golden sands gathered together and turned into a gold sand wave more than 10 meters high, filling the bottom of the entire canyon. Under Luo Sha's control, hundreds of tons of gold sand pressed down all the black snakes like huge waves. Gold sand funeral. Seeing this, Luo Sha shouted, chakra gushed out, controlling the continuous flow of gold sand, forming a pressure greater than an explosion, killing all the snakes summoned by Orochimaru. This is not over yet. Orochi was not in a hurry, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and shouted, evil snake wrist explosion. As soon as the voice sounded, a yellow giant snake appeared behind Luo Sha's feet. It turned out that the sea of snakes was just to attract Luo Sha's attention and consume Luo Sha's chakra. Orochimaru's real killer move was behind him. The big snake that suddenly appeared was extremely fast, and Luo Sha was still controlling the gold sand and had no time to dodge, so he was swallowed by the yellow giant snake. Seeing Luo Sha being swallowed by the big snake, Orochimaru quickly shouted, explode! Bang! The giant snake that swallowed Luo Sha exploded instantly, and the huge explosion shock wave swept in the air, setting off a fierce hurricane that swept around and rolled up the yellow sand. So cruel! Niji was surprised at Orochimaru's cruelty. The summoned beasts sacrificed without hesitation, even the summoned beasts that the ninja trusted were like this, which shows that Orochimaru treats his companions in the same way. However, the power of the summoned beast's explosion is indeed huge, far stronger than the power of the detonating talisman. Even if the fourth Kaze cage does not die, it will be uncomfortable. The strong wind blew away the black smoke floating in the air, revealing a golden ball, quietly suspended in the air, and gold sand continued to fall from it. Seeing this scene, Ninkai frowned slightly, as expected of a cage-level strongman. Even in that situation, he still used gold dust to wrap his whole body in time to block the power of the explosion. However, the falling of gold dust indicates that the fourth Kazecage's control over gold dust has been greatly reduced. It seems that the fourth Kaze cage was also seriously injured in the explosion just now. As Ninkai guessed, the ball solidified by gold dust shattered, revealing Luosha's pale face, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. The shadow hat on his head was blown to pieces by the explosion just now, and several cuts were torn on his body. The serious injury, coupled with the wound in his abdomen, Luo Sha suffered a serious injury, which has seriously affected his control over the gold sand. Seeing the murderous Orochimaru on the ground and the white-eyed kid staring at him, the Kaze cage knew that if he continued to fight, he would definitely die here. Looking at another guard who was in danger below, Luo Sha said sorry in his heart and controlled the gold sand to fly away. He couldn't die. If he died, Sand Village would be in chaos. And if he died, Orochimaru's plan would succeed, and Sand Village would become a pawn in Orochimaru's hands. He had to live and expose Orochimaru's conspiracy. Seeing that the Kaze cage was about to escape, Orochimaru quickly turned his head to look at Niji next to him and shouted, "Niji-kun, stop the Kaze cage!" Although it was strange why Orochimaru knew that he had a way to stop the Kaze cage, Niji knew that now was not the time to pursue these things, and stopping the Kaze cage was what he should do now. Looking at the Kaze cage above his head, Niji's eyes were slightly fixed, his legs were slightly bent, and his hands slowly formed a cross shape and were put on his abdomen. I saw a bright light between Niji's hands, like bright starlight, and the energy of his whole body gathered between his hands. The light became more and more dazzling and gradually materialized. The next second, Niji shouted in a low voice, "Kamiha!" The moment the voice sounded, Niji pushed out his hands, and a dazzling light wave flew out, like a beam of light shooting towards the wind shadow, accurately hitting the wind shadow. Bang! A huge explosion shook the world, the void exploded, and the air exploded to form a hurricane falling from the sky, as if the invisible pressure crushed everyone. Crack! There was another crisp sound, and the sand shield shattered into countless pieces, and the fragments without chakra condensation turned into golden sand all over the sky. At this moment, Luasha flew out of the golden sand and hit the ground like a fallen leaf. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the later is more exciting. Chapter 47 Sword Killing Wind Shadow _ starting from Konoha to become a villain. Boom! The earth shook, stirring up a large amount of dust. Seeing that Luasha was shot down from the air by Niji, Orochimaru showed a triumphant smile on his face, and his figure flashed, rushing to the place where Luasha fell. Ahem! Climbing out of the broken ground, Luasha coughed up blood violently. He suffered an unprecedented heavy blow. If there were a powerful medical ninja, he could still survive, but in this situation, he would definitely not be able to survive. Orochimaru would not let him live. Instant. At this moment, Niji appeared in front of Luasha. He was closer to Luasha and faster than Orochimaru. Looking up at the white-eyed boy who shot him down, Luasha coughed up blood and asked, "Why?" Konoha Hyuga family genius Hyuga Niji wants to get involved with Orochimaru. Are these important? Niji looked at the seriously injured and dying Kazekage. With a bitter smile on his face, Luasha leaned against the stone, looked at the blue sky in front of him, and said, "I'm going to die soon, and I always want to know why I'm dying." With a slight flicker in his eyes, Niji said lightly, "I want to live. This is a deal. Orochimaru promised to help me solve the threat of the caged bird. So that's it." Luasha suddenly realized, his eyelids drooped, looked at Niji, and suddenly said, "Kill me." Seeing Niji hesitate, Luasha, who was facing death, smiled and said, "I don't want to die at the hands of Orochimaru, that despicable guy. Speaking of which, death is not a bad thing for ninjas. Sometimes, the living are more tired." After a pause, Niji walked towards Luasha step by step, stopped in front of Luasha, and raised the ninja sword in his hand. Looking at Niji's young and tender face, and thinking of Niji's terrifying strength just now, Luasha said self-deprecatingly, "I still underestimated you, a 13-year-old cage-level genius. Compared with you, I feel that I have lived in vain. But Tsunagakure is very lucky. Konoha will lose a genius like you, which is the best news for Tsunagakure. Do you want to know who leaked your information to the major villages?" Niji paused after swinging his sword and asked immediately, "Who is it?" This news is very important to Niji. He wants to catch the bastard who calculated him and cut him into pieces. Shimura Danzo. Hearing this, Niji's pupils shrank. Niji thought of several people for this person, among which the third generation and Danzo were the biggest suspects, so when Niji heard Luasha say it was Shimura Danzo, he was not too shocked. Looking at the seriously injured and dying fourth Kazekage Luasha at his feet, Niji said lightly, "Goodbye, fourth Kazekage." As the voice sounded, a flash of sword light flashed, and the long sword pierced into the neck, splashing a piece of blood. 3 more updates, please bookmark and recommend. Chapter 48 Rare Skill Points _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. The bottom of the canyon was in a mess, and the ground was broken like a spider web. Seeing Niji pierce the neck of the fourth Kazekage Raza, Orochimaru's face flashed a trace of pity, letting Niji get ahead. He hasn't killed a shadow yet. Putting away the pity on his face, Orochimaru jumped off the rock and smiled at Niji. "Congratulations, Niji-kun, you killed the wind at the age of 13. Kage, you have created a legend in the ninja world. Pulling out the ninja sword, Niji turned his back to Orochimaru and said, I just picked up the leak. If Orochimaru hadn't injured the fourth Kaze Kage, I wouldn't have been able to kill him. Ninkai-kun, being overly modest is not a good character, Orochimaru said with a meaningful smile. Walking in front of Raza and looking at the fourth Kaze Kage who died leaning against the stone, Orochimaru sighed, I think he was also a hero who saved the village in the wind and rain. It's a pity that even the most heroic people will die and eventually turn into a handful of yellow soil. In the face of time, life, companions, etc. will pass away, and only eternal life is the essence. Hearing this, Niji tilted his head and glanced at Orochimaru, and asked, so this is why you ignore the original essence of life and want to develop the art of immortality by any means. To achieve greater success, you must make greater sacrifices. He stretched out his long tongue, licked his lips, and smiled slightly. So far, the number of experimental subjects I have used is not as many as the number of people who died in a local war between major powers. It is meaningful to become an experimental subject in my hands. Losing lives on the battlefield is the biggest waste. After killing the fourth Kaze Kage, another guard was also killed by Kimimaro. Niji sat on a stone nearby, looking at his feet with boredom, while Orochimaru cut experimental specimens from the fourth Kaze Kage and two Kaze Kage guards. Lying next to Niji was Kimimaro who had fainted. After dealing with his opponent, Kimimaro became ill. Turning his head to look at Kimimaro, Niji felt very sorry. Kimimaro was at the end of his rope. If he hadn't used his blood limit and insisted on treatment, he might have been able to think of a solution. But Kimimaro admired Orochimaru too much. He had just said something about Orochimaru's dialogue before, and Kimimaro became angry. Niji felt hopeless in trying to trick Kimimaro from Orochimaru, the pyramid scheme leader. Ding dong! The system voice sounded in his mind, and Niji immediately calmed down and ignored Kimimaro next to him. Side quest completed, kill a Kage-level strongman, get rewards, 3000 energy points 800 chakra points. Rare quest completed, kill the fourth Kaze Kage of Sand Village, get rewards, rare skill points, thunder welcome. Skill point Lei Ying, a powerful skill from One Piece, which creates a ball of lightning with a size of 100 meters, with a large amount of violent electric current of up to 200 million volts compressed in the middle, which is powerful enough to easily turn an island into dust. Consumes 10,000 energy points. Seeing that the skill given by the system was the violent skill of Lei Ying, Niji was surprised. He didn't expect that killing the fourth Kaze Kage would reward such a powerful skill. Even in Naruto, there are not many skills that are more powerful than Lei Ying, right? With the skill point of Lei Ying, I also have the powerful power to destroy a village. As long as I find an opportunity to throw a Lei Ying, I believe the entire ninja world will surrender to my deterrence. However, the energy consumption required for Lei Ying's skill is really terrible, 10,000 energy points. He has not accumulated 10,000 energy points yet. Host, Niji. Gender, male. Identity, Konoha Genin. Chakra amount, 2989/5820, Jounin chakra amount, 4000 to 7000. Energy value, 7900 points. The only main task, become the biggest villain in the Naruto world, 1.31%. Skills, Byakugan, water breathing, gentle fist, air dance, Kamehameha. The system rewards 3000 energy points. After deducting the energy points consumed in the battle, the overall energy value has increased a lot. However, there is still a lot of energy points to use Lei Ying, and the goal has not been achieved. I still need to work hard to accumulate the energy points that can be used once. Compared with the small increase in energy points, the amount of chakra has almost doubled. The reason for this is that Orochimaru transplanted Hashirama cells to him. Hashirama cells are perfectly integrated with Niji's body, and even Niji doesn't know what's going on. But it is undeniable that the perfect transplantation of Hashirama cells has rapidly increased Niji's body energy and can condense more chakra in his body. Hashirama cell transplantation not only solves the problem of caged birds, but also solves Niji's lack of blue. After collecting the required experimental specimens, Orochimaru instantly moved to the stone and woke up Nisi, who was immersed in the system. After putting away the scroll, Orochimaru raised the corners of his mouth slightly, looked down at Nisi, and thanked him. Thanks to Nisi-kun this time, otherwise, it would not be so easy to kill the fourth Kaze cage. Ninkai stood up from the stone, facing Orochimaru with a calm expression of gratitude, and said, "This is just a deal. You help me solve the caged bird, and I help you kill the fourth Kaze cage." "Ninkai-kun, you are really indifferent." Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and said sinisterly, "It's been a while since we last met, and Ninkai-kun has become stronger again. Compared with the first time we met, it has only been a few months, and Ninkai-kun has the strength to deal with the fourth Kaze cage. This speed of strengthening is really terrifying. Even I feel a serious sense of danger." As he said, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, and a trace of murderous intent flashed across his snake-like cold eyes. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, from Konoha to be a villain. Chapter 48 Rare Skill Points _ beginning from Konoha Villain. He saw how fast Niji became stronger. When they first met, he only released a powerful wind escape combined with swordsmanship, but today he not only released the lightning escape that integrated attack and defense, but also the unique skill of using kunao. An ordinary kunao, in his hand, has a speed exceeding the speed of sound and a stronger destructive power than the detonation tag. These three things, no matter which one, are ninjutsu that can only be mastered by jonin, but Niji mastered all three at the same time, just as the Wind Shadow said, a 13-year-old elite jonin. This talent even shocked him. Before this, he had only experienced this kind of shock from one person. Uchiha Itachi. The kid who defeated him. If it was only a 13-year-old elite jonin, Orochimaru would not have raised his murderous intent in front of him, but Niji finally used the powerful chakra form change ninjutsu to knock down the Wind Shadow. It really made Orochimaru feel a sense of crisis. Facing that move, even if he used the triple Rashomon, he was not sure that he could defend against it. Humph! With a cold snort, Niji turned his head and looked at Orochimaru, and threatened undisguisedly in his words, "Orochimaru, you let me go when we first met, and you have lost the only chance to kill me. I advise you to put away your little thoughts. I don't mind killing the S-level rebel ninja in Konoha after killing the fourth Kaze cage." With a slight flicker in his eyes, Orochimaru put away the murderous intent in his eyes and smiled. "What are you talking about, Niji-kun? We are partners, how can we fight with swords? I was just thinking about whether to invite Niji-kun to participate in the Konoha collapse plan I personally formulated. The first update is here. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect m.shuhaige.net, Becoming a Villain from Konoha. Chapter 49, Fighting Uzumaki Naruto _ starting as a villain from Konoha. Faced with Orochimaru's invitation to participate in the Konoha collapse plan, Ninkai decisively refused. Orochimaru's fate is already doomed. If he joins, the Sandaime will also seal him up. When he comes out, it will be the late stage of the Fourth Ninja World War. Ninkai will have no place to cry. He is not a fool. He is still waiting for Orochimaru to mess up Konoha so that he can implement his plan. He can't even hide from this mess, so how can he join in? After killing the fourth Kaze cage, Ninkai separated from Orochimaru and rushed back to the village. He has been away from the village for 5 days. Although Orochimaru secretly sent people to cover him, Ninkai is still worried that he will be discovered by someone with ulterior motives. Especially after learning from the fourth Kaze cage Raza that Danzo was plotting against him in secret, Niji was even more worried about being exposed. He didn't want anything to happen at this critical moment. After following Orochimaru through the weak point of the barrier for the first time, Niji entered the village with ease the second time. A peaceful night passed quietly. Except for Orochimaru and Kimimaro, no one knew that Niji left Konoha and killed the fourth Kaze Kage. Of course, Niji didn't believe that Orochimaru would keep this secret. After fighting with the fourth Kaze Kage, Orochimaru exposed his murderous intention. Although Orochimaru evaded the issue later, Niji didn't believe that Orochimaru really wouldn't take action. Given Orochimaru's personality, even if he didn't confront him head-on, he would definitely take action in secret. However, before the end of the Chunin exam, Niji believed that Orochimaru would not expose this matter. And the reason why Niji didn't leave Konoha after solving the caged bird issue was because there were two things in Konoha that he was very interested in: a book and a person. Orochimaru launched the invasion plan of Konoha, which was the most chaotic period of Konoha. Only at this time could he get these two things. Both of these things are very useful to him. When Ninkai returned to the village, there were still 3 days before the third exam. During these 3 days, Ninkai practiced quietly at home, absorbed the experience of fighting during this period, and adjusted his own state, because there would be a fierce battle next. In addition to these, Ninkai had one thing to do urgently: eat Ichiraku ramen. While there are still 3 days left, Ninkai has to eat Ichiraku ramen for a long time in the future. Once he becomes a rebel ninja, there will be few opportunities to return to Konoha. Even if he sneaks back secretly, he dare not eat Ichiraku ramen. 3 days later. The Konoha venue is the venue for a series of major events held in the village. From the sky, the venue looks like a bamboo tube, surrounded by dozens of meters-high walls, and a large number of spectator seats are set up on the top, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people to watch the game at the same time. The venue was bustling with people. For Konoha, the twice-yearly Chunin exams were a rare event in the village, where young and outstanding ninjas could fight each other. This year was even more special. The fourth Kaze Kage came to Konoha in person for the first time. The Sandaime and other high-level officials showed their utmost sincerity and started promoting it a few days ago. Tens of thousands of seats were full. 13 people were selected through the second exam. Except for Suzuki, all the others were present. 12 people stood in a row in the middle. Seeing the young and outstanding ninjas standing below, deafening cheers rang out in the audience. Listening to the huge cheers beside my ears and looking up at the cheering audience on the wall dozens of meters high, this feeling was really shocking. It was not only Niji who had this idea, but most of the other contestants also felt the same way. This. At this moment, the fourth Kaze Kage, pretended by Orochimaru, appeared on the rostrum, followed by 2 pretending Kaze Kage guards. The third Hokage saw the fourth Kaze Kage coming and laughed happily. What a rare guest, Kaze Kage. You must be tired after traveling all the way. No, fortunately the venue is in Konoha. The Kaze Kage sat down and turned to look at the third Hokage next to him and said, although you are still young, it must be very tiring for Hokage to attend the meeting. I think you should decide on your successor as soon as possible. Ha ha ha! The third Hokage laughed and said, don't treat me as an old man, I plan to work for another 5 years. After saying that, the Sandaime stood up and walked to the front of the stands, sweeping his eyes over the cheering crowds on both sides, mixing his chakra into the sound, so that the sound could be clearly heard in every corner of the venue. Dear guests, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for coming to Konoha to watch the Chunin selection exam. Next, let the 12 candidates who passed the preliminary selection participate in the formal selection. Please come and watch. As soon as the voice fell, the venue erupted with even louder cheers again. After Shiranui Genma briefly explained the rules to everyone, he asked the ninjas who were not taking the exam to go to the lounge to wait first. As fate would have it, the first match was between him and Naruto. The first match, Hyuga Niji vs Uzumaki Naruto. The loud voice echoed in the venue, and in an instant, a large number of spectators lost interest. I didn't expect that guy to stay until now. If he stayed by luck, he should have stopped here. Yet, after all, the opponent was that pervert. What Ninkai did in the Chunin exam has spread throughout the ninja world. Everyone knows that there is a pervert in the Konoha Hyuga clan, who swept the second round of the Chunin exam alone and defeated all the contestants. But they don't know that Naruto's team was not defeated by Ninkai. The two sides just happened to cross paths at the last moment of the game. But it didn't affect everyone. Before the exam started, everyone thought that Ninkai would win. Chapter 49, Fighting Uzumaki Naruto starting as a villain from Konoha. Naruto. Hinata, standing by the window, clenched her hands tightly, her face full of worry. She knew how terrible Neji was, and that was why she was worried that Naruto would be injured by Neji. In the venue. Hearing the voices of the audience in the audience, Neji looked at Naruto in front of him and said with a smile, "Naruto, everyone thinks you are not my opponent, this is a must-win game. So this is more meaningful, isn't it?" Naruto smiled and said with a fighting spirit, "The more this is the case, if I defeat you, the more people will know how powerful I am, and know that I, Uzumaki Naruto, am the strongest genin in Konoha." Hearing this, Neji was very surprised. If an ordinary person encountered this situation, he would have lost his will to fight and might even admit defeat directly. But what Naruto insisted on in his heart did not waver at all, and he was still full of fighting spirit, which unnaturally affected the others around him. Suddenly, Neji shook his head in his mind and drove away the extra thoughts. "This is a battle, why do I have so many messy thoughts?" Taking a deep breath, calming his mind, Neji's eyes slightly focused, and said seriously, "Naruto, you have always said that you want to defeat me, today I will give you a chance. Don't you want to be Hokage? Don't you want everyone to recognize you? Take advantage of now, in front of everyone, do your best to defeat me. I will definitely win." Naruto's fists collided, full of energy. The first game officially begins. As the referee Shiranui Genma raised his hand and fell, Naruto took the lead and raised his hand to throw two kunai at Neji. Bun open. His insight increased instantly, and the seemingly fast kunai was extremely slow in Neji's eyes. Neji grabbed the flying kunai with his right hand and hit another kunai with his backhand, as fast as lightning. At this moment, Naruto also took the opportunity to rush in front of Neji. Naruto's attack was straight and there was no pattern at all. Neji moved his feet slightly and dodged Naruto's series of straight punches with the smallest movement. "Just right, let you try the moves I recently learned. I won't say the name, afraid of being banned again? I believe everyone can definitely learn it by themselves." As he said, he seized the flaw exposed by Naruto, rushed forward, aimed at the flaw, and slapped it with one palm. This palm, combined with the acupuncture of the upper soft fist, hit Naruto's abdomen, not only knocking Naruto to the ground, but also hindering the flow of chakra in Naruto's abdomen. Immediately afterwards, Neji jumped up, applied all his strength to his lower body, and sat towards Naruto with the impact of gravity acceleration. It must be said that Naruto's physique is different from ordinary people as a member of the Uzumaki clan. The powerful chakra in his body quickly broke through Neji's acupuncture, and Naruto, who recovered his movement, quickly retreated to avoid Neji's attack. Bang! Neji hit the ground hard, stirring up dust all over the ground. The next second, before Naruto could stop retreating, Neji rushed out of the dust like a sharp arrow, rushed to Naruto, and stabbed Naruto's chest with the tip of his palm like a sharp sword. Naruto was immediately pushed up, his body arched high like a cooked red shrimp, and he let out a scream. Chapter 50 I will also cheat starting from Konoha to become a villain. Bang! Naruto fell heavily to the ground, his whole body was in pain, especially the place where he was hit by Neji, his muscles were extremely sore. But Naruto quickly got up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Seeing Naruto stand up quickly, Neji frowned slightly. "You are worthy of being the first cheater of Naruto. Ordinary Chunin will lose their combat effectiveness immediately after being hit by me. If a genin is hit, he can't even stand up, but Naruto is not affected too much. In the audience seats, Hyuga Hayashi, who was sitting quietly, suddenly said to Hanabi, who was only a few years old next to him, "He has inherited the blood limit of the Hyuga family very well. Your sister can't compare to him at all, and you are even more powerful." After saying that, without paying attention to Hanabi's half-understanding look, Hayashi fell into deep thought. He remembered that Shimura Danzo suddenly appeared at home last night. He said that he had the order from the third Hokage, asking him to keep an eye on Niji today and use the caged bird to subdue Niji when necessary. Hayashi was very puzzled by Danzo's order and immediately asked Danzo, but Danzo just said that it was the third Hokage's order and asked him to obey it. He would give him a perfect explanation after the matter was over. Sure enough, is this Niji's power? If you get too close to him, you will be acupunctured and unable to use ninjutsu. In this case, you can only use medium and long-range ninjutsu. Naruto frowned and thought. Facing Niji, a powerful opponent, Naruto finally took out the wisdom that he would not use often, and analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of Niji's soft fist. "Naruto," Niji hooked his finger at Naruto and said provocatively, "Don't you dare to go up? If you only have this little strength, there is no possibility of defeating me." With a cold snort, Naruto raised the corner of his mouth and smiled confidently, "Just now I was just testing your strength, now is the time for me to get serious." As he said that, Naruto crossed his hands into a cross and made a Ren seal. Multiple shadow clone technique. White smoke flew up, and Naruto suddenly split into dozens of clones in one breath. The comparison between people is really big. It's a bit difficult for me to split 4 shadow clones, but Naruto can split dozens of them effortlessly. However, after removing Hashirama's cells, the situation of low chakra has been greatly alleviated. Although it is not as good as Naruto, there is no need to worry about lack of chakra in a long-term battle. "Let's go together!" Dozens of Naruto shouted at the same time. "Come on, let me see the real multiple shadow clones!" Facing the attacks of dozens of Naruto, Niji finally rose a little fighting spirit, and instead of retreating, he rushed towards the many Naruto in front of him. His hands stabbed out like swords, destroying the first 2 shadow clones, and then he jumped on the spot and avoided the Naruto attacking from 4 directions. In midair, Niji's legs swept across like a windmill and killed all 4 Naruto. His figure flashed, and Niji displayed a powerful instant body technique. Soon, more than a dozen Naruto were killed by Niji before they even touched the corner of Niji's clothes. So fast! Many jonins in the audience couldn't help but exclaimed at Niji's speed. Many special jonins subconsciously compared themselves with Niji, and sadly found that they were no match for Niji in physical skills. Seeing that Niji quickly solved his shadow clones, Naruto refused to admit defeat and created a large number of shadow clones again. This time there were more, dozens of shadow clones surrounded Niji from all directions. "Go!" Dozens of Naruto shouted at the same time, and the whole venue echoed with Naruto's passionate voice. With a slight smile on his lips, Niji raised his hands, and a large amount of chakra was instantly released from all the acupuncture points in his body, and then his body spun like a gyroscope. 8 trigrams palm. Return to heaven. The blue chakra visible to the naked eye formed a high-speed rotating sphere, blocking all attacks and rebounding them at the same time. Puff puff. In an instant, there were continuous sounds and white smoke rose one after another. Each light sound meant that one of Naruto's shadow clones disappeared. Using the return to heaven to defeat all of Naruto's shadow clones, Niji looked at the main body standing in the distance, his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the spot. The next second, the disappeared Niji appeared behind Naruto in an instant. "I won't give you another chance to use your shadow clone. 8 trigrams. 64 palms." As the voice sounded, Niji slapped his palms in succession. Now Niji can already hit 20 palms in 1 second, and it only takes a little more than 3 seconds to hit 64 palms. Because Niji's palms were too fast, a series of palm after images appeared between him and Naruto, which looked like Niji had grown dozens of arms out of thin air. The last palm fell, knocking Naruto several meters away and falling heavily to the ground. All 64 palms were used, and all hit 60 acupuncture points on Naruto's body. Now even if Naruto's physique is different from that of ordinary people, he can't break through the blocked acupuncture points. Niji is absolutely sure. Seeing Naruto lying on the ground without getting up, Shiranui Genma stepped forward and said, "The situation is very clear, now I declare." Wait. It was not Naruto who shouted this, but Niji. Hearing this, Shiranui Genma frowned slightly and said, "Hinatan Niji, what else do you want to do? Naruto has already." "No, Naruto hasn't lost yet," Niji interrupted Shiranui Genma. Shiranui Genma frowned even deeper. He was the referee, who would win or lose was up to him. Shiranui Genma was about to speak at that time. Naruto suddenly burst out with strong chakra, and the 64 acupuncture points that Niji had pressed were instantly broken, and this chakra was so strong that it overflowed from Naruto. On the highest podium, the Sandaime felt this familiar chakra, his face changed wildly, and he thought, when will Naruto be able to activate the Nine-Tails chakra? Did Jiraiya teach him? My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. Chapter 50 I will also cheat starting from Konoha to be a villain. Red chakra overflowed from Naruto's acupuncture points, like red tails entwined around Naruto, and these 9 tails chakras that burst out from Naruto's body set off a strong wind and spread in all directions with Naruto as the center. The materialized chakra, such a strong sense of oppression, is this the chakra of the 9 tails? It is indeed strong enough, Niji was amazed. Through the Byakugan, he could clearly see that Naruto's body was filled with the 9 tails chakra at this moment. This chakra was evil but very powerful. It not only broke through the acupuncture points he pressed, but also healed Naruto's injuries in an instant. Naruto, who was revived with full blood, jumped up from the ground and felt the powerful power in his body. Naruto was not as confused as before. Under Jiraiya's teaching, he already knew that there was a 9 tails in his body, and this power was the 9 tails chakra. The materialized 9 tails chakra covered every corner of Naruto, like a layer of almost transparent gauze. With a slight smile on his lips, Naruto felt that he could defeat Niji as he felt the endless powerful power in his body. With a flash of his figure, Naruto disappeared out of thin air and appeared behind Niji again. So fast! Noticing Naruto behind him, Niji was amazed. After using the 9 tails chakra, Naruto's speed increased by more than double. Naruto swung a kunai and chopped it down at Niji, who flashed and used the instant body technique to dodge Naruto's attack. At this moment, Naruto was not only fast, but also had a very fast reaction. He suddenly threw a kunai and shot it in the direction where Niji landed. With the blessing of power, Naruto's kunai was faster and more powerful. Clang! There was a sharp metal collision sound, and fire was everywhere. Niji drew out the ninja sword to block the kunai, looked at Naruto in front of him, who was covered in the 9 tails chakra, grinned, and murmured, "Since you are cheating, then I will cheat too." With slow and steady breathing, as a large amount of oxygen poured into his body, Niji's body function instantly doubled. Water breathing technique. As soon as the voice fell, Niji disappeared from the spot. 3 updates are here, please vote for recommendations. If you like starting from Konoha to become a villain, please bookmark m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to become a villain. Chapter 51 System Chapter Starting from Konoha to become a villain. After obtaining the Samsara Eye, the system is upgraded. System, Big Villain System. Name, Hyaga Niji, real name Lin Tian. Age, 14. Gender, Mosaic. ID number, Blur. Energy, /point, 1 point equals 10 chakras. Energy recovery, 100 points /s. Physical strength, 1300 points /2000 points, level 2. Main quest, become the villain of the Naruto world, 23.35%. Mode, Samsara I Chakra Mode. Skills, Byakugan, Samsara I, Thunder Welcome, Kamehameha, Instantaneous Movement, Air Dance, Railgun, Laser Beam, Wind Wound, Water Breathing, with 11 type Swordsmanship. Skills. Byakugan, the white eyes that can see through everything passed down from generation to generation by the Hyuga clan. Able to see through everything in front of them and future events, with a 360 degrees perspective. As a branch of the Hyuga clan, the Byakugan has a 1-degree visual blind spot that spreads from the spine to the back, and can see through things, the telescopic eye that can see far away, and the insight eye with strong observation. The basic consumption is 2 energy points/s, and the energy points consumed increase with the distance and range. Samsara Eye, the ultimate eye technique that can only be opened by combining the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. It has the power of destruction and creation. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan has evolved to the ultimate end. The basic consumption of energy points is 20 points/s, and the energy points consumed increase with the use of eye power. Samsara Eye Chakra Mode, the whole body is covered with green chakra. In this mode, more powerful ninjutsu can be released, and the user's ability can be improved. The user can create the Tao-seeking jade at will and use the yin-yang escape technique to create all things. Consume 100 energy points/s. Soft Fist, a physical technique that injects one's own chakra into the enemy's body, thereby damaging the enemy's chakra pathway, meridian system and internal organs. Only with the blood limit of the Hyuga clan can its power be exerted. Because the internal organs cannot be trained, no matter how powerful a ninja is, it is often fatal to be hit by a soft fist. Water breathing, this is one of the 5 basic breathing styles in Demon Slayer, and it contains the 10 types of water swordsmanship. It allows the blood to absorb a large amount of oxygen in a short period of time, strengthens the heart and lung functions, and can instantly improve physical abilities. Double. Equipped with 11 sword techniques used with the water breathing technique. Air Dance, a secret technique of the crane Senryu that can fly in the air, move freely in the air, and is not restricted by gravity. Consumes 5 chakra points. Kamehameha, from Dragon Ball, a unique move that can gather all the energy of the body and release it together. The power increases with the user's power. The consumption of chakra depends on the situation. The more chakra consumed, the greater the power. Wind Wound, from the world of Inuyasha, swing the sword to cut out 3 blades that shatter the earth. It has the power to kill hundreds of monsters with one blow, and consumes 300 energy points. Thunder Shock, from the world of One Piece, hundreds of tens of millions of volts of lightning burst out in an instant, destroying all matter, with an attack range of 5 meters. Outside the 5-meter range, lightning breaks through the air to form a 360-degree supersonic shock wave, blocking all physical attacks, and can attack or defend. Consumes 500 energy points. Battery Cannon, from the world of a certain magical index, using the principle of electromagnetic induction, the kunao is fired at an initial speed of 2 times the speed of sound, speed 1030 m/s, using different types of ninja tools. The larger the mass of the ninja tool, the slower the initial speed, with an almost 100% hit rate and powerful destructive power. Consumes 300 energy points. Skill Points Thunder, from the world of One Piece, creates a 100-meter-sized ball of lightning, with a large amount of violent current up to 200 million volts compressed in the middle, which is powerful enough to easily turn an island or a small country into dust. Consumes 10,000 energy points. Laser Beam, from the world of One Piece, emits a dazzling laser from the hand, obstructing the enemy's line of sight while shooting through the enemy, and a huge explosion with a radius of 10 meters erupts. It has the extreme speed of light and the penetrating power to penetrate steel. Consumes 500 energy points. Instant Movement, from the world of Dragon Ball, as long as the opponent's chakra is sensed, it can instantly move to the opponent's position without going through any path or spending any time. Consumes 1000 energy points per time. Some skills are moves that can be practiced and grown. For example, the water-breathing method can be practiced to a higher level of full concentration breathing method, which is full concentration constant that can continue to concentrate on breathing even when sleeping. Energy points, the basis is chakra, but it is stronger than the energy of ninja chakra, similar to fairy chakra. System tasks, there are many types, all kinds of strange and weird, and the tasks are constantly updated. These are the ones for now, this chapter is updated at any time. Chapter 52 Naruto becomes a villain from Konoha. So fast! Ninkai, who disappeared out of thin air, appeared behind Naruto in an instant, waving the ninja sword in his hand and slashing at Naruto's neck like lightning. With a muffled sound, the sharp ninja sword was blocked a few centimeters away from Naruto. The nine-tailed chakra that filled Naruto's body was like a coat harder than steel to block his attack. How much rent did the nine-tailed bastard pay? Ninkai couldn't help but curse inwardly. This rich chakra has materialized and is enough to resist most physical attacks. Using the Byakugan, Ninkai can clearly see that Naruto's body is full of nine-tailed chakra. The rich nine-tailed chakra makes him ashamed. What a fast speed! The third generation was amazed. After Naruto used the nine-tailed chakra, his physical strength was no weaker than that of a jonin. The only difference was ninjutsu and illusion. But Niji's speed was able to suppress Naruto, and he was faster than Naruto. Not only the Sandaime was also amazed, but also Orochimaru, who was transformed into the fourth Kaze Cage, whose pupils suddenly shrank. He had never seen Niji use this move when he was fighting the fourth Kaze Cage. It seems that Niji was hiding his skills in the battle with the fourth Kaze Cage. After failing to hit, Niji quickly withdrew and swung the long sword again, with a blue stream of water emerging from the blade. Water-breathing first form water surface slash. The long sword slashed horizontally, and the azure blue water condensed into a sharp slash, slashing towards Naruto. Bang! With a muffled sound, the water slashed Naruto, making a huge roar, and the sharp water flow cut through Naruto's outer-tailed beast coat, injuring Naruto. However, before Niji could be happy to break through Naruto's outer nine-tails chakra coat, Naruto's body burst out with a stronger nine-tails chakra, and the chakra changed from red to dark red. At the same time, the beard on both sides of his cheeks suddenly became thick, and his eyes were blood red, like an angry beast. Naruto was surrounded by dark red chakra and there was a sound of boiling liquid. Chakra surged behind him, and it looked like a tail from the outline. One-tailed transformation. Niji muttered, his face was particularly solemn. He didn't expect Naruto's emotional fluctuations about defeating him to be so intense that he could draw out so much nine-tailed chakra. At this moment, Naruto moved, so fast that he left an after-image on the spot. His speed was enough to catch up with Niji and rushed straight towards Niji. The violent nine-tailed chakra shattered the ground, and wherever Naruto passed, it was as dilapidated as if it had been plowed. Wind wound. Seeing Naruto's one-tailed transformation, Niji knew that he couldn't underestimate it and had to take it seriously, so he swung his sword and slashed it. The ninja sword swung and rolled up the airflow around it, and 3 shining lights were released from the blade, like 3 sharp blades tearing the earth and slashing towards Naruto in front of him. At the moment when the blade was about to hit, Naruto's dark red nine-tails chakra automatically defended and turned into a huge chakra hand to smash the blade. Naruto took the opportunity to kill in front of Niji, and punched with his right hand. This punch was so strong that even the air could not bear it, and it made a loud bang. Using his Byakugan to see through Naruto's extremely fast movements, Niji did not retreat but advanced, dodged Naruto's fist with a back flip, and took advantage of the momentum to launch a sword move. Water-breathing Type 2 Water Wheel. As Niji rolled in the air, the long sword also rotated. Wherever he passed, the water flow that emerged out of thin air turned into a sharp ring and slashed at Naruto. The air made a loud noise, and Naruto flew backwards like a cannonball, and the nine-tails chakra on his body automatically attacked. Several chakra arms flew out and grabbed Niji through the smoke. Swish! The long sword swung and slashed continuously, cutting off all the oncoming chakra arms. Out of the range of the chakra arm attack, Niji frowned slightly. Just one tail transformation has such strong power, worthy of the 9 tails. In the audience, tens of thousands of spectators were stunned. Is this really a battle between 2 genin? Many people had never heard of this scene before. They were shocked and stunned, and their mouths opened wide for a long time. In the dark, Jiraiya frowned. Naruto's one-tail transformation was not a good sign, although from the current situation, Naruto was still rational for the time being. But if Niji is not defeated, Naruto's tailed beast transformation will continue to strengthen as his emotions continue to fluctuate. It is very likely that 2 tails and 3 tails will appear, and it will continue to grow. Naruto must be stopped. However, Niji is really a pervert. He actually resisted the one-tail transformation Naruto, not only unscathed, but also able to counter-attack. The 1,000 books in Shiranui Genma's mouth have fallen to the ground. Looking at the battle in front of him, Shiranui Genma found a very embarrassing problem. He seemed helpless. I still can't defeat Niji. I need more 9 tails chakra and more power. Naruto shouted in his body. The seal on the abdomen. The 9 tails heard Naruto's shout, and his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, grinning and saying, "Since you need it, I'll give it to you, kid." As soon as the voice fell, a large amount of chakra was released from the 9 tails, and these chakras flowed into Naruto's body through the loose seal. Boom! The air roared, and stronger chakra emerged from Naruto's body. Visible chakra surrounded him, and the chakra riot alone set off a fierce wind. At this moment, the 9 tails chakra on Naruto's body boiled, and bubbles emerged one by one. Naruto grinned, and his nails grew rapidly as sharp as a beast. Naruto was seen crawling on the ground like a beast, and a red chakra-condensed tail emerged behind him. The violent blood-red eyes stared at Niji, and Naruto's figure flashed, and the speed was extremely fast. 2 chakra tails flew out at the same time, as fast as lightning, and hit Niji. When Niji was about to be knocked away, Niji felt like he was hit by a high-speed car and fell to the ground. Niji quickly performed the water-breathing sword move to slow down the impact and landed. As soon as he landed, several chakra-condensed hands fell from the sky. Niji hurriedly dodged and opened the white eyes to the maximum to avoid these chakra hands, while keeping a distance from Naruto. Seeing that Naruto had grown a second tail, Niji looked serious. It's tricky. Naruto's speed and strength have increased again after the 2-tail transformation. I can still fight him, but if he continues, Naruto might become a 3-tail or a 4-tail. Are the Sandaime and Jiraiya just watching the show? Are they just watching Naruto's tailed beast transformation and strengthening, or are they deliberately testing my strength? We can't let it go on like this. The Sandaime's face changed drastically, and he finally couldn't keep calm. He signaled the guards next to him to stop Naruto. At this moment, Kakashi rushed down from the high platform, holding a sealing talisman in his hand and sticking it on Naruto's head. Under the infusion of Kakashi's chakra, the sealing talisman burst out with sealing power, resealing the rioting chakra in Naruto's body. The dark red 9-tail chakra dissipated like a tide, and Naruto suddenly fell to the ground powerlessly. At this time, Shiranui Genma was finally able to step forward and announced to everyone. In the first match, Hyaga Niji won. Chapter 53 Be My Subordinate, Kabuto Yakushi starting from Konoha to be a villain. Treatment Room. Ningji sat on the bed and watched the battle between Sasuke and Gaara below through the window. He was the only one in the room. The injuries suffered by Naruto had long been healed by the 9 tails chakra. After the fight, he was still as energetic as if nothing had happened. In fact, the Niji here was just a shadow clone. The real Niji had left the venue and was on the way to the interrogation department. After the battle with Naruto, everything that happened in the venue had nothing to do with Niji, whether it was the battle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage, or Naruto and others against Gaara. His target was Kabuto. As soon as he arrived at the interrogation department, the shadow clone in the venue was destroyed by illusion, and the memory of what happened in the venue was transmitted to Niji's mind. Orochimaru really started to act and fought with the Sand Aim. On the other side, outside Konoha village, the hidden elite troops of Sand Village should have summoned the summoned beast three-headed giant snake to attack Konoha. Niji hid near the interrogation department and opened his Byakugan to observe the surrounding movements. Sure enough, not long after the shadow clone came back, IBI-11 led a small team of elite ninjas above the level of Chunin to leave the interrogation department and support the garrison outside the village to resist the summoning snake. After Ibi led his men to leave, Niji sneaked into the interrogation department, whose defense was greatly weakened. After dealing with several Chunins who stayed in the interrogation department, he found the room where Kabuto was imprisoned. Click! The sound of the iron door opening echoed, and Niji walked into the room. This was a small room with only 3 chairs and a table. Kabuto sat on the middle chair with his head lowered. Not only was the chakram movement sealed by the sealing technique, but his body was also locked with iron chains. Has Lord Orochimaru's plan begun? Hearing someone coming in, Kabuto said to himself, raised his head slightly, and raised his eyelids. When he saw that it was Niji who came in, Kabuto, who was always calm and composed, couldn't help but be startled. It's you. Seeing Kabuto's shocked face, Niji smiled slightly, walked to the side of the table, looked Kabuto up and down and said, "It seems that you have a good time in the interrogation department, but it's true, Ibiki is not an interrogator who likes to use torture. He is better at using psychological breakdown of the enemy to control the enemy's spirit." Putting away the shock on his face, Kabuto raised his head and looked at Niji in front of him, and said jokingly, "Why, are you a winner, laughing at me, the loser? Or do you want to get information from me about Orochimaru's attack on Konoha? Don't think I'm so superficial." Niji shook his finger, sat down on the chair, looked down at Kabuto for a long time, and suddenly said, "Be my subordinate, Kabuto Yakushi." Hearing this, Kabuto Yakushi's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was shocked for a short time. Kabuto Yakushi lowered his head and laughed sarcastically, as if he had heard something ridiculous. Raising his head suddenly, Kabuto Yakushi sneered, "What a ridiculous invitation! Do you think I will obey the command of an enemy, or do you think you can subdue me? I am not stupid enough to listen to the orders of a little devil." "Really? But it was me, a little devil, who caught you, a famous elite spy in the ninja world," Niji said slowly with a calm face. Kabuto Yakushi was speechless for a moment. He was right. He was indeed tricked by Niji. Seeing that Kabuto didn't speak, Niji shook his feet and suddenly asked, "Do you know what you are?" "Kabuto. After killing the director of the orphanage, Yakushi Nono, have you found the meaning of your existence?" At this moment, Kabuto's face suddenly changed, and a very rare shake appeared on his calm face. Niji's seemingly simple inquiry was like an undefended sword, piercing into the deepest part of Kabuto's mind. Kabuto is a person who has lost himself and has been looking for the meaning of life. Sure enough, Niji's mouth corners slightly raised. The only thing that can break Kabuto's psychological defense line is this. After a long while, Kabuto regained his composure. He stared at Niji with sharp eyes and asked, "Why do you know all this?" Niji supported himself on the table with both hands, jumped off the table, and asked back, "I know a lot of things, and I also know why you are with Orochimaru. Orochimaru told you that as long as you collect all the objects and information in this world, you can deduce yourself. Have you done it for so many years?" Kabuto did not answer, but just stared at Niji. With a slight smile, Niji walked in front of Kabuto, raised his hands and said, "I can help you find yourself." "Humph!" With a cold snort, Kabuto lowered his eyelids and said disdainfully, "Just based on your nonsense, you think I will believe you?" Facing Kabuto's disdain, Niji did not get angry but laughed, saying, "Do you know how complicated this world is? The 5 major countries that seem to be undercurrents are actually just the most superficial surface. There are many ambitious people who are ready to move in the dark, such as Akatsuki. Kabuto's face was moved again, and he was surprised and doubtful. Why does this 13-year-old kid know so many things? Ninkai continued, but Akatsuki is actually just a group of guys being used. Behind them there is an ambitious man who hides deeper, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha is also just a guy being used. Behind him there is an old woman who has been dead for 1,000 years and wants to be resurrected. This world is full of conspiracy after conspiracy. Many people think they know the essence of the world, but they are just pitiful ignorant people, just like Orochimaru, who thinks he knows the world and is only living on the most superficial surface. After a pause, Ninkai looked at Kabuto, who was shocked beyond words, and smiled faintly. Follow Orochimaru, you will never know these, follow me, you can quickly understand the essence of the world. After listening to Ninkai's words, Kabuto felt confused for the first time, as if his head was blown by a storm. One conspiracy after another, there are more ambitious people behind the ambitious people. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. Chapter 53 Be My Subordinate, Kabuto Yakushi _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. This world is too complicated. It took a lot of effort to sort out the messy clues. Kabuto suddenly raised his head, his eyes reflected a ray of light, and he looked at Niji with a squint and asked, "Why should I believe what you said?" The corners of his mouth rose slightly, Niji's eyes were clear and bright, facing Kabuto's sharp eyes. "I'm not telling you this to make you believe it, but to give you a chance to choose again, whether to continue to follow Orochimaru and imitate him to live in the world like a fool, or to follow me to recognize the essence of this world and find yourself." After saying that, Niji walked in front of Kabuto, took out a kunai to cut off the chains on Kabuto's body, and then untied the seal ninjutsu on Kabuto's body. Because he was imprisoned for nearly a month, Kabuto's body could not move for a long time, and he could not mobilize chakra. Although he was untied by Niji, it would take some time to adapt to regaining freedom. During this period of adaptation, Kabuto asked Niji again, "Since you said you can help me find myself, then tell me what myself is. Instead of asking me? Why not ask yourself?" With that, Niji sat back on the table and said, "Who gave you the mark of living in this world, your name? Think about the Dean's dream, think about what she did for you, and then think about what kind of person she wants you to be. Orochimaru just treats you as a tool, but the Dean treats you as a person." At this point, Niji paused slightly, looked deeply at the stunned Kabuto Yakushi, and said slowly, "Abandoning your identity, name, power, and other things, you are actually just an orphan who has lost everything and has no worries." At this moment, Kabuto Yakushi gradually moved, his face slowly changed, the memories buried deep in his heart were awakened, and his lifeless eyes gradually glowed, and his boring life seemed to have a touch of color. Seeing that Kabuto Yakushi was fooled, Niji exhaled lightly. It is really tiring to fool smart people. No wonder Orochimaru has been fooling since he was a child. Speaking of which, if it weren't for knowing Kabuto Yakushi's past and future, it would not be easy to fool Kabuto Yakushi. The main thing is that he is not fooling randomly, but fooling with reason and evidence. Chapter 54, Seizing the Book of Seals _ starting from Konoha as a villain. Kabuto Yakushi followed Niji out of the interrogation department. The two came to the top of the Hokage Rock, which is the highest point of the village, where they can see the whole situation of Konoha. Outside the village, the huge summoned beast three-headed snake summoned by Sand Village has broken through the wall and entered the village. The surprise attack team composed of Sand Village and Sound Ninja followed closely and rushed into Konoha from the gap. Konoha ninjas from all directions were divided into two factions, one fighting with the invading ninjas such as Sand Village, and the other blocking the three-headed snake summoned beast. Seeing the battle in the distance, Kabuto Yakushi said, "Konoha has been peaceful for too long, and has lost its quick response to war. The invasion plan started nearly 10 minutes ago, and only a small part of the powerful Jonins arrived, and many people were at a loss and didn't know what to do." Niji didn't say anything, what Kabuto Yakushi said was right. Not to mention the elite Jonin, those powerful jonin were not there at the moment, and even the Umbu didn't see a single one. Shimura Danzo, who was the insider, led his powerful route to watch the show in the dark. Many Chunin and some Jonin were attracted by the Chunin exam and were watching the show in the audience. The Sandaime was afraid that Orochimaru would attack other places, so he dispersed the Umbu to guard important areas. The Jonin who were not under the illusion in the venue were still protecting tens of thousands of spectators and fighting against the Hide-Nori and Sand Ninja. Minus the ninjas who were still out on missions, there were not many high-end combat forces in Konoha who could move freely, and many people hadn't reacted to what happened. These have nothing to do with us. Retracting his gaze, Niji looked at Yakushi Kabuto and said, "Now I have two things for you to do. Hey, don't use this command to order me, I haven't agreed to be your subordinate yet, you and I are at most partners." Yakushi Kabuto frowned. After smiling, Niji did not stop and continued, "I need you to help me see if Orochimaru has tampered with the Hashirama cells that were implanted in my body." As he said that, Niji took off the forehead protector and turned to face Kabuto Yakushi. Without taking action immediately, Kabuto Yakushi looked at Niji jokingly and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I won't tell you even if I find out? If you employ someone, trust him. If you doubt him, don't employ him. I am not Orochimaru. I am always on guard against even the people I carefully selected," Niji said with a faint smile. Tisk. Kabuto Yakushi pursed his lips and said with disdain, but still made hand seals with both hands. Using the palm fairy technique, he raised his hand wrapped in chakra and placed it on Niji's forehead to sense the Hashirama cells in Niji's body. After a while, Kabuto Yakushi put down his hand and said, "Orochimaru has set up a special technique in the Hashirama cells that have been implanted in your body. It is extremely hidden. Only Orochimaru and I know this technique." As he guessed, Orochimaru had done something to him. Niji was annoyed, but soon regained his composure and asked, "What is the use of this technique?" "It can kill the activity of Hashirama's cells, so that you can no longer suppress the bird in the cage," Kabuto Yakushi replied. "That's it. Of course, if you are given a lethal curse seal, your Byakugan will definitely be able to find it, but this technique itself is in Hashirama's cells, and even you can't detect it with your Byakugan," Kabuto explained. "Do you have a solution?" Niji asked again. "It's helpless for others. Strategies, but it's easy for me." Kabuto smiled confidently, immediately formed seals with both hands, and used the chakra scalpel to destroy the rituals in the Hashirama cells around Niji's eyes. Originally, Kabuto thought that when he raised the chakra scalpel to Niji's eyes, Niji would be afraid and even stop him from doing so. After all, the chakra scalpel can save people or easily kill people. But Niji's face was calm, and Kabuto Yakushi saw trust in his clear eyes. What this guy said is true. After muttering in his heart, Kabuto Yakushi began to cut off the rituals in the Hashirama cells in Niji's body. Soon, Kabuto Yakushi finished all these in less than an hour, put away the chakra scalpel, and said, "I have helped you solve the rituals. I didn't expect that Lord Orochimaru would think of this way to help you solve the caged bird. In fact, this method is very dangerous. Hashirama cells are extremely corrosive, and few people can succeed. Generally speaking, only 10% of the experimenters will not die, and there are even fewer who can perfectly fuse Hashirama's cells." Hearing this, Niji's face instantly turned ugly. After all this time, he actually went on a surgery with a mortality rate of up to 90%. Orochimaru, this bastard, is really unforgivable. Thinking of this, Niji looked at Kabuto Yakushi with an innocent smile on his face and complained, "Don't show your deceptive smile, after all, I am your boss, can you show some sincerity?" "We are just partners," Kabuto Yakushi added, "when I am sure, you will be my boss." After a pause, Kabuto Yakushi asked, "What is the second thing you want me to do?" "Return to Orochimaru and learn all the techniques he has mastered, especially those related to Hashirama's cells and impure world reincarnation," Niji replied. After listening to Niji's second story, Kabuto Yakushi frowned slightly, if I go back so suddenly, Orochimaru may not trust me anymore. He is a very sensitive and cautious person. I believe in your spy ability. Besides, he will definitely need you," Niji smiled confidently. After his hands were sealed by the Sandaime, Orochimaru could no longer form seals, and many ninjutsu could not be used. In addition, his soul was injured, which was when Orochimaru was at his weakest. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, from Konoha to be a villain Shuhage. Chapter 54, Seizing the Book of Seals _ Becoming a Villain from Konoha. Even if Orochimaru really found that something was wrong with Kabuto Yakushi, he had to rely on him. There was no one else around Orochimaru except Kabuto Yakushi. After dealing with Kabuto Yakushi's affairs and doing another thing, he could leave Konoha. Looking at the Hokage's office under his feet, Niji's goal was in it. The Book of Seals. Ever since he followed Naruto to get the Book of Seals, Niji has been obsessed with it. He even wanted to be a traitor, so he had to do something big before leaving Konoha. The bold will die of gluttony and the timid will die of starvation. This is the best opportunity. The Hokage guards are attracted to the venue, and the Umbu forces are also restrained by the Sand Village and Sound Ninja who have joined forces to kill. The defense around the Hokage's office is at its lowest. Going down the Hokage Rock, Niji came to the rooftop of the Hokage's office and entered the building. Unlike when he just crossed over, he didn't know the structure of the Hokage's office. During this period, he has tried to figure out the structure of the building and knew where the Book of Seals is. The room where the sealed book is placed is next to the Hokage's office, and behind it is the Sandaime's living room. It can be said that the sealed book is right under the eyes of the successive Hokage. Not only that, every corner of the room is equipped with a sensing barrier, and as long as anyone approaches, the barrier will give an alarm. So far, no one has been able to steal the sealed book, except Naruto. Bang! The door was kicked open and slammed heavily on the wall, and Niji walked into the room unscrupulously. What barrier or no barrier, he is a rebel now. There are a row of slowly burning candles on both sides of the room, and there is a dark red stone platform in the middle, on which is placed the sealed book. Walking to the stone platform, Niji reached out to grab the sealed book, and excitement floated on his face. The sealed book is mine. Big brothers, please vote for recommendation. Chapter 55 Danzo Ambush _ Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Buzz. The moment Ninkai placed his palm on the seal book, the surrounding walls emitted a harsh sound wave. The invisible sound wave destroyed the eardrum, and at the same time ignored the defense and entered the body, causing the internal organs to vibrate. Ninkai suddenly felt the blood in his body rolling, and he felt indescribably uncomfortable and nauseous. He raised his hand and shot 2 kunai to destroy the walls on both sides. The sound wave disappeared immediately, and Ninkai's rolling blood suddenly calmed down. Not only is there a sensing barrier, but also a defensive barrier. Sure enough, the seal book is not this, it's not easy to take it, Ninkai muttered to himself. His hands did not slow down at all, and he put the sealed book into the time and space scroll borrowed from Tenten. With heavy guards and the Hokage himself in charge, and several layers of barriers, it can be said that the protection of the sealed book has reached the extreme. If it weren't for Orochimaru's invasion this time, Ninkai would definitely not be able to steal the sealed book. After all, since the establishment of Konoha, no one has been able to invade Konoha village. Madara was ready to do so at that time, but was stopped by the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Think about the time when Konoha was just established. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, 2 ruthless people who pinched the 9 tails with one hand, and Senju Tobirama, the forbidden magic maniac. During the period of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha reached its peak, and there were more than one hand of cage-level strongmen. But now is different from the past. After the death of the 4th generation, Konoha, led by the 3rd generation, gradually declined. With the ambitious Danzo lying dormant, Konoha can't even produce a normal cage-level strongman except the Sandaime. After obtaining the Book of Seals, Niji didn't dare to stay for long, and turned around and left the room immediately. The Sandaime Hokage had been prepared for Orochimaru, and was determined to die together. He wanted to completely end the bond between him and Orochimaru in this battle and put an end to this teacher-student friendship. But in addition to the Sandaime, Niji didn't forget that Konoha now has Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas. Jiraiya is a more terrifying guy than Orochimaru when he gets serious. At least at this stage, at this point in time, Niji didn't want to confront Jiraiya. However, when Niji just walked out of the door, Niji suddenly retreated backwards and left his standing position. At the moment Niji left his position, a black shadow appeared where Niji had just stood. Seeing the black shadow paused briefly on the ground and then rushed at high speed, Niji did not hesitate, drew out his ninja sword and slashed a stream of water to cut a big hole in the wall next to him, and fled to the open space outside. After sliding for several meters before steadying his feet, Niji immediately looked up at the hole, and saw a member of the Umbu wearing an animal mask and a beige windbreaker. I didn't expect the Umbu, no, it should be said that the members of the route were waiting for me, Niji murmured. The Umbu waited for him in the Hokage's office in advance, as if they had known that he would rebel and snatch the Book of Seals. He seemed to be calculated. As soon as the voice fell, Shimura Danzo on the right walked out from behind the tree with footsteps. Looking in the direction of the sound, when he saw Shimura Danzo, Niji's eyes narrowed slightly. He had to take this old man seriously, he was more difficult than the Sandaime. After all, he has 11 Sharinans. Kin uses an age. What Niji cares about most is Danzo's right eye wrapped in white cloth. That eye is Shisui's Mangekyo Sharinan. Koda Amatsukami. It can directly invade the other party's brain without being discovered by the other party and modify the other party's will. He doesn't want to be Danzo's puppet. You really disappoint me, Hyaga Niji, Danzo sighed as soon as he stood firm. I originally thought you were a promising talent, and I tested you secretly, but I didn't expect you to make such a choice. Hearing these self-righteous words, Niji pursed his lips and said disdainfully, don't be hypocritical here, Danzo, are you pushing me to the forefront and arranging people to ambush me on the way back to the village? Are these all tests for me? His face changed, and Danzo suddenly scolded, the so-called ninja is a person who constantly endures for a goal. If you can't even endure these, how can you become a ninja? That's your goal, Niji scratched his earwax and said impatiently, don't teach me about your crooked ways. There is no common language between you and me. It's not wrong for people like Danzo to do things that are not allowed to be seen in the light. There is light and darkness in this world. But Danzo is clearly doing the darkest things, and he is obviously selfish, but he has to put on a coat of light. Since it has come to this, there is nothing to say. Danzo is also a decisive person, and his hands quickly form seals. Wind style, vacuum wave. He opened his mouth and sprayed out an almost transparent breath. The breath with wind attribute chakras suddenly became sharp, flying in the air like a long whip, cutting towards Niji. Instant. The ground under his feet was crushed by the terrifying force. Dense cracks spread around like a spider web. Niji's figure disappeared, avoiding the vacuum wave attack, and the vacuum wave hit the big tree behind Niji. The vacuum wave passed without any hindrance, and the tree that several people could hug was broken in an instant. The disappeared Niji reappeared and came behind Danzo, swinging the long sword in his hand and stabbing Danzo's right eye. What Niji was most worried about was that Danzo would use Shisui's Mangekyo Sharinan to use Koda Amatsukami on him, so the right eye became Niji's first target. Seeing Niji attacking his bandaged right eye, Danzo's eyes flashed with surprise, and a kunao slipped from his sleeves and fell into his palm. Holding the kunao tightly, Danzo turned around and chopped it. Swish! A sharp sound of metal fighting. Chapter 55, Danzo ambush starting as a villain from Konoha. The falling ninja sword was blocked in mid-air, but Danzo was still repelled and his legs slid several meters, and then he stabilized his body, and 2 deep grooves appeared under his feet. I saw Danzo open his mouth and spray a large amount of wind chakra, which attached to the kunao and formed a sharp sword. He rushed forward at a very fast speed, rushed to Niji like an arrow from a string, and swung the wind sword in his hand to chop at Niji. The Byakugan saw through Danzo's movements, and Niji easily dodged Danzo's wind sword, took the opportunity to approach Danzo, and held the ninja sword in his backhand to chop at Danzo's right eye. Danzo swung the sword to cut Niji's neck. This was a life-changing move. If Niji insisted on stabbing, the ninja sword could pierce Danzo's right eye, but Danzo's wind sword would also cut Niji's neck at the same time. Niji retreated decisively. Only a fool would exchange his life with Danzo. Seeing Niji withdrawing decisively, Danzo frowned even more deeply. He seems to understand my ability very well. Both attacks were to attack my right eye. Could it be that he knows my right eye? Pulling the distance between him and Danzo, Niji looked solemn. Danzo had 10 Sharingan on his right hand. Even if he tried his best to force Danzo to use Izanami continuously, the 10 Sharingan on Danzo's arm could buy Danzo at least 10 minutes. 10 minutes is not a small amount, enough for him to eat 10 bowls of Ichiraku ramen. At this time, every minute is precious. 10 minutes is enough for Jiraiya to find out the situation here, enough for Danzo to order his root members to set up a barrier, and enough for the other Jonin to rush to the battlefield. He has not challenged Konoha's strength alone. If he gets entangled, he will die. Danzo made another move in front of him, and the shuriken between his fingers turned. Danzo injected wind attribute chakra into it and suddenly threw it at Niji. Wind style? Shuriken. Seeing through the attack trajectory of the shuriken with his Byakugan, Niji retreated continuously, and after a dozen steps, he stepped hard and rushed out. But he didn't rush towards Danzo, but rushed towards the sky. In Danzo's puzzled eyes, Niji put away the ninja sword with his backhand, put his hands together on his abdomen, chakras surged and gathered in his hands, and whispered softly. Kamiha. I saw Niji's hands emitting bright light, like dazzling starlight, and all the energy in his body gathered between his hands. Then Niji pushed out with both hands, and a beam of light more dazzling than the sun flew out, falling to the ground like a meteorite. Boom! The loud sound of the sky and the earth, enough to rival the explosion of thousands of detonating talismans, covered thousands of square meters of squares in the Hokage's office. In an instant, dust flew, the surrounding grass and trees were broken, and the houses on both sides exploded. The violent explosion energy destroyed everything in front of it like a shock wave. A miniature mushroom cloud slowly rose. Ninkai raised his hands to block the oncoming shock wave. Not only was he not caught in the explosion, but he took advantage of the shock wave of the explosion to fly 100 meters away and landed on the roof of a 3-story building. As for Danzo, he could not be killed. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to be a villain is updated the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 56 Interesting Triangle Game _ Starting from Konoha to be a villain. After temporarily getting rid of Danzo, Ninkai looked back at the dust-covered Hokage office. He thought that even if the previous attack could not kill Danzo, it could still destroy the Hokage's office. Being the first person to destroy the Hokage's office, it feels good. Ninkai is getting more and more fond of the feeling of being a villain. Even the Hokage's office was destroyed, it's really troublesome. Just then, a familiar voice sounded behind him, and Niji immediately turned his head to look behind him. I saw Jiraiya sitting on the bucket behind him without knowing when, looking up at the Hokage's office in the distance that was trapped in thick smoke. Turning his head suddenly, Jiraiya looked at Niji and said, "Hinata Niji, you are indeed a naughty child, although you did something I have always wanted to do. But I still have to catch you, hand over the seal book, and surrender, Niji." With his eyes drooping, Niji suddenly raised them, and his eyes were already open, and he laughed jokingly, "Lecherous immortal, you are the one who is most unwilling to listen to the third generation's discipline, why do you suddenly discipline others?" "Oh my, come to think of it," Jiraiya's eyes condensed instantly, and said, "In that case, let's do it." As soon as the voice fell, Niji took the lead, his figure flashed, disappeared out of thin air, and appeared again behind Jiraiya, stabbing with a long sword. Water-breathing 7th form Shizuka Ripple Stab. This stab was extremely fast, incomparably fast. So fast that Jiraiya couldn't make any evasive moves. It was so fast that it was beyond the reach of human eyes, as fast as a beam of light, and pierced Jiraiya's head. Puff! With a light sound, Jiraiya turned into a puff of white smoke, and Jiraiya in the middle of Niji was just a shadow clone. Earth escape! Earth flow wall! At this moment, Jiraiya shouted, slapped his hands on the ground, chakras surged out, and a wall of earth emerged from the ground on the left and right of Niji to block Niji's retreat. Not enough! Jiraiya shouted again, chakras surged out again, and a wall of earth emerged in front and behind Niji, and all directions were blocked by earth walls. Then a huge rock fell from the sky and blocked the last gap above. The barrier is completed. However, as soon as Jiraiya finished speaking, a shout came from the earth flow wall barrier. Lightning release! Thunder shock! Instantly, countless lightning bolts were released from Niji's body, and Niji's entire body was covered in a high-voltage current of tens of millions of volts, like the god of thunder controlling lightning. With a wave of his hand, dozens or even hundreds of lightning bolts were released at the same time. Hundreds of lightning bolts pierced the surrounding earth walls like hundreds of sharp spears. The next second, the lightning power was released and the earth walls condensed by chakra were completely crushed into powder. The energy broke through the air, forming a supersonic shock wave visible to the naked eye, and killed Jiraiya at a close distance. Jiraiya was still maintaining the earth flow wall barrier. Facing such a close-range shock wave, he had no time to dodge, and his hands instinctively crossed into a cross to block in front of him. Jiraiya felt that he was hit by a pair of invisible big hands, and he could not control it and flew backwards. He fell back dozens of steps and his feet shook and crushed the ground to stabilize his body. Looking at Niji surrounded by lightning in front of him, Jiraiya's face was solemn. What a powerful lightning release! If I was hit at close range, I'm afraid I would be killed. It can also attack and defend at the same time. I have never seen this kind of lightning release. It seems that I have to be serious. Putting away the lightning, Niji said lightly, "You can't catch me, you lecherous immortal." Tisk, Jiraiya curled his lips in disdain and said, "Kid, don't think you can be arrogant just because you have some strength." With a faint smile, Niji said indifferently, "Lecherous sage, aren't you curious why Konoha, which has strict defense and has made preparations in advance, was so easily broken by Sand Village and Orochimaru? What do you want to say?" Jiraiya frowned, which was also something he couldn't understand. Niji laughed jokingly, "This is all thanks to our Lord Danzo Shimura. From the beginning, this so-called Konoha collapse plan was a joint effort between Lord Danzo and Orochimaru. Danzo is the insider. He wants to change the system passed down by the third generation. He wants to use a big attack to destroy the existing system of Konoha, and use Orochimaru to kill the third generation Hokage. Send away the third generation with a warm teacher-student battle. Second, in this gap, no one else is qualified to be Hokage except him." Jiraiya was stunned on the spot for a moment. Konoha really has an insider. And this insider is a Konoha high-ranking official second only to the teacher, and a partner who has fought with Sarutobi for decades. But Jiraiya quickly regained his sanity, his face suddenly darkened, and he asked, "Why should I believe you? A traitor accusing a high-ranking official is not credible from a rational point of view." Then from a rational point of view, seeing that Jiraiya's emotions had been affected, Niji continued to add fuel to the fire. Danzo's right hand wrapped in cloth strips is an arm cloned from the cells of the first generation of Hokage, and it is also inlaid with 10 Sharinans obtained from the night of the Uchiha family's genocide. Lecherous immortal, you should know very well that only Orochimaru can do this in the entire ninja world. Understand? Of course I understand. When Jiraiya heard about the cells of the first generation of Hokage, he already understood. Back then, Orochimaru was expelled from the village because of his inhumane research, especially in the research on Hashirama's cells. At this moment, Jiraiya was inclined to believe what Niji said, because what Niji said was easy to confirm, and he only needed to let Danzo show his right hand. Thinking of this, Jiraiya's face was extremely ugly. Konoha's high-level officials secretly colluded with the rebel ninjas, colluding with both inside and outside to destroy Konoha and kill their own Hokage. Chapter 56 Interesting Triangle Game Starting from Konoha to be a villain. How ironic! This will be the biggest joke in the ninja world. The entire ninja world will regard Konoha as a joke. At this moment, Danzo, who was hiding in the dark, gritted his teeth, and his calm face for more than 10 years finally changed. He thought he was in control of everything, but today he was tricked by a little ghost and his biggest secret was revealed. And Danzo's right eye is Uchiha Shisui's wind style, vacuum jade. Hearing that Niji was going to expose his right eye, Danzo finally couldn't help it. He formed seals with his hands and opened his mouth to spray out a series of air bullets mixed with wind-style chakra. A series of air bullets shot at Niji. With his Byakugan, he sensed the attack from behind. Niji stepped on his feet and jumped up to dodge the air bullets. Although Niji reacted quickly, the air bullets were faster, so Niji still inevitably got his arm scratched. Looking at the arm that was hit, Niji sneered, "Want to kill and silence me?" Taking off the kunao on his leg, Niji's palm was filled with electric arcs, and the kunao was suspended in the palm of his hand, wrapped in azure electric arcs. A certain scientific railgun. The next second, the kunao shot towards the position where Danzo was hiding. At an initial speed of twice the speed of sound, the kunao was like a black light, and it hit Danzo in an instant. Bang! There was a loud explosion, orange-yellow flames rose, and the shock wave rolled up smoke and destroyed the surrounding houses. On the rooftop, Niji's eyes changed slightly, and he immediately looked to the right. In this direction, he noticed traces of chakra. The empty void was twisted, the illusion intersected with reality, and Shimura Danzo appeared out of thin air. Jiraiya stared at Danzo with a bad face and frowned slightly. It's not a flash body technique, nor a space-time ninjutsu. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Hearing Jiraiya muttering to himself, Niji shouted at Jiraiya, "Don't you understand? Jiraiya, this is a forbidden book that can only be used by those with the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, Izanagi. In a very short period of time, all injuries suffered by the caster, including death, will be unfavorable factors are converted into dreams, and at the same time, the attacks of the caster and all events that are beneficial to the person are converted into real arts. This is an art that can freely convert dreams and reality." After saying all this in one breath, Niji felt a little dry in the mouth. It is really tiring to fool people, but it must be done. Only by explaining the principle of Izanagi's art to Jiraiya can the last trace of doubt in Jiraiya's heart be dispelled, and Jiraiya can completely believe what he said. Seeing that Niji knew Izanagi's forbidden art so clearly, Danzo was more puzzled in his anger, why a kid like Hyuga Niji knew so much. According to the intelligence of the root, Hyuga Niji is the first genius of the Hyuga family, but as a branch family, he is very resentful of the main family and surrenders to fate. All the changes started a few months ago. Hyuga Niji not only suddenly mastered many powerful ninjutsu and became extremely powerful, but also knew so many secrets. He must be killed here. Danzo had never felt such a strong sense of crisis from anyone. Several shurikens flew towards Niji, and the shurikens mixed with wind chakra even cut through the air. Clang! Several harsh metal collision sounds. The shurikens were blocked by the kunao shot from the side, and Danzo's face changed slightly, and he looked at Jiraiya who was blocking him. Seeing this scene, Niji showed a fox-like smile on his face, and this trick was not in vain. Danzo wanted to kill him and prevent him from continuing to reveal the secret. Jiraiya stopped Danzo and wanted to know the secret. And he told the secret, making the two sides face each other. This is really an interesting triangle game. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, becoming a villain from Konoha Shuhage. Chapter 57 Danzo also wants to be a rebel ninja starting from Konoha as a villain. On the rooftop. The atmosphere suddenly became weird, and Niji, Jiraiya, and Danzo confronted each other, and the scene suddenly became weird. Looking at Jiraiya suddenly, Danzo scolded, "What do you want to do?" Jiraiya, "Hyuga Niji stole the Book of Seals and is already a rebel ninja." "I know," Jiraiya said with a gloomy face, "but before that, Danzo, shouldn't you remove the bandage on your right hand to clear yourself of the suspicion of colluding with Orochimaru to attack Konoha and murder Sarutobi teacher?" Directly calling Danzo without adding the word adult shows that Jiraiya already believes what Niji said. The reason why Danzo was asked to remove the bandage was just for the final confirmation. After all, hearing is false and seeing is true. At this moment, Danzo had the idea of killing Jiraiya in his mind. He never thought that it was Jiraiya who stopped him from arresting Hyuga Niji in the end. Remove? How could he remove it? His arms were full of Sharingan. Once removed, all the lies would be broken. Fortunately, only Jiraiya knew about this matter now, and there was still a way to remedy it. At this time, Niji watched the excitement and said beside him, "Be careful of Danzo's right eye, that is Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, which can cast the strongest illusion Kota Amatsukami. Directly invade the opponent's brain without being discovered by the opponent and modify the opponent's will." After what happened just now, Jiraiya no longer doubted what Niji said. He immediately made a seal and said, "I have sent what I saw and heard just now to the toad in Miyaboku Mountain. Even if he casts Kota Amatsukami on me, I will know the truth later." Danzo, who was about to do so, was so angry that he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Niji's smug face, Danzo gritted his teeth. He wished that the Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye was not Kota Amatsukami, but Amaterasu. Why does Hyuga Niji know me so well? While Danzo was angry, he was confused. Hyuga Niji knew him just as well as he knew himself. Even the fact that his right eye can cast Kota Amatsukami is his biggest trump card. No one knows it except him. "Danzo, surrender." Jiraiya turned to look at Niji and said in a deep voice, "And Hyuga Niji, I will hand you two over to the top and let the top deal with you two." "Sorry, I won't surrender." Niji smiled slightly, looked at Danzo, and said, "Right, Danzo-sama, you don't want to be caught by Jiraiya, and let your dream that you have been insisting on for many years be shattered." Hearing this, Jiraiya's face suddenly became ugly, and the situation suddenly changed. Originally, he and Danzo teamed up to capture Niji, but now Niji and Danzo are united. After a brief silence, Danzo began to remove the bandage on his arm and said, "Under Hiruzen's leadership, Konoha has entered an unprecedented period of weakness. The other countries are reorganizing their armaments. The seemingly calm ninja world is actually turbulent. If Konoha does not make changes, it will definitely face the crisis of destruction in the next Ninja World War. Only I can save and change Konoha." When Danzo finished speaking, the last white bandage fell to the ground. Hiss! Seeing Danzo's disgusting and weird right hand, Jiraiya couldn't help but gasp. Only Orochimaru can make such a disgusting thing, Jiraiya thought. The grey-white arm is made of Hashirama's cells, which increases the physical energy to balance the spiritual energy of the 10 Sharinans on the arm. The blood-red Sharinans rotate separately. There are a total of 10 Sharinans on the arm, but 2 of them are in a closed state, only 8 Sharingan eyes were open. Noticing this, Niji thought to himself, "My attack made Danzo use Izanagi twice, which means he still has 8 chances." Seeing Danzo's Sharingan arm, everything became clear. Jiraiya looked serious, without hesitation, quickly bit his finger, made a seal with both hands, and raised his hand to slap the ground. "Hai Suyu Shenwei." Danzo saw that Jiraiya was going to summon a summoned beast, and immediately bit his finger, made a seal to use the summoning technique. Seeing this scene, Niji subconsciously raised his hand. Summoning technique. Jiraiya and Danzo shouted at the same time, black runes appeared on the ground, and white smoke came out. The next second, 2 summoned beasts as huge as hills appeared out of thin air. Jiraiya and Danzo stood on their summoned beasts respectively. Jiraiya summoned a giant green toad carrying 2 big swords, and Danzo summoned a huge summoned beast like an elephant. In front of these 2 huge summoned beasts, Nisi was as small as an ant. Tisk! It's just a summoned beast. Nisi pursed his lips, looked disdainful, and calmly put down his right hand that was stretched to his mouth. We still need to get a summoned beast. These days, if a villain doesn't have a summoned beast, there's no point in fighting. That's a summoned beast. Jiraiya and Danzo. How can the 2 of them fight? The appearance of the 2 huge summoned beasts immediately attracted the attention of countless people, and they talked about it. Many old jonin saw Jiraiya and Danzo on the summoned beasts and were very puzzled. How could these 2 fight? But no one noticed Nisi. Compared with the 2 huge summoned beasts, Nisi on the ground was just like an ant. We must have a summoned beast. Nisi became more and more determined. Looking up at the 2 huge summoned beasts in front of him, Niji thought, let's make a fuss. The bigger the better. The more people know about it, the more Danzo will not be able to wash it clean. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain is updated the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 57 Danzo also wants to be a rebel ninja starting from Konoha to be a villain. The more people know, the more difficult it will be to suppress the rumors. Danzo colluded with the rebel ninja Orochimaru to attack the village, and the secret of murdering the 3rd generation Hokage will be known to everyone. This is a sin that Danzo cannot wash away. Even if he is a high-level Konoha, even if he has contributed a lot to Konoha, no matter whether it is the ninjas or the high level, those who inherited the will of the 3rd generation cannot forgive what Danzo did. If the Sandaime was alive, it would be okay. With the prestige of the Sandaime, he might be able to suppress it. But once the Sandaime died, Danzo lost his last guarantee. Now there are only 2 options for Danzo, either accept the punishment in the village or become a traitor. If he chooses the first option, Danzo may not have to die, but all his power and authority will be taken back. He will bear the name of a sinner. In this life, let alone being a Hokage, it would be a luxury for him to have freedom. And the second option is to become a traitor with him. Danzo can still use dark or even darker means to protect Konoha in the dark. Giving Danzo the opportunity to choose his fate again, Niji felt that he had done a good thing. Finally, looking at Jiraiya and Danzo, Niji turned and left. Now the noise was big enough, and more jonin would come here soon. Although he was very curious about what would happen next, if he continued to stay, it would not only be Danzo who would be left in the cold, but also him. Noticing Niji's departure, Danzo and Jiraiya frowned at the same time. Danzo spoke first, Jiraiya, compared to me, Hyuga Niji is the biggest danger. His goal is to steal the Book of Seals and rebel against Konoha. Jiraiya ignored Danzo and ordered Gamahiro below, you come and hold this guy next to you. At the same time, he took out a toad and passed the information to the other Konoha high-level officials. Danzo's matter was left to them to solve. His target was Hyuga Niji. Okay. Gamahiro responded, pulling out the long sword behind him and staring at Danzo and his summoning beast. After arranging these, Jiraiya immediately jumped off Gamahiro's head and chased after Niji. Recommend this new book, I and the Nine-Tailed Fox Go on Pirates, which has been successfully voted for and can be invested in. Please recommend and collect it. It tells the story of the king and the nine-tailed fox going on pirates together. He is a hero who saves slaves, the natural enemy of the celestial dragons, and a life mentor for the new generation. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain is the fastest updated novel on the entire network. Chapter 58 I'll lend you my life starting from Konoha to be a villain. Swoosh. Niji quickly fled out of the village, and behind him was Jiraiya, who was chasing him relentlessly. Although his physical fitness doubled after using the water-breathing method, his speed was faster than that of ordinary Jonin, but it was still worse than Jiraiya. At this speed, he would soon be caught up by Jiraiya. Not yet, you can't use the air dance technique yet. After using Kamehameha, only 1/3 of Niji's chakra remained. A little chakra can't fly far. And Jiraiya can fly too. Relying on the flying technique can't get rid of Jiraiya, but it will consume all his chakra, and then he won't be able to open his Byakugan. He must find a way to prevent Jiraiya from tracking him, but at this stage, Niji has no way to hold Jiraiya back, and setting traps can't stop a strong man of Jiraiya's level. At this moment, Niji saw with his Byakugan that the battle between Naruto and Gaara in the distance was over, Shikaku disappeared, and Gamebuntad also returned to Myaboka Mountain. An idea immediately formed in his mind. So, Niji immediately changed the original fastest route to escape from Konoha and went to the place where Naruto and Gaara fought. Noticing Niji's change of direction, Jiraiya immediately understood what Niji was going to do, and thought to himself that it was not good. Chakra gushed out, and the speed suddenly increased sharply, chasing after Niji. Seeing Jiraiya's speed increase, Niji also burst out chakra, speeding up and rushing towards Naruto and others. The battle between Gaara and Naruto ended with both sides injured. Sasuke looked at Naruto, who had fainted on the ground and fell into deep thought. He had just watched the battle. The feeling of powerlessness and frustration deeply stimulated Sasuke's young heart. And a strong sense of unwillingness. Even Naruto, who was at the bottom of the list, surpassed him and had grown to that point. Not far away, Kankuro helped Gaara, who was so weak that he couldn't even stand up. Temari wanted to kill the two guys in front of her with cold eyes. But she was stopped by Gaara. After taking a deep look at her brother behind her, Temari chose to listen to Gaara's words. "It seems that I came at the right time." A familiar voice sounded, and several people looked in the direction of the voice at the same time. They saw Niji on a big tree, looking down at them from a high place. Kanjuro's face suddenly became serious. "The most troublesome guy is here, just at this time. What should we do?" "Let Kanjuro take Gaara away, I will stop them." Almond Eyes instantly firm, Temari was ready to devour the tiger with her own body. As soon as the voice fell, Niji disappeared from the spot, and appeared again behind Sasuke, slapping Sasuke on the shoulder with one palm. Bang! Sasuke flew out like a cannonball, knocking down a tree that several people hugged, and sawdust and fallen leaves flew. Cough! Sasuke, who crawled out of the sawdust, coughed up blood, covered his shoulder with broken bones, and shouted in disbelief, "What are you going to do?" "Hyaga Niji." Turning his head to look at Sasuke, Niji grinned. "Lend your lives." The moment the voice sounded, Niji raised his hand and shot a kunai, which easily pierced Sasuke's other shoulder. Blood splattered, Sasuke flew out with a painful groan, and coughed up blood again. Next to them, Gaara and the other two who saw this scene were stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. This scene was too unbelievable. The perverts of Konoha started to kill each other. Kankuro looked at Sasuke, then looked at Niji. Something was wrong with this world, as if they were the villains. Asshole! Sasuke cursed angrily and wanted to get up and attack Niji, but the kunai that pierced his shoulder nailed Sasuke to the tree like a nail, making it difficult for Sasuke to move. The intense emotions caused the Heaven's Curse seal on Sasuke's neck to react, and the strange seals on Sasuke's face emerged in large quantities, and strong chakra burst out from his body at the same time. Under this chakra, Sasuke's wounds were healing quickly, and his body was full of strength again. Puff! Enduring the pain, Sasuke gritted his teeth and pulled out the kunai on his shoulder, and blood splashed again. "Still a bit bloody," Niji commented lightly. Looking down at Naruto at his feet, Niji held a kunai in his hand again, and a faint green light flashed on the tip of the kunai. A cold light flashed across the white eyeball, and Niji stabbed down suddenly. The sharp kunai easily pierced Naruto's abdomen, and blood splashed, dyeing Niji's hands red and splashing Niji's face. At this moment, Niji was no longer elegant, but like a devil from hell, with a devilish smile on his mouth. Naruto! Sasuke shouted, ignoring the pain of his injuries, and rushed towards Naruto on the ground. At this moment, a cold shout came from the dense forest. Ran lion hair technique. Then, several strands of white hair fell from the sky. These white hairs seemed to have life, grabbing Niji from all directions and different angles, at a very fast speed, and instantly tied Niji tightly. Jiraiya walked out of the dense forest slowly, with long white hair flying. Finally caught you, Hyuga Niji. Jiraiya looked at Naruto who was stabbed on the ground, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Niji smiled slightly, pointed at Naruto who was helped up by Sasuke on the ground, and said lightly, "Compared to me, a traitor, you should care more about your grandson. The orphan left by your beloved disciple, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Speaking of which, the name Naruto was given to him by you." What? Hearing the conversation between Jiraiya and Niji, Sasuke suddenly raised his head with a look of shock. Naruto turned out to be the son of the fourth Hokage. Humph! Jiraiya snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "Naruto has the Nine-Tails chakra. This injury is not enough to take his life. His body will recover quickly." Chapter 58 Lend me your lives starting from Konoha as a villain. That's right, the fourth Hokage is indeed great. He left the most precious thing to Naruto before he died. Niji nodded and said, "But what if it's poisonous? The Nine-Tails chakra can heal injuries, but it can't drive out poison." His face suddenly changed, and Jiraiya could hardly stay calm. He hurriedly walked to Naruto, put his hands on Naruto's wound, and controlled the chakra to control the poison. Jiraiya frowned, "It's such a strong poison. Even I have to go all out to control the poison. If Tsunade is here, it will be great. With her medical ninjutsu, it should be easy to solve this poison." Swish! While Jiraiya was controlling the toxins in Naruto's body, the chakra on his hair was greatly reduced, and Niji easily broke free from Jiraiya's restraints. "The poison of Kabuto Yakushi is really terrible. Is this really your purpose? Use Naruto to prevent me from attacking you." Jiraiya looked up at Niji. With a serious face, Jiraiya thought, it was planned from the beginning. This guy is no less experienced than the Umbu. He can't even collect all the information about the young children in his own village. What is the Umbu doing? Ningji said calmly, "Because I know that there are not many people in the whole village who can be valued by you, the lecherous sage. If it were someone else, you might abandon them and continue to chase me, but Naruto won't." "Why do you want to betray the village?" Jiraiya asked. "With your potential, you must be better than Minato, and you may become the future Hokage." Ningji pouted his lips in disdain and said coldly, "People from the Hyuga branch family can never become Hokage." Jiraiya lowered his eyes. What Niji said was right. It is impossible for the Hokage to let someone from the Hyuga branch family take the seat, no matter how good he is. Speaking of the cage, I just killed the fourth Kazekage some time ago. Raising his head suddenly, Jiraiya looked at Niji, his face full of shock. The fourth Kazekage was killed by him and Orochimaru together. Ignoring Jiraiya's shocked look, Niji looked at Sasuke next to him and taunted him, "Sasuke, you are so weak. Your brother Itachi could have defeated Orochimaru a few years ago, but you are still so weak with the power given by Orochimaru. You will never catch up with Itachi in your life." After saying that, in Sasuke's murderous eyes, Niji's figure flashed and disappeared out of thin air. If you like starting to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting to be a villain from Konoha is the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 59 How to be a villain starting to be a villain from Konoha. Dense forest battlefield. After Niji left, Gaara and the other two fled in a hurry. Jiraiya was not interested in Gaara and the other two, so he did not stop them. Not long after, Hyuga Hayashi came and saw the scene in front of him. Hayashi immediately knew what was going on. Hayashi greeted him, "Jiraiya-sama, long time no see. I didn't expect you to come back." It seems that the Sandaime had anticipated what happened today, so he called you back. However, I didn't expect that even you couldn't stop Niji. Hayashi, your Hyuga family has a legend. Jiraiya sighed, it's a pity that he is from a branch family. If he was from the main family, Konoha might be able to reproduce the grand occasion of the first generation of Hokage. Hayashi looked at Jiraiya in surprise. He didn't expect Jiraiya to have such a high evaluation of Nisi and compare Nisi with the first generation of Hokage. The first generation of Hokage, Hashirama Senju. He is the recognized god of ninja in the ninja world, a legendary ninja. It is a kind of boastful honor to be able to fight with the first generation of Hokage without dying. The only one who can compare with the first generation of Hokage is Uchiha Madara, who also died. After a pause, Jiraiya asked, "By the way, why are you here?" So, Hyuga Hayashi told Jiraiya what Danzo had told him, and sighed, "I didn't expect so many things to happen in this Chunin exam. I was deceived by Niji's shadow clone, and then I was restrained by the Sand Ninja. When I arrived at the destroyed Hokage's office, I learned what happened from the Umbu, and quickly activated the bird in the cage, but it didn't work. So I rushed here immediately to stop Niji, but I was still a step too late." Hearing this, Jiraiya fell into deep thought and analyzed, Danzo not only told you in advance, but also ambushed around the Hokage's office in advance. It seems that he knew that Niji's target was the Book of Seals. Yes, Hyuga Hayashi nodded, and said, according to Ibiki, a few months ago, in the incident where the Sandaime arranged for Naruto to steal the Book of Seals, Niji suddenly appeared and read the Book of Seals. Suddenly thinking of something, Jiraiya shook his head and smiled, "I'm afraid it's not a sudden appearance, but a premeditated one. You have all been deceived by him. At that time, he should not have been able to remove the thread of the caged bird with the help of Orochimaru, so he could only use that method to peek at the ninjutsu on the sealed book. Ninkai must have known Orochimaru's plan in advance, and knew that when Orochimaru took action, it was the time when the guards of the Hokage's office were the weakest, and it was also the best time to snatch the sealed book. Orochimaru." Hyuga Hayashi was shocked and shouted, "Ninkai actually colluded with Orochimaru a long time ago." Jiraiya frowned and said, "According to Ninkai, the fourth Kaze cage was killed by him and Orochimaru. There is too little information. What is the relationship between him and Orochimaru? I'm afraid we will know it later." Killed the shadow. Hayashi was stunned for a moment. The 13-year-old Ninkai had already killed the shadow was gone, but he, the clan leader, was still playing with the Tsunagakuer Jonin. Not hearing Hayashi's voice, Jiraiya turned to look at Hayashi and asked, "What happened to Danzo?" Hayashi, who was awakened, hesitated for a moment before saying, "Danzo no, Danzo escaped from the Umbu led by Kakashi and became a rebel ninja." Hearing this news, Jiraiya lowered his head and was inevitably depressed. The Sandaime died in battle, a 13-year-old shadow level became a rebel ninja, and the high-ranking Shimura Danzo became a rebel ninja. In just one day, Konoha lost 3 shadow-level combat forces. Except for him, the entire Konoha now does not even have a shadow-level combat force. Konoha has entered an unprecedented weak time since its establishment. The only good news is that the sealed book has not been stolen. Away from the forest of Konoha, Niji angrily threw the sealed book to the ground and couldn't help cursing. He cursed the old man of the Sandaime countless times in his heart. The old man had calculated him before he died and used a fake book of sealing to trick him. There was no forbidden technique on the book of sealing, only a paragraph from the Sandaime, and the content was nothing more than those great principles. Squatting on the ground, Niji sighed deeply, very depressed. He risked being caught, but ended up stealing a fake book of sealing. At the same time, he secretly annoyed himself that he should have realized when Danzo appeared that Danzo's appearance there was obviously an ambush in advance. The Sandaime and Danzo did calculate Niji, but they misjudged Niji's strength, and they didn't expect Niji to know so many secrets of Danzo, so that so many things happened later. Forget it, if you don't get it, then don't get it. Niji is a person who thinks it's open-minded. Since he didn't get it, he can only say that he has no chance with the Book of Sealing. Although it's a pity, not having the Book of Sealing won't affect anything. For Niji, the Book of Sealing is the icing on the cake. The system is his cheat. Ding dong! The system voice sounded in his mind, and Niji looked happy. He made such a big fuss this time. According to the nature of the system, the reward is definitely not small. Side quest completed, defeat Naruto, reward 800 energy points. Rare quest completed, destroy the rare level building Hokage office, reward 5000 energy points. Side quest completed, kill Danzo once, reward 200 chakra energy points. Side quest completed, defeat Jiraiya once, reward 700 energy points. Niji was a little confused. How could he only complete 4 tasks after making such a fuss, and the rewards for the 4 tasks were very monotonous. In addition to the reward of 200 chakra energy, the rest are all energy points. Chapter 59 How to be a good villain starting from Konoha as a villain. Generally speaking, the system rewards are distributed evenly according to energy value, chakra energy points, skills, and skill points. This is the first time that a large amount of energy value is rewarded. What does the system mean by this? It thinks that its energy value is too low and replenishes its energy value. Energy value is energy value. At this stage, both skills and skill points are sufficient. Speaking of which, what he lacks most is energy value. After this replenishment, his energy value is unprecedentedly sufficient. Energy value, points. Deducting the energy value consumed in the battle, a total of 5,400 energy values are earned. Now he can use Lei Ying's skill point that consumes 10,000 energy values. After destroying the fake seal book under his feet, Ninkai looked up at the blue sky and took a deep breath. It feels so good to be free. It's time to go find Karen. The forest path is lush and green on both sides. The breeze blows, the branches and leaves sway, and the green leaves fly. It was the second day after leaving Konoha, and Niji began his wandering life as a rebel ninja. Karen followed Niji with a small bag on his back. Seeing Niji reading the book in his hand seriously while walking, he asked curiously, "Niji, what book are you reading?" "How to be a good villain," Niji said without raising his head. Blinking her bright eyes, Karen said, "Why do you want to be a villain? Isn't it good to be a decent person?" Niji was speechless. "You asked this question, but I can't figure it out either." After thinking for a while, Ninkai replied, "It's good to be a villain. You can do whatever you want and don't have to bear so many burdens anyway, there are many advantages. I thought being a villain was simple, but after reading this book, I benefited a lot." The first chapter of the book emphasizes that the most important thing about being a villain is... "What?" Karen asked curiously. "You must not talk too much." Karen nodded as if she understood, and suddenly raised her head and asked, "Then why didn't the bookstore owner in front sell your book?" "It was because you were arguing with the bookstore owner there, and the bookstore owner said 18 plus. Yes, it seems to be this, called intimate violence, saying that you can only buy it if you are 18 years old, and he was still lecturing you there." Ninkai was immediately full of black lines. He deliberately avoided Karen, but Karen saw it. Quickly coughing lightly, Ninkai turned his head to look at Xiangling, and said seriously, "That is a very bloody and violent book, so children can't read it. You must never touch that book in the future." "Okay, Master Niji." Karen didn't think too much, she felt that Master Niji's serious instructions would not be wrong. "Hi." Niji raised his hand to touch the sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, he fooled it, otherwise he would lose face. Chapter 60 Nagato and Konan starting from Konoha to be a villain. Konoha, temporary office. Bang! Kai slammed the table angrily, and the huge wooden table shook suddenly, sweeping the Konoha executives in front of him one by one, and said angrily, "I will not accept it, and issue a wanted order for Niji as an S-level rebel." After saying that, Kai stood up angrily and left the room. Kakashi sighed, stood up immediately, and caught up with Kai who was leaving. Midaman glanced at the two people who left, swept his eyes across the venue, and said calmly, "In any case, from today on, Hyaga Niji and Shimura Danzo are judged as S-level traitors, and a wanted order is issued to major countries. At the same time, a hunting ninja team is established to hunt down the two." Narashikaku hesitated and said, "Konoha has not established a ninja hunting team for 20 years. The third generation Hokage has just passed away, and Konoha is in a time of crisis. It is not only an internal crisis, but also an external danger. Our first task now is to guard against the possibility that other major countries may start a war, and select a new leader to give birth to the fifth generation Hokage." Jiraiya, who was riding next to him, finally raised his head and said, "The hunting ninja team is useless. Shimura Danzo is a high-level Konoha. No one here knows Konoha better than him. It is impossible to catch him. As for Niji, except for me, I'm afraid no one can be sure of catching him. Instead of sending elite jonin to form a hunting team, it's better to guard the village." Narashikaku nodded in agreement. What Jiraiya said was right. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato looked at each other, and at the same time looked at Jiraiya. Utane Koharu said, "Jiraiya, according to the countermeasures we have discussed with the daimyo, you, one of the legendary three ninjas, will serve as the fifth Hokage." Raising his hand to stop Utane Koharu, Jiraiya shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'm not cut out for it. Besides, I'm not the only one in the three ninjas, isn't there another one?" Tsunade. Mizudaman was stunned for a moment and thought, that girl does have this ability, but she has never come back since she left Konoha. "I will go find him, that's fine, right? Tsunade is more suitable to be Hokage than me who has no motivation," Jiraiya said as he stood up. "Okay," Mizudaman thought for a moment and nodded, "but as a member of Tsunade's search team, we will send 3 Umbu to assist you. It's called assistance, but it's actually surveillance." Jiraiya pursed his lips and said, "Don't worry, I won't run away, and the people who monitor me are redundant." After that, Jiraiya also walked out of the room. On the other side, Niji didn't know that he had become an S-level rebel ninja. He was on his way to the Land of Grass with Karen. The reason for going to the Land of Grass was mainly because the ashes of Karen's mother were in the Land of Grass. However, on the way to the Land of Grass, Niji met 2 uninvited guests who blocked their way. A light breeze blew across the grass, and the black windbreaker fluttered in the wind, with bright red clouds embroidered on it. Akatsuki. Niji frowned slightly. He hadn't found Akatsuki yet, but he didn't expect Akatsuki to come to him on his own initiative. "Is it him?" Yahiko, who was made into the way of heaven, asked. Xylan, who was next to him, glanced at the wanted order in his hand, nodded and said, "It's him. He was wanted by Konoha as an S-level traitor for stealing the Book of Seals and destroying Konoha. He was also wanted by Tsunagakure for killing the 4th Kaze Kage. Konoha traitor Hyaga Niji. The bounty of the 2 major ninja villages combined is 100 million taels." Niji's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that his head was worth 100 million taels, which was equivalent to 3 asumas. Thinking of this, Niji looked up at the tendo pane in front of him, and the strange purple eyes were also staring at him. Samsara Eye. One of the 3 major eye techniques, it is the most noble eye power known as the eye that controls life and death. The owner of the Samsara Eye controls yin and yang, has at least 6 changes in the nature of chakra, and has extraordinary abilities. He can be a god of creation with the ability to create the world, or a god of destruction with the ability to destroy the world. What a pair of heartwarming eyes! Looking at Paine's Samsara Eye, Niji was salivating and eager to make a move. At this moment, Konan released a flame to burn the wanted order in his hand, and said lightly, "With his bounty, I can make more detonating tags. Then kill him. Tendo Pain's face was calm, as if he had killed an ant instead of a person. Ninkai was immediately furious. In Akatsuki's eyes, what he was most interested in was his head, which was worth 100 million taels. That was too much contempt. He had killed the Kaze Kage at the age of 13, and his evilness was even worse than Uchiha Itachi. What these two people wanted was his head. Let's do it. Tendo Pain said lightly, and two wings made of white paper suddenly stretched out from behind Konan and flew high. The white paper on the wings was extremely sharp under the infusion of chakra, and suddenly shot towards Nisi. Because of Karen, Nisi couldn't dodge, and quickly drew out his ninja sword to block the paper, and there was a sound of metal clashing. Karen, leave first. Karen nodded and immediately retreated to the back. She knew that Shishi is still too weak to help Niji-sama. She will only hinder Niji-sama if she stays by his side. Neither Tendo Pain nor Konan cares about Karen's departure. Their target is Niji's head worth 100 million ryo. Seeing Karen retreat to a safe area, Niji can finally attack without restraint. Bun open. Ninkai opened his Byakugan and used the water-breathing technique at the same time. Konan is not an ordinary jonin. Whoosh! With the sound of wind, Nisi disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was behind Konan. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading. If you like becoming a villain from Konoha, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Becoming a villain from Konoha is the fastest update speed on Shuhage Novel Network. Chapter 60 Nagato and Konan starting as a villain from Konoha. He swung the ninja sword in his hand and slashed at Konan's neck. This sword was as skillful as if he had killed thousands of people. Sensing the wind behind him, Konan was not in a hurry. He split into countless small pieces of paper and flew past Niji, and then combined higher above his head. A 13-year-old S-level rebel ninja, just like Uchiha Itachi back then. Konan muttered to himself, his hands turned into pieces of paper, and the small pieces of paper instantly folded into the shape of shuriken. Under the infusion of high-density wind escape chakra, these paper shurikens were sharper than real shurikens. In mid-air, Niji had no place to borrow strength. Dance in the air. At this moment, Niji stepped on the air with his feet and dodged the flying shuriken. Tendo Pain and Konan were both shocked. Pain slightly turned his Sharingan to see through. How did he do it, flying freely without any ninjutsu? But it was obviously in vain. The dance of air was not a ninjutsu, and even the Samsara eye could not see through it. Nisi flew towards Konan and swung his sword at her. This was the first time that Nisi used the dance of air in battle. He was still a little unfamiliar with it, but the dance of air was much more advanced than Konan's flying with paper. Even though it was the first time, the speed was still much faster than Konan. He caught up with Konan in an instant and swung his sword at her chest. Konan used the paper dance flexibly again, splitting into countless small pieces of paper to avoid Nisi's attack. Konan dodged the attack, and Niji frowned slightly. It's really difficult. Ordinary physical attacks are useless. Akatsuki organization really doesn't have simple ones. A B-level ninjutsu is played out like an S-level ninjutsu. Concentrating her body next to her, Konan controlled countless pieces of paper. Hundreds of pieces of paper flew around Konan, and these pieces of paper became extremely sharp under the wind attribute chakra. At this moment, Tendo Pain stopped Konan. You are not his opponent, I will deal with him. Konan hesitated a little. She didn't want Pain to attack. Every time Tendo Pain attacked, it was a great burden for Nagato, but seeing Tendo Pain's eyes, Konan slowly retreated. 13-year-old Kage, how long can you hold on under my hands? 3 more. Today is Monday, please recommend it to all the big guys. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Becoming a villain from Konoha Shuhage. Chapter 61, Defeating Tendo Pain in seconds starting as a villain from Konoha. Tendo Pain looked up at Niji, and his purple samsara eye slowly turned. How long can you hold out under my hands, a 13-year-old cage? Tendo Pain said, slowly raising his right hand and aiming at Niji. Here it comes. Ninkai's heart was dark, and a kunao instantly appeared in his hand, with azure arcs wrapped around the kunao, ready to go. Tensiang Tianyan. Tendo Pain shouted, and a strong gravitational force suddenly burst out from his palm, attracting Niji in midair. He only felt an irresistible force coming, like a pair of invisible big hands grabbing him and pulling him in front of Tendo Pain. Without resisting the gravitational force, Niji flew straight towards Tendo Pain, and the moment he flew out, the kunao in his hand, ready to go, suddenly shot out. A super electromagnetic gun. The kunao, which had an initial speed of twice the speed of sound, instantly broke through 3 times the speed of sound under the attraction of the tensei, and pierced towards Tendo Pain like a black lightning. Feeling the powerful destructive power from the kunao, Tendo Pain quickly withdrew the tensei, wanting to use Shinra Tensei to deflect the kunao. But Tendo Pain is not Nagato's body after all, and there is a 5-second interval between Shinra Tensei and Tensei. Before there is absolute power, this is the only way to deal with Tendo Pain. So at the beginning, Niji did not deal with Tendo Pain, and at the same time distanced himself from Tendo Pain. At this distance, Shinra Tensei has limited power, and it is a better choice to use Tensei to attract him to the front and kill him. When Tendo Pain raised his hand and pointed it at him, Niji knew that Tendo Pain was going to use Tensei, so Niji prepared the super electromagnetic gun in advance. Only a super electromagnetic gun with a speed of more than twice the speed of sound can hit the unavoidable Tendo Pain before the 5-second cooldown. Niji is 50 meters away from Tendo Pain, and for a kunao with a speed of 3 times the speed of sound, it takes less than 1/20th of a second. In this time, even Tendo Pain can unable to react in time. Bang! The kunao pierced through the chest of Tendo Pain, followed by a huge explosion. Dazzling flames appeared, and the broken body of Tendo Pain fell heavily to the ground in the rolling black smoke. He killed Tendo Pain. Konan was stunned and shocked. How could such a thing happen? She couldn't believe her eyes. Tendo Pain, who could kill the 5 shadows, was killed by a 13-year-old child in seconds. Konan quickly formed seals with both hands, causing the chakra in her body to be chaotic. When she looked carefully again, Tendo Pain's body was lying there. This is not an illusion. It really worked. Not to mention Konan, Niji couldn't believe it. A kunao killed Tendo Pain. Niji just wanted to try it at first, but he didn't expect it to be successful. Countless coincidences came together to enable Niji to complete this feat. If there wasn't only one Tendo Pain, if Tendo Pain didn't use the Tensei, if Tendo Pain knew that Nisi knew his ability. Of course there aren't so many ifs. To sum up, this is an instant kill that can't be imitated or reproduced. After dealing with Tendo Pain, Nisi only had one opponent left. Turning his head suddenly, looking at Konan who was stunned beside him, Nisi's mouth slightly raised. Catch alone Konan. Noticing Nisi's gaze, Konan's face suddenly changed. White paper wings appeared behind her, and flew into the sky. Are you scared? Not yet. Konan followed Pain and saw many S-level rebels. All the members of the Akatsuki organization are S-level rebels. But so far, among all the people Konan has met, Nisi is the second person who makes her feel this way. Weird. The whole body is shrouded in mist, you can't see through the other person, but the other person can see through you completely. There is no secret in front of him. Not only physically, but also in the heart, even in the past and the future. Konan wanted to leave, but Nisi was faster, disappearing from the spot, and reappearing after Konan. The flying technique is different from any flying ninjutsu in Naruto. The flying technique from the Dragon Ball world allows Nisi to stand on the ground in the air, and the speed of performing the instant body technique is even faster than on the ground. Konan has regained her composure, watching Nisi swinging his sword to kill, and her body once again transformed into countless pieces of paper to avoid Nisi's slashing, and white pieces of paper flew around Nisi. Seeing the pieces of paper flying by the side, Nisi's face changed instantly, and these white pieces of paper were all detonating tags. Without time to think about it, Nisi quickly performed the instant body technique to escape, but it was too late. Detonating talisman. Explode. Putting 2 fingers at the corners of his mouth, Konan shouted. In an instant, thousands of detonating tags exploded at the same time. Suddenly, a huge roar sounded, the explosion shook the earth, and the billowing smoke rose into the sky like an overwhelming sandstorm. A wave of hot fire rushed out of the smoke, like a shock wave spreading in all directions. The earth trembled, the wind raged, and wherever the shock wave passed, the trees that several people hugged were uprooted, and the grass and trees were cut off. Karen was so scared that she hid behind a green boulder. Konan waved her wings and quickly rose to avoid the aftermath of the explosion. When everything fell, the breeze blew away the smoke, and the green grass disappeared, replaced by a huge deep pit with a diameter of 10 meters. Lord Niji! Karen shouted worriedly, and hurriedly ran to the deep pit, lying on the edge of the deep pit and looking down. At the bottom of the deep pit, Niji knelt on the ground with a bang. His face was extremely pale, his body was covered with blood, and there were dozens of wounds of various sizes on his body. The blood stained every part of Niji's clothes. Chapter 61 Destroy Tendo Pain in Seconds Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Konan's pupils suddenly shrank. He is still alive, that's thousands of detonating tags. Almost died. Thinking of the dangerous scene just now, Niji couldn't help but shudder, and really walked through the gates of hell. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and used Thunder Shock in time to destroy the nearest detonating tag, and at the same time formed a supersonic shock wave to block the explosion of the outer detonating tags. At this moment, Karen rushed down and ran to Niji's side. Seeing Niji covered in blood, Karen was so scared that she almost cried. She quickly pulled up her sleeves, exposed her arm and stretched it to Niji's mouth, saying in a crying tone, "Bite me, you won't die." Niji was full of black lines. "I'm not dead yet." After saying that, Niji didn't hesitate and bit Karen's arm. If he didn't heal his wounds quickly, Konan might really kill him. A surge of chakra poured into his body. Fortunately, Niji only suffered skin injuries and recovered quickly. As for chakra, he didn't consume much, so he didn't need to replenish it. Because there was no need to replenish chakra, Niji's injuries recovered quickly. Feeling that he could support the fierce battle that would happen next, Niji quickly let go. Although her arm was bitten and it felt painful, seeing that Niji was fine, Karen smiled. This was the first time she was willing to be bitten by someone, and this feeling was very good. She felt that she could also help Niji. Standing up, Niji grabbed Karen and flew out of the deep pit, looking up at Konan who had landed. After Konan landed, she saw that she had been bitten by a big. He took out a scroll from his clothes, spread it on the ground, bit his finger, and made seals with his hands and shouted. Summoning technique. White smoke emerged, and 5 pains were summoned immediately. In an instant, Niji's face was extremely ugly. Konan actually carried a scroll that could summon pains with her. This was troublesome. Chapter 62 Welcome Ceremony of Akatsuki Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Puff. White smoke emerged, and Konan summoned 5 pains. The next second, 3 of the pains flashed and appeared around Niji, blocking Niji from all directions. The female beast pain summoned a giant bird, flew and stood on the top of the giant bird, blocking the sky. Jigakudo came to the side of Tendo Pain, looked at the destroyed body on the ground. Jigakudo began to seal, raised his hand and slapped the ground, and runes emerged. The huge king of hell emerged from the ground, opened his mouth, stretched out a purple tongue to roll up Tendo Pain on the ground, closed his mouth and chewed for a while. During this process, Niji watched this scene silently. It was not that he didn't want to take action, but he couldn't take action in the situation in front of him. 3 pains were staring at him on the ground, and the female animal Road Pain controlled the summoning beast Yasakatsurai to stare at him in the sky. Obviously, Nagato knew that Niji could fly through his fight with Tendo Pain. As long as he made a slight move, these pains would take action. Soon, King of Hell opened his mouth, and Tendo Pain slowly walked out of his mouth. The figure flashed and came in front of Niji. Raising his hand to let Karen stand behind him, Niji drew out the ninja sword. Looking at the situation today, a big battle was inevitable. At this moment, Tendo Pain suddenly stretched out his hand and invited, "I am Tendo Pain, and I am inviting you to join Akatsuki and become a member of Akatsuki." Niji was a little confused. What was going on? He was fighting to the death in the last second, and he invited him in the next second. Looking up at Tendo Pain, Niji asked back, "Can I refuse?" Tendo Pain did not speak, but the three pains beside him took a half step forward at the same time. Seeing this scene, Niji knew that he had no right to refuse, and raised his hands and said, "I join." Akatsuki's recruitment of teammates is really shameless. If the strength is not good, just kill them and earn the bounty. If the strength is enough, recruit them as a team member. If the other party disagrees, kill them, anyway, it's not a loss. Welcome. Tendo Pain said lightly, and suddenly pointed to Karen behind Niji, and said lightly, "But not this girl." "That's not okay," Niji shook his head quickly and said, "Wherever I go, she must follow, I will not abandon her." A warm current warmed the bruised heart, Karen's eyes sparkled, and a smile from the heart rose at the corner of her mouth. His eyes turned slightly, and Tendo Pain's voice was still cold, saying, "Akatsuki only accepts strong people to join, not weak people to join, and weak people are not qualified to join Akatsuki." "Absolutely not. She must follow me." Niji stepped forward, his tone was firm, his eyes looked directly at Tendo Pain's Sharinon, and they were at loggerheads. Looking at Karen with cold eyes, Pain said coldly, "In this case, I can only kill her." "Pain!" Konan, who came from behind, shouted. She couldn't bear to kill such a cute little girl, and immediately called out to stop Nagato. This was the agreement between the two after Yahiko's death. Konan couldn't call him Nagato in front of anyone. After Yahiko died, Nagato also died. Tendo Pain didn't care about Konan, his eyes were still cold, staring at Nisi. Nisi was not willing to be outdone. Suddenly thinking of something, Niji pulled Karen behind him and introduced her. "Her name is Uzumaki Karen. Apart from Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto, she is the only Uzumaki clan member and the one with the purest bloodline now. She was actually a member of the Uzumaki clan." Konan looked at Tendo Pain and did not hesitate. "Leave her." This time Konan faced Tendo Pain very seriously. Nagato was a member of the Uzumaki clan. Tendo Pain hesitated slightly, but finally nodded and agreed to leave Uzumaki Karen. With a smile in his eyes, Konan bent down and approached Karen with a smile on his face. After knowing that Karen was also a member of the Uzumaki clan, Konan suddenly felt an inexplicable intimacy with Karen. Seeing Konan reaching out to touch her head, Karen remembered that she almost killed Lord Niji just now, and was so scared that she hid behind Niji. Konan was embarrassed immediately, and her hand was in the air, neither reaching out nor retracting. Seeing this, Niji pulled Karen in front of him and said, "This auntie is not that scary." Konan's face darkened. Niji felt that he was right to call her that. Compared with his and Karen's age, Konan is just an auntie. Although there were some twists and turns, the task of joining Akatsuki was completed. Ding dong, the side quest is completed, join the Akatsuki organization and become a member. Reward skill point, Laser Beam. Laser Beam, from the world of One Piece, a dazzling laser beam is emitted from the hand to penetrate the enemy, causing a huge explosion within a radius of 10 meters. It has the ultimate speed of light and the penetrating power to penetrate steel. It consumes 500 energy points. The Hidden Rain Village. The sound of the pattering rain continues. Looking at the continuous heavy rain outside the window, Niji was depressed. The continuous rainy weather made it difficult for Niji living in Konoha to adapt. The climate of the hidden rain village is in a constant state of rain all year round. In the rainy season, rainwater flows into the inland lake surrounding the hidden rain village, which is built on this huge island in the middle of the lake. Early in the morning, he and Karen were taken to the top of the tower by Konan to receive their clothes. "These are your clothes," Konan said coldly, throwing the black coat embroidered with red clouds in her hand to Niji. Turning around, she put the clothes in Karen's hand with a smile on her face, and helped her put them on. "This woman is too double-standard." Niji was indignant. Putting on the Akatsuki uniform, Niji walked to the mirror and admired himself. Looking at the handsome self in the mirror, Niji nodded with satisfaction. This black-red cloud windbreaker still felt good on him. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, Becoming a Villain from Konoha Shuhage. Chapter 62 Welcome Ceremony of Akatsuki Starting as a villain from Konoha. But there's still something missing. Ninkai muttered, took out a kunao and cut a knife on the Konoha forehead protector on his forehead. By the way, why don't all the rebel ninjas just throw away their forehead protectors, but have to choose to cut a knife? Ta-ta! Walking in the empty corridor, the sound of footsteps kept echoing, and Ninkai followed Konan silently. Although Karen followed him to join Akatsuki, she was not a member of Akatsuki after all, so Karen was not invited to the meeting between members this time. Konan, who was walking in front, said coldly, "Next, I will take you to meet the other members of Akatsuki. In addition to you, there are 10 more members in Akatsuki. You have already met Pain and me, and you will get to know the rest one by one in the future. Since some people are on missions outside, you will meet 4 of them first today. There are 2 members of the Akatsuki team on missions, and your teammates are on other missions." Although he knew the situation of Akatsuki very well, Niji still had to pretend that he was listening carefully. Following Konan to the middle of the tower, he came to a hall. There was only one dim light in the huge hall, and it was so dark that the walls around could not be seen. As soon as Niji entered the hall, he heard someone say there, "The white eyes of the Hyuga family? Ha, I hope they are not as hateful as the eyes of Uchiha Itachi. Only a momentary explosion is art." Without even looking in the direction of the voice, Niji knew who the other party was. Only Deidara could say this. Then, Deidara said, "Let me see if the rumored Byakugan can be called art like my explosion, haha." A small white spider appeared at Niji's feet at some point, releasing a flash of fire and exploding. The fire was blazing, instantly illuminating the dim hall. Deidara looked at the smoke from the explosion in front of him and said disdainfully, "It's so easy to solve. The legendary Byakugan is just like this." Hi! Deidara heard the wind. The next second, Deidara flew out like a cannonball, hitting the wall next to him heavily, smashing the hard stone wall. Ninkai stood where Deidara had just stood, raised his eyelids slightly, and looked at the 3 people in front of him, Scorpion, Uchiha Itachi, and Hoshigaki Kisame. Is this the welcome ceremony of Akatsuki? It's really boring. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, Becoming a Villain from Konoha. Chapter 63, The Convergence of the 3 Techniques Starting from Konoha as a Villain. The hard stone broke, dust flew, and Deidara was pressed under the stone. What a fool, actually doing these little tricks in front of the Byakugan. Hoshigaki Kisame narrowed his eyes. After saying that, he said, "The Byakugan can see through everything. I heard that even your Sharingan can't compare to the Byakugan in terms of insight, Mr. Itachi." "Well," Itachi said lightly, "the Byakugan that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Hyuga clan is indeed good." Scorpion's eyes turned slightly, and he said in a deep voice, at the moment of entering, he noticed Deidara's movements and used the shadow clone to attract him, but the main body sneaked behind Deidara in the blind spot. 13-year-old cage level, Mr. Itachi, just like you back then, Hoshigaki Kisame looked at Itaka next to him. Bang! The rubble exploded, and Deidara jumped out, looking at Niji angrily, and said angrily, "Another hateful eye, I hate eyes the most." Seeing that Deidara still wanted to come, Niji was ready to take action. He didn't mind giving Deidara an unforgettable lesson, just like Itaka. "Deidara, stop it!" Just then, Itaka suddenly stopped him. "Asshole Itaka, why should I listen to you?" Deidara turned his head and cursed, reaching into the clay bag at his waist and took it out. Walking out of the dark shadows, Niji looked up and greeted, "Long time no see, Uchiha Itaka. I didn't expect you to join here." Itaka raised his head, his face calm, but his heart was not so calm. One of the two great families of Konoha in the past, the most outstanding person of the Hyuga family, also betrayed Konoha. What happened to Konoha? What happened to Suzuki? Suddenly, Niji smiled slightly and said, "Before I left Konoha, Suzuki kept talking about you." "Who is Suzuki?" Hoshigaki Kisame, Deidara, and Sasori all looked at Itaki at the same time, their eyes revealing a strong taste of gossip. "My brother," Uchiha Itaka said lightly. The three of them were stunned at the same time, and Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes narrowed slightly, saying, "Mr. Itaka, didn't you wipe out the Uchiha clan?" Itaka didn't speak. The three of them knew what kind of character Itaki had. Since he didn't speak, they couldn't ask him. With his eyes slightly turned, Deidara suddenly walked towards Niji and became enthusiastic and said, "Hyuga Niji? Right, how about a drink tonight, let's have a good discussion." Glancing at the shining eyes, Niji was deeply skeptical, "Are you sure you are discussing art?" Compared with Deidara, who was full of random thoughts, Hoshigaki Kisame was more concerned about Itaka. Although it was only for a moment, he still caught it. "I didn't expect that Mr. Itaka, who was so cold and ruthless, actually had an important person." "That's right, after all, he is not a machine, but a human. Compared to that, I'm more curious about which one is stronger, the Sharingan or the Byakugan." Scorpion looked at Niji's Byakugan, then looked at Itaka's three Magatama Sharingan, and said, "There are three major eye techniques in the ninja world, the Samsara eye, the Sharingan, and the Byakugan. Now we have gathered the three eye techniques." As soon as this was said, Hoshigaki Kisame and Deidara were also curious. They had seen the power of the Samsara eye and the Sharingan. But they had not really seen the power of the Byakugan, let alone the battle between the Sharingan and the Byakugan. Obviously, neither Niji nor Uchiha Itaka had the idea of satisfying the curiosity of the three people and having a big fight. At this moment, Tendo Pain appeared and stood in the middle of the crowd, and the atmosphere that even the air was about to solidify was instantly broken. Purple Samsara eye, white Byakugan, blood red Sharingan. The three major eye techniques gathered. Seeing this situation, Deidara especially wanted these three people to fight, so that he could know the ranking of the three major eye techniques. Pain looked around and understood everything. He said, "It seems that I don't need to introduce you. You should all know each other." "I don't know your name yet," Niji shook his head. "Deidara, codename Ao, the art of pursuing a moment, art is explosion." Deidara was the first to introduce himself. Glancing at Deidara, Scorpion retorted, "Eternal beauty is art, Scorpion of the red sand, codename Jade." Hoshigaki Kisame, codename Minami. Uchiha Itaka, codename Akane. Hyuga Niji. After hearing the introductions of the four people, Niji also introduced himself. "Hyuga Niji, from today on, your codename in Akatsuki is Sora. Wear this ring and learn the ninjutsu on the scroll. This is what every Akatsuki member must master." As he spoke, Tendo Pain controlled a ring and scroll with the word Sora printed on it and came to Niji. He stretched out his hand to take the ring in front of him and put it on his hand. It fits his hand very well. As for the scroll, Niji didn't open it to read it. Even if he didn't read it, he knew what ninjutsu was inside. After Niji was explained, Tendo Pain looked at everyone one by one and said, Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru attacked Konoha, the third Hokage died in the battle, and Shimura Danzo became a traitor. Now Konoha is at its weakest, and it is also the best time to snatch the Nine Tails. Let me go, Deidara volunteered, I want Konoha to taste my art. Looking at Deidara who was eager to try, Itaka suddenly said, I'll go, after all, I'm familiar with Konoha. Except for Niji, everyone present was stunned. It was the first time that Uchiha Itaka took the initiative to accept the task. Tendo Pain looked at Deidara and Itaka. Both of them wanted to go, but they were a little embarrassed. After a brief consideration, Tendo Pain looked at Itaki and said, Itaki and Hoshigaki Kisame will carry out the task of snatching the Nine Tails, and Deidara and Sasori will carry out the war mission of the Land of Earth. Compared with Deidara and Sasori, Uchiha Itake and Hoshigaki Kisame are more reliable. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The latter part is more exciting. Chapter 63 The Convergence of the Three Eye Techniques Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Deidara was indignant. Compared with accepting the mission of the Hidden Rock Village, he preferred to capture the Nine Tails. His art was simply an insult in front of those wooden heads in the Hidden Rock Village. Hearing this, Niji's eyes turned slightly and he said, if it were only Uchiha Itaki and Hoshigaki Kisame, it might not be enough. Hoshigaki Kisame narrowed his eyes and looked at Niji. He was actually looked down upon by a little kid. What do you mean? Itaka looked at Niji and asked. Retracting his expression, Niji said, although the third Hokage is dead, he had long anticipated this kind of scene, so he called Jiraiya back to the village. Everyone's expression changed instantly. Kisame closed his eyes, slowly opened them, and said in a deep voice, if it was him, I would be killed, after all, we are not opponents of the same level. The difference is too big, said Scorpion in a deep voice. Even Deidara became serious and said, if the opponent is him, my explosion will hardly work. Turning his eyes, Itaka said, that's right, if we fight him, both of us will be killed, even if more people come to help, the result will be the same. If it goes smoothly, both sides will suffer. Niji looked at Itaki with suspicion. Scorpion, Deidara, and Hoshigaki he believed Kisame when he said he was killed by Jiraiya, but why didn't he believe Itaki? I didn't expect that the legendary three ninjas were protecting the Nine Tails. If they want to fight him, the Uchiha clan of Konoha or the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Ninja, these names are useless, Kisame said, looking at Tendo Pain. Tendo Pain seemed expressionless, but Nagato, who was controlling him, murmured Teacher Jiraiya, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Glancing at Tendo Pain, Itaka said lightly, no matter how strong a person is, there will be weaknesses. Just find the weakness. Now is the weakest time for Konoha, and the opportunity is rare. It's really a performance of the best actor. He is obviously concerned about Sasuke, worried that the death of the third generation and the defection of Danzo, and the village leaders will take action against Sasuke. However, Itaki and Hoshigaki Kisame going back to the village has nothing to do with him. Anyway, he is not going back at this stage, so Niji is in a state of mind to watch the show. It's rare to see a movie star acting. 3 more chapters to come, please vote for recommendation. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please bookmark, m.shuhaige.net, has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 64 Kidnapping Ichiraku starting from Konoha to be a villain. On the way to Konoha. 3 members of the Akatsuki wearing black-red cloud coats and hats with wind chimes on them walked slowly on the forest path. Itaki with an expressionless face, Hoshigaki Kisame with narrowed eyes, and Niji with a depressed look. As for why Niji, who was watching the show, went with Itaki and Hoshigaki Kisame, it has to start from 2 days ago. After Tendao Pain learned about Jiraiya from Niji, in order to deal with Jiraiya, Niji, who had no teammates, was temporarily assigned to the team of Itaki and Hoshigaki Kisame. Ninkai felt that he was shooting himself in the foot. He should not have mentioned Jiraiya. Hoshigaki Kisame broke the silence of the three people and said, "We are about to reach Konoha. How should we act?" Mr. Itake. Hoshigaki Kisame and Itake are a two-person team. Under normal circumstances, it is Hoshigaki Kisame who takes action and Itake makes the action plan. Itake will only take action when encountering a difficult opponent. Itake's face was calm and he said calmly, "First sneak into the village and find the location of the Ninetails Jinchuriki. Jiraiya can't always follow the Ninetails Jinchuriki. The next step is to wait for an opportunity and seize it," said Hoshigaki Kisame with a smile. He and Itake have cooperated many times, and the two have developed a certain tacit understanding. "Before that, I still need you to provide information about the Ninetails Jinchuriki, Ninkai." A breeze blew, and Itake's soft black hair fluttered in the wind. Facing Itake's gaze, Niji glanced at him and said, "According to Naruto's normal life, he eats ramen in the morning, and trains with Sasuke and Sakura under Kakashi's guidance in the morning. Eat ramen at noon. Free activities in the afternoon, generally practice. Eat ramen at night. Does this guy only eat ramen? Ramen is not delicious at all," Hoshigaki Kisame complained. Just thinking about the scene of eating ramen 3 times a day, Hoshigaki Kisame felt like vomiting. Niji frowned slightly and said, "Ichiraku ramen is a specialty of Konoha." "Ichiraku ramen tastes really good," Itake echoed Niji. "That means as long as we find Ichiraku ramen, we can find the nine-tailed Jinchuriki," Hoshigaki Kisame said disapprovingly. "As long as we control the ramen stall owner one step ahead, put a lot of psychedelic drugs in the ramen that the nine-tailed Jinchuriki eats, and then leave Konoha without anyone noticing, the mission can be completed. It seems very simple." Ninkai glanced at Hoshigaki Kisame. "Simple?" Soon, the three of them came to the hills near Konoha. Looking at the village not far away, the wall that was smashed by the three-headed snake has been repaired with earth escape, and the damaged buildings are also beginning to be repaired. Counting it, he left the village and became a rebel ninja for only 5 days, but he didn't expect to run back 5 days later. But today he is not going back to his mother's house, but to steal things. Although it was spared from destruction, the damage is serious. "You and Orochimaru really caused a lot of damage," Kisame sighed and looked at Ninkai next to him. Hearing this, Ninkai frowned slightly and said, "Don't mix me with Orochimaru. I don't know what the Konoha high-level officials are thinking. I just stole the Book of Seals but haven't stolen it yet, but they insist on saying that he is also the insider of the Konoha collapse plan. What is this? Push me out to weaken the influence of Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo, and let me take the blame." At this point, the Konoha high-level officials are still thinking about how to save face. "That prosperous village is so pitiful," Itake sighed. Kisame looked at Itake in surprise and said, "It's really unlike your style. Do you still miss your hometown? Even if it's you?" "No, not at all." Itake retorted, his tone was calm and cold. "Niji didn't say anything, I just watched you act quietly." Before entering the village, Kisame turned his head to look at Niji behind him, and finally asked, "Are you really not going with us?" "No," Niji shook his head and explained, "I just left the village, and it's too easy to be exposed if I go back now." Seeing Niji say this, Kisame did not ask any more questions and followed Itake out of the hill. Until Itake and Kisame disappeared into the sky, Niji sat down on the grass and murmured, "Kisame, this idiot, controlled Uncle Ichiraku, you can think of it, but you don't want to die like this. Among the people I have met there is no one braver than you. I, Niji, am willing to call you the strongest." An hour later, Niji was lying on the grass on the hill, bored, with a dogtail grass hanging in his mouth, tapping his legs and shaking. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. They were Kisame and Itake. Niji got up quickly. However, the situation of both of them was not very good. No, it should be said that Hoshigaki Kisame was not very good alone. Itake panted slightly, his right eye closed, at most his pupil power was consumed too much. But Kisame was much more miserable, his blue shark face was about to turn into a white face, and he knelt on the ground with a bang. Walking in front of Kisame, Niji asked curiously, "Why do you look like you are going to fight? Did you meet Jiraiya?" "No." Itake panted and replied, "I met Kakashi and Kai." Niji's face suddenly became strange, and he looked at Itake with a meaningful look. "This is for Konoha, to trap Kisame to death. Kakashi and teacher Kai alone can't force Itake and Kisame to this point. Even if the two of them join forces, Kakashi will only be killed instantly. To force Itake and Kisame to this point, unless teacher Kai opens all 7 gates, but if he opens all 7 gates to fight, the noise will be loud, and he can't fail to notice it." Based on the above analysis, Niji concluded that Itake definitely trapped Kisame. At this moment, Kisame, who was lying on the ground, panted and said, "I didn't expect that Konoha would have such a terrifying person. Mr. Itake, you don't even know about it." "Well, there are some things that only the top leaders know." Itake responded, with a rare shock on his face. Hey, what are you talking about?" Listening to the conversation between the two, Niji became more and more confused. What were these two people keeping in suspense? Turning his head to look at Niji, Kisame said, "After we entered Konoha, we soon found the Ichiraku ramen stand you mentioned and found the 9-tailed Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. Just when we were about to take action, the ramen boss actually discovered us. For fear of alerting the others, Mr. Itake and I temporarily retreated and prepared to find other opportunities, but at this moment, a powerful force." Speaking of this, thinking that in front of that force, he was like an ant facing a mountain, and the other party seemed to be able to crush him with a slight move. Kisame's eyes suddenly shrank, and the shark gills on both sides of his face trembled slightly. Seeing the terrified boy in front of him, Niji felt that Kisame should be more honest in the future. He should be very clear that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. Itake saw the smile that quickly passed by the corner of Niji's mouth and thought, did he know it a long time ago? There are monsters hiding in Konoha, no wonder he doesn't act with us. "Niji, who are you?" Itake didn't understand why Niji knew so much about the secret that even he, the spy among spies, didn't know. Shohage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 65 Itake, I will teach you the art of seduction starting from Konoha to become a villain. 3 days later. Niji held a dogtail grass in his mouth and sat on the stone, with the breeze blowing across his cheeks. Itake and Kisame stood behind Niji on both sides, and the 3 of them looked down at Naruto and Jiraiya, who were walking on the path with backpacks on their backs, noisy. During these 3 days, Itake went deep into Konoha several times to look for opportunities. As for Hoshigaki Kisame, after being beaten by society, he seemed to have learned his lesson and never entered Konoha. Hoshigaki Kisame and Niji did nothing, providing Uchiha Itake with the best opportunity. It's troublesome. The legendary 3 ninjas personally escorted us. I didn't expect Konoha to protect the 9 tails Jinchuriki so strictly. It seems that our actions have alarmed them. Hoshigaki Kisame frowned slightly. Ninkai glanced at Itake behind him. In the past 3 days, Itake must have sent a lot of messages and talked with the top leaders. In other words, this is very likely a trap. As for whether it is, we will know after a test. So, Niji took over Kisame's words and said, from this point of view, the chance of obtaining the 9 tails Jinchuriki is slim. Let's go home. No matter how strong a person is, he has weaknesses. Even if he is one of the legendary 3 ninjas, Jiraiya's weakness is lust, Itake said lightly. A gleam of light flashed across Niji's eyes, and he pretended to be curious and asked, "What are you going to do? Will one of the 3 of us perform a transformation technique to lure Jiraiya away? Speaking of which, I do have a ninjutsu called the seduction technique, which can turn into a beautiful woman." Speaking of this seduction technique, in order to learn this ninjutsu from Naruto, he treated Naruto to 3 days of ramen. Glancing at Niji, Kisame took a step back slightly. He didn't expect that this kid actually had this hobby. As if he didn't see Kisame's reaction, Niji continued, "Someone has tried it personally, and it is absolutely 100% effective. Who of you can go up and I can teach you?" At this point, Niji's eyes lit up. Whether it was Kisame or Itaki who turned into a woman, it would definitely be very interesting. "I'm not suitable for this kind of thing." Kisame's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly said that it was no problem for him to fight Jiraiya to death, but he couldn't turn into a woman to seduce Jiraiya. Rolling his eyes at Kisame, Niji said disdainfully, "Forget about you. With your appearance, you won't be very beautiful as a woman. Itaki is suitable for this kind of thing. Look, such a handsome face, soft black hair, it will definitely look good as a beauty." Seeing Nisi circling around Itaki and commenting seriously, even Hoshigaki Kisame, who had a low sense of humor, was trying not to laugh. Hearing Nisi's words, Itaki's face darkened slightly and he said, "Why bother using a beautiful woman to lure Jiraiya away? You can do this by just using illusion to control others." "That's different," Niji shook his head and said, "You and I both know that ordinary people don't have chakra. Using illusions on ordinary people will leave traces no matter how clean they are. Of course, I know that your illusions, Itaki, are unmatched in the world. But we are facing Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, so we must be cautious. If it was Itaki who cast the seduction technique, it would be different. After the transformation, you can cast an illusion on yourself to eliminate the traces on your body. The most important point is that even if Jiraiya finds out, it is not a problem to stop Jiraiya with your strength, Itaki, and it can also buy more time for me and Kisame. Of course, Itaki, if you find it hard to accept, it doesn't matter. We will go back directly and tell Pain that the Ninetales Jinchuriki is protected by the 3 ninjas Jiraiya himself. I think he won't blame us." Itaka looked at Niji deeply. He said both the positive and negative words. He couldn't help it now. How many seals are needed for this ninjutsu? Hearing Itaka say this, Niji tried to hold back his laughter and said seriously, "It's very simple, only 2 seals are needed, and with your talent, Itaki, you can learn it in 1 minute." Half an hour later. Shikuba Town. Niji stood on the roof of a small building, watching the black-clad beauty that Itaka transformed into in the crowd walking towards Jiraiya, who was chatting up a beautiful woman on the street, and Niji finally couldn't hold back. "Ha ha ha!" He laughed while holding his stomach. Although Hoshigaki Kisame next to him didn't laugh as exaggeratedly as Niji, he couldn't help laughing at the moment when he saw Itaki, who was still a little awkward in the crowd, and his eyes were smiling. After laughing for a while, Hoshigaki Kisame put away his smile and said seriously, "Mr. Itaki can't delay for long, we have to make a quick decision. Let's go." Putting away his smile, Niji's face instantly became serious. "Let's not talk about Itaki's seduction technique for the time being." To attract Jiraiya, Niji and Hoshigaki Kisame went straight to the hotel where Naruto was staying. Kisame directly pressed his big sword Samehada on the clerk's shoulder and asked which room Naruto was staying in. In front of the door, Kisame raised his foot to break in, but Niji knocked on the door first. Seeing this, Kisame put his foot away and stood quietly aside. Dong dong! After knocking 3 times, there was a movement in the room, and then the door handle turned, and with a click, the door slowly opened. Naruto, who thought Jiraiya had come back, opened the door with an unhappy face. He was about to say a lot of complaints, but when he looked up and saw Niji appearing at the door, all his words disappeared. Naruto looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar partner in front of him in shock, and their eyes met in the air. Ninkai was the first to speak, breaking the silence and said, "Long time no see, Naruto, although it's only 10 days. Naruto woke up and shouted, "Ninkai!" Then there were countless puzzles. Why did you betray Konoha? Why did you steal the Book of Seals? Why did you kill me? My dear, there is more to this chapter, Please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. Chapter 65 Attaque, I will teach you the art of seduction starting from Konoha to be a villain. After asking, Naruto clenched his fists and looked at Ninkai with gritted teeth. Facing Naruto's questions like bamboo tube pouring beans, Ninkai tilted his head and smiled, "Follow me, I will tell you everything. I will bring you back to the village, Niji." Naruto clenched his fist and shouted, "No matter what you become, whether you are a traitor or not, I will treat you as my partner." At this moment, Naruto's eyes were bloodshot, and dark red Ninetales chakra burst out from his body. "Is this the Ninetales chakra?" Kisame was surprised and said, "It is very violent but also very powerful, but the Jinchuriki is too weak." As he said that, Kisame waved the big sword Samehada and gently waved it in front of Naruto, and the Ninetales chakra disappeared instantly and was all swallowed by the big sword Samehada. Naruto felt that the chakra in his body was empty. Although he was very strange, he knew that refining chakra was the most urgent thing at the moment. The big sword Samehada was excited. Kisame grinned, turned his head and said to Niji, "Language is the most useless weapon, only strength is the most terrible thing. Mr. Niji, since you are unwilling to take action against your former partner, let me do it for you." As he spoke, Kisame raised his big sword Samehada high and swung it, slashing it towards Naruto. In the blink of an eye, a green figure rushed in from the window, and the person rushed in front of Kisame at an extremely fast speed. Konoha Goriki Whirlwind. A backspinning kick hit Kisame's chin, sending Kisame flying, and smashing through the wall behind him with a bang. The strong wind blew in his face, and Niji narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the familiar figure in front of him, and said lightly, "Teacher Kai, it's been a long time since we last met." "Teacher with thick eyebrows." Naruto shouted excitedly when he saw Kai. Kai turned and looked at Niji, frowning. He hadn't seen him for just 10 days, and this disciple who made him proud became familiar and so strange at this moment. "Niji, come back with me, I will explain everything to the top management. Cancel your wanted order." Chapter 66 Kamehame vs Day Tiger starting from Konoha to be a villain. Bang! The rubble exploded everywhere, and Kisame slowly stood up from the ground. Looking up at Kai who kicked him away, he said in a deep voice, "It's you again, the rare beast. I didn't expect that you, a guy with a head like a rare beast, are actually Mr. Niji's teacher." "Oh, it's you!" Kai shouted. "Do you remember me?" "It seems that your head is bigger than the rare beast," Kisame said. "Who are you? I seem to have seen you somewhere before." Kisame narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "It's really infuriating. Today I must avenge the kick that day and the kick just now." As he said that, Kisame rushed towards Kai, swinging the big sword Samehada and slashing down, but was stopped by Ninkai who appeared in front of him halfway. Looking down at Ninkai, Kisame frowned and said, "Mr. Ninkai, what do you mean by stopping me? Fighting with Teacher Kai, you will die." After saying this lightly, Ninkai took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Kisame. Kisame was a little unhappy. Ninkai underestimated himself too much. He was just a rare beast. Besides, he is my teacher. This is a master-disciple duel. I want to solve it alone. In that case, I will help Mr. Ninkai on the side. Kisame took 2 steps back with the big sword Samehada on his shoulder. Suddenly, Ninkai reminded him fiercely, "Watch your feet." Hearing this, Kisame did not hesitate at all, and immediately dodged to the side, sliding his feet close to the ground, while looking at the place where he had just stood. "I saw a black shadow flying over the place where Kisame had just stood. What is this?" However, as soon as the voice fell, Kisame suddenly felt that his body was controlled by an invisible force, and it was difficult to move, even he could not break free for a while. The shadow binding technique is completed. A low shout came from the corner. Kisame looked up in the direction of the sound, and saw Narashikaka wearing a Konoha ninja uniform slowly walking out. Seeing Kisame being subdued, Niji frowned slightly. knowing that my Byakugan can detect sneak attack shadows, the shadow is divided into two parts, one part is used to attract my attention, and the other shadow is ambushed at the place where Kisame has long been estimated. Nara Shikaku is worthy of being a Konoha military, and his IQ is super high. Shadow binding technique? Kisame muttered, and suddenly thought of it, and said, so that's it. I heard that this is the secret ninjutsu of the Nara clan of Konoha, which can freely control the shadows to fight. I guess you are the Konoha military strategist Nara Shikaku who formulated a series of strategies and commanded Konoha in the Third Ninja World War. After a pause, Kisame said again, Mr. Ninkai, it seems that we have been tricked from the beginning. The Ninetales Jinchuriki is a bait thrown out, and the target is us. Who told you and attack it to alarm Konoha? Jiraiya knows the information of Akatsuki. With Nara Shikaku's brain, it is easy to deduce these things. Kisame frowned slightly and said worriedly, it seems that Mr. Itaki is also in danger. He is not in big trouble. We have to get out as soon as possible. Nara Shikaku appeared, there must be more than one person, maybe Inoshikajo is here. Ninkai glanced at Kisame behind him and reminded. Bang! Kisame broke the shadow binding technique with a bang, rushed out quickly, and swung the big sword Samehada to chop at Nara Shikaku. At this moment, a giant hand swung out from the side, smashing the wall, and blasting Kisame away with the rubble. At the same time, Yamanaka Inoichi appeared behind Naruto and took Naruto away. The three people cooperated perfectly. In an instant, Kisame was separated from him, and Naruto was taken to a safe area. Only Nara Shikaku of Konoha could make such an accurate prediction to this point. Niji was helpless. Kisame reminded him but still got hit. The individual strength of the Inoshikacho may not be very strong, but the three of them joined forces and relied on Nara Shikaku's brain to formulate a series of combat plans according to local conditions. Ninkai, Kai said again, although I don't know why you mixed with the traitorous ninja Uchiha Itaki and Hoshigaki Kisame and joined the Akatsuki organization, if you go back with me now, the new 5th generation Hokage is likely to forgive your sins. Ninkai shook his head and said with a smile, Teacher Kai, you are still so naive. In your opinion, what I did was a sin, but in my opinion, it was just a means of self-rescue. I don't care about whether it is a village or not. For a person whose life and death are controlled by others, why bother talking about those illusory things? As soon as the voice fell, Ninkai raised his head suddenly and rolled his eyes. After a struggle in his heart, Kai clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, the third Hokage must be how I feel now, the struggle in the face of the betrayal of his beloved disciple, the pain of the duel with his beloved disciple, and the determination to solve everything by himself. I can now truly understand the feelings of the third Hokage at that time. But I won't kill you, Ninkai, I will take you back. Ninkai said in a deep voice, you sound like you can kill me at any time, Teacher Kai. Ordinary physical skills won't work on you, and I don't want to fight you for too long. Since you can kill the Kazekage, let's decide the outcome with one move. Kai crossed his hands in front of his chest and said slowly, looking up at Niji in front of him, and shouted in a deep voice. 8 gates of ninjutsu 7th the door of shock opens. Boom! The void vibrated, the air exploded, and a series of air explosions broke out. 7 doors. Ninkai's face suddenly became solemn. Teacher Kai was not going to give him a chance to live. He was just 7 gates. I saw blue steam bursting out of Kai's body. The walls on both sides burst under the blue steam, shattered into powder and scattered around. Even the air could not bear this force. Chapter 66 Kamehameha vs Day Tiger Starting from Konoha to be a villain. The blue steam rushed up to the sky, lifted the roof, and the sun fell on the two people. The oncoming impact blew on Ninkai's face like a hurricane, forcing Ninkai to keep retreating. Just relying on physical skills to be so strong, it is worthy of being Teacher Kai. Ninkai exclaimed. Ninkai, haven't you always wanted to see the 8 gates? Today I will let you feel the power of the 8 gates. As Kai said this, he put his hands together. Perhaps it was difficult for ordinary people to notice, but Ninkai could see with his Byakugan that the air around him was compressing towards teacher Kai's palm. Water breathing technique. Ninkai whispered in his heart and suddenly inhaled a large amount of oxygen, which instantly doubled his physical fitness. Then Ninkai slowly put his hands together and put them in a cross shape on his abdomen. I saw a lot of light in the middle of Ninkai's hands, like bright starlight, and the energy of his whole body gathered between his hands. The light became more and more dazzling, gradually materialized, and the dazzling light was like the sun. Teacher Kai, let me use this move to put an end to the teacher-student relationship between us. Ninkai shouted, and the next second, his hands suddenly pushed out. Kameha! A beam of light flew out, emitting a dazzling light, shining like the sun. Wherever it passed, the void was distorted and the air exploded. Since the transplant of Hashirama's cells, Niji's body energy has increased like a rocket. In addition, he has fought countless battles during this period, which has further enhanced the physical energy of Niji, who is in the stage of physical development. Now the power of Kamehameha is incomparable. Facing Mr. Kai, who has opened 7 gates, Niji can only fight with all his strength. Day Tiger! Kai also shouted loudly, and swung a concentrated super high-speed straight punch at Niji. The moment the straight punch was thrown, the compressed air spread out in one breath, forming a powerful air cannon, roaring like a tiger, and killing Niji. Like a meteorite across the sky, the light wave hit the Day Tiger heavily. Boom! A shocking explosion shook the world, the sky swayed, and the earth trembled. A ray of light like the birth of the world flew around, and then a loud bang like 1,000 thunders spread over a radius of dozens of kilometers. I saw a beam of light rising into the sky, scattering the white clouds thousands of meters high. Everyone was attracted by this amazing scene, whether it was Itaki who was fighting with Jiraiya, or Hoshigaki Kisame who was fighting with Inoshikajo. Everyone subconsciously stopped and looked up at the beam of light that was rising into the sky. Then, the visible shock wave spread in all directions. Wherever it passed, all buildings were destroyed, and hundreds of lives disappeared under the shock wave. From the sky, the shock wave spread in a circular shape like a wave, at a very fast speed. In a blink of an eye, it spread throughout the town and rushed into the forest next to it, with flying sand and rocks, and countless plants and trees were broken. This is the power of ninjas. A strong ninja can kill countless ordinary people with one blow, and it is not a problem to break mountains and rivers. 3 more, please recommend. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, from Konoha to be a villain Shuhage. Chapter 67 Be my subordinate _ be a villain from Konoha. The shock wave destroyed everything along the way, and large areas of houses collapsed one after another, pulling withered and rotten. Is this the strength of Mr. Ninkai and the rare beast? Kisame's face was solemn and his eyes narrowed. Earlier, Niji said he would be killed, but Kisame didn't take it seriously. Now it seems that if he really fights with that precious beast, he will really be killed. Looking up and seeing the shock wave coming, Kisame's figure flashed and he broke away from the battle with Ino, Shika, and Joe. Although Ino, Shika, and Joe wanted to catch up with Kisame, they were blocked by the shock wave and could only watch Kisame leave. At the edge of the town, Jiraiya and Itaki were originally fighting in the center of the town, but Jiraiya moved the battlefield to the edge to avoid hurting innocent people, and Itaki also cooperated very tacitly. Even though we are so far apart, we can still clearly feel the strong chakra fluctuations. How many gates did Kai open? Jiraiya was extremely irritated. This time the plan was to capture members of Akatsuki and capture 2 traitorous ninjas, Uchiha Itaki and Hyaga Niji. He, Kai and Inoshikacho thought they had a good chance, but they didn't expect this to happen just as the battle started. Mr. Jiraiya, let's end our battle. There will be opportunities in the future, Itaka said lightly, turning into countless crows and disappearing on the spot. Watching Itaka leave, Jiraiya did not stop him. He ruffled his hair and sighed, "Are all young people so good now? Uchiha Itachi has become. She has grown to this point. But she has no moral conscience at all. She has become such a beautiful woman. She even deceives an old man like me. The scene changes to the town. The wind swept past, the dust and smoke slowly dissipated, and a huge deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in the center of the town. The originally prosperous town turned into ruins in an instant. It is difficult to find a few intact houses in the entire town center. Ninkai and Kai stood dozens of meters apart, facing each other from a distance. With a bang, Ninkai half knelt on the ground, panting. Kamehameha almost exhausted all his strength. Now he has very little chakra in his body. His chakra is still too little. Facing the day tiger used by Kai, who opened the Jingmen, he can only resist it with all his strength. Although he exhausted his chakra, the teacher Kai on the opposite side was not feeling well either. It was a heavy burden to open the Jingmen, not to mention that he also performed a move of day tiger. Kai said in a deep voice, "Ninkai, surrender, and follow me back to the village." "Teacher Kai, I'm afraid it won't work today." Looking up at Kai in front of him, Niji smiled slightly. Seeing that Niji still had a backup plan, Kai frowned slightly, his figure flashed, and he rushed towards Niji quickly. At this moment, Kisame finally arrived, rushed out from the ground, and his hands had already formed seals. Water style. Explosive water wave. He opened his mouth and sprayed a large amount of water. A huge lake-like water flow rushed down from the top of the deep pit, carrying a force of 10,000 tons, blocking between Kai and Niji. Seeing the water blocking his way, Kai's speed did not slow down at all. Instead, he burst out with a stronger speed and crashed into the water like a beast. A roar sounded, and Kai was seen walking in the water as if on flat ground. The blue steam coming out of his body separated the water flow several meters away, making it difficult to get close. Kisame, who happened to help Niji up, looked up and was shocked to see this scene. "I take back what I said before, this guy is a beast." Seeing that Kisame still had time to say this, Niji was thinking about chopping this guy to death. "Is it time for you to be shocked now? Now is the time to run away. If there is another attack from the day tiger, both of us will be finished." Of course, Kisame is finished to a large extent. He can still run if he wants to. After holding up Niji, Kisame quickly rushed to the deep pit. Now it is most important to escape. But Guy had already broken through the water flow, and seeing that Kisame was going to take Niji away, Guy hurriedly chased after him. Seeing Guy teacher chasing behind him, Nisi looked solemn. Guy teacher's speed with the Jingmen activated was beyond the ordinary cage level, and naturally exceeded Hoshigaki Kisame. "I wanted to save some energy, but now it seems that it can't be saved." Raising his finger and pointing it at Guy teacher who was catching up behind him, I saw a dazzling light flashing between his fingers, and the flash particles gathered, and Nisi whispered softly, "Laser beam." A bright and dazzling light flew out, and in an instant it came in front of Kai, piercing through the blue steam surrounding Kai and falling on Kai. Boom! The explosion roared, accompanied by a loud noise, flames, and black dust flying like mist. Looking at the huge explosion behind him, Kisame glanced at Niji next to him, secretly surprised. Obviously, his chakra is exhausted, why can he still use such a powerful ninjutsu? It seems that Mr. Niji has many secrets hidden in him. A laser beam alone cannot kill Teacher Kai, but it is enough to stop Teacher Kai from continuing to chase. When Kai tore through the black mist of the explosion and rushed to the top of the pit, Kisame had already disappeared into the ruins with Niji. Damn it! Kai cursed angrily, just a little bit, he could take Niji back. In the dark and damp cave, the sound of water drops was heard sporadically. The sound of footsteps splashing water echoed in the silent and dark cave, attracting the attention of Niji who was sitting in the cave. Sitting cross-legged beside the pool, Niji stopped extracting chakra and looked up at Kisame who walked into the cave. Before Niji could speak, Kisame said first, "I have checked, there are no pursuers, but I can't contact Mr. Itaka for the time being, and I don't know how he is facing Jiraiya alone. Looking at Kisame in surprise, Niji said, "It seems that you are very worried about Itaka. I didn't expect that even you would worry about your companions." "Don't talk like you know me well, Mr. Niji. This chapter is not over yet, please click the next page to continue reading." Chapter 67 Be My Subordinate starting from Konoha to be a villain. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Kisame looked unfriendly and warned Niji. Niji smiled indifferently and said, "As a Kirigakure ninja, you killed your superior with your own hands and became the second-generation master of the big sword Samehada. For the sake of the country and the village, for the mission, as a mist ninja, he had to kill his fellow mist ninjas, and finally believed that this world was nothing but a fake in order to protect the secrets of the village. He did not hesitate to kill the woman who loved him." Whoosh! A sound of wind sounded. Before Niji finished speaking, Kisame swung the big sword Samehada and slashed at Niji. Niji's figure flashed and easily dodged, standing on the water with his legs. Hey, you started fighting just because you disagreed. I only told you half of your experience." Without saying a word, Kisame rushed towards Niji and swung the big sword Samehada to slash at Niji. He was very skilled, as if he had killed thousands of people. Swish! A bright sword light flashed in the dark and damp cave, followed by a sharp sound. The sound of metal colliding. Swish! Fires flashed everywhere, and the black barbs emerging from the bandages slid across the sharp blade. The two figures crossed each other and stood on the water. Kisame turned around and looked at Niji, and said in a deep voice, "I really underestimated you, Mr. Niji. I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be so superb." Niji turned around and smiled, "It's just so-so. If you fight with strong people more often, you will be able to do it if you don't know it." After a pause, he suddenly changed the subject and said, "It's a bit too hasty to attack your partner when you don't agree with him, Hoshigaki Kisame. What is your purpose?" Kisame narrowed his eyes. Few people knew what he said just now. How could Niji, a newcomer who had lived in Konoha since childhood and had just joined Akatsuki, know this? And he deliberately said this to him? "My purpose is you." As he spoke, Niji walked back to the shore. Compared with the soft water, the thick earth gave people a sense of security. "Me?" Kisame shouted, puzzled, "I have neither money nor power nor am I a beauty." It was fine at first, but when Niji heard the last sentence, his head was full of black lines. Kisame has also learned bad things. It seems that he has been with Itaka for too long, and Kisame is not as innocent as before. Niji mourned for Kisame in his heart, and at the same time severely criticized Uchiha Itaka's shameless behavior of pretending to be a woman to seduce Jiraiya. Dispelling the random thoughts in his head, Niji said seriously, "I need an assistant, so I need you to be my subordinate." Chapter 68 The world is so complicated starting from Konoha as a villain. With his eyes slightly bulging, Kisame looked at Niji in disbelief. He didn't expect that Niji's target was actually him. His eyes turned slightly, and Kisame smiled meaningfully. "It seems that Mr. Niji's purpose of joining Akatsuki is not pure. You and I are the same. It seems that you are serving Akatsuki, but in fact you are just doing things for others." Niji didn't want to talk nonsense with Hoshigaki Kisame anymore, so he directly pointed out the truth. Anyway, there was no one here, and no one else would hear it except him and Kisame. Startled, Kisame looked at Niji in disbelief. The other party not only knew everything about his past, but also knew that he was listening to others behind his back. Seeing that Kisame didn't speak, Niji continued, "The man with the Sharingan calls himself Uchiha Madara, right?" With his eyes bulging, Kisame couldn't hide his shock, and looked at Niji in disbelief. Such a confidential matter, Niji actually knew it so clearly. If Kisame thought Niji was deceiving him just now, but now Niji even knew about Uchiha Madara, it means that the other party must be very familiar with the matter. "Who are you?" Kisame couldn't help asking. With a slight smile on his lips, Niji asked back, what you should ask is not who I am, but who is the person behind you. What do you mean? Kisame asked again. Do you really think he has the Sharingan? Is it Uchiha Madara? Kisame narrowed his eyes and fell silent. Without Niji saying it, he had doubted it more than once. Uchiha Madara, who was defeated by the god of ninja world, Senjo Hashirama, is still alive today, which is an unusual thing in itself. But Kisame couldn't think of anyone other than Uchiha Madara who could easily control the power of the Sharingan of the fourth Mizukage, who was a Jinchuriki. Besides, he wasn't too interested in whether the other party was really Uchiha Madara. He was interested in seeing through the falsehood of the world and finding the real world. Put the ninja sword back into the scabbard on his back. In addition to Uchiha, there is also the so-called Moon Eye project. Kisame was shocked. He didn't even know this. Then he thought that since the other party knew Uchiha Madara, it was reasonable for him to know the Moon Eye project. Since the other party is not Uchiha Madara, who is the other party? Kisame asked curiously. Niji didn't say anything else. He looked at Kisame meaningfully and grinned, if you want to know these, you need to pay a price. Instead of agreeing to Niji immediately, Kisame lowered his head to think for a while, and slowly raised his head to look at Niji. If you can tell me the falsehood in front of me and let me see the truth of this world, even death will be insignificant to me. Although Niji is only a 13-year-old kid, it would be a big mistake to treat him like a kid. There is no way that the secret between him and Uchiha Madara could be known by a third person, but it came out of his mouth like this. If the secret between him and Uchiha Madara could be leaked and accidentally known by him, but the other party actually knew things that only he knew, including her, those things made Kisame have to believe the answer that he was most unlikely to believe in his heart, that what this guy said was true. Suddenly Kisame raised his head and said with a cold look, but if you can't let me see the truth of the world, I will kill you at the cost of my life. Hearing this, Niji looked down at Kisame, smiling and half smiling, and their eyes collided in the void, and it seemed that sparks were generated invisibly. Retracting his gaze, Niji said, in that case, then I will tell you that the real Uchiha Madara is dead, and the person who claims to be Uchiha Madara is the successor of Uchiha Madara. His real identity is Uchiha Obito, a Chunin of Konoha and a disciple of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Shocked, Kisame couldn't believe it. I believe that the guy who treated him as a subordinate was actually the disciple of the fourth Hokage. For a moment, a faint fear emerged in my heart. When he first met Uchiha Madara, the other party showed a strong eye power, controlled the fourth Mizukage, revealed his identity to him, and told him the Eye of the Moon plan. At that time, Kisame knew that the chaos in the Hidden Mist Village was caused by Uchiha Madara, and he was the biggest conspirator in the Hidden Mist Village. However, the 13-year-old boy in front of him now knows all this so clearly. Compared with Uchiha Madara, Kisame thinks that the boy in front of him is the biggest conspirator. And these two people are from Konoha. Kisame once again realized that the seemingly peaceful and calm Konoha is the most dangerous and darkest place in the ninja world. Otherwise, how could one conspirator after another be cultivated? First it was Uchiha Madara, then it was Uchiha Obito, and now it is Hyuga Niji. Never go to Konoha again in the future. Kisame made up his mind that he would not go to Konoha even if he was beaten to death. Compared with Konoha, the title of Blood Mist Village of Kirigakure is not worth mentioning. As for the Moon Eye plan, Niji dragged his chin with one hand and said, this is complicated. Uchiha Madara said that he would build a peaceful and real world. But in fact, it is to capture all the tailed beasts and use the opening of the Samsara Eye to release the infinite Tsukuyomi to control everyone in the world, unify the world, and create a permanent peace in the illusion. And his successor Uchiha Obito hopes to use the 10 tails to release the infinite Tsukuyomi and create a world where he can reunite with his beloved girl. In fact, both of them were deceived, they were used by others, and the real purpose of Zetsu was to use this to resurrect his mother. Even Zetsu is involved. Kisame stared in disbelief. He had always thought that even if he had not completely seen through this false world, he had seen through 6 or 7 layers. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shuhage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 68 The world is so complicated _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. But today, after hearing what Niji said, he suddenly realized that this world is a conspiracy after another conspiracy, and behind an ambitious person there is another ambitious person. You trap me, and I trap you. Who would have thought that a weak guy like Zetsu was actually a darker hand than Uchiha's ban? Uchiha Obito, the guy who deceived him, was also deceived by others. And he was just the most superficial one, and he didn't even see through the first layer. Suddenly, Kisame felt that the whole world was fake. Am I also fake? Ninkai couldn't see through people's hearts, and didn't know what Kisame was thinking. Seeing that Kisame didn't speak, he thought that he should give Kisame time to accept it, so he stopped and didn't speak again, quietly waiting for Kisame to sort out the news. After a long time, Kisame accepted this flood of information and looked up and said, Mr. Ninkai, who is the mother you mentioned at the end? Why is the moon? I plan to resurrect her. Ninkai raised his eyebrows and said, this is more complicated. In short, she was betrayed by her husband, and then she was psychologically twisted and lived for 1,000 years. An old woman, she gave birth to 2 sons, one of whom is called the Six-Path Sage, the legendary ancestor of ninja. Ninkai nodded and said, it's this old man. Even the mother of the ancestor of ninjas came out. Kisame took a deep breath. This world is so complicated. Kisame thought that he should just work honestly under Niji. Exploring the truth of the world is too difficult and not suitable for him. Zetsu's mother is the mother of the Six-Path Sage, which means that Zetsu is the younger brother of the ancestor of ninjas Six-Path Sage. I didn't expect that. I also ordered the younger brother of the ancestor of the ninja world Six-Path Sage around. Thinking of this, Kisame's face instantly became exciting. By the way, Mr. Niji, Kisame suddenly thought of something and asked, where is the other brother of the Six-Path Sage? Seeing Niji pointing to the top of the dim cave, Kisame subconsciously looked up and saw only black stones. On the moon. Blinking, Kisame sighed. The world is really complicated. Ding dong. The side quest is completed, Hoshigaki Kisame is subdued, and the chakra volume is rewarded with 500 points and the energy value is 500 points. Chapter 69 Daily Life of the Akatsuki People _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse, and the bright white moonlight covers the earth like a veil. In the dense forest, the moonlight shines through the dense branches and leaves, like a series of white light beams falling into the forest. Niji and Kisame jumped in the forest like flexible monkeys, rushing towards the rendezvous point sent by Itake. Following behind Niji, Kisame asked, Mr. Niji, what should we do next? Kill Uchiha Obito. Don't touch him for the time being, he is still useful. Killing Obito at this stage is not very profitable, and Niji needs to use Obito's hand to deal with some difficult guys. It can also make this mess even more chaotic. However, if you want to make Obito, who is hiding in the dark, emerge, you have to get involved, and you need to use some means. This time when he returns to Akatsuki, Niji's target is Obito. Since he wants to become the biggest villain, he must first kill the other villains and then kill the protagonist. Behind him, Kisame hesitated, but still asked the doubts in his heart, Mr. Niji, why did you choose me? In comparison, you have better choices, such as Mr. Itake. There is only one person in Akatsuki that Kisame respects, and that is Itake. Even Pain, Kisame looks down on him. In the eyes of the original Kisame, Pain is just like him, obeying Uchiha Madara. But now Kisame thinks that Pain is just a fool who has been deceived. From the beginning, he has been in someone else's trap and has been following someone else's plan step by step. But Itake is obviously different. Whether it is strength or wisdom, Kisame respects him from the bottom of his heart. Itake. Muttering, Niji looked back at Hoshigaki Kisame and said with a joking smile, he is a double agent. He has been a Konoha spy since the beginning. The extermination of the Uchiha clan and joining the Akatsuki were all orders from the Konoha high level. Everything he did was to protect Konoha. Plop. There was a sound of heavy objects falling from behind. After reuniting with Itake, the three of them tacitly agreed that it was not the best time to seize the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so they returned to the Rain Village to report to Pain. Back at the Akatsuki base in the Rain Village, the three reported the details to Pain. After understanding, Pain just said to wait for the opportunity and let the three go back to rest. In the bright room, Niji sat cross-legged on the bed, making seals with his hands, and practiced extracting chakra every day. His eyes suddenly opened, a gleam of light flashed across Niji's eyes, and he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Chakra amount, 6690/6720, Jounin chakra amount, 4000 to 7000. He looked at his chakra amount and found that he was only a little bit away from breaking through the Jounin chakra amount. During this period, there were constant battles of all sizes, and with the chakra amount rewarded by the system, his chakra amount increased very rapidly. But thinking of the opponents he had fought recently, almost all of them were cage-level strong men, and the chakra amount in their bodies was far beyond that of ordinary people. Take Hoshigaki Kisame for example, his chakra was so strong that it could rival the tailed beasts, and even Itake's chakra was very strong. A move that could resist the Kamehameha of the Day Tiger almost exhausted all his energy. Now, the chakra amount in his body should be about the same as that of Kakashi. Gurgle. At this moment, Niji's stomach growled. Man is iron and rice is steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you will be hungry. Let's eat. Jumping off the bed, Niji stretched his body and walked out of the room. What caught my eye was the continuous heavy rain. The heavy rain in the Hidden Rain Village has not stopped in the past few days. For the Hidden Rain Village ninjas, they have adapted to this kind of weather, but for Niji, who has lived in Konoha since childhood, it is impossible to adapt in a short time. Ordinary rain is naturally impossible to fall like this. The continuous heavy rain is actually Pain's ninjutsu. Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. Pain uses chakra to create rain clouds and then makes them fall. Every drop of rain that falls during the activation of the technique is closely connected with Pain's feelings. Because the chakra outside the village will cover the rain, so that the intruder can be sensed. This is a ninjutsu with a very wide coverage, which can monitor the entire ninja village 24 hours a day at any time and anywhere. And the activation of this ninjutsu also means that Pain leaves the Hidden Rain Village. Boom! On the way to the cafeteria, there was an explosion from the small tower next to him, and Niji turned his head to look. A ball of hot fire smashed the wall and came out of the small tower. The billowing smoke rose into the sky like a sandstorm, accompanied by the gorgeous bloom of scarlet flames. The broken wall smashed into the ground like a meteorite. The small tower was 100 meters above the ground, and a muffled sound came after a long time. Looking at the iron door that had not been opened for a long time, Ninkai frowned slightly and said, "Deidara, you will not blow yourself to death, right?" Living in the small tower is Deidara, this bomb boy who regards explosion as an art. In addition to going out to perform missions, his greatest pleasure every day is to study new types of explosions. So Deidara's residence often explodes, sometimes even several times a day. However, it is rare to have such a big explosion like today. Even the walls built of reinforced concrete were blown to pieces. Click! The heavy iron door was pushed open from the inside, and a large amount of black smoke immediately poured out. The embarrassed Deidara walked out of the room coughing, and touched his face with both hands, leaving several black fingerprints on his face. Not dead. Deidara, who had just left the house, heard what Niji said and said unhappily, "I will not be killed by my art. When I develop an explosion that even your Byakugan cannot detect, I will definitely avenge the kick that day." Speaking of the most worthy otaku in Akatsuki, the only one who can surpass Deidara is Scorpion. Except for carrying out missions, Scorpion can stay in the room without leaving the room at all. He stays in the room every day to study puppets. Chapter 69 Daily Life of the Akatsuki People Starting to be a villain from Konoha. According to the Big Mouth Deidara, Scorpion's highest record, it was 10 days since he left the room, and no one went in. Whatever, I'm going to eat now. Nisi waved his hand and walked towards the cafeteria without looking back. After Nisi said that, Deidara also felt a little hungry, so he caught up with Nisi and went to the cafeteria together. On the way to the cafeteria, Nisi passed by Itaka's room and saw Itaka standing on the balcony. Whoosh! Itaka raised his hand and shot 4 kunao. The kunao shot at the same time collided in the air, and the fire was everywhere. The 4 kunao changed direction with the force and accurately hit the 4 targets placed in different directions. As the saying goes, an expert knows whether it is good or not as soon as he makes a move. 2 kunao collided in the air and changed direction and hit the target. There are not many people who can do this even among the jonin. Not to mention 4 kunao, which is at least 10 times more difficult than 2 kunao, but Itaka can still do it so easily. When it comes to throwing kunao, Itaka has no rivals in the ninja world. Papa good! A round of applause and cheers came. Itaka turned his head and saw that Nisi and Deidara stood behind him without knowing when, and it was Nisi who applauded. Deidara pursed his lips and said disdainfully, "Compared with my explosion art, it's not worth mentioning." Seeing that it was Nisi, Itaka's face darkened, and he immediately turned his head and walked into the room. "Did you offend Uchiha Itaka?" Deidara asked curiously. Although Uchiha Itaka was arrogant and indifferent, he would not close the door and go in after looking at someone, unless someone provoked him. Some people really hold grudges. Nisi pursed his lips, it was just a woman, as if he had not changed. Suddenly, Nisi glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a target standing on the top of the tower hundreds of meters away. He raised his hand and pointed at the target, and asked curiously, "Why is a target standing so far away?" "Oh," Deidara looked up and explained, "that's the sign Kakuzu put up. He likes to shoot shurikens or kunao at it when he has nothing to do. It's about 500 meters from where Kakuzu lives. His kunao can shoot far enough." Nyaji roughly estimated the distance between the two sites. Hearing this, Deidara casually said, "This is still close. Kakuzu can usually shoot kunao out of the village. Being able to shoot so far can barely be considered an art." Hearing this, Nyaji couldn't help but look at Deidara. This guy is very gossipy. He knows what the people of Akatsuki usually do. The two chatted casually, and Nyaji learned a lot about Akatsuki from Deidara's big mouth. If you like starting to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting to be a villain from Konoha's Shohage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 70 An honest man also wants to be an actor starting from Konoha as a villain. It must be said that since Akatsuki occupied the Rain Village, the environment of Akatsuki, which was originally only able to stay in the cave, has suddenly changed dramatically. The identities of Akatsuki members are confidential, and even in the hidden Rain Village, they will not appear in front of others. Konan usually manages the hidden Rain Village. Konan is both the logistics of Akatsuki and the chief steward of Akatsuki. Therefore, Akatsuki members have a 24-hour canteen, where they can eat all kinds of food anytime and anywhere, and there are special people to provide them. However, ninjas do bloody work on the tip of a knife. It is very common to have to eat only military ration pills for days and nights of fighting, and they don't have much appetite. Therefore, there are very few fat ninjas, except for ninjas like the Akimichi clan who need a lot of fat. When Niji came to the canteen, there were already people eating in the canteen. One was Hoshigaki Kisame, and the other was a stranger. No. It should be said that he has no face, wearing an orange-yellow one-eyed vortex mask, and is sitting in his seat eating dumplings. Afii, in fact, should be called Uchiha Obito. When he looked up and saw Ninkai, Afei quickly stood up and shouted exaggeratedly, "This is Hyaga Ninkai who has just joined Akatsuki. Your name has spread throughout the ninja world and major countries. My name is Afei. Please give me more guidance in the future." Ninkai glanced at Afei, and Afei immediately retreated madly, like a frightened sheep. "What a terrible look, Ninkai Sr." A crow flew over the heads of the crowd. Rolling his eyes, Ninkai was speechless. "You don't feel embarrassed when you tell such a cold joke, but we all feel embarrassed." Everyone looked at Afei as if they were looking at a fool. But if someone really underestimated him, it would be a big mistake. He brought endless pain to many people in the ninja world. It seems that my appearance has broken the future, and made Afei, who would appear in a few years, appear now. The days to come should not be boring. I was still thinking about how to find you, but I didn't expect you to come to my door on your own initiative, Uchiha Obito. Who is this guy? Deidara finally asked a key question. Hoshigaki Kisame turned around and explained, "The newcomer who just arrived last night, I heard that Pain specially found him from outside, another strange guy. Last night, Uchiha Obito showed up and asked him about Mr. Niji." Facing this fake Uchiha Madara who deceived himself, Kisame had the urge to kill him, but thinking of Mr. Niji's instructions, Kisame reported the information as usual as if nothing had happened. "You are so embarrassed to say that others are strange, you are the strangest, shark face and shark eyes," Deidara complained on the side. Afei flashed to Deidara's side, his eyes shining with admiration. "I want this must be Senior Deidara, an artist who treats explosions as art." Hearing Afei say that he is an artist, Deidara nodded with satisfaction. "This new guy has a good eye. However, Senior Deidara, some people say that your art is all plagiarized." The smile on Deidara's face disappeared instantly, and he looked at Afei with anger burning in his eyes. Feeling that something was wrong, Afei immediately ran away. "Asshole, I'm going to kill you!" Deidara cursed and chased after him. Seeing Deidara chasing after Afei, Niji shook his head. "Are there no normal people in Akatsuki? If perverts can fly, this place is simply an airport." Holding a plate of eel rice, Niji came to the table near Hoshigaki Kisame and sat down. After all, they were in the Akatsuki base, and Niji and Kisame could not be too intimate. Looking at the fragrant grilled eel, the aroma was fragrant, and Niji's appetite was opened. He put his hands together, held the chopsticks horizontally with his thumbs and said, "I'm starting." After that, Niji ate heartily. I don't know if it was because he was too hungry. Niji felt that this was the most delicious grilled eel rice he had ever eaten. The only pity was that he couldn't eat Uncle Ichiraku's ramen. Just when Niji was eating happily, Kisame whispered, his voice was as low as a mosquito, and only the two of them could hear it. "Mr. Niji, Kakuzu is also a spy." Hearing this suddenly, Ninkai was shocked and almost choked. "Even Kakuzu is a spy? That's not right. In the original work, Kakuzu is the financial director of Akatsuki. Among all people, Kakuzu is the most active in making money. Kakuzu's inheritance is in Konan's 600 billion detonating talismans." Hearing Kisame whisper again, "I see Kakuzu often shoots kunao and shuriken outside the village. His behavior is weird. It is possible that he transmits information in this way." The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. After all this time, it turned out to be like this. He was shocked. Ninkai glanced at Kisame sideways. Kisame has changed. He is no longer the honest man. Since learning so many secrets from Ninkai, Kisame now thinks that everyone he sees is a conspirator and spy among Deidara, Haiden, Sasori, and Kakuzu. Kakuzu is the most likely, Sasori is the second. Who would stay in the room every day, not go out for 24 hours, and not even eat? Deidara is the third. It's too easy for this guy to join Akatsuki just because he was defeated by Itake. He has the least reason among all people. All of them joined Akatsuki because they committed serious crimes and were wanted by the village as S-level traitors. As for Haydn, Kisame thinks that even the chatterbox and impulsive Haydn is the least likely. But this kind of thing cannot be confirmed. Even Mr. Itake, who slaughtered the entire tribe with his own hands, killed his parents, lover, and partner, can be a double agent. What else is impossible in the ninja world? Chapter 70, Honest people also want to become movie kings _ starting to be a villain from Konoha. I think Kakuzu is just simply practicing kunao skills. After all, that is the basis of his fame. Before Kisame could speak, Niji quickly changed the subject and asked, "Did Uchiha Obito look for you?" Nodding slightly, Kisame whispered, "He looked for me last night and asked me about Mr. Niji's situation. I told him false information. Since he likes acting, I will continue to act with him. I suddenly feel that this is very interesting. He thought I didn't know, but I knew what he didn't know, but he didn't know what I knew." A touch of shock flashed across Niji's eyes. The honest man had awakened and wanted to be the best actor. After all, they were in the base, and Niji didn't communicate much with Kisame, but Kisame's changes were far beyond Niji's expectations. Could it be that he had experienced too much during this period, which shattered his worldview and now reshaped a new worldview? Or did something unknown happen when he was in Konoha? Alas, Niji sighed in his heart, Akatsuki is becoming more and more complicated now. Everyone wants to be the best actor. After leaving the cafeteria, Niji went straight back to the room. When he saw that the door was open, Niji was stunned, and quickly walked to the door and looked inside. It turned out that Karen was helping him clean up. Sensing Niji behind her, Karen, who was tidying up her clothes, turned around and smiled, "Lord Niji, you're back." Ninkai crossed his arms, turned his head and said calmly, "You still know I'm back." Since the last mission to capture Naruto, he has not seen Karen again. Ninkai is very depressed. He finally fooled Karen, but the maid training plan has not started yet, and it was intercepted by the old lady Konan. There was no news for half a month, and Ninkai thought that Karen was fooled by Konan. Seeing that Ninkai was unhappy, Karen jumped off the bed, shook Ninkai's arm and explained, "During this period, Sister Konan taught me ninjutsu, and brother Pain taught me how to maximize the advantages of the Uzumaki clan. He taught me the most suitable training method for the Uzumaki clan. Now I can simply control the huge chakra in my body." As she said, Karen raised her hand and lightly flicked the wall next to her, and the hard blue stone immediately shattered into fine cracks. Clenching her fist, Karen said proudly, "I am very powerful now, Lord Ninkai, and I can help you in the future." So big strength! Ninkai was secretly surprised. Although he could do this, it was different. He relied on precise control of the chakra in his body to gather the chakra at one point and explode it. But Karen was different. She relied on the huge chakra in her body. Suddenly, Ninkai thought of the last time he was hit hundreds of meters by Tsunade's strange power. Karen will not be like this in the future.